The Oracle, a groundbreaking game, has quietly transformed the world. When the capabilities of a game can be brought into reality, does it evoke excitement or fear? Wu Shaocheng, an ordinary office worker, finds himself food poisoned after consuming expired food. However, upon logging into the game, he unwittingly acquires a unique talent, the source of venom, and embarks on a journey to greatness. Chapter 1. The Oracle. Wu Shaocheng. Go to the finance department to settle your salary. You need not come to work tomorrow. A middle-aged man with thinning hair and a protruding belly, comfortably seated in an expansive leather chair, addressed the young man standing before him. On what grounds? Wu Shaocheng retorted, his face flushed with indignation. Deep down, he had a hunch about the reason. Was it not because he had stumbled upon the man's clandestine rendezvous with his secretary the previous night? Was it truly such a grave matter? Because I am the boss. The middle-aged man replied smugly. This fellow must be afraid of what I might say. Wu Shaocheng mused silently. Although he considered clarifying that he was not one to gossip, he ultimately deemed it unnecessary. A boss like this might very well make his life miserable if he stayed. You may dismiss me, but according to legal stipulations, the company must compensate me with 3 months' salary for unilateral termination. Wu Shaocheng asserted, determined to maximize his benefits before departing. What are you thinking? The middle-aged man began to retort with a traditional saying, but paused, realizing the potential repercussions should this matter escalate and his domineering wife learn of it. Finally, he suppressed his fury and snapped. Do I care about that measly sum? Go collect your money and leave. Soon, Wu Shaocheng settled his salary with the finance department, gathered his belongings, and stepped out of the company. Observing the bustling crowd on the street, he found himself at a loss for direction. After 2 years of graduation, he had achieved nothing, and now he had lost his job. In a city like SZ, where expenses loom large, he couldn't even afford to add ham to his instant noodles. Well, I suppose I should search for another job, he thought to himself. Just then, a poster flew towards him and stuck to his face. He peeled it off to reveal an advertisement for the globally popular game, The Oracle. For the past month, advertisement for The Oracle had been ubiquitous. Rumor had it that the game's brainchild was not of this civilization, but rather an epic-defining creation. The specifics of its origin remained undisclosed. Yet the game was developed collaboratively by the 5 foremost online gaming giants, achieving a remarkable 100 realism, meaning that the sensations experienced in the game mirrored those in reality. This truly is a groundbreaking game, Wu Shaocheng mused, lamenting that one could not play it on a computer. A gaming helmet was required. Damn it, a helmet costs 10,000. After 2 years of work, my savings have never even reached 5 figures. Wait a minute, I just received 3 months' salary, totaling 10,500. Perhaps. Wu Shaocheng felt a surge of temptation. This game was unlike any traditional game, brimming with infinite possibilities, a fact that was clear to him as a seasoned gamer. However, while he had confidence in the game, he lacked faith in himself. This game was open to players worldwide, and surely the gaming elites and wealthy patrons would flock to it. Although he had played numerous games, his skills paled in comparison to those of the experts. This is a gamble, Wu Shaocheng muttered to himself. After all, 10,000 yuan was nearly all he had left, and the remaining few hundred wouldn't last long in SZ. Subtracting today's salary, he realized there were merely 200 yuan left in his account. If he failed to earn money in the game, he would struggle to pay his rent by month's end. To hell with it, I'm betting on this. Worst case, he'll end up sleeping under a bridge. If it comes to that, I can always find another job. Besides, I enjoy gaming, and such an opportunity must not be squandered. Resolute, Wu Shaocheng indulged in a cab ride to the nearest helmet vendor. Why splurge on a cab when he was broke? Because the Oracle officially launched at noon, and it was nearly 10 o'clock, he could not afford to lag behind. Upon arriving at the vendor, he was struck by the lengthy queue. Once again, he marveled at the game's popularity. The helmets had been on sale for a month, and reports indicated that the lines for purchases had been staggering. With the server opening imminent, the throngs remained undeterred. Suddenly, he felt a pang of hunger, recalling that he had skipped breakfast. Entering the game could mean he wouldn't emerge for a while, and his body might not withstand it. Cooking or eating out was out of the question, so he rummaged through his home and finally found a forgotten bag of bread beneath his bed. Noticing the packaging was intact, he cast caution aside and quickly devoured it in a few bites. Feeling satiated, Wu Shaocheng leisurely donned the gaming helmet at 11:55. Wait, why does my stomach hurt? As Wu Shaocheng's consciousness swiftly transitioned into the game, he was greeted by a grand battlefield, seeing countless monstrous beasts assailing the diminutive humans below. On the ground, many monsters chased fleeing humans. Those caught were torn asunder. Yet among the humans, numerous heroes stood their ground against the onslaught, including mages in noble robes hovering above, unleashing elemental attacks on the beasts, archers, frantically shooting at aerial monsters, shield bearers standing resolutely against the tide. warriors dashing through the fray with battle axes and stealthy assassins picking off. The wounded beast in the backdrop, priests clad in white, resembling celestial beings, continuously healed their allies. These were the 6 classes of the Oracle: mage, archer, shield-bearer, warrior, assassin, and priest. Despite the numerous human champions, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the monstrous horde, leading to the annihilation of all humanity on the battlefield. The beasts roared in triumph, reveling in their victory. Wu Shaochen, utterly astonished by the scene before him, was struck by an immersive sensation, his body tingling with fear. This felt far too real, as if events were unfolding in actuality. Just as he was processing the overwhelming experience, the scene shifted, and Wu Shaochen found himself within a grand hall. At that moment, a system prompt resonated. Scanning brainwaves. Scan complete. Extracting blood sample. Wu Shaochen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his scalp. What the hell? Does the gaming helmet also poke? After a considerable wait, he finally heard the system notification. Blood sample extraction complete. DNA binding in progress. Binding complete. Identity verification in progress. Name: Wu Shaochen. ID number: 328517. Age: 24. Nationality: People's Republic of China. Your bank card has been linked for cash transactions within the game. Is this really a game? Wu Shaochen gaped at the surrounding space, incredulously realizing that such thorough scanning also revealed his household registration. Was this truly that terrifying? Chapter 2. The Source of Venom. With only 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining until the commencement of the game, players were prompted to bestow names upon their avatars. As the system notification chimed once more, Wu Shaochen shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the complexities that this epic-defining game might entail. Steadying his mind, he declared, sealed, name successfully registered. The game will utilize the player's original appearance, which cannot be altered. However, upon entering the game, players may acquire masks or veils from the shop to obscure their visage. To facilitate a swift acclimatization to the game, initial pain sensitivity is set to 5, with an automatic increment of 5 for every 10 levels. Other sensory experiences will align with those of the real world. Upon entry, the system will randomly generate a lifelong talent based on the player's comprehensive attributes. Each talent possesses unique characteristics. Players are encouraged to utilize their talents wisely and select professions that correspond with their innate abilities. Enjoy your gaming experience. The game is about to commence. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, a brilliant light enveloped him, and Wu Shaochen found himself standing in a novice village, surrounded by a dazzling array of white light as players materialized around him, quickly creating a bustling throng. Is this the game? Goodness, it feels astonishingly real. It resembles reality to an uncanny degree. Wait, who just touched my backside? My apologies. I was merely testing the tactile sensation. I thought I was dreaming. Truly, the realism is an astounding 100. Goodness, let me have a feel and see just how real it is. Please. I've already confirmed its authenticity. It is indeed very real. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Wu Shaochen struggled to discern whether he was in reality or within the confines of the game. Welcome to the Oracle. You have been born in Novice Village number 8365. The system presents you with a starter pack. Your talent has been generated. Source of Venom. Please check your character panel. Source of Venom? What on earth? I am a person of integrity. What connection do I have with Venom? Wu Shaochen pondered in bewilderment, fully aware that each individual's talent was determined by their essence, leaving him perplexed regarding his association with poison. In the real world, as Wu Shaochen's consciousness transitioned into the game, his skin began to pale, toxins infiltrating his bloodstream. Shortly thereafter, as the gaming helmet performed a blood sample collection, it detected the presence of toxins in his blood. The helmet subsequently absorbed a significant portion of the toxins from his body. Opening the character interface, Wu Shaochen silently recited, name, sealed level, 0 health, 50 mana, 50 physical attack, 10 magical attack, 10 physical defense, 5 magical defense, 5 movement speed, 5 experience, 0 100 strength, 5 affects physical attack. 1 point of strength translates to 2 points of physical attack. Intelligence, 5 affects magical attack. 1 point of intelligence translates to 2 points of magical attack. Constitution, 5 affects health. 1 point of constitution translates to 10 points of health. Root bone, 5 affects defense. 1 point of root bone translates to 1 point of physical defense and 1 point of magical defense. Spirit, 5 affects mana. 1 point of spirit translates to 10 points of mana. Agility, 5 influences movement speed and attack speed. 1 point of agility grants 1 point of movement speed and 2 points of attack speed. Every novice begins with a baseline of 5 attributes, which is remarkably equitable, barring any attribute-enhancing talents. Skill. Insight allows the user to view information about monsters no more than 10 levels above their own. Wu Shaochen stared blankly at his talent. Although it initially seemed rather lackluster, upon discovering its characteristics, he felt his heart race uncontrollably. With his understanding of the game, he recognized the potential terror of this talent once it accumulated. He felt as though he were on the verge of soaring. Houses, cars, money, and women beckoned him. At that moment, he no longer dwelled on whether he had any connection to poison. He simply knew that this talent was indeed splendid. He swiftly opened his backpack to unveil the novice gift pack, which predictably contained a wooden sword and a piece of cloth armor. Wooden sword. Physical attack 2, novice equipment. Cloth armor. Physical defense 1, novice equipment. He donned them without hesitation, raising his attack to 12 and defense to 6. Casting a glance at the surrounding throng, he noted the incessant flashes of white light, suggesting that the novice village was nearing a population of 10,000. According to official announcements, a single novice village in the Huaxiao nation housed 10,000 players. If every novice village mirrored this, it implied that the game had launched with over 100 million players in Huaxiao alone, truly terrifying. After much effort to navigate through the crowd, he sought out any available quests, only to discover that the village contained a mere dozen or so, all surrounded by layers of players. Well, he thought, even if there were quests at this early stage, the rewards would be meager. It was better to spend his time battling monsters. As he exited the village, he found himself in a vast grassland, where numerous rabbits hopped about merrily. However, the entire expanse was already teeming with players, and sporadic flashes of white light signified the unfortunate demise of some. Can such adorable rabbits truly be lethal? Wu Shaochen pondered in astonishment as he approached one and cast insight. Little white rabbit. Level 1, health 100. Physical attack, 12. Physical defense, 7. Speed, 6. Skills, none. After examining the attributes of the little white rabbit and comparing them to his own, Wu Shaochen's lips twitched in realization. It became clear why players were perishing. Without forming a party, the average individual would struggle to defeat even the most basic of rabbits. Until reaching level 10 and transitioning classes, players generally shared similar attributes. And with his wooden swords, 12 points of attack and cloth armors, 6 points of defense, he would lose 5 health points with each strike against the rabbit, while the rabbit would inflict 6 points of damage in return. The rabbit boasted 100 health, while players had only 50. In the early stages, attack speeds were uniform, leading to a predictable outcome. One strike from him, one scratch from the rabbit. Most frustratingly, the rabbit's speed was marginally greater than his own, implying that not only could he not defeat it, but he also could not escape. Is this game for real? The game designers must be joking. Can you believe I've been slain by rabbits twice? I am in a far worse predicament than you. I was among the first to emerge and have perished thrice already. After years of gaming, I find myself utterly humiliated, unable to defeat even a single rabbit. Though many have met their demise, the sheer number of players makes it overwhelming. Often, when a rabbit spawns, several individuals converge to attack it simultaneously. In the absence of a team, the experience points go to the one who delivers the final blow, while the spoils depend solely on who is quickest. Nevertheless, many rabbits have fallen, and I occasionally see a copper coin or a piece of rabbit fur drop. Yet I have yet to encounter any equipment. The drop rate for the Divine Oracle is indeed disheartening. I barely managed to claim a rabbit, which grants a mere 1 experience point. At this rate, how many must I slay to reach 100? Someone lamented, and Wu Shaochen's lips twitched. Is this game truly so challenging? Observing the fervent players around him, he felt utterly incapable of making progress here. The rabbit he had just seen was already being besieged by a throng of players. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek another location, he mused. Chapter 3. The Scoundrel's Tactics. Wu Shaochen grew anxious. He had yet to lay his hands on a single piece of rabbit fur. If this continued, he would surely fall far behind, yet he was reluctant to engage in competition with others. Even if fortune favored him and he managed to snatch one, the efficiency would be negligible. Should he venture into the area with level 2 wild beasts? After pondering, he decided to press onward. It was better than standing idly by. Monsters of level 5 and below would not attack unless provoked, so as long as he maintained his distance, he would be safe. Nearby, several players awaiting the respawn of the rabbits observed Wu Shaochen as he approached the area of level 2 wild beasts. Do you think that lad is heading into the area with the level 2 monsters? Inquired a short young man. Have you ventured there, fatty? Are the monsters really that formidable? Indeed, they are beyond the capability of current players unless a group attacks together, but that would be ill-advised. It's best to stick to farming rabbits, Fatty replied. somewhat apprehensive. After walking for a while, Wu Shaochen finally encountered different creatures, a flock of goats leisurely grazing. He surveyed the surroundings and noted the absence of players. With so many goats unchallenged, he approached and cast a reconnaissance spell. Goat. Level. 2 health, 300 physical attack, 21 physical defense, 8 speed, 7 skill. Charge. The goat lowers its head and charges at the target, inflicting 120 physical damage. With a cooldown of 5 seconds. Suddenly, he recalled his talent, which required him to slay monsters 5 levels above his own to augment his toxic damage. Initially, he believed this would be a simple task, envisioning himself soon to be wealthy and successful, marrying a beautiful heiress and reaching the pinnacle of life. However, it now seemed he had overestimated his capabilities. If the attributes of the monsters increased in this manner, how was he to enhance his talents? Reluctantly, Wu Shaochen continued forward until he reached a fork in the path. Ahead lay a bamboo grove, to the left a forest, and to the right a sandy shore that likely led to the sea. Surprised that the game featured an ocean, he decided to head right. Even if he did not engage in combat, it would be pleasant to gaze upon the sea. Before long, a picturesque beach came into view, with the vast expanse of the ocean stretching endlessly before him. The scenery was truly magnificent. Could this really be a game? It felt as though he had stepped into a realm that truly existed. Embracing the sea breeze, Wu Shaochen spread his arms wide and inhaled deeply, remarking, "Such fresh air is a rarity in the real world." This game completely enveloped him in its essence. Suddenly, he spotted an enormous crab, the size of a basin, emerging from the sand, its colossal pincers waving as it moved sideways in his direction. Wu Shaochen activated his insight skill and took off, running faster than a rabbit. Giant's crab. Level. 4. Health. 800. Physical attack. 45. Physical defense. 15. Speed. 8. Skill. Pincer assault. Deals 2 consecutive hits of 70 physical damage to the target. Cooldown. 10 seconds. After running a considerable distance, Wu Shaochen glanced back at the crab, a shiver coursing through him, as he muttered, "Damn the developers. Are you sure this game is meant for humans? That crab could easily take someone out in an instant. Is there any chance for survival?" As he contemplated leaving, his attention was drawn to a large turtle leisurely making its way across the beach. Driven by curiosity, he cast another insight spell. Sea turtle. Level. 5. Health. 1800. Physical attack. 50. Physical defense. 40. Speed. 3. Skill. Thorn shield. Absorbs the next attack and returns 50 of the damage to the attacker. Cooldown. 10 seconds. Upon examining the attributes of this turtle, anyone would likely flee without a second thought. It was a quintessential example of high defense and substantial health, with a defense of 40 points and 1800 health. Even as levels increased, no one would dare engage such a formidable creature due to the meager rewards. However, a peculiar glimmer sparked in Wu Shaochen's eyes. Indeed, the turtle's attributes were insurmountable for all level 0 players, as its formidable defense was impenetrable. Yet, Wu Shaochen's damage could be disregarded, for he was drawn to the turtle's speed, a mere 3 points, which meant he could kite it. Most importantly, at level 0, he had the opportunity to trigger a talent characteristic against a creature 5 levels above him. Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen strode towards the turtle. The level 5 turtle would not attack players unless provoked, so he approached its side and swung his wooden sword against its shell. 1. A red one appeared above the turtle's head, indicating a forced damage of 1 point, followed by a white one representing true damage. Despite its slow movement speed, the turtle reacted quickly. After Wu Shaochen struck it, it lunged forward, biting him. 44. With only 50 health points, Wu Shaochen found himself in a precarious situation and quickly fled. At that moment, the advantage of speed became apparent, as the turtle trailed behind at a leisurely pace. Helplessly watching Wu Shaochen distance himself, while white ones continued to appear above its head. The health bar is depleting an exceedingly slow pace. Wu Shaochen, having distanced himself, turned back with a triumphant smile at the sluggish turtle trailing behind him, taunting, "Come on, catch me if you can." The unfortunate turtle could only persist, trudging along at its lethargic pace in pursuit of Wu Shaochen. After 10 seconds, as Wu Shaochen leisurely regained health at a rate of 1 point per second, he continued to mock the turtle. In the realm of the divine prophecy, both characters and creatures are treated equally. After 10 seconds of no attack or being attacked, one is considered to have exited combat, allowing health to restore slowly at a rate of 1 point per second. With health below 100, the default recovery remains at 1 point per second. Without potions, this is the only way to replenish health. Chapter 4. Talent Enhancement. After a full half hour, Wu Shaochen, following his final strike, gazed eagerly at the critically wounded turtle as it slowly approached its demise. With the last drop of blood vanishing, the turtle's massive form reluctantly collapsed onto the ground. A system notification chimed in unison. Ding! You have slain turtle, gaining 15 experience points. Upon reaching level 5, an additional 50 experience points are awarded. Ding! Talent trait activated. Poison damage increased by 1 point, inflicting 2 points of true damage per second to the target. Wonderful! Wu Shaochen exclaimed upon hearing the system notification, thrilled to have gained 22 experience points, significantly faster than hunting rabbits at the village entrance. Most importantly, his talent has leveled up. That is the true victory. Should he engage another turtle, the time required will be halved. Hastening over to the turtle's carcass, he noticed 2 copper coins and, astonishingly, a piece of equipment lying on the ground. Elated, he quickly picked it up. An equipment drop. Although the drop rate increases by 50 upon reaching level 5, acquiring equipment from the first monster in the game with such a dismally low drop rate is undoubtedly a stroke of luck. Upon examining the item, he discovered it to be a pair of shoes. Canvas shoes. Quality, common. Movement speed, 3. Physical defense, 2. Required level, none. Quite satisfactory. They were just what he needed. He swiftly donned them, increasing his speed to 8 and his defense to 8. In the Divine Prophecy, equipment quality ranges from low to high as follows. Common, black iron. Bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, platinum, diamond, starry, celestial, sacred, divine, and super divine. Early stage common equipment has no level requirements, while black iron and above possess additional attributes. And gold equipment begins to grant special skills. Wearing the shoes made him feel slightly faster. Wu Shaochen, in high spirits, continued his search for the next turtle, which seemed to be the perfect opponent for him, albeit in limited numbers. After a while, he finally spotted a turtle basking in the sun on the beach. Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen approached and struck the turtle's shell with his sword, then turned to flee, though he was still bitten in the process. In the early stages, with neither attack speed nor movement speed overwhelming his opponent, evading damage proves quite challenging. 222. White indicators kept appearing above the turtle's head as it struggled to pursue Wu Shaochen. This time, the turtle's speed was noticeably quicker. In just 15 minutes, the pitiful creature succumbed to its wounds. Wu Shaochen swiftly collected the 2 copper coins that dropped and continued his quest for the next target. Thus, Wu Shaochen continuously sought to slay the sea turtles. As his innate talents evolved, the duration required to vanquish these creatures diminished significantly. The 3rd sea turtle fell in 10 minutes, the 4th in 7.5, and the 5th in merely 6 minutes. At this juncture, a system notification promptly arrived. Ding! You have slain a sea turtle and gained 22 experience points. Experience is now full. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Health 20, mana 10, and you have earned 5 attribute points to distribute wisely. Finally, he had leveled up. He mused internally, considering his progress was quite rapid. Gazing at the 5 attribute points, he hesitated for a moment before decisively allocating all points to agility. The ability to defeat level 5 sea turtles stemmed entirely from their slower speed compared to his own. To truly harness the advantage of his talents, enhancing his agility to increase his speed was undoubtedly the right choice. After leveling up and assigning his attribute points, his stats reflected the changes. Health increased from 50 to 70, mana from 50 to 60, agility from 5 to 10, and movement speed from 8 to 13, while other attributes remained unchanged. He checked his experience points. 10, 300. To advance from level 1 to level 2 required 300 experience points, which felt manageable, merely the effort of defeating a dozen sea turtles. Wu Shaochen contemplated whether to continue farming sea turtles or venture to other regions to hunt level 6 monsters. Although farming sea turtles provided a stable and fairly swift upgrade, he realized that the level 5 sea turtles no longer triggered the unique attributes of his talents. The forest was sufficiently illuminated, as the trees were spaced apart. Wu Shaochen treaded cautiously until, suddenly, from behind a tree, a jet-black wild boar lunged forth. Its gleaming tusks and piercing gaze fixed upon him, while its front hooves scraped the ground before it charged at him with astonishing speed. What a lack of martial ethics! Wu Shaochen exclaimed in shock. Just as the wild boar was about to collide with him, he narrowly sidestepped, allowing the creature to brush past his clothing and crash into a nearby tree, stars appearing above its head as it became dazed. Wu Shaochen patted his chest, relieved that he had allocated all his points to agility. Otherwise, he would have surely been unable to evade the impact. He hastily cast an insight spell, Wild Boar. Level 6, Health 2000, Physical Attack 70, Physical Defense 30, Speed 11, Skill Barbaric Charge charges forward at high speed, inflicting 150 physical damage on targets in its path and stunning them for 1 second. Cool down, 10 seconds. He resolved to engage the beast. Knowing that with his talents poison draining 6 health points per second, slaying a wild boar would take just over 5 minutes, a risk worth taking. With determination, Wu Shaochen charged at the wild boar, aware that after it used its skill, it would have a cooldown period of 10 seconds. He struck with his sword against the boar's back. 1. No defense breached, forced damage inflicted. 6. Poison damage. The wild boar was no pushover. It retaliated, inflicting 62 damage. Indeed, level 6 monsters were not easily dispatched. Yet, having commenced this battle, he could only see it through to the end. Chapter 5. Extreme Operations. Due to the fear of the wild boar's ferocious charge, Wu Shaochen maneuvered around the great trees with the wild boar in pursuit. Indeed, after a mere 10 seconds, the boar, realizing it could not catch up to the seemingly insignificant human before it, came to a halt, its front hooves scratching the ground, before suddenly lunging at Wu Shaochen. Keeping a vigilant eye on the boar, Wu Shaochen swiftly sidestepped just in time to evade the attack. That was a close call. He exhaled, though it seemed the challenge was not insurmountable. The boar exhibited a distinct wind-up before unleashing its ability, marked by a couple of scratches on the ground. As long as one was not directly in front of it and maintained a reasonable speed, evasion was relatively straightforward. After all, if such a high-damage ability, which also caused displacement and stun, lacked a wind-up, it would be exceedingly difficult to handle. Once the boar had dashed past Wu Shaochen, it came to a swift stop, pausing for nearly a second before turning around to chase him once more. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, a glint of brilliance sparked in Wu Shaochen's eyes as he continued to lead the boar in circles. When the creature attempted its skill again, he effortlessly dodged, seizing the opportunity to strike it from behind with a swift blow before retreating immediately. By the time the boar turned around, Wu Shaochen had already distanced himself significantly. Thus, after a few minutes, the boar was left with but a sliver of health. Just as victory seemed imminent, another boar leaped out from a nearby thicket, charging towards Wu Shaochen without a moment's hesitation. Are you kidding me? He thought, narrowly avoiding the onslaught, aware that numerous boars lurked in the vicinity. He had been cautious not to stray too far, but it seemed another aggressive creature had found him. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated making a decisive escape. A mere brush with either boar would spell his demise. Yet, gazing at the nearly defeated boar, he felt reluctant to abandon the fight. Licking his lips, Wu Shaochen fixed his sharp gaze on the two boars trailing him and declared, "Let us dance on the edge of the blade." Given his innate talent, it was clear that such thrilling encounters would become commonplace, and adapting swiftly would serve him well. Continuing to circle with the two boars, he recognized that it was impossible to land a finishing blow at that moment. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be butted by both beasts, leaving him with no choice but to bide his time for a favorable opportunity. Suddenly, the wounded boar scratched the ground and charged at him once again. Wu Shaochen remained unfazed, evading effortlessly and preparing for a strike. However, at that instant, the other boar activated its skill, forcing him to abandon the attack and evade once more. Soon, he found himself within the attack range of the boars, their sharp tusks aimed at him. Now's the moment. With a flash of insight, he sidestepped and positioned himself next to the wounded boar, its tusks grazing his side while the other boar's strike missed entirely. That was a close call, he thought, feeling as though his heart was about to leap from his chest. However, the game's high level of maneuverability was undeniable. It was clear he would need to practice his skills to adapt swiftly to this gaming experience. Now, he merely awaited the slow demise of the injured boar, ensuring he avoided simultaneous attacks from both creatures. Before long, the beleaguered boar fell to the ground, accompanied by the sound of a system notification. Ding! You have slain a wild boar and earned 20 experience points. Upon reaching level 5, an additional 10 experience points are awarded for each kill. Ding! The talent trait has activated, increasing poison damage by 1 point. Finally, he managed to bring one down. It was quite the challenge. Wu Shaochen exhaled deeply and glanced at the carcass of the wild boar, noticing not only a few copper coins, but also a wild boar tooth nearby. He deftly evaded another approaching wild boar and swiftly collected 2 copper coins and a wild boar tooth. Tusk, a material that may be of use to the villagers, or it could be sold to the general store for a single copper coin. Is that all? I expected something of greater value. Wu Shaochen disdainfully tossed it into his backpack. A copper coin is still a copper coin, and earning money in this game is quite arduous. At present, he possessed only 12 copper coins. Even after defeating monsters at level 5, each only yielded 2 copper coins. Observing a group of players battling rabbits for ages without a single copper coin dropped illustrated just how low the drop rate was in this game. After swiftly dispatching the remaining wild boar, Wu Shaochen began to search for more. Upon locating them, he lured them to this spot to eliminate them, fearing a repeat encounter with multiple wild boars. Thanks to the enhancement of his talent, his speed in taking down wild boars increased significantly. At last, upon slaying the 8th wild boar, he was generously rewarded with a piece of equipment. Wild boar leather armor. Quality, common. Health, 40. Physical defense, 2. Requirements, none. He quickly replaced his cloth armor, boosting his health to 110 points and physical defense to 9 points, thus providing him with a bit more assurance for survival. Continuing onward, he aimed to kill 2 more for another level up. At this moment, Wu Shaochen's poison talent had accumulated to 14 points, revealing the terrifying potential of this ability. With 14 points of damage per second, that amounted to 840 points of true damage in a minute. A wild boar has 2,000 health points. Now, he could defeat one in just over 2 minutes, which was merely 3 strikes. Before long, he took down 2 more wild boars, and the long-awaited glow of level up enveloped him, accompanied by the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Health, 20 mana, 10, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. He assigned all 5 points to agility, and his attributes were updated accordingly. Name, Dustbound. Level 2. Health, 90-40. Mana, 70. Physical attack, 102. Spell attack, 10. Physical defense, 54. Spell defense, 5. Movement speed, 153. Experience, 10500. Strength, 5. Intelligence, 5. Constitution, 5. Root bone, 5. Spirit, 5. Agility, 15. Skill, Insight, allows viewing information on monsters up to 10 levels below his own. Equipment, Wooden sword, Beginner S equipment, physical attack 2. Wild boar leather armor, common equipment. Health 40, physical defense 2. Canvas shoes, common equipment. Movement speed 3, physical defense 2. Chapter 6, The Wild Boar King. While upgrades are indeed a blessing, they also bring forth the awkward predicament of being unable to enhance one's skills. Wu Shaochen now finds himself somewhat resentful of the rapid progression. Should the other players still vying for rabbits discover this, he would likely face a collective onslaught. Upon exiting the forest, he encountered a vast plain, where numerous gray wolves roamed the grasslands. My goodness, what a multitude! Wu Shaochen felt a chill of dread. It seemed impossible to engage them. Nevertheless, since he was there, he decided to assess their attributes. He cast an insight spell at the nearest wolf, relieved that the spell's range was sufficient to avoid entering the threat radius. Wild wolf, level, 9 health, 4,000 attack, 115 defense, 55 speed, 20 skill, bite, opens its jaws wide and bites the target, dealing 150 physical damage with a 50 chance to inflict bleeding, causing 5 damage per second for 10 seconds. Each examination of a new creature felt like a challenge to his very heart. After viewing this one, his only thought was to curse the game designers. Though he knew the game had little to do with them, everything was controlled by the mastermind. Yet he had heard that the mastermind was omnipotent within the game. So he refrained from cursing and instead directed his ire toward the designers. What on earth are these attributes for a mere ordinary creature? This is truly outrageous. Oh, is this truly a level 9 creature? Then the level 7 and 8 monsters must dwell along that middle path. Perhaps he should investigate that direction instead, as these beasts were clearly beyond his current capabilities. Suddenly, he stumbled upon another creature, a wave of excitement washing over him as he hastily cast an insight spell. Wild Boar King, Black Iron Grade, level, 6 health, 50,000 attack, 250 defense, 120 speed, 30 skill 1, charge, dashes forward at great speed in a straight line, inflicting 150 physical damage on any targets in its path, stunning them for 1 second, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 2, Berserk. When the Wild Boar King stands upright, it increases its attack power and speed by 50, lasting for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 3, Regeneration. Triggered when the Wild Boar King's health falls below 10, its defense doubles, and health restores to 30 over 10 seconds, during which it cannot move or attack, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Just moments ago, he had remarked on the wolf's attributes being formidable, only to be thoroughly humbled by this revelation. How could a level 6 black iron creature be so terrifying? The attributes are explosive, and the skills are even more vexing. Without sufficient output, defeating it would be nearly impossible. The last skill's cooldown of 5 minutes indicated that if he could not deplete 30 health points within that time frame, it would be futile to continue the fight. However, he knew he was currently outmatched and would need to level up further. ensuring his speed surpassed that of the boar and that he could withstand its attacks before attempting a confrontation. Wu Shaochen marked the location and exited, heading outward. Confident that no one would be arriving shortly, he intended to seek out the level 7 creatures, as enhancing his skills remained paramount. Only then could he hope to increase his damage output. As he ventured into the bamboo grove, a sense of darkness and dampness enveloped him, with the light dimming significantly. Wu Shaochen proceeded cautiously, only to be startled by the sight of green snakes coiling upon the bamboo, flicking their tongues in his direction, sending shivers down his spine. He hastily cast an insight spell. Green snake, level 3 health, 550 attack, 32 defense, 12 speed, 7 skill. Snake venom. Targets attacked by the green snake have a 50 chance of being poisoned, losing 2 health per second for 30 seconds. So, there are level 3 monsters in this area. It's no wonder he and encountered any thus far. However, this green snake could undoubtedly vex many, as he would prefer battling crabs rather than face it. The venom was far too repulsive. Yet, recalling his own talent, he pondered, venom is indeed a valuable asset. How could it be deemed disgusting? Continuing onward, he emerged from the bamboo thicket into a dense jungle. The trees were slender yet closely packed, starkly contrasting with the previous forest, and the light remained feeble. After walking for a while, he finally spotted some monsters, enormous spiders crawling on the trees and ground. Wu Shaochen suppressed his nausea and cast another insight spell. Giant spider, level 7 health, 2500 attack, 90 defense, 40 speed, 13 skill. Web deploys a massive web within a 2-meter radius, ensnaring the target, rendering it unable to attack or move for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. This is unmanageable, Wu Shaochen lamented. He felt this path was ill-fated, sensing that the monsters within were all detrimental to him. Alone, he engaged wild boars in the wild boar forest, while in the grassy plains before the novice village. Countless players scrambled for rabbits. To be frank, in such an expansive plain, there were certainly thousands of rabbits upon each respawn, yet due to the overwhelming number of players, the competition rendered the spoils scarce. Amidst the crowd, a group of over 10 players encircled several rabbit respawn points, skillfully weakening the rabbits to allow a proud young man in the center to deliver the finishing blows. Upon slaying another rabbit, a flash of golden light signified his level up. Congratulations, Huang Xiao. The surrounding players cheered. Huang Xiao was undoubtedly the first player to level up in our novice village. I've been observing nearby, and no one else has yet experienced the golden light of ascension. Huang Xiao nodded in satisfaction and promptly allocated all his free attribute points to strength. With an impressive attack of 22 points, a smirk graced his lips as he mused, with 22 attack, dispatching these rabbits will be a breeze. Should we venture into the level 2 area? Don't. Huang Xiao. Some of our members have ventured into the level 2 area. The goats there are ferocious and far beyond our current abilities. Unless all brothers reach level 1. With a few focusing entirely on health to take the brunt of the attacks, we wouldn't stand a chance. Damn it, why is this game so difficult? And they want to even let us spend money. It's utterly frustrating, Huang Xiao complained. He contemplated and continued. Have any of our members dropped equipment? Let them all contribute. I want to gather my gear to enter the level 2 area as soon as possible. I'm so fed up with these rabbits. Right? Huang Xiao, he cursed. Keep an eye on the auction house. If anyone lists equipment, we buy it immediately. Understood. Chapter 7. The first bucket of gold Wu Shaochen was diligently harvesting wild boars at a rate of 2 minutes per beast, each yielding at least 2 copper coins and a tusk, which was quite satisfactory. The 13th one fell prey to his poison. He ambled over to the carcass to collect his spoils. Ah, another piece of equipment. Wu Shaochen joyfully picked up the item beside the corpse to inspect it. Butcher's knife. Quality, common. Physical attack, 12. Equipment requirement, none. Is this it? It seems of little use to me. A few points more or less in attack make no difference, as my defenses remain intact. Gazing at the unattractive butcher's knife, which was even less appealing than the novice wooden sword, Wu Shaochen couldn't muster the enthusiasm to equip it. Perhaps I should list it in the auction house to see if anyone might want it? Opening the auction interface, he was momentarily taken aback by its emptiness. Why is there no one selling anything? How much should I price this butcher's knife? There's no reference point at all. Perhaps I should set it at 500 coins? After all, it is the only piece of equipment in the auction house. Surely it would sell for that, considering the game's low drop rates, he murmured. In dire need of currency, he disregarded game money. He listed the butcher's knife, opting for cash transactions and selecting the auction method. I can choose between fixed pricing or bidding. Since I lack knowledge of market prices, perhaps bidding is the way to go? This seems quite reasonable, Wu Shaochen thought, praising the system for the rare occasion. Wait, The fixed pricing mode has a 10 fee, while the bidding mode has a 15 fee. How outrageous. Just as he had praised the system, Wu Shaochen began to grumble again. Well, it is what it is. After all, they are the developers. He listed it anonymously, chose the bidding mode with a duration of 10 minutes, confirmed, and resumed his wild boar hunting. At the entrance of a novice village, the rabbit grassland. Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao. A weapon has been listed in the auction house, adding 12 points of physical attack. A young boy excitedly approached Huang Xiao. What are we waiting for? Let us buy it immediately. Is it a cash transaction? Huang Xiao urged. Not quite. It's a cash transaction, but the seller has set it to bidding mode. The boy replied. Since it's cash, that's no concern. Be sure to secure it for me. Huang Xiao replied calmly. If money can solve the issue, then it's hardly a problem. Meanwhile, 5 young men were methodically hunting rabbits, when suddenly one of them furrowed his brow. Junlin, equipment has been listed in the auction house. That is unlikely. Given our current strength, we can barely handle those goats. We'll only be able to try once we all reach level 1. It's probably just a stroke of luck that someone obtained it from a rabbit. Another youth remarked. Can we contact the seller? Perhaps we could pay a little extra for information, Junlin suggested. No, the seller is anonymous, the young man replied. All right then. There's nothing we can do. If necessary, we should bid on that equipment. Although it's common quality, 12 points of attack can still be quite significant in the early game, Junlin stated earnestly. Indeed, on the other side, a middle-aged man approached a tall, elegantly poised woman adorned with a white veil, saying, Miss, the auction house has received some equipment. The woman's eyes brightened at this news as she opened the auction interface, discovering the sole piece of equipment available. Nodding, she remarked, a white-grade item with an added 12 points of attack. It seems the equipment enhancement in this game is substantial. I shall see if I can secure it. Meanwhile, in the corners of the 8365 Novice Village, discussions erupted regarding the auction house's first piece of equipment. The mere presence of a single white-grade item stirred a sensation throughout the entire village. The auction's offerings were visible only to players within the same region. Presently, they were all in the same Novice Village, soon to be in the same main city. Goodness, someone has put equipment up for auction, exclaimed one player. Finally, I've seen equipment. What kind of drop rates is this game using? Over an hour has passed, and I haven't encountered a single piece of gear. I thought this game didn't drop any equipment at all. The most basic white-grade equipment can add 12 attack points. If I equip this, my attack could double. Wake up upstairs. Just look at the current price. It's already over 10,000. It's just a white item. The wealthy truly do not regard money as valuable. Wow, you're right. I should get back to grinding. Perhaps the next rabbit will drop me some gear. Over 10,000 is enough for me to live off for a few months. Miss, the price has already reached 12,000. Would you like to continue bidding? The middle-aged man whispered to the exquisite woman. Let's raise it to 15,000. Any higher would be unreasonable. A white item isn't worth it. Soon enough, everyone will be able to obtain one, she replied. Very well. Junlin, many are eyeing this piece of equipment. The price has soared to 15,000. Completely exceeding its true worth, remarked the young man. Indeed, it is to be expected, as this is the first piece of equipment, particularly a weapon. However, it remains vital in the early stages, especially given the game's exceedingly low drop rates. Otherwise, it wouldn't have reached such exorbitant prices, Junlin responded. Let us add another 2,000. Beyond that, it's not worth it. We will soon be able to farm plenty of such equipment ourselves. Once Xiaobei and Linzi reach level 1, we shall hunt goats, he continued. Meanwhile, on the other side, a youth beside Huang Xiao inquired, shall we continue bidding? Yes. I have plenty of money. These people think they can contest me, Huang Xiao replied disdainfully. For him, it mattered little whether it was worth the price. Anything resolvable with money was trivial. What he sought was the thrill of being superior to others. At that moment, the one responsible for this entire situation, Wu Shaochen, remained oblivious, continuing his relentless pursuit of wild boars. Ah, if only the poison damage could be increased a tad, then I would need only 2 strikes to defeat one. Currently, it takes 3, which is quite bothersome. Curse that wretched spider and its ridiculous skill. It has hindered my ability to enhance my talents, Wu Shaochen complained. This is the 18th one. Defeating this will allow me to level up. As he led the wild boar around, he observed its health gradually diminishing. With an agility of 18 points, he faced no difficulty in dispatching the wild boar. Soon, the beast succumbed, unwilling to fight any longer. Ding! Congratulations on your advancement. Your life has increased to 20, and your magic points to 10, granting you 5 free attribute points to allocate wisely. You have ascended to level 3, and once again, you have allocated all 5 points to agility, raising it to 20, with your movement speed now at 23. Life, 150 magic points, 80, and the rest remain unchanged. Experience points, 141,000. To reach level 4, you require 1,000 experience points. At level 3, slaying wild boars grants 26 experience points each, meaning you need to defeat 38 to level up. Wu Shaochen Limited. Just ending, the item you had listed in the auction house has been purchased by another player for 20,000 yuan. After deducting a service fee of 3,000 yuan, the remaining 17,000 yuan has been transferred to your bound bank account. What? 20,000. Wu Shaochen was astonished and quickly opened the transaction record to confirm the amount. He then checked his bank account balance, which displayed 17,700 yuan. He swallowed hard, pinching himself to ensure he was not dreaming. With a silly grin, he realized that this single trivial item was nearly equivalent to half a year's salary. Who would believe it? He resumed hunting wild boars, as every kill represented potential wealth. Chapter 8. Equipment from wild boars. After spending over an hour to slay 38 wild boars, he elevated his level to 4, gaining 20 life points and 10 magic points, all allocated to agility. During this time, he finally looted a piece of equipment, a helmet. Wild boar leather helmet. Quality, common. Life, 30. Defense, 3. Requirements, none. In the realm of the Oracle, clothing, pants, belts, and helmets are categorized as defensive gear, primarily enhancing life and defense, while weapons, rings, bracelets, and necklaces are offensive gear, chiefly augmenting attack and critical damage. Footwear primarily boosts speed. Of course, this classification is relative, not absolute. He equipped it immediately. Although selling such gear could yield a substantial sum, thoughts of the Wild Boar King propelled him to prioritize his own armament, hoping to vanquish it sooner for a true bounty. Upon equipping, Wu Shaochen's life rose to 200, defense to 12, and agility to 25. With his movement speed reaching 28 with the addition of footwear. With one more level up, his speed would reach 33, surpassing that of the Wild Boar King, making it feasible to confront it. With such attributes, should I not hunt wild wolves? It would be an opportune moment to grind for talents. One must seize every opportunity to acquire talents, for they are the cornerstone of ascending to the pinnacle of life, he mused. However, after some contemplation, he shook his head. The wolves possessed an attack of 150, inflicting up to 172 points of damage. After accounting for his defense, he would still suffer 160 points of damage. Their bleeding effect dealt an additional 50 points, which could easily spell his demise. It was better to secure more equipment first. He glanced at his experience. 42,000. Slaying level 6 wild boars at level 4 would yield a 20 experience bonus, translating to 24 experience points per boar, necessitating the defeat of 84 wild boars to level up. If he could acquire 2 more pieces of defensive gear before leveling up, he could perhaps attempt hunting wild wolves. Thus, Wu Shaochen resolved to continue hunting wild boars. At this moment, in the level 2 goat area, several groups of players were already engaged in battling the level 2 goats. Junlin, equipment drop. Hao Ran, a radiant and handsome young man, was presently exhilarated, clutching a helmet triumphantly. At last, we have acquired a piece of equipment. Junlin exhaled, relieved. This marked the 30-something goat they had slain. Despite their extensive experience across numerous online games, this was their first encounter with such adversity. The game's difficulty had even led these gaming luminaries to question their own capabilities. Why are the attributes so poor? Hao Ran lamented, gazing at the helmet in dismay. What attributes? Junlin inquired. 10 points of health and 1 point of defense. Hao Ran replied, speechless. It seems the helmet's attributes are rather lackluster. Since it enhances health and defense, you should equip it. Hao Ran. Let us press on. As long as we can obtain equipment, we will gradually amass what we need, Junlin advised calmly. The other teams fared significantly worse than Junlin's group. Their skills and awareness markedly inferior. Slaying level 2 goats proved a formidable challenge, with the specter of death frequently manifesting as a flash of white light. Wu Shaochen spent over an hour dispatching 32 wild boars, finally yielding another piece of equipment, the wild boar belt. Quality, common. Health, 30. Defense, 3. Requirements, none. After donning the belt, his health increased to 230 points and defense to 15 points. Ah, splendid. One more piece of defensive gear, and we shall venture forth to hunt wolves, he mused. He glanced at the 3 small red potions in his inventory, each capable of restoring 10 health per second for 10 seconds. If necessary, I shall use some potions to grind out a few more talent points. Otherwise, reaching level 5 will necessitate seeking level 10 monsters, which will be even more challenging. I've realized that as monsters' levels increase, the disparity in attributes becomes more pronounced. Thus, he resumed the hunt. After approximately another hour, he managed to defeat 28 more wild boars, finally acquiring another piece of equipment. However, upon inspection, his spirits dampened. It was a wild boar leather armor he already possessed. Alas, it must go to the auction house, he sighed. But the thought of a substantial sum of currency soon entering his coffers lifted his mood. He listed the wild boar leather armor at the auction house. Adhering to the usual procedure, a bidding format with a 10-minute auction time conducted anonymously to avoid inundation of private messages. Discretion was paramount. Quietly accumulating wealth was the true path to success. With Wu Shaochen's wild boar leather armor listed, the novice village thrummed with renewed activity, various factions eagerly placing bids. Meanwhile, Junlin scrutinized the attributes of the wild boar leather armor, his brow furrowed. What troubles you, Junlin? Is there an issue with that equipment? Hao Ran inquired. What are the attributes of your helmet? Yunli asked. 10 health, 1 defense, Hao Ran replied. And what are the shoes we just acquired, Xiao Bei? Junlin turned to the other side. 1 speed, 1 defense, Xiao Bei responded. As his words hung in the air, the others began to comprehend the implications. As titans of the online gaming realm, their understanding of the game surpassed that of the average player by leaps and bounds. The attributes of our equipment are merely 2 points, while the gear available at the auction house boasts attributes of 6 points, including the previously mentioned butcher's knife, which equates to 6 points of strength. These 2 pieces of equipment must originate from the same type of monster drop, indicating that they were certainly listed by the same individual. Such attributes cannot possibly be obtained from defeating rabbits. Logically, they are likely the spoils of a level 6 monster. Junlin stated gravely, what a jest. A level 6 monster? We can hardly withstand the onslaught of level 2 beasts. And you tell me someone can vanquish a level 6 creature? Howard exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, unless one were cheat, how could anyone defeat a level 6 monster? Given the nature of this game, a level 6 beast would undoubtedly dispatch us with ease, Lindsay interjected. This game should not allow for cheating. Xiaobei, could you investigate whether there are wild boars in the vicinity and check their level and attributes? Judging by the name of this equipment, it should have dropped from a wild boar. At the upcoming fork in the path, head left first, if it is indeed a wild boar. It is most likely found in the left forest, Nanfeng suggested. Understood. Meanwhile, a woman draped in a white veil, clutching a recently acquired garment, gazed introspectively at the attire available in the auction house. Initially believing that the attributes of early game white gear would be somewhat uniform, she now realized she had underestimated the individual listing the equipment. Their white gear could not have come from a level 12 monster. Uncle Liu, could you assist me in locating any wild boar creatures? Please check their attributes and relay the information to me, she requested of a middle-aged man behind her. Certainly, Mississippi. Junlin remained pensive. If someone could indeed possess such attributes, he too would begin to suspect the use of cheats. The disparity in attributes had transcended the realm of mere skill and awareness. Forget it. There's no point in dwelling on it. Since we are in the same novice village, we will inevitably encounter them one day. At that time, we shall see what cards they hold. Given that this equipment is likely a drop from a level 6 monster, we cannot acquire it for now. However, we must ascertain whether we can obtain it later. As the 6-point attribute enhancement is quite significant, Junlin concluded solemnly. On the other side, the woman contemplated the attributes of the wild boars shared by the middle-aged man and remained silent for a long while before finally saying, "Let us endeavor to secure this piece of equipment." At this moment, Huang Xiao raised the bidding to 20,000, scoffing as he saw no further challengers. And only 20,000? No one else dares to bid? They're all paupers. As the auction timer approached its end, Huang Xiao calmly awaited the successful transaction notification. When suddenly, in the final second, 2 bids appeared simultaneously, one for 25,000 and the other for 30,000. Ultimately, the player who bid 30,000 secured the item. Damn it, a theft! Huang Xiao exclaimed in frustration. Holding the wild boar leather armor, Howard expressed admiration. You truly are clever, Junlin. To anticipate that someone else would share a line of thought, I had initially planned to bid 21,000, and had I done so, this equipment would have slipped through my fingers. Ding! Auction failed. The amount has been refunded to your linked bank account. Upon hearing the system notification, the woman in white frowned. She had expected to secure the item by adding 5,000 at the last moment, only to find that someone had preempted her strategy. Chapter 9. Hunting Wild Wolves. Ding! The item you listed at the auction house has been purchased by a player for the sum of 30,000 yuan. After deducting a service fee of 500 yuan, a remainder of 500 yuan has been transferred to your linked bank account. Astonished, Wu Shaochen exclaimed. How did the price increase? He opened the transaction record, perplexed by the unexpected outcome. Logically, the second piece of equipment should not have been as valuable as the first, particularly since the first was a weapon. How could it have appreciated in value? Wu Shaochen found this baffling. He had originally intended to set a fixed price of 15,000 yuan. Thankfully, he had refrained from doing so. In a hurry, he checked his bank balance, and, upon seeing 43,200 yuan, broke into an incredulous smile. To put plainly, he had never seen such a sum in his life. It felt as though he were dreaming. Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted his reverie, sending him flying into a tree, stars dancing before his eyes as he momentarily lost his bearings. What the heck? A sneak attack. Wu Shaochen cursed, realizing he had been so mesmerized by the money that he forgot he was engaged in combat. After battling a multitude of wild boars, he finally experienced the forceful impact of a savage charge. While Wu Shaochen was momentarily dazed, he was once again jostled by a wild boar. After enduring 2 minutes of torment from Wu Shaochen's poison and verbal onslaught, the boar was finally liberated from its misery, dropping 2 copper coins, a tusk, and an item. This time the equipment dropped rather quickly. It seems like a compensation for my troubles. He picked it up and examined it. Wild boar leather pants, quality, common health, 40 defense, 2 wearing requirement, none. Hastily donning the new gear, Wu Shaochen opened his character interface once more. Name, Dustbound level, 4 health, 270 mana, 90 physical attack, 12 magical attack, 10 physical defense, 17 magical defense, 5 movement speed, 28 experience, 15, 642, 000 strength, 5 intelligence, 5 constitution, 5 bone strength, 5 spirit, 5 agility, 25 skill, insight. Talent, source of venom. Inflicts 16 points of true damage to the target per second for 60 seconds, stackable up to 1 layer. Equipment, wooden sword. Novice equipment, physical attack 2. Wild boar leather armor, common equipment. Health 40, defense 2. Canvas shoes, common equipment. Speed 3, defense 2. Wild boar helmet, common equipment. Health 30, defense 3. Wild boar belt, common equipment. Health 30, defense 3. Wild boar leather pants, common equipment. Health 40, defense 2. His defensive gear was nearly complete, a full set of wild boar equipment, albeit not a matching set. It appeared that wild boars did not drop accessories. But that was of little concern to Wu Shaochen. For him, defense was far more valuable than offense. Observing his attributes, Wu Shaochen furrowed his brow, realizing that these stats were insufficient to confront wild wolves. However, now that he was equipped with defensive gear, the only way to enhance his capabilities was through leveling up, which seemed futile at this juncture. Glancing at the 6 small health potions in his backpack, Wu Shaochen resolutely declared, "Let us do this. If worst comes to worst, I'll just use potions. Every foe I defeat counts, and any talent points gained will be beneficial." Having made his decision, Wu Shaochen promptly rose and made his way towards the wolf territory. He soon traversed the wild boar forest and arrived at the wolf plain, where the sight of numerous wolves stirred a sense of trepidation within him. Step by step, Wu Shaochen approached the nearest group of wolves, attempting to lure one out. Before long, he found himself within the range of their hostility, and 4 or 5 wolves charged towards him simultaneously. Thus, Wu Shaochen persistently tried for over 10 minutes, having no idea how many attempts he had made, until at last, a particularly foolish wolf followed him out alone. With a nightmare-like grin, he gazed at the approaching creature and raised his sword. Perhaps Wu Shaochen's smile was perceived as an affront by the wolf, which immediately lunged and sank its teeth into him. Ding! You have incurred a bleeding effect, losing 5 health points per second for 10 seconds. In that moment, Wu Shaochen felt the urge to curse. What wretched luck to be struck so swiftly. He hurriedly darted away, leading the wolf in circles while retrieving a healing potion from his backpack, drinking it with a pained expression. Such items had a low drop rate, and each consumed bottle was 1 less in his possession. Regrettably, his reprieve was short-lived. During his 3rd attack, he was bitten yet again, and unfortunate as it was, the bleeding effect reactivated. Wasn't the bleeding supposed to have only a 50 chance of occurring? Why was he continuously afflicted? Gritting his teeth, he downed another healing potion. 2 potions for a single wolf seemed rather exorbitant. On his 4th attempt, he executed a standard attack and managed to avoid further injury. The 5th attack, however, resulted in another bite, but thankfully it did not trigger the bleeding effect. Even if it did, he reasoned, he could afford to wait a moment before attempting to lure the next one. Before long, the first wolf met its demise, collapsing to the ground. Ding! You have slain a wolf and gained 40 experience points. As it was 5 levels below, you receive an additional 20 experience points. Ding! Talent trait activated. Increasing poison damage by 1 point. It had been a long time since he had heard such notifications. The nostalgia was palpable, although he had wasted 2 healing potions. The sound of the notification made it all worthwhile. However, the experience gained from this wolf was somewhat excessive. At this rate, he would only need to slay 6 more to level up, meaning he could only enhance his talents by a maximum of 6 points. It was quite vexing. Why must the experience be set so high? Once again embarking on his quest to attract enemies, he was fortunate this time, as the previous wolves had created an opening when one was lured away, allowing him to easily draw out another. After elevating his talent to 17 points, he found that he needed only 4 attacks to defeat the wolf, saving him 1 strike. Regrettably, Wu Shaochen's luck was still not favorable. Of his 4 attacks, 3 were skill attacks, 2 of which triggered the bleeding effect, forcing him to sorrowfully consume 2 more healing potions while cursing the wolf's entire lineage. As the wolf fell, his talent increased once more, reaching 18 points. However, gazing into his backpack and seeing only 2 healing potions remaining, Wu Shaochen hesitated to continue. If 3 out of 4 attacks resulted in skills with bleeding effects, he would surely be in dire straits. Although the probability seemed low, he felt that the likelihood of such misfortune befalling him was significantly greater. He sensed an overwhelming malice from the system. Chapter 10. That Cunning Old Man. After his departure, a woman clad in a white veil furrowed her brow as she gazed in the direction he had vanished. This individual's speed appeared markedly different, she mused. Even with all attributes enhanced, everyone else was merely at level 2, so their velocity should not be so disproportionately swift. What is it, miss? Is there something amiss with that person? Uncle Lu inquired, glancing toward the direction his lady was observing, though by now, he had already slipped from sight. It's nothing, she replied, shaking her head. Perhaps she was merely being overly sensitive. Let us first see if there are any tasks available, thought Wu Shaochen, and promptly made his way to the elderly man with white hair standing at the village entrance, who he presumed to be the village chief. Greetings, chief. May I inquire if there is any assistance you require? Wu Shaochen asked with utmost politeness. Adventurer, your current strength is insufficient to aid me. You might visit Grandma Lu to the north of the village to see if she needs assistance, the chief responded. Unable to take on tasks due to insufficient level. Wu Shaochen lamented, and then hurriedly trotted northward to find an elderly woman seated in the sun. Grandma Lu, greetings. Is there anything I can assist you with? Oh, adventurer. Indeed, there's a matter. Recently, rabbits have overrun the area outside the village, devouring all the radishes I planted. Could you help me eliminate these wretched creatures? The elderly lady implored. Is that all? Would it not be more worthwhile to hunt wolves instead? He thought, swiftly opting to decline her request, and hurried away under her disappointed gaze. Are the rewards for quests in this game truly so paltry? Or is this merely the most elementary task? Wu Shaochen pondered as he meandered through the novice village. Suddenly, he noticed a farmer seated at his doorstep, sighing heavily, an unmistakable sign of quest. Wu Shaochen promptly approached him and inquired politely, Good sir, is there anything you need help with? Adventurer, indeed I have encountered some difficulties. I would be immensely grateful for your assistance. Recently, wild boars have been ravaging my crops in the forest. Could you help me eradicate those vile beasts? The farmer lamented. After considering this, Wu Shaochen turned towards the apothecary, deeming it unnecessary to seek out further tasks at present. Honing his skills was paramount. Upon arriving at the apothecary, he perused the goods and was taken aback to find the price of a small red potion set at 20 copper coins. How exorbitant! He exclaimed, dark clouds gathering over his expression. He had anticipated that such a basic potion would cost at most 1 or 2 copper coins. With over 200 coins to his name, he could have easily purchased over 100 bottles. Now, however, he could afford only 10. Truly outrageous. Wu Shaochen grumbled as he begrudgingly purchased 10 potions, observing his purse dwindle to a mere 16 copper coins. His heart ached. These were coins he had painstakingly collected one by one from the ground. As he walked, Wu Shaochen opened the chat channel. Having played this game for several hours, he had been preoccupied with monster hunting and had yet to glance at the chat. It was high time he reconnected with society and discovered what others were discussing. Currently, the chat featured only regional and private channels, and upon opening the regional chat, he found it bustling with activity, looking to form a party to hunt goats, preferably with members above level 1, ideally with full strength or all points allocated. 2 players, fully geared for output, decided to hunt the goats together. Is there anyone willing to guide me in slaying the goats? I have just attained level 1. Observing the chat channel filled with discussions about go hunting, Wu Shaochen shook his head. Fortunately, his innate talent allowed him to challenge monsters beyond his level, Otherwise, he would be scrambling for kills alongside the others. It must be terrifying. I've specifically checked the attributes of the green serpent. Its venom is exceedingly dreadful. Without potions, it is simply impossible to conquer. The potions in the shop are exorbitantly priced, so the experts likely have no intentions of battling the green serpent. At that moment, Junlin and his companions, who had just emerged from the bamboo forest, wore grim expressions. Alas, if this continues, the gap between us and that individual will only widen, said Howren. Our talents are geared for the later stages. We possess no advantages in the early game, and there is no need to contend with him. His abilities likely shine in the early levels, but that may not hold true as the game progresses. Therefore, we should not be overly concerned. Given our strength, surpassing him later will not be difficult, Junlin responded. Chapter 11, Wolf Tooth Necklace. Ding! You have slain a wild wolf and gained 40 experience points. As you are 5 levels above the target, you receive an additional 20 experience points. Ding! Your talent trait has triggered, increasing poison damage by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up. Health, 20 mana, 10. You have earned 5 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. After consuming 7 potions and defeating 5 more wild wolves, the level up notification arrived, but Wu Shaochen wore a look of melancholy. Alas, I can no longer enhance my talents. He allocated all his attribute points to agility, resulting in the following changes. Level 45, health, 272-90, mana, 9100, agility, 2530, movement speed, 2833. Poison damage increased to 23, experience, 3000. Approaching the wild wolf's carcass, he collected 4 copper coins and a wolf claw, and to his surprise, discovered an equipment piece that he had never seen before. A jewelry item, wolf tooth necklace. Quality, common. Physical attack, 10. Critical hit rate, 1. Requirements, none. Wu Shaochen blinked. This equipment was quite impressive. Undoubtedly a gem among common items. The critical hit rate of 1 was indeed remarkable. However, this item seemed of little use to him, as poison damage could not critically strike. It appeared that early game attack items held little relevance for him. Future skill-based gear would be beneficial. Since it lacked utility, he decided to sell it for profit, which brought him joy. He listed it anonymously, opting for a bidding format with a duration of 10 minutes. Whoa, everyone, take a look at the auction house, exclaimed a keen observer as they noticed the equipment on display, quickly alerting the regional channel. What the heck? A necklace that adds 10 points to attack and has a critical hit rate of 1. I barely managed to obtain a weapon that offers only 4 points of attack from the goats, despite both being common items. Why such a disparity? Indeed, the clothing I obtained cannot compare to the wild boar leather armor previously listed in the auction house. Could it be that higher-level monsters yield better drops? To the seller of this equipment, could you share where this necklace was obtained? I wish to stake it out. I second that. This piece of equipment must be mine. Huang Xiao's gaze was firmly fixed on the necklace displayed in the auction house. Clearly, the previous incident where he was outmaneuvered had left him exceedingly displeased. For someone who had invested all his efforts, this necklace represented a significant enhancement to his capabilities. Its value eclipsed that of the weapon he had purchased for 20,000. The critical hit rate it offered was particularly enticing. Although the probability was low, it marked a breakthrough from nothing to something. Without this necklace, achieving a critical hit would remain forever elusive. Yet with it, the possibility was ever present. Meanwhile, Junlin observed the necklace with an unusual fervor in his eyes. This equipment is perfectly suited to your talents, Nanfeng remarked earnestly. They were all aware of Junlin's unique aptitude, which boosted critical damage by 100%, while others experienced double damage from critical hits. His was tripled. However, this advantage hinged entirely on the existence of critical hits. Without that, his talent was rendered futile. This piece of equipment must not be overlooked, Junlin declared resolutely. Similarly, the masked woman demonstrated an unwavering determination to acquire this item. As soon as it became available for auction, the price soared, indicative of the high demand for such an artifact. Nonetheless, in this novice village, there were only 3 significant powers vying for it. This time, Wu Shaochen was meticulously tracking the auction updates. Although the previous surprises had been exhilarating, he was keen to witness how the bidding price escalated. Within less than 5 minutes, the price had already surpassed 20,000, and Wu Shaochen felt a surge of delight. As the clock approached 9 minutes, the necklace's price stabilized at 30,000, with few bidders remaining. It wasn't a matter of inability to pay. Rather, they deemed it not worth the expense. Huang Xiao, no one else is bidding. This necklace is surely yours, remarked the youth. Nay, have you forgotten the last incident? At the last second, someone will inevitably make a move. Increase your bid to 50,000 at the final moment, and I shall ensure those thieves remain empty-handed. Huang Xiao retorted with a sneer. Before long, as the bidding entered its final seconds, a flurry of prices emerged. Ultimately, a player bid 60,000, securing the necklace. What the hell? Playing dirty? Huang Xiao fumed, nearly lashing out at his subordinate. His loss was not merely financial, but rather a defeat in psychological warfare. Observing the notification of her failed bid, the masked woman sighed. Her own bid had been 50,000, as she believed that figure represented the maximum threshold for the equipment's worth. She was bewildered that someone would bid 60,000 for a mere white-grade item. Is my understanding of this game inadequate? She inquired of the middle-aged man beside her, referred to as Lu Shu. Miss, I have never been a gamer myself. Do you know why the master has urged me to join this game? Lu Shu replied. Is it because father intends to invest in a business within the game? Your insight is unparalleled, so he wishes for you to assess the necessity of such an investment? She asked. Indeed, miss, you have always been perceptive. You grasp matters swiftly. Would you like to hear my insights on this game? Lu Shu offered. The woman nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, she narrowed her eyes and declared, I know what to do. On the other side, Junlin adorned himself with the necklace, a subtle smile gracing his lips. 60,000, Junlin. Is such a piece of basic equipment truly worth it? Howard lamented. It is indeed worthwhile. The drop rate for jewelry is inherently low, and to stumble upon an item that enhances critical hits is rare. This equipment will likely accompany me throughout the entirety of the novice village, and this modest investment will yield returns manifold in the later stages. This game is unlike any I have encountered before. It is our opportunity, and we must seize it. Junlin asserted earnestly. MHM. Ding. The item you listed at the auction house has been purchased by a player for 6,000, with a transaction fee of 900 deducted, leaving 51,000 transferred to your bound bank account. At this moment, Wu Shaochen wore a bewildered expression. He had anticipated that this necklace would command a higher price than his previous equipment, yet he never expected it to reach the staggering sum of 60,000. Initially, when he saw the final bid of 30,000, he thought that would be the ceiling, only to be astonished by a delightful surprise at the last second. There truly are many wealthy individuals. Wu Shaochen mused. Before entering the game, he had merely 700 in savings and was preoccupied with worries about rent. In under 6 hours, his savings were on the verge of breaking into 6 figures, a feat he had never even dared to dream of. I will keep pushing forward. I no longer need a rent. For now, I have dreams of my own. Chapter 12, Silver Wolf. Next, let us examine the attributes of the level 10 creatures to see if they can be defeated. If so, I can continue to grind for talents. Traversing the wolf plains, he moved forward, followed by a pack of wild wolves. There was no avoiding it, as wild wolves were aggressive creatures that would pursue anyone entering their hatred range. However, with a movement speed of 33, Wu Shaochen paid little mind, knowing they could not catch up to him. After walking for a while, a valley emerged ahead, where he spotted several majestic silver wolves wandering within. Another pack of wolves? Wu Shaochen felt a chill run down his spine. He was still relying on health potions to battle the wild wolves, and these creatures looked far more formidable. Approaching the valley's entrance, he cast an insight spell at the nearest silver wolf. Silver wolf level, 10 health, 6,000 attack, 140 defense, 60 speed, 30 skill, swift strike. With a howl, it gains 50 attack speed and 50 movement speed for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Great, this creature counters me. I cannot possibly contend with it. Wu Shaochen turned on his heel and departed without a moment's hesitation. Never mind, I shall log off to grab a bite to eat. I have been playing for 6 hours and have only consumed a single piece of bread. Continuing like this would be detrimental to my health. Having earned such a substantial sum, I ought to treat myself. Finding a safe spot to log off, he removed his helmet and sat up from his bed, shaking his head, feeling no discomfort. Suddenly, he felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach and rushed to the restroom for an urgent release. This bout lasted a full half hour, leaving Wu Shaochen utterly drained as he staggered out of the restroom. Alas, it must be the bread from lunch that had gone bad. I must be more cautious about what I eat in the future. Seated upon the sole dilapidated sofa of his rented accommodation, Wu Shaochen extravagantly ordered a family bucket via his mobile device. Although he initially contemplated dining out, the arduousness of walking rendered takeaway his only option. Following the completion of his order, he began to peruse forums, discovering that nearly every post revolved around the Oracle. To his astonishment, 2 of the top 3 pinned posts pertained to him, each garnering millions of views. 1. Speculations on the frequent emergence of high-attribute equipment at the 8,365 Novice Village Auction House. 2. The auction price of whiteboard equipment at the 8365 Novice Village has reached an astonishing 60,000. 3. Discovery of the Wild Boar King in the Novice Village. Attributes are attached, and those wishing to strategize may take a look. Curiously, he clicked on the first thread, which featured a self-proclaimed game commentator speculating about the equipment he had listed. Remarkably, the individual assertions were quite accurate. To date, 3 exceptional pieces of equipment have been identified in the 8365 Novice Village. And it is my conjecture that the first 2 items were likely dropped by the level 6 monster, the Wild Boar, while the third, the Wolf Fang Necklace, was probably obtained from defeating the level 9 creature, the Wolf. The comments section had amassed tens of thousands of remarks, predominantly accusing the individual of cheating and demanding a thorough investigation. A scant few suggested that perhaps it was due to genuine skill, but such voices were swiftly drowned out. There is no cheating in the Oracle, Wu Shaochen remarked, brushing his nose thoughtfully. He then glanced at the remaining 2 posts, pondering. I never imagined someone would discover the Wild Boar King. It seems I must act swiftly to defeat it, though in the short term, it is unlikely anyone can vanquish it. The sensation of being observed is rather unsettling. After a prolonged wait of over 10 minutes, the takeaway finally arrived. After indulging in a hearty meal, Wu Shaochen wiped his mouth and reclined on his bed, donning his headset to log in. Why not explore what level 8 monsters are like? If I can defeat them, I might acquire different equipment, and perhaps bolster my attributes enough to confront the Wild Boar King. Level 8 monsters should be situated beyond those spiders. I must tread carefully through the spider jungle to avoid being ensnared by those repugnant webs, for even with my current attributes, I would not withstand more than a few encounters. Alas, the distribution of monsters in this game is utterly chaotic. How many lives must it claim? Just the thought of the majority, feeling no pressure while battling level 3 green snakes, only to choose to venture deeper and challenge higher level monsters, only to be ensnared by a level 7 spider upon entry, evoked a sense of despair that would likely leave a lasting psychological scar. Wu Shaochen adeptly navigated to the spider jungle, utilizing his superior speed to reach the depths of the thicket unscathed, where he finally encountered a level 8 monster. However, the sight of the toad before him filled him with discomfort. Toad, level 8 health, 3200 attack, 100 defense, 48 speed, 15 skill, tongue strike, extends its tongue towards the target, ignoring 50 points of defense to inflict 145 points of physical damage, while reducing the target's movement speed by 30. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. This is indeed a feasible endeavor. Wu Shaochen calculated that even with the toad's skill damage disregarding 50 defense, it could only inflict 137 damage upon himself. With a health pool soaring to 290, he felt no trepidation. Presently, he boasted a remarkable 23 points of poison damage, sufficient to vanquish the creature in merely 3 strikes. Furthermore, with a speed of 33 points, even a reduction of 30 would leave him with an ample 20 points, more than enough to dominate it. Alas, let it be ugly. One must endure, for he was not courting it. An 8th level toad would grant Wu Shaochen 30 experience points, along with an additional 9 points for surpassing 3 levels, culminating in a total of 39 experience points per toad slain. To achieve a level up, he would need to defeat 77 of them. Besides 4 copper coins, the toads also yielded a viscous saliva, which, if he was not mistaken, was indeed a quest item. It seemed that in the Novice Village, every type of monster was associated with a specific quest. Thus, Wu Shaochen embarked on his toad-slaying odyssey. At that moment, the inhabitants of Novice Village number 8365 gazed eagerly at the auction house, all anticipating the return of that enigmatic benefactor to offer more equipment. Although a plethora of items had already appeared, they were all equipped with a mere 2 points of attributes, and their prices remained exorbitantly high. Some items were even listed at 230,000, likely spurred by the previous selling price Wu Shaochen had achieved, yet they garnered no interest whatsoever. Then, a pair of shoes was listed in the auction house at a price of 10,000. Remarkably, within a mere second of being posted, they were snatched away. What has transpired? One exclaimed. I swear I saw a pair of shoes appear, only to vanish immediately. Is this real? I checked the auction records. They were shoes with 5 points of attributes, priced at 10,000. It must be that benefactor's doing, who possesses such lightning-fast reflexes. Perhaps they have been single for 30 years. Chapter 13. Confrontation with the Wild Boar King. Wu Shaochen stared blankly at the auction house, astonished by the speed of the transaction. Had his price been too low? Or was it merely the result of a wealthy individual's abundance? Those shoes had been dropped by the first sea turtle he defeated and had been his constant companions. After recently defeating a toad and acquiring a new pair of shoes, he thought to list them for 10,000, ready to lower the price if they attracted no interest. For they were merely second-hand shoes he had worn. It appeared he had underestimated the value of equipment. Who would have thought second-hand shoes could be so coveted? He glanced at the newly acquired toad boots, which boasted a speed of 5, defense of 3, reaching a total movement speed of 35 and defense of 18. Quite alluring indeed. He continued his relentless pursuit of toads. For the next 2 hours, Wu Shaochen diligently defeated toads, ultimately slaying 77 and elevating his level to 6. During this time, he procured 3 pieces of equipment: toad belt, 40 health for defense; toad helmet, 40 health for defense; toad ring, 20 health, 8 physical attack, 1 attack speed. The ring, with its addition of 20 health, was donned by Wu Shaochen himself, rather than being sold. He then listed the replaced wild boar belt and wild boar helmet in the auction house for a 10-minute bidding period. After 10 minutes, both items were sold, each fetching a price of 30,000. As players progress in levels and acquire better equipment, the significance of level 6 wild boar gear diminishes considerably. After a prolonged search, she finally managed to purchase a piece, only to realize that even after the server had been active for so long, the prices for basic gear remained exorbitantly high. The veiled woman sighed. Indeed, it has become common knowledge that the attributes of white gear vary in quality, hence the higher-priced items. Nevertheless, the prices should not remain excessively inflated for long. As players continue to level up and gather equipment, the costs will soon normalize. The equipment in the novice village changes every hour, Uncle Lou remarked. I wonder what kind of individual is capable of defeating such high-level monsters. Could it be an enormous faction relying on sheer numbers? The woman pondered, her brow furrowed in confusion. That is unlikely. If they were to rely on numbers, their presence would be monumental and impossible to overlook. Moreover, if they had many members, they would also require equipment for themselves, leaving little surplus to sell. Thus, I suspect that the team selling equipment cannot exceed 5 members, or perhaps it is even a solitary individual, Uncle Lou analyzed. The woman nodded, clearly in agreement with Uncle Lou's perspective, yet her mind wandered back to the fleeting figure she had glimpsed previously. It seemed he emerged from the direction of the wild boar forest. She suddenly realized, could it be him? She mused inwardly, resolving that she must pay closer attention to this individual should they cross paths again. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen remained blissfully unaware that he had caught someone's interest. He was engrossed in examining the attributes of his newly equipped gear following his recent level up, contemplating how to allocate his 5 attribute points. Name, Chunfeng. Level, 6. Health, 350. Mana, 110. Physical attack, 20. Spell attack, 10. Physical defense, 18. Spell defense, 5. Movement speed, 35. Attack speed, 8. 35 agility contributes 7 to attack speed, plus an additional 1 from a ring. Experience, 34,000. Strength, 5. Intelligence, 5. Constitution, 5. Root bone, 5. Spirit, 5. Agility, 30. Skill, insight. Talent, source of poison. Inflicts 23 points of true damage to the target per second for 60 seconds, stackable up to 1 layer. He decided to allocate the 5 points to Constitution, focusing on defeating the Wild Boar King for now. With an increase of 5 points to Constitution, his health would rise to 400, allowing for a natural regeneration of 4 points per second. Otherwise, even with 399 health, he would only recover 3 points per second. He promptly assigned the 5 attribute points to Constitution, bringing his health to precisely 400. Glancing at his inventory, he noted he originally had 9 potions left, and after recent encounters, he now had a total of 15 red potions. It felt like the right moment to confront the Wild Boar King, a target he had long coveted. He mentally reviewed the Wild Boar King's attributes. An attack of 250, while his defense stood at 20, meaning it could inflict 230 damage upon him. With a recovery of 200 points over 50 seconds, he felt prepared. He was well acquainted with the wild boar's charge and believed he could evade it easily. He just had to avoid getting too close during its enraged state. However, he worried that the poison might expire within the 30 seconds of its fury. But there was little he could do about that. He would simply need to engage for a longer duration. Very well, it's settled. I shall confront it, he declared resolutely. After making a resolute decision, Wu Shaochen proceeded towards the position of the Wild Boar King. Upon encountering the colossal figure of the Wild Boar King once more, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. Despite significant enhancements to his attributes, the oppressive aura remained palpable. As he cautiously approached the Wild Boar King, he soon entered its aggro range. only to witness the beast unleash a thunderous roar before charging at him with a ferocious assault. What the hell? Why is the wind-up different? Wu Shaochen swiftly evaded the attack. When battling regular wild boars, they typically paw the ground twice before executing their skills. Yet this wild boar king had opted for a roar instead. Fortunately, his extensive experience from fighting wild boars had nearly conditioned him to reflexively dodge the barbaric charge, allowing him to escape unscathed. With an expression of anxiety, Wu Shaochen circled the wild boar king, deftly avoiding its savage charges. Each time he narrowly escaped, he retaliated with a strike. For 3 consecutive minutes, the wild boar king failed to land a hit on him, and its frustration mounted. With a resounding roar, the massive creature stood upright, towering over 3 meters, and hammered its forepaws against its chest before resuming its pursuit of Wu Shaochen. Goodness, this is somewhat shocking. Fortunately, it isn't gaining speed, otherwise I wouldn't stand chance. Wu Shaochen calculated that the poison would persist for another 28 seconds. It mattered little. After the poison wore off, he would have to wait an additional 10 seconds for his health to begin regenerating. So he decided to let the beast rampage for a while. During this time, the wild boar king entered a frenzied state 6 times, with only one instance coinciding with the near conclusion of the poison's effect. Wu Shaochen braced himself for one of its attacks, enduring a hit and retaliating with a strike, losing 355 health points in the process. The increase in attack speed of 50 was insufficient for the creature to deliver a second blow before he could distance himself, unless it could strike twice within a second. Ultimately, Wu Shaochen managed to escape with his life intact. Chapter 14. Server-wide announcement, shocking the arena. At last, after an arduous battle lasting 36 minutes, the immense form of the wild boar king collapsed with a resounding thud. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the black iron-level wild boar king, earning 100 reputation points and 5,000 experience points. Ding! Talent trait triggered. Poison stack limit increased by 1. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Health increased by 20, mana by 10, and you have received 5 free attribute points to allocate as you see fit. Simultaneously, a server-wide announcement reverberated throughout the Huaxia server. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chen Feng for defeating the black iron-level wild boar king. As the first player to achieve this feat, the system rewards you with 200 reputation points, 10 gold coins, and 10 free attribute points. This is an official announcement. The announcement echoed 3 times across the Huaxia server, freezing the game in a moment of silence before erupting into chaos. What the hell? Am I hallucinating? Is it even possible for someone to accomplish this? I can't even defeat a single crab. Is this really the same game I'm playing? I suspect I'm in a counterfeit version. In various novice villages, the leaders of prominent factions and renowned players in the gaming community wore expressions of disbelief. They had presumed themselves to be ahead of the curve, only to discover that there was someone far ahead of them. In Novice Village 8365, Jun Lin pondered gravely. Could this person be from our novice village? It is quite possible that, to my knowledge, no one in other novice villages has ever sold equipment with 6 attribute points. The highest has merely been 5. Thus, the necklace I possess inevitably evokes a multitude of speculations. Junlin also pondered gravely. However, you have seen the attributes of the wild boar king on the forum. I cannot fathom what level of strength is required to vanquish it, and it is quite likely that it is a solitary foe, Nan Feng remarked. This is something I am equally curious about, Junlin replied helplessly. Meanwhile, a woman clad in a white veil murmured to herself, has it truly reached such formidable heights? At that moment, Wu Shaochen was rendered utterly bewildered by a barrage of system notifications. He had no inkling that defeating the wild boar king would trigger a server-wide announcement. Yet upon seeing the substantial reward of 10 gold coins, he quickly disregarded the announcement's significance. After all, the reward was truly enticing. This amounted to 1,000 silver coins or 100,000 copper coins, and he had yet to surpass 10 silver coins until now. Furthermore, the 10 free attribute points corresponded to a 2-level increase, which was rather impressive. As for the reputation points, their purpose remained a mystery, but they were likely beneficial. He presumed he would discover their use upon reaching the main city. Observing the friend request list and private chat window flashing incessantly, which swiftly escalated to 999, Wu Shaochen felt an immediate headache. He hastily adjusted the settings to disallow stranger friend requests and private messages, finally restoring some tranquility. He was taken aback by the game's drop rate, which had yielded such a plethora of items at once. It was indeed remarkable. It seemed that future endeavors in combat would be essential, for this was the path to wealth. Glancing at the attributes of the 3 black iron tier equipment pieces, he realized this was his first encounter with such items. Fong Toothblade. Quality, black iron. Physical attack, 30. Additional attribute, strength, 10. Required level, 6. Wild Boar King's armor. Quality, black iron. Health, 100. Defense, 10. Additional attribute, constitution, 8. Required level, 6. Wild Boar King's leggings. Health, 100. Defense, 10. Additional attribute, root, 6. Required level, 6. Indeed. Black iron tier equipment is incomparable to white boar gear. Beyond their fundamental attributes, they also randomly bestow an additional attribute, enhancing their potency significantly. As for the 4 pieces of whiteboard equipment, they were merely the items dropped by the wild boar. Boar skin helmet, boar skin armor, boar skin pants, and boar skin belt. Although Wu Shaochen had no use for them, they represented wealth. He retrieved the skill book and scroll, first examining the skill book. Brutal Charge consumes 40 mana points to rapidly advance 4 meters in a straight line, halting upon collision with a target, inflicting 150 physical damage, and stunning the target for 1 second. Learning requirement, Warrior. With damage, control, and mobility, this skill is undoubtedly a warrior's ultimate technique. In the realm of divination, characters can teleport to the main city to change classes upon reaching level 10. After class change, each profession can learn 2 fundamental skills, such as the priest's healing spell or the mage's fireball. Thereafter, additional skills are acquired solely through combat. Moreover, there are no hidden classes in divination, and the more skills one possesses, the stronger one becomes. Hence, the value of skills is certainly beyond that of equipment. The skill book presently lacks discernible value. It will be prudent to wait until everyone has transitioned to their new professions before offering it for sale, at which point it is likely to yield substantial profit. Wu Shaochen mused. He then turned his attention to the scroll in his possession. Wild Boar King Summoning Scroll summons the Wild Boar King to fight alongside you for a duration of 30 minutes. The scroll is consumed upon use. A splendid item. The Wild Boar King is indeed formidable, and when faced with insurmountable foes, I can call upon it for assistance. Subsequently, Wu Shaochen began allocating his attribute points. Having leveled up and received an additional 10 attribute points, he now possessed a total of 15 points. In the novice village, the only adversary that posed a significant challenge was the Silver Wolf. With the skill enhancement of 50 movement speed, he could elevate his speed to 45 points. Thus, without hesitation, he allocated all 15 points to agility, bringing it to 45, which, when combined with his footwear's 5 points of speed, would just surpass the Silver Wolf's capabilities. A stroke of brilliance. He then equipped the Wild Boar King armor and Wild Boar King leggings, experiencing an extraordinary transformation in his attributes, reaching unprecedented levels. He casually placed the replaced Wild Boar leather armor, Wild Boar leather pants, and the previous 4 pieces of Wild Boar gear up for auction in the marketplace, opting for a bidding format set for 10 minutes. The sudden influx of Wild Boar equipment created a considerable stir in a novice village of 8,365, with nearly everyone convinced that the defeat of the Wild Boar King would be their collective achievement. 10 minutes later, all the equipment was successfully auctioned off, with the final bids hovering around 230,000, totaling 560,000 after deducting a 15 transaction fee of 234,000, netting a gratifying profit of 326,000. When one's power is significantly superior, earning money indeed becomes a straightforward endeavor. Given the substantial changes in his attributes, he decided to announce them once more, hoping not to annoy anyone, as he feared he might forget them himself. Name, Chunfeng. Level, 7. Health, 620. Mana, 120. Physical attack, 20. Spell attack, 10. Physical defense, 40. Spell defense, 11. Movement speed, 50. Attack speed, 10. Experience, 10,036,000. Strength, 5. Intelligence, 5. Constitution, 18, with an equipment bonus of 8. Root bone, 11, with an equipment bonus of 6. Spirit, 5. Agility, 45. Skills, Insight. Talent, Source of Venom. Inflicts 23 points of true damage per second on the target for 60 seconds, stackable up to 2 layers. Chapter 15, Experimentation. These attributes are quite formidable. Now, the creatures of the novice village pose no threat to me. Regrettably, I cannot further cultivate talents, and I must hasten to reach level 10 to access the main city. I might as well complete the existing tasks for the wild boars and toads, as I have no need for the meager copper coins from temporary monster hunting tasks. Thus, he approached the village's elder healer and submitted 50 toad secretions, earning 800 experience points and 300 copper coins. Completing both tasks granted him a total of 300 experience points, and 500 copper coins. Frankly, undertaking tasks does expedite leveling. However, it is unfortunate that each task may only be completed once. After purchasing his medicine, Wu Shaochen was preparing to venture out to hunt silver wolves when he noticed a woman adorned with a white veil approaching him. The woman possessed an admirable elegance. However, her face remained concealed. Wu Shaochen mused inwardly. The woman approached him directly and tentatively inquired, "Is it you, Chenfeng?" Wu Shaochen was taken aback. How did she discover my identity? Is she attempting to deceive me? Despite his surprise, Wu Shaochen maintained a composed demeanor and replied coolly, "You must have mistaken me. Beautiful lady." Su Muxue scrutinized the man before her, seeking to discern something from his countenance. Yet he remained unperturbed, revealing nothing unusual. Could it be that I have misjudged? Su Muxue pondered, subsequently apologizing. "I apologize. I may have been mistaken." "Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Wu Shaochen declared, sidestepping the woman as he moved forward. "Wait a moment." Su Muxue called out hastily, "May I add you as a friend?" Regardless of whether he was indeed Chenfeng, he appeared to be a formidable individual. For her aspirations in the game, it would be advantageous to form an alliance. Such a stunning beauty, wanting to befriend him, nearly persuaded Wu Shaochen to acquiesce. However, he suddenly recalled that adding her as a friend would grant her access to his information, thus revealing his true identity as Chenfeng. "No, women only serve to impede my swiftness in action," Wu Shaochen thought to himself, and waved dismissively. "I shall not add you as a friend. Perhaps we shall meet again some other time." He then departed. Su Muxue was left bewildered. He is leaving just like that? Her brow furrowed slightly. The prompt reminded her of when she attempted to add Chenfeng as a friend. Was it mere coincidence, or do experts prefer such an approach? Su Muxue speculated. She observed Wu Shaochen's retreating figure, her gaze sharpening. That speed. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Su Muxue, evidently newly logged in. Approaching her side, he said, "Miss, the master has approved my suggestion and intends to develop our presence in the Divine Oracle. Soon, he will arrange for a substantial number of elite players to enter the game. The master has instructed us not to hesitate in spending. We must stay ahead of others to secure greater opportunities for advancement later. Yes, keep a close watch on the auction house, particularly for Chenfeng's equipment. We must seize it at the first opportunity," Su Muxue instructed. "Chenfeng, is he the one who first defeated the Wild Boar King? Are you suggesting that he is the one in our novice village selling high attribute equipment?" Lu Shu inquired. "Indeed, it is likely. No other novice village has anyone capable of selling high-level gear. If someone has slain the Wild Boar King, it is very likely to be him from our village. And I might have an inkling of his identity," Su Muxue replied. "Really? If that is the case, do you have a way to bring him to our side? Having such a skilled player with us would be invaluable for our development." Lu Shu expressed with enthusiasm. "I will do my best," Su Muxue murmured, though she felt no certainty in her ability. Wu Shaochen made his way directly to Silver Wolf Valley, where the level 10 Silver Wolves had once been an insurmountable challenge for him, but now posed no threat whatsoever. Then Wu Shaochen activated the infinite monster farming mode. After he resolved to diligently level up, his progress was remarkably swift. In just 2 hours, he reached level 8, with his health points soaring to 640 and his mana points to 130, while the rest of his stats remained unchanged. He decided against allocating his attribute points for the time being, preferring to assess the attributes of the monsters he would face next before making selective enhancements, as he was not particularly concerned about a few additional stats. Uncertain if the abundance of spoils from the Wild Boar King was the cause, he noted that after defeating over 50 silver wolves in 2 hours, he had only acquired a single piece of equipment, a bracelet that he had no use for. Silver Wolf Bracelet, Quality, Common Attack, 10 Attack Speed. 1 Requirements. None. Truthfully, he found its attributes rather disappointing, and he wondered if others shared his disdain. Having donned 2 pieces of black iron-grade equipment, Wu Shaochen began to be discerning, dismissing these common items. He casually listed it on the auction house, opting for a bidding format, inviting others to place their bids freely. Meanwhile, in the Wild Boar Forest, Junlin and his companions finally felled another wild boar and were delighted to discover a piece of equipment. Upon inspection, it was indeed one of the most frequently listed wild boar items in the auction house. It seemed evident that such gear was indeed dropped by the wild boars. However, they could not fathom how Wu Shaochen had managed to defeat the wild boars while they were still battling goats. Even now, at level 5, equipped with full sets of gear, they found the fight quite challenging. "Who knows? But now we've finally caught up. With our strength, we will surely catch up in due time," said Nanfeng. "It may still be early for that. Just take a look at the auction house," Junlin remarked pensively. "Huh." The two hastily accessed the auction house. Whoa, Silver Wolf bracelet. Could have dropped from the level 10 Silver Wolves? Hao Ran exclaimed in astonishment. Be confident. Remove the doubt. If the Wild Boar King was indeed slain by him, then defeating level 10 Silver Wolves would be akin to child's play, Nanfeng replied. Unbelievable. Chapter 16. The Fongblade Auction. Ultimately, the Silver Wolf bracelet was purchased for 20,000 coins, leaving Wu Shaochen quite perplexed. How could such an item fetch that price? He could only lament the wealth of others. After another hour of farming silver wolves, Wu Shaochen found himself unable to continue. Although he yearned to keep grinding, especially since he no longer had work obligations and would rely on gaming for sustenance in the future, he recognized this was a prime opportunity to earn money. He listed his items anonymously, selected the bidding mode, confirmed, and logged off. Wu Shaochen removed his helmet, rubbing his head, feeling somewhat dazed. It seemed prudent to save up for a gaming pod. He had heard that lying in one while gaming allowed a person to be in the best possible state. Additionally, the pod contained nutrient fluid to replenish bodily needs. However, gaming was mentally exhausting, typically requiring a break after 3 days. Nevertheless, it was certainly better than a gaming helmet. Unfortunately, gaming pods were exorbitantly priced, costing $1 million each, truly a luxury for the affluent. Wu Shaocheng opened his mobile phone to check his bank card balance. 300 yuan. His face lit up with excitement, as he never expected to earn such a staggering sum of 300,000 on just the first day of the game. 300,000. Considering his previous job, it would have taken nearly a decade of relentless toil without food or drink to amass such wealth. Yet in this virtual realm, it had taken merely a single day. What to do? He had felt drowsy just moments ago, but now sleep eluded him. Perhaps he could browse the forums instead. Upon opening the forum, the very first pinned post was, unsurprisingly, related to him. The terrifying Wild Boar King. How it was overthrown. The post culminated in an emphatic request for Chunfeng to share his strategies for defeating the Wild Boar King. Beneath it, a multitude of replies clamored for him to divulge his tactics, each adorned with grandiose justifications. Wu Shaocheng merely smiled faintly at this and chose to ignore the requests, continuing to peruse the forum for more intriguing threads. After wandering through the forum for over 10 minutes, fatigue gradually returned. He set an alarm for 6 hours and, without hesitation, collapsed onto his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. He awoke only when the alarm sounded, his eyes blinking open to the still dark sky. Though he yearned for more sleep, he knew he could not afford to doze off again. That would jeopardize the hard-won advantage he had accumulated. When he logged off, the average level in the novice village should have reached level 4, with the more skilled players likely at level 5. Although the experience required for the subsequent levels was greater, player strength was also steadily increasing. Gaining a level or 2 in 6 hours would be more than sufficient. With his helmet donned, Wu Shaocheng swiftly entered the game, greeted almost instantly by system notification. Ding! The item you listed at the auction house has been purchased by another player for 30,000. After deducting a transaction fee of 500 yuan, the remaining 500 yuan has been transferred to your bound account. What a delightful welcome, stepping into the game to find money awaiting him. He considered that most players would likely have reached level 6 or even 7 by this time. Thus, his weapon should be ripe for auction. As he traversed the wild boar forest, he noticed the area teeming with players. Clearly, many were enamored with the wild boar equipment, as defeating them proved quite challenging. Without adequate agility, evading the boar's fierce charge, which inflicted a staggering 150 damage and caused a 1-second stun, was no small feat. It would be far safer to hunt spiders instead. Their skills merely ensnared players, and in numbers, tackling spiders was significantly less perilous than battling wild boars. The first black iron-grade equipment to be listed indeed caused a tremendous uproar. The regional chat exploded with excitement. Holy moly, black iron equipment. With an additional 30 attack and 10 strength, this weapon equates to 50 points of attack. Just this one weapon surpasses the total attack of my entire gear. Black iron equipment is truly impressive. This weapon must have dropped from the Wild Boar King, confirming that the master slayer of the boar resided in their novice village. Why would such a formidable player choose to sell this extraordinary weapon? Had they already obtained something superior? It seemed improbable. It was hard to fathom a weapon stronger than black iron equipment at this stage. Who could say? Regardless, he was determined to seize it first. If he could acquire it, he would soar to new heights instantly. Everyone keep your eyes peeled. This weapon is mine for the taking. Huang Xiao recently found himself engulfed in frustration as coveted equipment was continuously snatched away from him. However, the appearance of a particular item ignited his excitement akin to consuming a potent elixir. With this new acquisition, Everything else paled in comparison. Why has this weapon been withheld for so long? Could it be that someone truly discovered a weapon superior to this one? Lin pondered, his expression one of perplexity. That seems improbable. Ordinary monsters in the novice village shouldn't drop black iron equipment, unless he has defeated another black iron creature. How Rand interjected. There aren't that many in the novice village. He is selling this weapon now because previous players lack the requisite level to equip it, meaning it wouldn't fetch a substantial price back then. Now, however, it is the optimal time to sell, as players have generally leveled up and are in dire need of a formidable weapon to enhance their monster hunting efficiency. As for whether he possesses something better, who can say? Perhaps the Wild Boar King dropped more than just one weapon, Junlin analyzed. Little did they know, the so-called expert they admired was still wielding a novice wooden sword, having never broken through an enemy's defenses. Should we attempt to seize this weapon? Seize it we must. However, the price will undoubtedly skyrocket. While we are professional players and have earned some money over the years, we cannot compare to true affluent players. We shall do our best, Junlin replied gravely, clearly lacking confidence in their ability to acquire the weapon. Their previous successes had relied on cunning. It was evident that the novice village harbored numerous wealthy players. Miss. This weapon Lu Shu approached Su Mu Shui, hesitating. He wished to persuade her to secure it, but was concerned she would weigh its value, as she had always been rational and rarely impulsive, traits he admired. Seize it, Su Mu Shui declared. Upon hearing her words, Lu Shu's eyes brightened. Understood, Mississippi. Await my good news. The price of the Fangtooth Great Blade surged, being the first black iron-level weapon, and its attributes were simply irresistible. Whoever obtained it would see their attack power multiply, an immense advantage for early monster encounters. Chapter 17. A Fortuity and a Tragedy. As the clock struck 9:59, the moment of truth approached, and the price had escalated to 85,000. In the final second, a flurry of bids emerged, ultimately culminating in a staggering final price of 120,000. Curse it, I placed a 110,000 bid for a black iron weapon and still failed? Huang Xiao fumed. Having anticipated the weapon would settle around 100,000. He had even attempted to outmaneuver others by bidding an extra 10,000, only to be thwarted again. Frustrated and beleaguered, he lamented the constant misfortunes that seemed to plague him, as though others were privy to his thoughts and consistently outbid him by a hair's breadth. I swear, let me discover who it is, or I shall expose you, he seethed. Junlin, you were right. These individuals truly do not regard money as a concern. Black iron equipment has already inflated to 120,000. I cannot fathom what the prices for higher tier equipment will be. Lin exhaled, resigned. One can only say that this forgotten relic has an uncanny ability to grasp the passage of time, and this piece of equipment is precisely a necessity. Our novice village happens to have a few affluent players. Such wealth at this level is relatively rare, and not every novice village is graced with it. Once we reach the main city, the number of equipment sellers will increase, and naturally, the prices will not remain so exorbitant. To be born in the same novice village as him is both a stroke of fortune and a source of sorrow, sighed Howren. The others nodded in agreement. Given their strength, had they been in a typical novice village, they would have long been rulers, yet here they find themselves as mere embellishments. According to official statistics, the number of players from Huaxiao in this game has already surpassed 200 million and continues to grow rapidly. Thus, the high prices of equipment are quite understandable. This also presents an opportunity for us. Perhaps, in this novice village, our presence is overshadowed by him. Yet because of him, many in our village have been able to acquire high-attribute equipment ahead of time. Therefore, I am confident that our novice village possesses considerable overall strength, which will shine through once we reach the main city, remarked Junlin. The others agreed. Meanwhile, Uncle Lu handed the fang-toothed blade to Su Mu Shui, saying, Miss, with this weapon, our efficiency in monster hunting will significantly increase, allowing us to strive to reach level 10 and secure a favorable position in the main city. Su Mu Shui Said, 120,000. This relic has probably raked in hundreds of thousands since yesterday. Indeed, because he's ahead of everyone else, making money in this game is remarkably easy. Thus, if we wish to thrive, we must position ourselves ahead of the majority, Uncle Lu stated. Ding! The item you listed at the auction house has been purchased by another player for 120,000. After deducting a transaction fee of 18,000, a remaining 102,000 has been transferred to your bound bank account. Suddenly, Wu Shaochen, who was hunting silver wolves, received this prompt. Although somewhat unexpected, He found himself oddly numb to the news. A mere black iron weapon could fetch 120,000. Once he reached the main city and auctioned that skill book, he would likely have enough for the in-game warehouse. Resolutely, he continued hunting silver wolves, noting his experience at 23,408,000. At level 8, defeating a silver wolf grants 72 experience, and with aggro, it took approximately 3 minutes per wolf, meaning he would need around 4 hours to level up. Thinking quickly, Wu Shaochen decided to pull 3 monsters at once. He swung at one, preparing to strike the second, when all 3 silver wolves simultaneously attacked him. Stunned, he quickly attempted to flee. Damn, miscalculated. I forgot they could all attack at once. If each silver wolf hits me once, I would endure 9 attacks and be done for, he exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Forget it. I'll stick to the original method unless I could separate them, he thought to himself. Just then, one silver wolf suddenly activated the skill Speed, swiftly distancing itself from the other 2 and chasing after Wu Shaochen. His eyes brightened. Hadn't they separated? It seemed hunting all 3 was still achievable. After 2 hours of relentless grinding, I logged off briefly to enjoy a breakfast before resuming my quest. I persevered for an additional 3.5 hours, ultimately achieving level 9. My health reached 660, while my mana stood at 140 with experience points totaling to 810,000. Other attributes remained unchanged, and I chose to reserve my attribute points for future use. Throughout these 3.5 hours, I vanquished 79 silver wolves and acquired 2 pieces of silver wolf gear. The silver wolf helmet, which boasted a base health of 60 and defense of 10, and the silver wolf ring, with an attack value of 12 and armor penetration of 1. I donned the silver wolf helmet, replacing my previous toad helmet, which granted me an additional 20 health, bringing my total to 680. I then listed the silver wolf ring alongside the now unequipped toad helmet on the auction house, uncertain of their market value, opting for a bidding format. Ultimately, the silver wolf ring sold for 15,000, while the toad helmet fetched only 5,000, likely due to its diminished exclusivity. It became evident that as player levels and equipment quality rose, the value of basic gear rapidly depreciated. Not long ago, wild boar gear could command prices as high as 30,000. Now, even silver wolf equipment struggled to reach 15,000. Nonetheless, I felt content. After all, these were merely second-hand items I had discarded. Selling them for a profit was far superior to the paltry few copper coins I would receive from a vendor. Once I reached level 10, I could seek out the village chief and venture to the main city. Given the game's mechanics, I anticipated some form of reward for my first job change. At level 9, defeating a single silver wolf yielded a meager 66 experience points, necessitating the elimination of 152 wolves to gain 10,000 experience. Calculating an average of 2 minutes per beast, I realized it would take a daunting 5 hours to level up. Alas, there was no alternative but to grind steadily, driven by the ambition to rise above others. I continued to lure monsters with my wooden sword. Just then, a powerful howl resonated from deep within the valley, and I noticed that the silver wolves had suddenly adopted a disciplined demeanor, no longer lethargic but standing poised for action. Could this sound signify something greater? I pondered, compelled to investigate. With incredible speed, I sprinted into the depths of the valley, skillfully evading the silver wolves. Even those I could not avoid posed no threat. After all, my movement speed of 50 was no trifling matter. Chapter 18, The Silver Wolf King. After running for 5 or 6 minutes, I finally arrived at the heart of the valley, where I beheld an extraordinarily large silver wolf, its proud head held high, exuding a regal aura. It was evident that this creature was formidable. I marveled briefly before casting an insight spell upon it. Silver Wolf King, Bronze Grade. Level 10. Health, 200,000. Attack, 550. Defense, 200. Speed, 40. Skill 1. Swift Strike. With a mighty howl, it gains 50 attack speed and 50 movement speed for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 2. Howling Fury. The Silver Wolf unleashes a thunderous howl, inflicting 130 damage that ignores defense to all targets within a 10-meter radius, while reducing their output by 30 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Skill 3. Summon. When the Silver Wolf King's health drops to 30, it will summon nearby silver wolves to join the fray. With astonishment, Wu Shaochen exclaimed, "Bronze. Can it truly yield equipment of such a caliber?" Yet, the attributes are rather overwhelming. 200,000 health points. If I were to stand idle and let myself be attacked, it would take me over 2 hours to endure. Not to mention, the skills are exceedingly vexatious. The second skill is an indiscriminate, defense-ignoring attack. With my current health, I would be eliminated in an instant. Is this truly the starting village? The third skill is utterly ruthless. How many silver wolves are there in this valley? If they all come forth, what chance do I have to fight back? Wu Shaochen wore a face of frustration, having anticipated a bounty of rewards awaiting him. This was utterly insurmountable. Well, if I cannot confront it, can I not simply evade it? He decided to retreat, prioritizing leveling up to level 10 and hastily transitioning his class, which he deemed prudent. Thus, he reactivated the infinite monster grinding mode. Meanwhile, beyond the 8365 starting village, other novice villages were rallying forces to strategize against the Wild Boar King. The attributes of the Fangtooth Blade have been shared on the forum by players from the 8365 village, inciting envy among many. The black iron equipment was incomparable to the mundane gear, prompting all to commence their assault on the Wild Boar King, as they believed that since someone had slain it before, it must be conquerable. The forum was abuzz with activity. Lindsay, having closed the forum, expressed a sense of schadenfreude, noting that the forum could indeed be accessed within the game. However, Wu Shaochen was so engrossed in monster hunting that he was oblivious to these developments. Should I follow the trend? I too am curious about how he managed to defeat the Wild Boar King, said Howren. On another front, Lu Shu inquired of Su Muxiue. Miss, did you not claim to know who that dust is? Could you possibly ask him how he vanquished the Wild Boar King? Upon hearing this, Su Muxiue's previously aloof demeanor swiftly faded, replaced by an awkward expression as she replied, I cannot reach him. He has not added me as a friend. Ah, I see. Lu Shu responded. Achoo, who is speaking of me? Wu Shaochen rubbed his nose, tirelessly continuing his pursuit of silver wolves. After approximately 6 hours of relentless effort, he had slain 152 silver wolves and finally elevated his level to 10, though he had only acquired 4 pieces of equipment. Silver wolf belt, common, health 50, defense 5. Silver wolf bracelet, common, health 20, attack 12, attack speed 1. Silver wolf boots, common, speed 6, defense 4. Silver wolf leggings, common, health 60, defense 4. Aside from the silver wolf leggings, he could utilize the other 3 items, and the silver wolf bracelet was particularly exceptional. He quickly equipped it, resulting in the following attribute changes. Level 9, health 680730, mana 140150, physical attack 2032, physical defense 4042, movement speed 5052, experience points 6020000. No other attributes had changed. Upon entering the auction house, Wu Shaochen observed a considerable number of players attempting to sell towed equipment, with prices ranging from 5,000 to 20,000. However, none had sold, likely because those with wealth and strength had dismissed such items. The remaining casual players were also reluctant to spend that much on equipment. After some contemplation, Wu Shaochen decided to list his replaced toad belt and toad boots 42,000 each, reasoning that even the smallest of profits is still a profit. He also placed the silver wolf leggings 410,000, as no one was currently capable of defeating the silver wolf, yet there would surely be affluent buyers. Indeed, the 3 items were swiftly purchased, netting him a total of 12,600. However, after a brief nap, his subsequent sales of white gear saw a significant decline, as such items now offered minimal enhancement to players. Wu Shaochen approached the village chief at the village entrance and politely inquired, Greetings, chief. I have reached level 10. Could you assist me in being teleported to the main city? The chief, taken aback by the adventurer's rapid progress, replied, Your growth in strength astonishes me. Regrettably, the teleportation array to the main city has fallen into disrepair due to neglect. Could you assist me by slaying the Silver Wolf King in the Silver Wolf Valley and retrieving its magic core? With the core, I can restore the teleportation array and send you to the main city. What? Is there no mistake? I still have to confront that wolf? Wu Shaochen felt utterly exasperated. He had hoped to avoid such confrontations, but it seemed he could not escape this fate. Reluctantly, he accepted the task, as it was his only path to the main city. Moreover, the reward was a title, which was exceedingly rare and could be equipped alongside other titles, their attributes stacking. Although only one could be displayed at a time, or all could be hidden. Thus, a title as a reward was something no one could refuse. Chapter 19. Adding friends after accepting the quest, Wu Shaochen reviewed his attributes and allocated the 15 points of free attributes from his next 3 levels entirely to agility. To defeat the Silver Wolf, he would need to exceed its speed. Otherwise, victory was unattainable. With the additional 15 points, his agility reached 60, and his movement speed rose to 67. Alas, I'm trapped in this novice village with no means to enhance my abilities. What a predicament, he lamented, glancing at the old man beside him, who wore a similarly forlorn expression. Chief, the Silver Wolf King is too powerful. What should I do if I cannot defeat it? Receiving a letter from the chief, Wu Shaochen blinked in surprise. Is it possible to do this? He hurriedly made his way to the apothecary. Upon arrival, he found the owner and presented the letter, saying, "Greetings, sir. The chief has sent me to procure some life-saving potions. Could you assist me?" The apothecary owner took the letter, examined it for a moment, and with a resigned expression said, "That old rascal still thinks of my meager stock." He then retreated into a back room, returning shortly with a box. He opened it to display its contents before Wu Shaochen and urged him, "Choose quickly. But I must inform you that my potions are not inexpensive. If you lack the funds, even with the chief's letter, it will be of no use." Wu Shaochen hastily examined the array of potions, their functions and prices illuminated before him. Attack potion increases physical attack by 30 for 30 minutes, priced at 50 silver coins. Life potion increases life by 30 for a duration of 30 minutes, priced at 50 silver coins. Speed potion increases speed by 30 for a duration of 30 minutes, priced at 50 silver coins. However, upon observing the prices of these potions, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Had he not slain the wild boar king, he would have merely gazed at these potions, for they were indeed exorbitantly priced. Yet, regardless of the cost, he had no choice. If he wished to defeat the Silver Wolf King, purchasing these potions was imperative. Otherwise, he would remain trapped in the novice village. And should he wait for other players to rise and join forces in the hunt, his advantage would dissipate. After procuring the potions, Wu Shaochen felt an immediate surge of confidence. The life potion's increase of 30 life was, in truth, futile against the Silver Wolf King, for even with that boost, he could not withstand a single normal attack coupled with a roar. Thus, it was unnecessary to use it. Just as Wu Shaochen was preparing to head towards the Silver Wolf Valley, he suddenly spotted the veiled woman approaching him once more. Wu Shaochen's lips twitched. How was it that he encountered her again? "We meet again," Su Mushiwa said, smiling gently at Wu Shaochen. "Are you deliberately stalking me?" Wu Shaochen inquired. Skepticism etched across his face. Su Mushiwa chose not to respond. Their encounter was not mere coincidence, but rather a result of her underlings having spotted him and informed her. "You are Chen Feng, aren't you?" Su Mushiwa suddenly declared. "What makes you suspect that I am Chen Feng?" Wu Shaochen asked, his curiosity piqued. He was well aware that this woman had long harbored suspicions about him, but he was at a loss as to where he had revealed a flaw that led her to doubt him. Su Mushiwa wasted no time with circumlocution, stating directly, "The first time I met you, you had just emerged from the wild boar forest. At that time, everyone else was still at level 12, while you were at least level 4, for I sensed your speed was at least above 25. Most might not have noticed, but my instincts are quite accurate. The last time I saw you, I attempted to add you as a friend, only to be met with a message stating that strangers were not allowed to add you. Much like my previous attempt with Chen Feng. Such an abundance of coincidences has compelled me to suspect." "Well, I suppose that makes sense," Wu Shaochen replied, somewhat speechless. He had forgotten about the speed factor. At that moment, he was solely focused on maximizing his advantage, which precluded any leisurely pace. However, most individuals truly would not have discerned that slight increase in speed, and he had not anticipated this woman's keen perception. "Does this mean you truly are Chen Feng?" Su Mushiwa exclaimed, her eyes widening. Observing his expression, she was certain beyond doubt. Although she had always suspected, the confirmation brought her immense joy. "If you say so, then so be it," Wu Shaochen replied with resignation. "May I add you as a friend?" "Don't worry, I won't disclose your identity to anyone," Su Mushiwa said cautiously. Wu Shaochen regarded the woman before him and suddenly smiled. "If you wish to add me, allow me to see your face first. If you are beautiful enough, I shall accept your request." "All right," Su Mushiwa nodded, for she wore the veil merely to avoid unnecessary complications. As she reached out to remove the veil from her face, an exquisite visage emerged before Wu Shaochen, illuminating his gaze. It is worth noting that the appearance within the oracle is a flawless replica of reality, devoid of any beautifying filters or cosmetics, presenting a visage that is entirely natural. This woman's beauty could undoubtedly be rated a 9 out of 10. After unveiling her face, Su Mushiwa inquired once more, "Is it now acceptable?" "Very well," Wu Shaochen nodded, acknowledging her sincerity. Any further hesitation would be deemed excessive. He promptly sent a friend request, having set his account to disallow strangers from adding him, thus necessitating that he initiate the addition. "Ding! Player Chen Feng has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept?" Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Mushiwa mused, as expected, it is indeed him. She hastily clicked to accept, And soon a new friend appeared on her list. Chinfeng, level 10. Su Mushiue's gaze sharpened, level 10. Chapter 20, Battle Against the Silver Wolf King. Wu Shaochen had finally welcomed his first friend since entering the Oracle, gazing at the solitary name in his friend list, Schwerer, level 8. After adding a friend, Wu Shaochen turned to depart, as he had pressing matters to attend to. Wait a moment, Su Mushue called out urgently, but Wu Shaochen had already distanced himself, leaving her fuming in frustration. Opening her friend list, she sent a private message. You have already reached level 10. Why not head to the main city to change your class? Thus, maintaining a state of heightened vigilance, Wu Shaochen battled the Silver Wolf King for over an hour. With a piercing howl, the Silver Wolf King summoned a horde of silver wolves, numbering over 100, charging towards him from a radius of 500 meters. Goodness, this is excessive, Wu Shaochen cursed, his scalp tingling at the sight of the approaching pack. Swiftly, the 100 silver wolves, led by their king, pursued him, but alas, their speed proved insufficient. Sheer numbers alone would not suffice. Ha! You can't catch me, can you? Frustrating, isn't it? Wu Shaochen taunted, fully aware that such a scenario was anticipated, and he had devised a countermeasure. As he had surmised, the situation unfolded even more favorably than expected, for the Silver Wolf King activated its speed boost, breaking away from the main pack in an instant. Now, this is entertaining, Wu Shaochen exclaimed jubilantly, transforming the battle into one against the level 11 foe. Due to Wu Shaochen's irksome tactics, the Silver Wolf King endured for 2 hours and 40 minutes before ultimately succumbing to his toxic onslaught. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the bronze Silver Wolf King. You have earned 200 reputation points and 20,000 experience points. Your experience is now full. Please change your class promptly, or you will be unable to level up. Ding! Talent trait activated. Toxin stacking level increased by 1. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed throughout the entirety of the Huaxia server. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Chinfeng for slaying the bronze-level Silver Wolf King. As the first player in the server to achieve this feat, the system rewards you with 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and 20 free attribute points. This is hereby announced. The server announcement resounded thrice, leaving players across the Huaxia region in a state of astonishment. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, various regional channels erupted into chaos. Is there some misunderstanding? Bronze level? Our entire guild has yet to conquer the Wild Boar King, and this chilling has already slain the bronze level? It must be a hoax. Does anyone know the attributes of the Silver Wolf King? I have no idea. I have never encountered the Silver Wolf King, but must surely be more formidable than the Wild Boar King. This chilling is astonishingly powerful. Everyone take a look. Someone has posted the Silver Wolf King's attributes on the forum. Goodness, its attributes are far superior to that of the Wild Boar King. Can it truly be defeated? How can one be so formidable? Who exactly is this chilling? Meanwhile, in the newbie village number 97, over 100 well-trained players, in perfect harmony and equipped to the nines, are attempting to conquer the Wild Boar King. Leading them is a resolute young man in his late 20s, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he gazes upon the Wild Boar King, soon to be vanquished. He is a renowned expert in the gaming realm and the illustrious leader of the guild proudly dominating the world. After a synchronized effort, the Wild Boar King finally falls at their feet. However, before they can even cheer, a server-wide announcement resonates through the air. Upon hearing it, the crowd falls into a collective silence, their earlier exhilaration evaporating. They are members of proudly dominating the world, renowned for their prowess, yet this chilling continues to outpace them, leaving little room for joy. Proudly dominating the world exhales deeply, urging everyone to collect the spoils and expedite their level-ups. In every newbie village, esteemed players also fall silent upon hearing the announcement. In newbie village 8365, one exclaims, "Wow, another deity from our newbie village. What a proud moment for us. I can boast about knowing the great chilling from the same village. Indeed, this is incredible. This achievement will be a source of pride for years to come." By the way, has anyone actually seen the great chilling? I've been in this newbie village for quite some time and have yet to lay eyes on him. No, the deity hasn't made an appearance. If he stood before you, you wouldn't even recognize him. True, great ones tend to be modest. Chilling is truly magnificent. Chilling, dear. Add me as a friend. Perhaps we can meet in person? The members of the guild Junlin exchanged silent glances after hearing the system announcement. Realizing the distance between them and greatness seems ever widening. I truly wish to meet the person capable of creating such miracles, Junlin mused. At this moment, Su Mushue stared in shock at her friend list. Is this what you meant by having something to do? Your casual task has sent ripples throughout the entire Huaxia server. Chilling. How did you slay the bronze level? Just swung my sword. The single-handed speed honed over 24 years is no trifling matter, within mere seconds. A plethora of items was collected. Eagerly, he opened his bag to inspect the spoils. A total of 3 gold, 64 silver, 3 pieces of bronze equipment, 3 pieces of black iron equipment, 6 whiteboard items, 2 scrolls, a skill book, an egg, and a magic core quest item. How delightful! Wu Shaochen exclaimed in excitement. What a thrilling encounter. It's yet another bountiful haul. Chapter 21. Attribute Explosion. He examined the attributes of the equipment. Silver Wolf King Necklace, bronze level, attack 25, critical rate 10, luck 3, additional attributes, strength 10, agility 8, required level 10. Silver Wolf King Ring, bronze level, health 100, attack 30, attack speed 10. Additional attributes, strength 12, constitution 10, required level 10. Silver Wolf King Belt, bronze level, health 300, dual defense 20, additional attributes, constitution 10, root bone 10, required level 10. Wolf King Helmet, black iron level, health 200, defense 10, additional attributes, constitution 6, required level 10. Wolf King Leggings, black iron level, health 250, defense 6, additional attributes, constitution 8, required level 10. Wolf King Boots, black iron level, speed 24, defense 5, additional attributes, agility 8, required level 10. As for the basic equipment, the Silver Wolf gear possesses attributes of 10 points each, rendering further examination unnecessary. It is advisable to list them all at the auction house for a price of 20,000 each. Currently, no one has acquired equipment with 10 points and attributes, making this price quite viable. In fact, a higher price could be acceptable, but it seems unnecessary to dwell on such details, as I am about to depart from the novice village. This can be considered a small benefit for the village, which appears to be relatively peaceful, lacking any significant events. The 6 pieces of equipment were swiftly snatched up, resulting in a net gain of 108,000 after deducting fees, which is quite satisfying. Upon examining the bronze and black iron equipment, it appears all can be utilized. However, wearing the necklace seems somewhat wasteful, given its 8 points in agility. Nevertheless, Wu Shaochen is particularly interested in the 3 points of luck, a stat previously unseen, which, if I am not mistaken, enhances the drop rate from monsters. Thus, he decides to keep it for himself unless an irresistible offer arises. The ring and bracelet each have 2 slots, allowing for the simultaneous wearing of both. Hence, the ring is donned without the need to remove any existing equipment. After replacing the belt, helmet, leggings, and boots, Wu Shaochen's attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Name sealed. Level 10. Health, 1710. Mana, 150. Physical attack, 131. Spell attack, 10. Physical defense, 66. Spell defense, 25. Movement speed, 100. Attack speed, 26. Critical rate, 10. Experience, 220-602-0000. Strength, 27. Intelligence, 5. Constitution, 52. Root bone, 15. Spirit, 5. Agility, 76. Remaining free attribute points, 20. Skill, Insight, Talent, Source of Venom. Inflicts 23 points of true damage to the target per second, lasting 60 seconds and stackable up to 3 layers. Equipment, Weapon, Wooden Sword, Novice Gear. Helmet, Wolf King Helmet, Black Iron Level. Armor, Wild Boar King Armor, Black Iron Level. Pants, Wolf King Leggings, Black Iron Level. Belt, Silver Wolf King Belt, Bronze Level. Boots, Wolf King Boots, Black Iron Level. Necklace, Silver Wolf King Necklace, Bronze Level. Bracelet, Silver Wolf Bracelet, Basic. Left ring, Toad Ring, Whiteboard. Right ring, Silver Wolf King Ring, Bronze Level. Upon retrieving the skill book, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This skill could be utilized personally. Swift Strike, consuming 50 mana points. It grants an immediate boost of 50 to both movement and attack speed for a duration of 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes, applicable to all professions. Remarkably, he had inadvertently triggered his accustomed skill twice. Could this be a privilege of the first kill? Wu Shaochen pondered. This skill was quite powerful for him, and he could learn it immediately. He silently chanted the incantation, and the skill book vanished from his grasp, while his skill bar finally displayed his sole acquired ability. Excellent. Excellent. He finally possessed a skill. He then examined the remaining 2 scrolls. Guardian Scroll. Upon use, it grants a shield that immunizes against all damage for 10 seconds. Fortune Scroll. When activated, it boosts the user's drop rate by 100 for 30 minutes. Both of these are valuable items. He carefully stored them away. There remained an egg, which was of utmost importance. Wu Shaochen's eyes gleamed as he unveiled it, confirming his initial speculation. Pet egg, capable of hatching a silver wolf king pup, with random attributes not exceeding a certain limit. Quite promising. However, he decided against hatching it for now. He would wait until reaching the main city to assess his options, or possibly sell it, as his primary task was to change his class. Just as he prepared to list his unequipped gear on the auction house, he received a message from a friend. Schwer, do you have any equipment left? Meanwhile, Su Mushua gazed at the equipment screenshots sent by Wu Shaochen, particularly noting a piece of black iron gear that caught her eye. The primary reason she added Wu Shaochen as a friend was to see if she could directly purchase equipment from him. He had just listed 6 pieces, but her slow reaction meant she had missed out on all of them, prompting her to inquire. Initially, she assumed everything had sold out, but to her surprise, there were still items available, including black iron-level equipment. It seemed he truly possessed a wealth of good gear. After a moment's thought, Su Mushua proposed, "Could you sell it to me directly? Rest assured, I will offer a fair price. The market rate for silver wolf equipment is 20,000 each. I can offer 100,000 for this, wild boar king's legs." Upon seeing the figure of 180,000 typed in by the other party, Wu Shaochen clicked to confirm, and the transaction was completed, with the sum transferring directly to his linked bank card. It appeared she was quite affluent. Wu Shaochen mused, astonished that she could spend 180,000 on a few pieces of equipment without batting an eye. Chapter 22, Jinling City. The village chief, looking at the magic core presented by Wu Shaochen, exclaimed with excitement, "This is wonderful. With this, we can repair the teleportation array leading to the main city. This novice village has been sealed off for far too many years. Adventurer, thank you for your contributions to the novice village. Here is your reward." Ding. Quest completed. Reward. Title, Hero of the Novice Village. Would you like to equip it? Yes, Wu Shaochen replied, then examined the title's attributes. Hero of the Novice Village. Awarded for completing the teleportation array repair quest. Only one person per novice village can receive it. Attributes. Luck 10. To his astonishment, it was a luck attribute. Wu Shaochen exclaimed in surprise. The attribute of luck is a rare find, thus far. Only the necklace adorning him has granted an additional 3 points of this coveted trait. Luck not only influences the drop rates of monsters, but is also intertwined with numerous probabilistic elements, rendering it an exceptionally valuable attribute. At this moment, the village chief was seen fiddling with a circular emblem at the village entrance. After a few minutes, the emblem suddenly radiated a bright white light, and a joyful smile spread across the chief's face. Simultaneously, a system announcement reverberated among all 365 novice players. System announcement. Player Chen Feng has assisted the novice village chief in repairing the teleportation array. Players within this novice area may now seek the chief to teleport directly to the main city upon reaching level 10. Must the teleportation array be repaired in order to reach the main city? It seems so, as the system has indicated. Yet, one wonders how troublesome it might be. Regardless of the inconvenience, we now have a formidable ally to aid in the repair, enabling us to teleport to the main city for class advancement once we attain level 10. Indeed, it is true that beneath the shade of a great tree, one finds comfort. How astute. While all players in the novice village of 365 marveled at the comfort provided by the great tree, they did not dwell overly on the complexity of the task, assuming it would not be too arduous. At this juncture, Su Mushua recalled her earlier inquiry to Chen Feng about why he had not ventured to the main city upon reaching level 10. It seemed he had mentioned being unable to do so. It turns out that the repair of the teleportation array was a prerequisite. After contemplating this, her curiosity got the better of her, and she sent a message. What does the task of repairing the teleportation array entail? Su Mushua found herself at a loss for words to describe her feelings, yet she considered that other novice villages would likely encounter similar situations. However, if those villages lacked a prodigious talent like Chen Feng, the Silver Wolf King would surely have prolonged their journey significantly. This was indeed a tremendous boon that Chen Feng had secured for all of 365. With this thought, Su Mushua's eyes gleamed. She currently possessed 2 pieces of black iron-grade equipment, which, apart from Chen Feng, likely made her the best-equipped player in the entire novice village. This substantial advantage would undoubtedly confer significant benefits upon her. Uncle Liu, have everyone set aside their tasks and focus on leveling up. We must reach level 10 as swiftly as possible. We aim to be among the first to enter the main city, Su Mushua instructed Uncle Liu. Understood, Mississippi. I will notify everyone immediately. Uncle Lu responded without delay. Yes, Wu Shaochen added. Please step into the circle and select the main city to which you wish to teleport. As a hero of the novice village, this teleportation is complimentary. The village chief announced. There are a total of 8 level 2 main cities and 4 level 1 main cities within the game. The novice village can only teleport to a level 2 main city, with players needing to attain level 100 before they can teleport from a level 2 to a level 1 main city. Upon stepping into the circle, Wu Shaochen was met with a system prompt. Please select the city to which you wish to teleport. The following are the 8 level 2 main cities: Qiushui City, Bei City, Jiulu City, Fengyong City, Huangsha City, Mabei City, Jibing City, and Jinling City. Wu Shaochen casually selected a city in Jinling. As it mattered little where he went, the surroundings varied, but every city possessed its own unique characteristics. For instance, Bei City and Qiushui City were coastal, Huangsha City and Mabei City were desert-bound, while Jibing City was nestled among glaciers. However, inter-city teleportation portals would be available, rendering the choice of location inconsequential. A flash of brilliance momentarily obscured his vision, and when clarity returned, Wu Shaochen found himself within a sprawling metropolis adorned with ancient architecture, interconnected pathways, and towering city walls, evoking an immediate sense of having traversed time. It was truly magnificent. The dilapidated novice village paled in comparison, leaving Wu Shaochen awestruck. Observing the sparse presence of fellow adventurers and the occasional patrol of the city guards, he recalled his primary objective of reaching the main city to change his class. He made his way toward the city center, intending to inquire for directions, but upon raising his gaze, he was greeted by a colossal structure prominently displaying the class hall, leaving no doubt as to its purpose. Upon entering the class hall, he beheld 6 esteemed class mentors, a captivating sorceress adorned in a flowing black robe, a muscular shield knight wielding a shield, a warrior brandishing a colossal sword, an enchanting archer with her bow slung over her shoulder, a stealthy assassin clad in tight leather armor with her face concealed, and a graceful priestess draped in a white robe. After observing the 6 diverse classes, Wu Shaochen ultimately approached the assassin mentor. Regrettably, his innate talent for range combat did not manifest. Otherwise, the prospect of becoming an archer, simply shooting from a distance, would have been exhilarating. Since he could not choose the archer, he was left with the melee options of warrior, shield knight, or assassin. As a practitioner of the kite technique, Wu Shaochen naturally opted for the class with the highest agility attribute, the assassin. Greetings, mentor. I wish to become an assassin. Wu Shaochen respectfully addressed the assassin mentor. Adventurer, your choice is astute. The assassin is the swiftest and most explosive class among all. Reigning as the king of darkness and instilling fear in all, the mentor proclaimed. Adventurer, do not heed his flattery. Assassins merely prey upon fragile mages and archers. Should they encounter us warriors, they would find themselves swiftly dispatched, interjected the warrior mentor, visibly displeased. Adventurer, perhaps you should consider becoming a shield knight. With that slight frame, you would withstand even 2 bites from a beast. Choose the shield knight and stand firm. The beast would dare not approach, the shield knight mentor added. Noticing the other mentors vying for his attention, Wu Shaochen hastily replied, Esteemed mentors, I apologize, but I appreciate your kind suggestions. I have already made my decision to become an assassin. Upon hearing his declaration, the other mentors could only sigh in resignation. It was a rare occasion to encounter an adventurer, and their verbosity was unusual. Typically, they would not interfere with a player's choice. Chapter 23. Class change. The assassin mentor ceased further discourse, gesturing with a flourish as a radiant golden light enveloped Wu Shaochen, accompanied by a system notification resonating in his ear. Ding! Congratulations on your successful class change. Would you like to reallocate your free attribute points? Upon exiting the novice village, players receive a singular opportunity to redistribute their points during their first class change, primarily to accommodate mage players who, lacking skills in the early stages, rely solely on basic attacks. This necessitates allocating points to strength, which could severely hinder their development as they transition to mages, rendering their prior attribute points moot. Thus, the system graciously provides this chance for a first-time class change. After some contemplation, Wu Shaochen deemed it unnecessary, with 5 points in Constitution and the remainder allocated to Agility. His attributes aligned perfectly with those of an assassin, rendering a redistribution a futile endeavor. He promptly opted to decline. Ding! Congratulations on becoming a formidable assassin. Following your class change, for each level gained, you will receive an additional 2 points automatically allocated to Agility, with the amount increasing as your level rises. Each class possesses its unique attribute distribution, Warriors receive 2 points in strength, mages in intelligence, shield bearers in constitution. Archers gain 1 point in agility and 1 in strength, while priests receive 1 point in intelligence and 1 in spirit, with all other points freely assignable. Upon successfully changing classes, the previously suppressed experience points were released, propelling his level to 11. He gained 40 health points, 20 mana points, and 10 free attribute points, with agility automatically increasing by 2. His updated statistics are as follows. Level 11, health, 1710, 1750, mana, 15170, agility, 76, movement speed, 102, attack speed, 5051, remaining attribute points, 30, experience, 2060, 30,000. Simultaneously, a server-wide announcement resonated throughout the Huaxia server. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chunfeng for successfully changing classes. As the first player to do so, the system rewards you with 1,000 reputation, 50 gold coins, and a special skill book. This is an official announcement. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chunfeng for successfully transitioning to the assassin class. As the first player on the server to adopt this profession, the system rewards you with 500 reputation, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for your class. This is an official announcement. The consecutive announcements plunged the Huaxiao server into a hushed astonishment. Who is this Chunfeng? It is difficult to find a player unaware of this name, as he has graced the screens multiple times since the server's opening. What manner of prodigy is this Chunfeng, and why is he so extraordinary? It has barely been a day since the server launched, and he has already appeared on television 3 or 4 times. I can hardly believe it. I am only level 8, and he has already changed classes. We both started the game at the same time, yet I have yet to log off. How can the disparity be so vast? Seeking contact information, yearning to ally with him, the proud world cast a glance at his experience bar, now at level 9, and his expression darkened. In every novice village, countless adept players furrowed their brows, lamenting, for most true champions had already reached level 9, making it a regrettable sight. Junlin sighed. The title of the first assassin is no longer mine. To his surprise, he chose to transition into an assassin, which is indeed a bit regrettable. However, the archer class is also quite suitable for him. Junlin remarked that he originally intended to become an assassin, given the class's high critical hit rate and his preference for close combat. Nevertheless, the archer's skills also align well with his natural talents. Well, once we reach level 10, if no one else claims the first archer class, you should transition into that role, he suggested. I have a strong feeling that the initial skill book granted for each class transition will be exceptionally powerful. Nan Feng concurred, urging swift leveling up, as the teleportation array in their novice village had been repaired. As long as we reach level 10, we can make the transition. This is a natural advantage, Junlin added. Upon hearing the system announcement regarding the rewards for the first class transition, Su Muxue glanced at her experience points, noting that she was at level 9 with 45 experience. Turning to Uncle Lu beside her, she said, Uncle Lu, let us put all our efforts into leveling up. This is a rare opportunity. I believe I can make a dash to be the first player to transition into a mage. Indeed, it's about time we did this, Uncle Lu replied, recognizing the invaluable opportunity at hand. If Su Muxue became the first player to transition into a mage, it would undoubtedly be highly beneficial for their future endeavors. Upon hearing the system notification, Wu Shaocheng let out a sigh of relief and hastily logged off to eat. He had not eaten since breakfast at around 8 in the morning, and now it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. Starving, he had endured the hunger solely to secure the first-class transition reward. Now that he had finally obtained it, he felt it imperative to eat at once. Removing his helmet, Wu Shaocheng habitually checked his bank balance on his phone after getting out of bed. This had become one of his favorite pastimes. The balance read, 607. 650 yuan. Wow, has it really reached 600,000? Wu Shaocheng exclaimed in astonishment. He had been so engrossed in grinding monsters that he had lost track of his earnings. To his surprise, he had accumulated such a significant amount, enough to purchase a house in a small city. Ha! I truly made a worthwhile gamble, he thought, though he still had no idea how he had acquired such talent. After freshening up and dressing, he stepped outside. Having not had a proper meal in 2 days, he decided to indulge in a grand feast. He arrived at a relatively large restaurant near his rental accommodation, a place he had previously hesitated to dine at. Today, however, he ordered several dishes at once, scrolling through short videos on his phone while waiting for his food. Most of the trending videos were recordings from within the game, with the most liked ones showcasing guild strategies for defeating the Wild Boar King. Noticing that several guilds had already slain the Wild Boar King, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but marvel at the immense power of guilds. Had it not been for his talent that countered the Wild Boar King, He would have no idea when he could have defeated it under normal circumstances. The restaurant's business was noticeably slower than before, with only a few tables occupied, and the majority of conversations revolved around the game. Who do you think this dusty seal really is? He is incredible, one patron remarked. Indeed. I wonder how he levels up so quickly. We all started playing at the same time, yet the gap is so vast. I'm still at level 7, while he's already transitioned, another replied. Right? I can't help but wonder what kind of person he is in real life. It would be great to meet him. Wu Shaochen chuckled inwardly, astonished that merely a day had passed, and the game's influence had escalated to such an extent. Chapter 24. The War God's Hall. Once more online, he found himself in the job change hall of Jinling City. His first instinct was to inspect his backpack. He had yet to examine the 2 skill books awarded by the system. Upon discovering the 2 skills within his inventory, particularly a golden skill, Wu Shaochen felt his breath quicken, and all prior discontent vanished. Immortal Body, special passive skill, unique for each monster killed that is no lower than your own level. Your maximum health permanently increases by 1 point. This skill undoubtedly rivals my innate talent, being unique as well. It appears that fate is urging my rise. The burst potential of an assassin is already terrifying. What would it be like if this assassin were even more resilient than a shield warrior? The prospects for an opponent would be utterly despairing. Should I choose to sell this, the price would be unimaginable. Yet such a skill cannot be sold. It is unique after all. Now that I am not in dire need of money, selling it is out of the question. Trembling, he extracted the invaluable skill book from his bag, reciting the incantation to learn it. Seeing the skill appear in his skill bar brought him a sense of reassurance. Otherwise, it all felt too surreal. He then turned his attention to the other skill book in his backpack. Void removes all negative effects, allowing the body to enter a void space, rendering it unselectable for 1 second. Magic cost, 100. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Learning requirements, Assassin. Another extraordinary skill. Wu Shaochen hurriedly learned it. Each of these 2 skills is incalculably valuable, justifying the effort of dragging his famished body to achieve first place. After mastering this skill, along with the 2 fundamental skills of the Assassin, he now possessed a total of 6 skills in his skill bar. Insight allows viewing information on monsters up to 10 levels higher than oneself, with no cost and no cooldown. Swift movement increases movement speed and attack speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Magic cost, 50. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Stealth enters a concealed state, reducing movement speed by 30. Duration, 5 minutes. Consumes 1 magic point per second. Cooldown, 1 minute. Attacking, being attacked, or being touched will break the stealth, although it can also be voluntarily deactivated. Note, ordinary monsters that are 10 levels higher or 30 levels higher than oneself can see through stealth, as can the eagle eye of archers. Backstab circumvents the target to launch an attack, dealing 150 physical damage, while ignoring 50 points of the target's defense. Magic cost, 30. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Immortal Body, special passive skill. Unique for each monster kill that is no lower than your own level, your maximum health permanently increases by 1 point. Void removes control and clears all negative effects. The body enters a void space, becoming unselectable for 1 second. Magic cost, 100. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Beholding these skills, Wu Shaochen felt an insatiable urge to immediately engage in monster hunting. However, he restrained himself, deciding to explore the main city first and ascertain if there were any quests available. Wu Shaochen stepped out of the class transfer hall and onto the street. Observing that the buildings lining the main street were primarily establishments catering to everyday needs, such as weapon shops, clothing stores, jewelry boutiques, apothecaries, and general stores. Upon entering the weapon shop and exploring the available merchandise, his expression darkened in an instant. To his dismay, an array of basic equipment was for sale, leading him to ponder the grim fate of his own future sales of such items. Fortunately, he had disposed of his basic gear during his time in the novice village, accumulating the necessary funds. With this thought, he found solace, realizing it was of little consequence, especially since items of level 10 and above would require a certain proficiency to equip. It was likely that players would soon disregard basic gear altogether. In addition to buying and selling weapons, the shop offered the opportunity to learn the life skill of weapon crafting. Once a player mastered this skill, they could forge their own weapons. Each player was permitted to learn up to 3 life skills, but Wu Shaochen had no intention of pursuing this path. It was far too time-consuming, particularly in the early stages, where it demanded both time and money, and the crafted equipment often left much to be desired. He mused that he would rather engage in combat than waste time on crafting. What on earth is so expensive? Wu Shaochen wondered aloud as he examined a particular item, the map scroll. Upon use, this scroll would activate the map function, detailing the distribution of monsters within a 10-kilometer radius of Jinling City. No wonder there was no map feature in this game. It turns out one must purchase a map scroll to activate it. 1 gold coin? How outrageous! Despite his grumbling, he promptly spent the gold without hesitation, for he was currently in possession of a substantial fortune of over 90 gold coins, and this item was essential for every player. After acquiring the scroll and activating its function, the map feature illuminated, revealing detailed information regarding the 10-kilometer radius, including the locations of monsters. Outside this area, the map remained shrouded in darkness, necessitating exploration. Areas traversed by players would gradually illuminate and be recorded. Not bad, it's worth the price. Wu Shaochen murmured to himself before continuing his exploration of Jinling City. The city was vast, encompassing not only functional zones, but also residential areas, inhabited by a diverse array of characters, some of whom might possess special quests. However, the number of residents with quests was limited, making such encounters a matter of chance. Following this was the player trading area, where one could set up stalls for free trade without incurring transaction fees, a far more reasonable option compared to the auction house. Additionally, shops were available for sale, allowing players to sell their equipment without being present, which was far more convenient than manning a stall. However, purchasing a shop required a significant amount of gold, and upon inquiring, Wu Shaochen discovered the starting price was in the tens of thousands of gold coins, which dampened his aspirations as he determined that the auction house was still the better option. Further along, he encountered the arena, taverns, and the Lord's mansion, leaving him momentarily dazzled by the plethora of choices. As he wandered, he arrived at a colossal building rivaling the size of the class transfer hall. Its facade adorned with a grand inscription, Hall of War Gods. Intrigued, Wu Shaochen ventured inside, where lifelike statues stood proudly along either side of the vast chamber, leading to a central corridor that culminated in a swirling portal. Wu Shaochen approached one of the statues of middle-aged men, observing the inscription carved upon it. In the year 356 of the Holy Light Era, the god of war Grib single-handedly vanquished dozens of stellar-level beasts and held off celestial-level monsters for a full 2 hours, ultimately sacrificing his life. He is enshrined as the god of war in the Hall of War. He then moved to another statue, this one depicting a woman with silver hair and an air of nobility, and read the inscription. In the year 487 of the Holy Light Era, the ice mage Silver Ice transformed into a forbidden spell, freezing 3,000 miles, encasing the evil demon lord and his million beasts, making a monumental contribution to human survival. She is enshrined as the mage god in the Hall of War. Chapter 25, Ascension of Realms. As Wu Shaochen gazed upon the statues, each one symbolized the fall of a god of war. He made his way to the entrance of the vortex, where a system prompt rang out. Ding! Will you challenge the god of war's secret realm? Each player may challenge once per day. What is the purpose of challenging the god of war's secret realm? Wu Shaochen inquired. Oh, so this is the place for elevating one's realm, he realized. Previously, he had observed that his innate traits allowed him to defeat foes of equal or higher realms, with poison stacking an additional layer. Initially, he thought it pertained to levels, but it turned out to be about realms. However, what did enhancing innate potential mean? Could one upgrade their innate traits? He pondered, perplexed. Never mind. I will understand once I attempt it. Having already defeated both the black iron and bronze levels, he could no longer trigger his innate traits. Let me elevate 2 realms and see. The first to succeed in this challenge should receive some reward. With that thought, Wu Shaochen decisively selected yes. The vortex gates swiftly opened, and upon entering, he found himself in a completely enclosed space, eerily vacant. Before him, a phantom began to materialize, resembling a middle-aged man, though its features remained indistinct. Wu Shaochen cast a detection spell. God of War Phantom, Black Iron level. Level 11. Health 80,000. Physical attack 400. Physical defense 150. Magical defense 80. Speed 60. Skill 1. Azure Slash. A blade of light strikes forward, inflicting 150 damage on targets in its path. Cooldown time 20 seconds. Skill 2. Block. Absorbs the next attack. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Is that all? Nothing more? Wu Shaochen scoffed at the attributes of the god of war Phantom, dismissively shaking his head. He had expected greater strength. Its attributes were only slightly superior to those of a wild boar king, and it possessed one less skill. With 3 layers of poison inflicting 69 damage per second, defeating the Phantom was merely a matter of 20 minutes. As anticipated, 20 minutes later, the Phantom fell, and the challenge was deemed successful. Wu Shaochen, still pondering whether a god of war spirit might take notice of him, was promptly teleported out, evidently not having earned the spirit's acknowledgement. He wondered if his low realm had hindered the trigger for the god of war spirit's attention, or if his cautious tactics were simply unrecognized. Wait, there was no server-wide announcement? This was preferable. He truly wished to avoid the spotlight, as he was rapidly becoming a target of public disdain. The enhancement of attributes at this level is remarkably high. Having an all-attribute score of 10 equates to an impressive 60 points in total attributes, coupled with an additional 10 points of free attributes. This amounts to a staggering 70 points, and this is merely the initial tier of enhancement. As one progresses further, the increase in attributes is bound to be even more substantial. It seems that, aside from equipment, one's level is indeed a critical factor in distinguishing player strength. Gazing at the unallocated 50 points of free attributes, Wu Shaochen pondered his options. With the acquisition of the immortal body, there was no need to allocate points into constitution, nor strength, and intelligence was an unnecessary consideration. The attributes of significance to him were primarily three. Firstly, agility, which is undoubtedly his main focus. Secondly, bone strength, as he is likely to encounter mages and magic-using foes, necessitating an increase in magical defense. And lastly, spirit, since with the expansion of skills, mana will inevitably become insufficient. Though it suffices for now. After deliberating between agility and bone strength, Wu Shaochen ultimately allocated 20 points to agility and 30 points to bone strength. Presently, his agility was already quite elevated, allowing for a momentary pause in its enhancement, while defense was becoming increasingly urgent. Name, Dust Sealed Level, Black Iron Rank, 11 Health, 1910 Mana, 280 Physical Attack, 157 Magical Attack, 32 Physical Defense, 111 Magical Defense, 70 Movement Speed, 142 Attack Speed, 30 Critical Rate, 10 Experience, 20603000, 0 Strength, 371040 Intelligence, 151016 Constitution, 621068 Bone Strength, 551060 Spirit, 151016 Agility, 1081011. These attributes are far from typical for a level 11 character. Having traversed nearly all of Golden Spirit City without encountering any quest-triggering events, Wu Shaochen was not particularly disheartened, as he had little expectation. The game fundamentally revolves around monster hunting, with very few quests available outside the novice village and main city. It was time to venture out to hunt monsters. It had been quite some time since he had enhanced his talents. Opening the map and scrutinizing it carefully, he finally pinpointed a plain 5 kilometers beyond the southern gate, inhabited by a group of goblins, precisely at level 16. Moreover, there were monsters of level 17 and 20 in that direction. Having confirmed his destination, Wu Shaochen sprinted towards it, his movement speed of 142 allowing him to reach the goblin plain in mere minutes. Observing the small, grotesque goblins, he immediately cast insight upon them. Goblin level, 16 health, 18,000 physical attack, 320 physical defense, 130 magical defense, 60 speed, 45 skills, heavy strike, wielding a wolf's fang. It strikes ferociously at the target, inflicting 155 points of physical damage. Truth be told, the growth of monster attributes in this game is exceedingly high. These goblins possess attack and defense stats that surpass even that of the Wild Boar King, albeit with 2 fewer skills. Nonetheless, it is quite disheartening to see such attributes in a mere ordinary creature. However, for Wu Shaochen at present, it was merely a trivial matter. Activating Rapid allowed his movement speed to exceed 200, with an attack speed reaching 80. He swiftly inflicted 3 layers of poison upon the enemies, sustaining only a couple of hits before retreating, subsequently poisoning 3 foes in succession, effectively clearing them en masse. He boldly approached 3 adversaries, applying poison while enduring their combined assaults. With a remarkable defense rating of 111, a single strike from a goblin could only deplete 209 points of Wu Shaochen's health, while their skills managed to inflict just over 300 points of damage. Nevertheless, facing 3 at once was already pushing his limits, requiring the occasional consumption of potions. Chapter 26, Silver Wolf King. 5 minutes later, the trio of goblins collapsed to the ground. Ding! Killed Goblin X3, gained 540 experience points. As it was a 5-level jump in kills, an additional 270 experience points were awarded. Ding! Talent characteristic triggered, increasing poison damage by 3 points. Current poison damage now stands at 26. Ding! Immortal body activated, increasing maximum health by 3 points. The current enhancement of the immortal body has raised maximum health by 3 points. Hearing these notifications filled Wu Shaochen with exhilaration. With both his talents and immortal body advancing simultaneously, it meant that the more he killed, the stronger he became. However, the experience gained from defeating higher-level monsters was rather excessive. Just one creature yielded 270 points, meaning it would take around 100 monsters to level up. Far too swift. Suddenly, Wu Shaochen recalled the pet egg nestled in his backpack. Pets required a share of the player's experience. He had no need for it to fight, so having it siphon off some experience seemed beneficial to prevent rapid leveling. Resolving to act, he promptly retrieved the Silver Wolf King pet egg from his backpack and began the hatching process as per the system's instructions. A flash of light enveloped the egg, which then vanished, revealing a small wolf cub at Wu Shaochen's feet, affectionately nuzzling against his pant leg. Pets hatched by players would automatically recognize their masters. Ding! Hatching successful. Acquired Silver Wolf King cub. Aptitude. Please name it. Observing the silvery furred creature, Wu Shaochen contemplated and declared, "Let us name it Silver Wolf King." Ding! Naming successful. He examined the attributes of Silver Wolf King. Silver Wolf King, pet aptitude, level 0, health 200, mana 100, physical attack 20, physical defense 10, magical defense 5, speed 10, skill 1, rapid, increases movement speed and attack speed by 50 for 30 seconds, consuming 50 mana, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. This attribute is slightly superior to that of a rabbit. No wonder wolf can prey on rabbits. Besides the innate skill possessed at birth, pets can learn an additional skill every 20 levels. Continuing to hunt goblins with his little wolf, Wu Shaochen observed the eager demeanor of the cub and promptly commanded, "Stay back and soak up experience. With those little limbs of yours, you wouldn't stand a chance against them." The Silver Wolf King obediently took shelter behind him. Meanwhile, having finally reached level 10, the ambitious player proudly sought out the village chief, eager to teleport to the main city, only to be informed that the teleportation array required repairs and that he must defeat the Silver Wolf King. Instantly, his spirits plummeted. Concurrently, many proficient players in the novice village, who had tirelessly toiled to achieve level 10, encountered the same predicament. Then came the organization of the group to vanquish the Silver Wolf King, only to face utter annihilation, which subsequently caused the forums to erupt. A post titled "The Terrifying Silver Wolf King." The roadblock of the novice village was instantly pinned to the top. The post conveyed a dire message. To leave the novice village, one must defeat the Silver Wolf King. However, the creature's strength was formidable beyond measure, boasting a staggering 200,000 health, an attack power of 550, and devastating area damage that ignored defenses, coupled with the insidious ability to summon minions, leaving countless players in anguish yet compelled to engage. Consequently, a plea for the wise to share strategies was buried beneath an avalanche of frantic comments. Unlike the Wild Boar King, this was a matter of vital interest to all players, leading to a rapid surge in followers exceeding 1 million. Meanwhile, the 8,365 novice village channel buzzed with excitement. Goodness, so defeating the Silver Wolf King is essential to repair the teleportation array? The difficulty is simply overwhelming, exclaimed one player. Indeed, I saw the attributes of the Silver Wolf King posted online. I surmise I would be eliminated before even approaching. Another lamented. How did the renowned Chilling achieve victory over such a terrifying foe? They pondered. Yes, I too am curious, yet I am more elated. As long as we reach level 10, we can head directly to the main city. That will give us a distinct advantage, will it not? Absolutely. Thank you, Almighty One. Truly impressive. The players chorused. Junlin, how far are you from leveling up? Nan Feng inquired. Among their group, Junlin was the leader, and in the ensuing time, they had not formed a team, but rather allowed Junlin to reap the benefits of their efforts, ensuring he would be the first to receive the job change reward. Almost there, just 90 more, half an hour at most, Junlin replied. We ought to be grateful to Chilling. Otherwise, the first place would have been elusive for us. Xiao Bei chuckled from the side. Indeed, I must admit there are many formidable players in this game. I never anticipated so many reaching level 10 so swiftly. We should indeed express our gratitude, Junlin remarked earnestly. At that moment, Wu Shaochen received a private message from Su Mushiue. Shuer, aren't you checking the forum? Shuer, are you logging off for a meal? The nutrient solution is supposed to sustain your body's nutritional needs for 3 days, isn't it? I can't afford it, Wu Shaochen replied decisively. Shuer, you can't be telling me you're playing with a gaming helmet, can you? Indeed, what's wrong with that? Wu Shaochen responded. Meanwhile, Su Mushiue, grinding away at the silver wolf in the novice village, stared in disbelief at the chat content. How could he be using a gaming helmet and still outpace everyone else? Chilling, Beautiful lady, what can I do for you? Chilling. I have no intention of logging off right now. One can access the forum directly in-game. Who told you that one had to log off? Su Mushiwe rolled her eyes. Chilling. Oh, let me see. By the way, which main city are you in? Su Mushiwe inquired. Chilling. What is your purpose? You've added me as a friend. You don't harbor any other intentions, do you? Fuming. Su Mushiwe abruptly closed the chat interface and seized her weapon to strike at the Silver Wolf. Meanwhile, Uncle Lu stood nearby, observing his young lady with a puzzled expression. She had been acting rather strangely of late, but he chose to remain silent and simply watch. After a while, Su Mushiwe received another private message from Chun Feng, Jinling City. Upon seeing this message, a faint smile graced Su Mushiwe's lips as she glanced at her experience points, which stood at 85. She thought to herself that she needed to keep pushing forward. Upon entering, she was greeted by a frenzy of activity, with countless players engaging in fervent discussions. Previously, while browsing the forum as a guest on her mobile device, she had been oblivious to such messages. However, now that she accessed the forum through the game, the notifications were overwhelming, displaying numbers like 999, and she was uncertain what they represented. It was astonishing. She had assumed this person was merely a figment of imagination, but was surprised to discover their existence. Yet, what did the Master mean? The Master seemed to be imparting strategies to us. Those who accepted the quest should hurry and give it a try. Chapter 27. Job change announcement. Wu Shaochen browsed the forum for a while, but found nothing of interest, so he exited the forum interface and resumed monster hunting. After a short while, a server-wide announcement echoed throughout the game. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Junlin for successfully changing their job to Archer. As the first player to transition to the Archer profession, the system rewards them with 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this profession. This is an official announcement. Oh, someone has changed jobs? I thought the Silver Wolf King was unbeatable. Could it be from my novice village? Wu Shaochen mused upon hearing the announcement. Speaking of which, this must be the first player other than myself to appear on the server's announcements. At last, someone else is sharing the burden of enmity. Not long after this announcement, another notification chimed in. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Schwerer for successfully changing their job to mage. As the first player to transition to the mage profession, the system rewards them with 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this profession. This is an official announcement. This girl is impressive. Wu Shaochen remarked in surprise. It is worth noting that although the teleportation array in that novice village has been repaired, there are still very few players who have reached level 10 at this time. Her achievement in securing the title of First Mage is a testament to her prowess. Before long, yet another announcement sounded. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Call Me Huang Xiao for successfully changing their job to Warrior. As the first player to transition to the Warrior profession, the system rewards them with 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this profession. This is an official announcement. Hearing the consecutive server announcements, Wu Shaochen rubbed his nose and murmured, should I perhaps ask them for a bit of teleportation fee? Meanwhile, the other players from the novice village were filled with envy. Why wasn't I born in the same novice village as the Master Chinfeng? It's so disheartening. We fought tooth and nail against the Silver Wolf King while they simply reaped the rewards. Comparing ourselves to others is utterly demoralizing. Apart from the first-tier players battling the Silver Wolf King, there were at least 1,000 players stationed at the back. These individuals were primarily tasked with dealing with the Silver Wolves summoned by the Silver Wolf King, ensuring they did not interfere with the ongoing battle inside. Thus, the struggle continued for over an hour until the massive figure of the Silver Wolf King finally collapsed, prompting a collective sigh of relief from everyone. Afterward, Ao Shi Tianxia quickly gathered the loot and rushed back to the village, instructing Juech and Gufeng, you two have leveled up as well, right? Hurry up and catch up. The first reward for the Shield Guard and Priest professions are still up for grabs. You both should go claim them. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Dreamlike Dance for successfully transitioning to the Priest class. As the first player to achieve this transformation, the system rewards include 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this class. This is a formal announcement. Dreamlike Dance is no longer in the 8365 Novice Village. The player Proud World of Love expressed his confusion. It appears that the Dream Guild has outpaced us in defeating the Silver Wolf King. Proud World of Heaven furrowed his brows. The Dream Guild is a renowned all-female guild in the online gaming realm, consisting entirely of female players and not admitting male members. Yet this guild has managed to secure a position among the top 10 in the online gaming community. It is surprising that the illustrious first mage, Dreamlike Dance, has chosen to transition to priest. One wonders if it is for the top reward or due to a natural affinity for the priest class, remarked Proud Solitary Peak. At that moment, The village chief completed the repair of the teleportation array, and the three swiftly entered, selecting the city of Jinling. Soon, another system notification echoed. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Proud Solitary Peak for successfully transitioning to the Shield Guardian class. As the first player to take on this role, the system rewards include 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this class. This is a formal announcement. Thus, all 6 primary classes have now been represented, and what left everyone speechless was that the 8365 Novice Village accounted for 4 of the slots, and besides Junlin, the others were relatively unknown figures. This experience made all players acutely aware of the benefits of having strong backing. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Life, 40. Magic points, 20. Agility, 2. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. While everyone else was engrossed in their upgrades, Wu Shaochen felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing the level up notification. For an 11-level player, the experience gained from 16-level monsters is indeed substantial, compounded by the bonus for fighting above his level. Even with his pet siphoning off 20 experience from each monster, there remained 216 experience points per creature. After defeating the initial 3, he realized that slaying an additional 126 goblins would lead him to the next level. In total, he had vanquished 129 goblins, and the poison damage had escalated to 152 points per second, capable of inflicting over 9,000 health points in a minute. A formidable feat. The enhancement from the Undying Body had also increased his health to 129 points, surpassing the 2,000 mark with a total of 2079 points. His agility reached 120, with experience points totaling 8,640,000. Among the 129 goblins defeated, Wu Shaochen obtained 8 pieces of equipment, with drop rates notably higher than during his time in the Novice Village. It remains unclear whether this is due to the higher level of monsters or a lucky streak, or perhaps a combination of both. Previously, in the Novice Village, 3 to 4 dozen monsters would yield but a single piece of equipment, whereas now, approximately 15 to 16 monsters result in 1 drop. Most astonishing to Wu Shaochen was the unexpected acquisition of a piece of black iron equipment, Wolfang Mace. Quality, black iron. Physical attack, 60. Ignores defense, 4. Additional attributes, strength 15. Required to equip, warrior. The attributes are impressive, with only class requirements and no level restrictions, leaving him to ponder whether other equipment follows the same pattern. It seems that with the increased level of monsters, there's a chance to obtain black iron equipment. If my assumptions are correct, higher-tier ordinary monsters should also drop bronze or even superior gear, albeit at a lower drop rate. Otherwise, how could there be so many to defeat? The remaining 7 items are all level 16 white gear, which cannot be sold or utilized, leading me to believe they can only be disposed of in the game store. It appears that in the future, only white gear will have level requirements, while attribute equipment will be dictated by class requirements. If this is the case, the need to collect white gear will diminish significantly. What delighted him even more was the Silver Wolf, whose experience requirements for leveling up were significantly lower than those of players. Even with just 20 experience per over 100 goblins, Silver Wolf's level was raised to 8, resulting in a substantial enhancement of its attributes. Silver Wolf Pet. Aptitude. Level 8. Health. 8200. Mana. 900. Physical attack. 260. Physical defense. 186. Magical defense. 93. Speed. 40. While these attributes are commendable, it is not yet battle-ready primarily because Wu Shaochen has advanced too many levels. Otherwise, at the same level, Silver Wolf's strength would still be overwhelming. For now, it must continue to follow behind to gain experience. Just as Wu Shaochen was preparing to delve deeper, his phone rang unexpectedly, forcing him to log off reluctantly to answer the call. If only there were a gaming pod, he could connect his phone directly, saving him from this inconvenience. On the other end of the line was a hesitant voice. "What's wrong, Zine?" Wu Shaochen inquired. "Brother, could you transfer me some money? I know you don't have much, but all right, I'll send it to you right away." Wu Shaochen, sensing the anxiety in her voice, responded directly without asking for further details. After their parents passed away, his only family was his sister. In the past, he had given her a modest allowance of 1,000 yuan monthly, knowing she was frugal and often took on part-time work. This was the first time she had asked him for money. After ending the call, Wu Shaochen promptly transferred 20,000 yuan to her account. He initially considered sending more, but refrained, worried it might lead her to overthink the situation. Chapter 28. Has the talent ceased to improve? In the economic college's female dormitory, a pure and charming young woman stared at her phone in disbelief after hanging up. "I haven't even said anything yet, and you just send money? Do Do you even know how much I need? You're not just brushing me off, are you? Zine, does your brother still have money to spare? At that moment, a sweet-looking girl approached her and asked. Wu Zine shook her head, uncertain. Her brother's salary was already low, and he had to send her living expenses every month. So it was clear he wouldn't have much saved. Besides her brother, she had no idea where else to borrow money. I think that woman is deliberately causing trouble. She must be doing it because the man she likes has a crush on you, the girl said indignantly. How can a mere bottle of cosmetics cost 8,000 yuan? Never mind, I'll just keep my distance from her. It was indeed my fault for breaking it, and I can't blame anyone else. I checked online, and that cosmetic does cost over 8,000. Wu Zine sighed helplessly, a hint of mist rising in her eyes. She was acutely aware that the other party was being deliberate, yet what could she do? She could only blame her own carelessness. Over 8,000 had been her living expenses for more than half a year, and she felt quite aggrieved. You know, with your temperament, you're bound to suffer a great loss one day. Alas, it's also my fault. If I hadn't bought that gaming headset, I could have helped you cover the costs. The girl remarked. Don't say that, Wei Wei. You lent me all your living expenses. I don't even know how to express my gratitude. Besides, how will you manage this month? Wu Zine said gratefully to her roommate and best friend, who had always supported her at school. I'm fine. At worst, I'll cry and throw a tantrum at my dad. He wouldn't let me starve, Wei Wei replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Wu Zine received a text message on her phone. Upon opening it, she saw a notification that 20,000 had been deposited into her account, leaving her momentarily flustered. Wow, Zine, your brother's quite wealthy. My dad only gives me 3,000 a month for living expenses, and even asking for an extra penny is a struggle. Yet your brother just transferred you 20,000 with a single call. What a fantastic brother. I wish I could have a dozen like him, Wei Wei teased. Brother, where did you get so much money? Wu Zine inquired. I earned a bit from playing games recently, Wu Shaochen replied. Games? Can you really make that much money from games? Wu Zine expressed her disbelief, as she did not play games much and thus found it hard to comprehend. Hearing this, Wei Wei quickly chimed in. Is your brother playing Oracle? If so, with some skill, it's entirely possible to earn tens of thousands, even in our novice village. Several pros have sold equipment for that much. Wu Zine paused, realizing that many of her classmates, including Wei Wei, were playing that game. While she did not harbor any disdain for gamers, she had never considered that one could earn money through gaming. Yeah, it's Oracle. I sold some equipment and made a bit of money. Don't worry, I haven't done anything bad. If it's not enough, I'll ask my brother for more. Wu Shaochen's voice reassured her over the phone. That's all right, brother, you still have some. Use it for yourself, buy some clothes and cosmetics. A girl should always present herself well. In the past, I didn't have much money, but now that I do, we shouldn't deprive ourselves, Wu Shaochen said. Brother Wu Zine's voice choked with emotion. Enough, enough. Go take care of your matters, Wu Shaochen said, knowing that Wu Zine wouldn't call him for money unless something significant had occurred. All right, I'll hang up then. I'll visit you when summer vacation starts. Wu Zine said. Okay, did you hang up? Wei Wei asked curiously. Yes, why? Wu Zine replied, puzzled. Oh, I wanted to ask your brother about the game. It hasn't even been 2 days since the launch, and he's already made tens of thousands. Your brother must be quite skilled. I wish he could take me under his wing, Wei Wei lamented. My brother used to play games a lot, but I don't know how skilled he is. But Wei Wei, do you really believe one can earn that much money in a game? Wu Zine remained skeptical. Absolutely. I can't speak for other games, but in Oracle, if you're good, making several thousand a day is entirely feasible. You are aware that the most formidable player in the game has amassed nearly 500,000 in equipment sales within a mere day, not including the vast amount of gold in his possession. It is rumored that the system rewards alone have granted him around 80 to 90,000. Presently, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 10,000, which implies that he has earned over 1 million in just over a day. And this is merely the early stage of the game. The earnings will undoubtedly escalate in the later stages. With a spark of excitement, Wei Wei remarked. Meanwhile, Wu Zine's mouth hung agape as this information ventured into her realm of ignorance. Why not join in? Wu Zine pondered, tempted by the prospect. Oh, indeed. Your brother just transferred 2,000 to you. Even after compensating that wretched woman 8,000, you still have 1,200 left. The remaining funds could procure a helmet. Very well, let us settle on this delightful decision, Wei Wei declared resolutely. On the other hand, after concluding a phone call, Wu Shaochen donned his helmet once more and re-entered the game, immediately venturing deeper into the wilderness. Ahead lay Black Bear Ridge, teeming with level 17 black bears, which would serve as his next targets for farming. Upon arriving at Black Bear Ridge and gazing at the colossal black bears, Wu Shaochen felt invigorated. He cast a detection spell. Black Bear, level, 17 health, 23, 000 physical attack, 350 physical defense, 180 magical defense, 100 speed, 40 skill, slam, inflicts 140 physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter radius and reduces their movement speed by 30. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Indeed, ordinary monsters posed no challenge whatsoever. He could engage in mass slaughter effortlessly. A black bear could be afflicted with 3 layers of poison, requiring little further attention. With 152 points of toxic damage per layer, the total reached 456 points, allowing for a potential damage output of 27,000 over 60 seconds. Thus, Wu Shaochen commenced his monster farming, striking each black bear thrice before retreating. Soon, a large group of black bears followed closely behind, and one by one, the lagging bears fell to his onslaught. This method of farming granted Wu Shaochen unparalleled satisfaction. However, this exhilaration dissipated upon the demise of the 89th black bear, as he received only 2 system notifications. Ding! You have slain black bear, earning 200 experience points, as you have slain 5 levels above your own. You receive an additional 100 experience points, of which 20 are allocated to your pet. Your pet, Silver Wolf, gains 60 experience points. Ding! The immortal body effect has activated, increasing your maximum health by 1 point. Your current immortal body enhancement has increased your maximum health by 218 points. Indeed, the absence of a talent enhancement was evident. Wu Shaochen scrutinized the system notifications repeatedly, confirming that none was present. Upon reviewing his talents, he noted that his toxic damage had plateaued at 240 points. To verify the situation, Wu Shaochen killed 2 more black bears. Experience points and the immortal body effect increased, yet the talent remained stagnant. This unexpected situation caused Wu Shaochen to feel a pang of anxiety, as he had never envisioned such a scenario. He had assumed that continuous farming would facilitate perpetual talent growth. Now, it appeared that there were limitations, a fact that could be understood, for without such constraints, the balance of the game would undoubtedly be compromised. Chapter 29, The Potential of Talent. Gazing at the description of the talent, there is no indication of a cap on toxic damage. If such a limit existed, it would surely be reflected in the text. Moreover, the figure of 240 appears less like a cap and more as if it is linked to 1S level, currently at level 12. A 20-fold increase precisely amounts to 240. Yet, why is it a factor of 20 rather than 10? Suddenly, Wu Shaochen recalled the introduction of the War God Temple, which stated that elevating one's realm could enhance the potential of 1S talent. This must be what is referred to as talent potential, implying that not only my talent, but everyone's talent potential has a limit, which players can raise by ascending their realm. If this is indeed the case, then my talent cap should be 10 times my current level, and with the elevation of one realm, it has increased accordingly to 10-fold, thus providing a coherent explanation. Verifying this is straightforward. By advancing one more level, I shall check if I can reach 260. If so, then tomorrow, upon elevating my realm to bronze level, I will ascertain further. With this thought in mind, Wu Shaochen swiftly continued to poison the black bears, soon defeating 76 of them and elevating his level to 13. He then ventured deeper, encountering level 18 monsters, a group of massive red lizards. As per usual, he employed his insight skill. Fire lizard, level 18 health, 28. 000 physical attack, 150 magical attack, 380 physical defense, 150 magical defense, 160 speed, 50 skills, fire breath, exhales flames in a 5-meter range, igniting targets within the flames for 5 seconds, inflicting 100 magical damage per second. Cooldown, 20 seconds. A magical attack creature? Wu Shaochen paused momentarily. It was his first encounter with such a foe, and indeed, it proved to be more challenging than physical attackers. This skill is rather formidable. If he did not swiftly escape its range, even with over 2,000 health, he would not withstand the damage. However, magical attackers rely solely on skills for damage. Much like mages, a mage without skills poses no threat. Yet the mage's basic skill, Fireball, has a mere 3-second cooldown, low consumption, and is instant cast, effectively functioning as a normal attack. Thus, in the absence of skills, they remain a true target, but if they run out of mana, they become easy prey. Does this magical attacker lack even the Fireball skill? Is its normal attack reliant solely on that 150 physical attack? Wu Shaochen chuckled. It could still be pierced. The pressure was manageable. He simply needed to evade its skills. However, this creature could not be farmed in groups, or else it would ignite a sea of flames, leaving no escape route. Therefore, he decided to take it down solo. After all, it only took a little over a minute, luring out a single lizard. He struck it twice with his sword. Although it was swift, he still endured a second of its skill, but the impact was minimal. A minute later, the lizard lay defeated. Ding! You have slain Fire Lizard, gaining 220 experience points. As it was a kill 5 levels above yours, you receive an additional 110 experience points. Your pet, Silver Wolf, gains 66 experience points. Ding! Talent trait triggered, increasing toxic damage by 1 point. Current toxic damage is 241 points. Ding! Immortal Body activated, increasing maximum health by 1 point. Current enhancement of Immortal Body is 297 points to maximum health. Indeed, the damage inflicted by the talent poison has once again escalated. Wu Shaochen successfully vanquished 20 lizards, and upon reaching a poison damage threshold of 260 points, he noted that it ceased to increase. With this understanding, Wu Shaochen exhaled in relief. As long as there were no debilitating restrictions, he could manage, relying solely on his innate abilities without any enhancements to his strength. Should his talent stagnate, he would lose his competitive edge. Since further improvements were still attainable, the current 20-fold level was already formidable. At present, no player could withstand a strike, Wu Shaochen mused. Glimpsing the time, he realized it was already past 9 in the evening. He decided to log off for dinner and rest, knowing that since his talent had reached its limit, there was no need to rush leveling up. Others likely wouldn't catch up in the short term. Removing his helmet, Wu Shaochen rubbed his head, contemplating the necessity of acquiring a gaming pod. However, he was still quite short on funds as he hadn't earned any since arriving in the main city. He needed to seek out opportunities. He pondered whether that individual had any magical equipment. Upon opening his friend's list, he discovered that the other player was offline, leaving only the glaring level of 13 that dazzled the eye. How on earth did this person achieve such a lead while maintaining a normal routine of eating and sleeping? Truly a peculiarity, Su Mushiwa thought. It seemed imperative to level up and acquire equipment first. Wu Shaochen slept until the alarm rang. Glancing at the time to find it was 4 in the morning, the outside world enveloped in darkness. His schedule had completely inverted. Upon arrival, he witnessed a massive black bear pursuing a fleeing soldier, the latter already at the brink of exhaustion. Just as the bear was about to deliver a fatal blow, Wu Shaochen rushed in, enlisting the help of Intai to intercept the attack, thereby saving the soldier. Intai had now reached level 10, boasting a health pool of 10, 200 points, and physical defense of 220 points, making it feasible to withstand a hit. After rescuing the soldier from the bear's claws, Wu Shaochen hastily cast a detection spell. Black Bear King, bronze level, 17 health, 300, 000 physical attack, 750 physical defense, 420 magic defense, 240 movement speed, 85 skill 1, slam, strikes the ground, dealing 140 physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter radius and reducing their movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Skill 2, Earth Split. The bear slams its paw on the ground, creating a fissure that extends forward, dealing 160 physical damage to targets in its path and knocking them back, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Skill 3, Petrified Skin. The bear's skin hardens, increasing defense by 100 and reducing nearby targets' physical damage by 50 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Chapter 30, Slaying the Black Bear King. High defense and thick health. Just my preference, Wu Shaochen exclaimed joyfully. However, one should not underestimate the bear's damage. Its basic attacks could inflict over 600 health points, while the slam could deal over 900, and the earth split was even more devastating, exceeding 1,000. The high level truly packed a punch. After assessing his own attributes, he found his health had reached 307, with physical defense still at 111. With this, he felt confident he could endure the confrontation. He had ample potions, and if worst came to worst, he still possessed the skill of Void, ensuring a solid strategy. Then he swiftly charged ahead, unleashing 2 strikes that inflicted 2 layers of poison, causing a loss of 520 health points per second, amounting to 200 health points over the course of a minute. He dared not apply the full 3 layers of poison. After activating his speed boost, his attack speed reached 80. With just 2 strikes, he only had to endure 1 normal attack from the Black Bear King. Should he attempt to land 3 strikes, he would have to withstand 2 normal attacks. And if he followed up with a skill, it could spell disaster. Thus, after delivering 2 strikes and taking a normal hit, Wu Shaochen turned and fled. However, before he could escape far, the ground suddenly cracked open, and the fissure rapidly pursued him, sending him flying. Upon landing, Wu Shaochen hastily got up and ran. Fortunately, the Black Bear King had not yet arrived. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to evasion. A single normal attack and a skill had already whittled away over 700 health points, leaving him with just over 400. Indeed, one must never underestimate any bronze-level adversary. Seeing the Black Bear King in pursuit, Wu Shaochen, with a sense of curiosity, activated his stealth ability, swiftly vanishing from sight. The Black Bear King, scratching its head in confusion, turned and charged towards Yin Tairang. To his surprise, as he had previously been too lethargic to use skills against ordinary monsters, he had never tested this out. He was astonished to discover that he could still utilize stealth while the poison damage was active, rendering his strategy even more cunning. What a fool. How can he still be here? Doesn't he know to run? Wu Shaochen thought in exasperation, compelling him to summon Yin Tairang once more to absorb damage. He then consumed a large red potion, watching as Yin Tairang was chased around by the Black Bear King. Wu Shaochen quickly dispelled his invisibility to draw aggro, leading the Black Bear King on a merry chase. With a burden in tow, his stealth option was rendered moot. This soldier might possess a hidden quest, and he could not let him perish. The Black Bear King was undeniably powerful. However, faced with Wu Shaochen's unscrupulous tactics, it was unable to catch up or would deliver a decisive blow. The poison was particularly insidious, and ultimately, the Black Bear King succumbed, collapsing onto the ground. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain the bronze-level Black Bear King, earning 200 prestige points and 24,000 experience points. Your pet, Silver Wolf, has gained 6,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Your pet, Silver Wolf, has leveled up to level 12. Ding! The immortal body effect is active, increasing maximum health by 1 point. Your current immortal body enhances maximum health by 318 points. Observing the immense form of the Black Bear King sprawled on the ground, Wu Shaochen scratched his nose, acknowledging its formidable strength. With 300,000 health points, it had been defeated in just over 10 minutes, underscoring the true might of his talents. He glanced at his experience points. 971,050,000. The experience gained was indeed substantial, although the experience did not scale with level disparities. The Black Bear King alone provided a hefty 30,000 experience points. Even after allocating 20 to Silver Wolf, he still received 24,000 points, resulting in a remarkable increase in his experience. Shaking his head in resignation, Wu Shaochen hurriedly collected all the loot. The Black Bear King had a significantly lower drop rate compared to the Silver Wolf King. It seemed that the first kill was indeed blessed with enhanced drop rates. He inspected his inventory and found he had acquired a total of 2 gold, 76 silver, 2 pieces of bronze equipment, 3 pieces of black iron equipment for white items, and 1 special scroll. How stingy, Wu Shaochen lamented, but it mattered little. As long as there was equipment, he was content, casting his eyes over the newly acquired items. Black Bear King's armor, bronze level, health 600, physical defense 30, magical defense 30, additional attributes. Constitution 18, root bone 20, where requirement. Warrior, shield guardian. Black Bear King's boots, bronze level. Movement speed 50, physical defense 30, magical defense 30, additional attributes. Agility 18, root bone 15, where requirement. Usable by all classes. Bear King's bracelet, black iron level. Physical attack 50, attack speed 6, additional attributes. Agility 12, where requirement. Physical class. Bear King's necklace, black iron level. Physical attack 60. Ranged damage 5, additional attributes. Strength 15, where requirement. Archer. Bear King's leggings, black iron level. Health 300, physical defense 20, magical defense 10, additional attributes. Constitution 12. Where requirement. Usable by all classes. Indeed, it is merely a class requirement. Prior to level 10, players have not yet transitioned classes. Thus equipment above black iron carries level requirements. After level 10, only class requirements apply. This is quite advantageous, as it prevents the situation of acquiring equipment that cannot be equipped. The bracelet is just 1 piece short, so I will equip it directly. The boots and leggings will replace the Wolf King's leggings and boots, although both are black iron gear. The attributes of the Bear King's leggings are significantly superior to those of the Wolf King's. Naturally, high-level monsters drop loot with attributes far surpassing those of lower-level creatures. Let us examine another scroll, Petrified Skin Scroll. Upon use, defense is increased by 100 and nearby targets suffer a 50 reduction in physical damage for 5 minutes. What is this? Instead of a skill, I receive a scroll. If it were a skill, it would be quite impressive, but a scroll feels rather wasteful. Having gathered the spoils, Wu Shaochen approached the ailing soldier and inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" The soldier, upon seeing Wu Shaochen, became suddenly animated and exclaimed, "Brave warrior, thank you for saving me. However, I fear my time has come. I'm a member of the Jinling City Guard, and I have urgent matters to report to the City Lord. Could you deliver this letter to him? After speaking, he produced a letter and handed it to Wu Shaochen. What a conundrum. An unknown reward? Surely, I am not to make this journey in vain. Wu Shaochen thought to himself. Yet, witnessing the soldier's desperate gaze, he could not bring himself to refuse and nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall assist you." After accepting the letter, he observed the soldier's expression of relief before he swiftly succumbed. With no option left, Wu Shaochen hastened towards the city. Fortunately, his speed was commendable, or he would have wasted considerable time. Chapter 31, Bronze Level. It appears I can earn some income. It has been ages since I last received any. First, I shall turn my quest. Wu Shaochen made his way directly to the City Lord's mansion, only to be halted at the entrance by the guards. This is the City Lord's residence. Unauthorized individuals are prohibited from entry. Quite the imposing stance. Wu Shaochen had no choice but to explain his purpose and present the letter. The guards promptly entered to report, and soon returned to escort Wu Shaochen inside. Upon reaching the main hall, Wu Shaochen beheld a stern-looking middle-aged man seated in a position of authority, undoubtedly the City Lord. "I have heard you encounter Jirai. How is he faring?" The City Lord inquired as he descended to meet Wu Shaochen. "I regret to inform you that he has passed away. Before his demise, he entrusted me with this letter to deliver to you." Wu Shaochen handed the letter to the City Lord. "Alas, it is my fault for not thoroughly understanding the enemy's background before allowing them to proceed," the City Lord lamented. Then picked up the letter Wu Shaochen had presented and began to read it intently. "Ding! Task completed. Congratulations. You have earned 200 reputation points and 20 gold coins." 20 gold coins. How generous of the City Lord. It's quite rewarding for merely running an errand, Wu Shaochen mused to himself. He intended to take his leave, but upon noticing the City Lord's troubled expression, he felt compelled to inquire, "City Lord, are you facing some challenging predicament? Perhaps I might be of assistance." The City Lord glanced at Wu Shaochen, his eyes momentarily brightening, though they soon dimmed as he replied, "Indeed, there's a rather troublesome matter at hand, but with your current capabilities, you may not be up to the task." "Do not worry, City Lord. You currently have no alternatives, do you? Allow me to give it a try. Rest assured, I am quite formidable, and as adventurers, we cannot truly perish," Wu Shaochen urged, sensing that this task was of considerable significance. Evidently, Wu Shaochen's words had some impact, as the City Lord pondered for a moment before conceding. "Very well. There are no better options at present, so I shall entrust this matter to you. However, should it prove insurmountable, we shall abandon it, and I will devise another plan." The leader of the Black Wind Gang. That sounds rather imposing. The rewards remain uncertain. Does he hold little hope for me? Wu Shaochen contemplated, then inquired, "City Lord, what is the strength of this leader of the Black Wind Gang?" "Level 20, silver rank," the City Lord replied gravely. "What?" Wu Shaochen was taken aback. Was he digging his own grave? A level 20 silver rank opponent was clearly beyond his current abilities. Nevertheless, he resolved that since he had accepted the task, he would confront this leader, for such opportunities to encounter a silver rank were rare. Moreover, with 3 days to prepare, he could afford to develop his skills should he struggle in battle. Wu Shaochen thought to himself, "Then, City Lord, I shall take my leave. Await my good news." Wu Shaochen bid farewell. "Take care in all your endeavors." Upon departing from the City Lord's residence, Wu Shaochen made his way directly to the Temple of the War God, where he found numerous players present. The War God's secret realm was a solo challenge, though players could enter simultaneously without encountering one another. At that moment, the players loitering around the temple were engrossed in the exploits of the War Gods. He approached the swirling portal to the War God's secret realm. "Ding! Would you like to challenge the War God's secret realm?" "Yes." As the portal opened, Wu Shaochen stepped inside, and the scene shifted to reveal him in a secluded space. Soon, a formidable silhouette wielding a colossal axe materialized before him. War God apparition, bronze rank. Level 13. Health 250,000. Physical attack 700. Physical defense 300. Magical defense 150. Movement speed 80. Skill 1. Heavy slash. Wielding the giant axe, it delivers a powerful downward strike, inflicting 170 physical damage on the target. Cooldown 20 seconds. Skill 2. Horizontal sweep. Swinging the giant axe in a sweeping motion, it deals 155 physical damage to all enemies within a 1-meter radius. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 3. Block. Utilize the great axe in hand to deflect the next attack, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. This fellow's attributes are comparable to those of the Black Bear King. Fortunately, The skill lacks any controlling effects and inflicts considerable damage. However, it posed little threat, as Wu Shaochen swiftly advanced with remarkable speed, delivering 2 strikes before retreating effortlessly after sustaining a single basic attack. Activating stealth. He anticipated a smoother encounter, yet was taken aback when this adversary effortlessly pierced through his concealment, leaving no room for complacency. Thankfully, the attack range of this war goddess phantom skill is quite limited, allowing him to strike only twice, which means he could endure merely 1 basic attack or skill, thus presenting minimal danger. In a little over 8 minutes, the war goddess phantom collapsed to the ground, and shortly thereafter, Wu Shaochen was teleported away. What a thrill! Indeed, the enhancement of one's realm and prowess is the most significant achievement. Upon glancing at the free attribute points, combined with the unallocated points from the previous 2 levels, he found himself with a total of 60 free attribute points. Name: Sealed Dust Realm, Bronze level, 13 health, 2708 mana, 540 physical attack, 263 magical attack, 84 physical defense, 246 magical defense, 216 movement speed, 258 attack speed, 54 critical rate, 10 experience, 297, 105, 0000 strength, 572068 intelligence, 352042 constitution, 862010 root bone, 13020156 spirit, 352042 agility, 1742028 talent. Toxic damage 260 points. Can stack up to 3 layers. Immortal body increases maximum health by 318 points. Equipment: weapon, wooden sword, novice equipment, attack 2 helmet, Wolf King's helmet, black iron level, health 200, defense 10. Additional attribute: Constitution 6 armor, Wild Boar King's armor, black iron level, health 100, defense 10. Additional attribute: Constitution 8 pants, Bear King's leggings, black iron level, health 300, physical defense 20, magical defense 10. Additional attribute: Constitution 12 belt, Silver Wolf King's belt, bronze level, health 300, dual defense 20. Additional attributes: Constitution 10, root bone 10 boots, Black Bear King's boots, bronze level, movement speed 50, physical defense 30, magical defense 30. Additional attributes: agility 18, root bone 15 necklace, Silver Wolf King's necklace, bronze level, attack 25, critical rate 10, luck 3. Additional attributes: strength 10, agility 8, left bracelet, Silver Wolf bracelet, common, health 20, attack 12, attack speed 1, right bracelet, Bear King's bracelet, black iron level, physical attack 50, attack speed 6. Additional attributes: agility 12, left ring, toad ring, common, health 20, physical attack 8, attack speed 1, right ring, Silver Wolf King's ring, bronze level, health 100, attack 30, attack speed 5. Additional attributes: strength 12, constitution 10. Chapter 32, the first encounter. As Wu Shaochen stepped out of the War God Hall, a private message chimed in. Schwer, you have been offline for so long. Aren't you afraid of being surpassed? Not at all. If I wish to level up, I can do so in an instant. No one can catch up to me, Wu Shaochen replied, speaking the truth, as he often found the pace of his advancement rather rapid. Jin Fin, no. Chun Feng, bronze equipment? Chun Feng, oh, that should work. He then attached a screenshot of Wild Boar King summoning scroll. This item had been lying unused, and he no longer had any use for it. Upon seeing it, Su Mushiwe's eyes sparkled. This fellow possessed quite a few valuable items. She felt that with this scroll, succeeding in her challenge would be manageable, summoning the Wild Boar King to take the brunt of the attacks while she dealt damage from behind. How much? Su Mushiwe inquired. Let's say 50,000, Wu Shaochen replied. For a one-time item, unless it's particularly exceptional, it generally costs a few thousand. After the transaction, Wu Shaochen listed the Black Bear King armor, Wolf Fawn Club, Bear King necklace, and the replaced Wolf King leggings on the auction house, opting for a bidding format with a half-hour duration. A longer auction could yield a higher price. Currently, there was a scarcity of equipment in the auction house, as players had discovered that they could purchase basic gear from shops. Black iron equipment was exceedingly rare, and anything listed would be snatched up immediately. Though various materials were plentiful for sale, Wu Shaochen's listing of 3 pieces of black iron equipment and 1 piece of bronze immediately drew attention from all. Whoa, bronze equipment. I've yet to even see black iron gear, and here comes bronze? 3 pieces of black iron and 1 bronze. Which big shot is this? Damn! This armor must significantly enhance the shield warrior. If I had the funds, I would be the first to grab it. At this moment, A.O. Sure Tianxia observed the auction house's offerings with a grave expression and inquired. Do you know who is selling this? No, it's listed anonymously. Ao, sure, Shaochen replied. It's highly likely. Let's secure this armor first, and keep an eye on the surroundings. If Chun Feng is indeed in Jinling City, we must find him. I am curious to see what this Chun Feng is truly capable of. After completing the auction listings, Wu Shaochen surveyed the abundance of basic gear in his backpack, shaking his head as he entered a nearby clothing store. He sold all the basic equipment in one go, receiving a few dozen copper coins for each item, which left him feeling somewhat resigned. Fortunately, he did not need to sell them separately. Weapons and accessories could all be sold here. Wu Shaochen resolved that he would no longer pick up white-tier items, as they took up space and were not worth much. Glancing at the shop's inventory, he suddenly noticed masks for sale. After some contemplation, he decided to purchase one. The mask offered no attributes but served the sole purpose of concealing his identity. He had become somewhat of a notable figure within the Divine Oracle, so maintaining a low profile seemed prudent. After donning the mask, Wu Shaochen exited through the southern gate once more. Along the way, he encountered numerous players venturing out to slay monsters. Even at such an early hour, around 4 or 5 in the morning, were these individuals not sleeping? At that moment, a group of 4, 3 men and 1 woman, approached him. The leading man spoke. Hey buddy, want to team up? We're just missing a damage dealer. No thanks, I appreciate the offer. Wu Shaochen politely declined and continued on his way. Brother, playing this game alone is tough. Let's team up. The leading man spoke again, noting that the gear of the other party appeared quite impressive, which prompted him to consider forming a team. Thank you, but no. Wu Shaochen reiterated firmly. Hey, what's with your attitude? Our brother Hao invited you because he holds you in high regard, a young man behind him exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Wu Shaochen halted and turned to face the young man, saying, I've been quite polite. Just because he invites me doesn't mean I must comply. Indeed, our brother Hao is a person of great stature. His interest in you is a blessing. If you become acquainted with him, perhaps you might even join the illustrious faction, which is the largest guild in Jinling City, the young man boasted proudly. Oh, Wu Shaochen said, dismissing the young man as he turned to leave, yet to his surprise, the group closed in around him. The leader, Brother Hao, stood with his arms crossed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Since this individual refused to cooperate, they would simply strip him of his gear. Not a chance. Wu Shaochen replied calmly. Hey, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Today, you'll learn that some people are not to be trifled with, the young man declared, brandishing his weapon and slashing at Wu Shaochen. A rather embarrassing number, 12, appeared, causing the young man's eyes to widen. He was a warrior with full strength investments. Despite his basic white gear, he boasted over 200 attack points. Yet his strike only inflicted a mere 12 points of damage. Was this person's defense that formidable? Players could conceal their level, but their class was evident to all. Is that all? Wu Shaochen remarked, observing the astonished youth before leisurely retrieving a novice wooden sword from his backpack. Now it's my turn. As the young man struck, the others in the group became gray names, indicating they were in a party together. A novice wooden sword? Do you really think you could defeat us with that? The sole female member laughed heartily. Wait, this guy's too fast. What does he mean by striking once and running? Is he trying to escape because he realizes he can't defeat us? The young man speculated. Wait, I'm poisoned. Damn it. I'm losing 260 health per second. Shall quickly heal me? Brother Hao exclaimed urgently. Being an archer, his health was already low, and within those 2 seconds, he was gravely wounded. Shall hurriedly cast a healing spell towards Brother Hao, only to have it display a disheartening 0. I can't heal you, Brother Hao. Quickly drink a potion. Yet before he could even retrieve a potion, Brother Hao collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The others met a similar fate. By the time they realized they were poisoned, they had already fallen, with the tank holding out no longer than 5 seconds before their group was entirely obliterated. Nearby players looked on in bewilderment at the sudden collapse of the group. Chapter 33, Mage Equipment. Ding! You have been slain by the player, Seal Dust, Level 1. As you were the aggressor, you randomly dropped 2 or more pieces of equipment. Seal Dust, standing at the Novice Village Resurrection Point. Brother Hao felt a tremor at the corners of his mouth. He never imagined that the random person he approached would turn out to be Seal Dust. At that moment, he regretted his actions deeply. He suddenly turned around and slapped the first young man who had sought trouble with him, exclaiming, I am doomed because of you. At that moment, the young man dared not utter a word. The thought of having spoken so boldly to the revered Chun Feng rendered his legs weak. After venting his frustration, Hao Gu opened the chat history and sent a message to one of his contacts. Boss, I have encountered Chun Feng. After defeating several foes, Wu Shaochen nonchalantly approached the flame lizard, needing to verify whether his talent could continue to improve after advancing to the bronze level. This time, Wu Shaochen experienced yet another significant increase in power. Observing the flame lizard before him, he swiftly struck with 2 swords, then changed targets and delivered another 2 strikes. Given his current poison damage of 260 per second, 2 strikes were sufficient to fell a single lizard. Before long, the lizards began to fall one by one, and the system's notification sounds rang incessantly. Upon hearing these notifications, a smile spread across Wu Shaochen's face, as he had anticipated. Advancing in rank had indeed raised the upper limit of his poison damage. Let us continue and see how much further I can enhance it, he thought, charging towards the lizards once more. At that moment, a notification chimed. The items you listed in the auction house have been sold for 50,000 yuan. After deducting a service fee of 7,500 yuan, a remaining balance of 42,500 yuan has been transferred to your link bank account. The notifications continued to ring out, one after another. Wu Shaochen, filled with excitement, glanced at the transaction record, feeling as though it had been ages since he had last received such a sum. The transactions were as follows. Wolf King leggings, sold for 50,000 yuan. Wolf Fong Club, 470,000 yuan. Bear King necklace, 480,000 yuan. And most notably, the Black Bear King armor, fetched an impressive 180,000 yuan. Wu Shaochen's eyes narrowed with delight as he calculated the total, which amounted to 380,000 yuan. After deducting the service fee of 57,000 yuan, a sum of 320,000 yuan would be credited to his account. What a thrill! It seemed that despite everyone having changed classes, most still primarily wielded basic gear, with very few possessing black iron equipment, let alone bronze. The population of the main city far exceeded that of the novice village, suggesting that there were indeed more wealthy players. Haha, I'm one step closer to the game warehouse now. Let's keep pushing forward. Wu Shaochen felt invigorated and charged once more at the lizards. In Jinling City, the members of the Proud World had learned about the situation from Hao Ge. Glancing at the aloof and unyielding Aoshi, one remarked, "What are your thoughts on Chunfeng's strength?" According to Zi Hao, the opponent possessed high defense, impressive speed, and average damage, but the poison was particularly troublesome. It was uncertain whether this poison was a result of equipment or talent. 260 damage per second that could not be healed was alarming, especially since they had no idea how long the poison would last. Aoshi analyzed at the early stages. Equipment does not carry skills, so it's likely a talent. If it is indeed a talent, then it's understandable that he gained such a substantial advantage early on. This poison is definitely formidable in the early game, but once we level up and equip ourselves properly, taking him down will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Proud World declared confidently. Perhaps no one could have anticipated that such an insidious talent was, in fact, a growth type. Wu Shaochen was stealthily seated beneath a tree, browsing the forum while a multitude of flame lizards darted about like headless flies in front of him. Above, White 574s constantly emerged, and his health bar plummeted dramatically. It was likely that no one in the entire realm of divination was leveling up with such ease. At that moment, a private message arrived. "Schwer, thank you for the scroll. I have successfully completed the challenge." Rising to collect the spoils, Wu Shaochen observed the lizards had all collapsed before him and approached to see if any fine equipment lay nearby. On the ground, he discovered 3 pieces of gear. Aside from 2 white items, 1 black iron piece caught his eye, its quality evident from its sheen. He hurried over to retrieve it. This was worth a fortune. Flame Ring, spell attack 60, fire skill damage increased by 5, additional attribute, intelligence 16. Required class, mage. Schwer, how much? I want it. Wu Shaochen pondered for a moment and replied, 80,000. The recent auction for the Bear King necklace had also reached 80,000, making it a reasonable price. Schwer, all right. After the transaction concluded, another private message chimed in. Schwer, did you obtain this from defeating monsters as well? Chun Feng, no, it dropped from a regular monster. Schwer, regular monsters can drop black iron gear? Chun Feng, yes, higher level ones can, but the drop rate is exceedingly low. I've slain several hundred monsters and only managed to obtain 2. Schwer, could you tell me which monsters you defeated for this? Mage gear is notoriously difficult to acquire. Wu Shaochen cast an insight spell on the flame lizards and shared the information. Meanwhile, Su Muxiue, battling level 12 foxes in the forest, felt exasperated upon receiving the monster details from Wu Shaochen. She finally understood why he was always ahead of everyone else. While others were engaged with level 11 and 12 creatures, he was tackling level 18 ones. Quite absurd. Upon reviewing the monster attributes, Su Mushiue completely abandoned the notion of venturing there for mage gear and could only vent her frustration on the foxes. Nearby, Uncle Lu observed Su Mushiue's troubled expression and noted a change in her demeanor. Previously, she faced challenges with a calm disposition, but recently, he often saw her gritting her teeth in frustration. He couldn't discern whether this was a positive or negative development. After dispatching over 10 additional flame lizards, a golden light flashed. He leveled up. Glancing at his talent, he noted that his toxin damage had reached 337, indicating he had defeated 77 flame lizards thus far. Still shy of the limit. The immortal body ability had increased his maximum health by 395 points, nearly equivalent to an additional 40 points in constitution, which felt quite gratifying. It was time to head to Blackwind Stronghold for further exploration. Chapter 34, Blackwind Stronghold. Upon accepting the quest, the destination was marked on his map. Following the indicated route, Wu Shaochen traversed over Black Bear Ridge and continued onward for some time until he suddenly encountered a lengthy fence forming a wall ahead, with a large gate at its center, guarded by two individuals clad like bandits. The area on the map had initially appeared black, but as he approached, it illuminated, revealing Blackwind Ridge. The stronghold lay just ahead. Wu Shaochen stealthily approached, casting a detection spell towards one of the bandits. Blackwind Stronghold Bandit. Level 20. Health 40,000. Physical attack 450. Physical defense 230. Magical defense 150. Movement speed 78. Skills slash. Wielding a large blade, it cleaves forward, inflicting 160 physical damage on the target. Cooldown 20 seconds. A level 20 creature. Fortunately, it is not overly challenging. Should I commence my cleansing from here, or perhaps engage with the level 19 creatures first? Would defeating enemies 6 levels below my own result in an excessively rapid advancement? Never mind, given that talents have an upper limit. It seems unnecessary to seek out the level 19 creatures for combat. I shall begin my assault from this point. Wu Shaochen drew closer yet again, only to be swiftly detected by the bandits. Who dares to approach my Blackwind Stronghold? Seize him. The bandits exhibited no restraint and charged directly at Wu Shaochen. Oh, have you mistaken my leniency for fear? Wu Shaochen retorted, displeased by their arrogance. Activating his speed enhancement, he surged past them, exceeding a movement speed of 300, with an attack speed of 104, allowing him to strike each bandit twice in a heartbeat before retreating. Creating distance, he activated stealth mode, leisurely observing as the two bandits gradually marched towards their demise, dealing 337 damage per second, amounting to a total of 674. In precisely 1 minute, they would succumb to the poison. However, at that moment, he sensed something sweeping past, abruptly breaking his stealth, followed by 2 arrows piercing into him. 234. What on earth, archers too? Wu Shaochen glanced towards the source of the arrows, discovering 2 arrow towers flanking the entrance, each occupied by an archer. He promptly distanced himself from the towers and cast another detection spell. Blackwind Stronghold Guard. Level 20. Health 38,000. Physical attack 480. Physical defense 180. Magical defense 120. Attack speed 100. Movement speed 85. Skill Eagle Eye enhances vision, improves arrow accuracy, and can unveil stealth abilities. There's no way to fight this, Wu Shaochen lamented, suddenly noticing the silver wolf trailing behind him. A spark of realization ignited. How could he have forgotten it? Though he seldom utilized it while grinding, this did not imply its lack of strength. The silver wolf had reached level 12, boasting considerable prowess with its high-grade potential. Silver wolf pet potential. Level 12. Health 14,200. Mana 1,300. Physical attack 400. Physical defense 280. Magical defense 140. Speed 60. Indeed, it appears that if I were to switch pets in the future, I should opt for a defensive type, as it can absorb damage. The Silver Wolf King is offensive in nature, yet it has proven to be quite resilient. 200. Damage values of 200 emerged from above the Silver Wolf. Wu Shaochen dared not linger. This was precious time earned at the cost of the Silver Wolf's life. Activating his speed enhancement, he dashed forward. In a mere 3 seconds, he dashed to the base of the first arrow tower. Upon scaling it, he swiftly struck twice before retreating. The bowmen, with their meager 38,000 health points, were easily subdued by 2 layers of poison. Once attacked, the Sentinel redirected its focus from the Silver Wolf to Wu Shaochen, who, bombarded by 2 arrows per second, found himself leaping in evasion. Unable to retaliate against the second foe, the wind howled ominously, Now it was merely a matter of waiting for the poison to take effect. With one adversary remaining, the task would be considerably simpler. Yet this was merely at the entrance. One could only speculate the multitude of archers lurking within, a daunting prospect indeed. One step at a time. Before long, the second archer succumbed to the poison. A level 20 foe yielded a generous 300 experience points, and with a 6-level advantage. The bonus experience surged to 480 per adversary, even after allocating 20 points to Silver Wolf. The 4 bandits still contributed a total of 1,536 experience points to Wu Shaochen. However, as the second archer fell, an alarming alarm resonated from within the hideout, prompting a horde of bandits to surge forth. Goodness, it can happen like this? Wu Shaochen thought, realizing the precariousness of a situation as he withdrew Silver Wolf and fled. I truly have dug my own grave. Observing the throng of bandits behind him, he pondered. Over 100 foes emerged, with more than 20 archers and nearly 10 mages. If they closed in, it would spell disaster, and even Silver Wolf would struggle to last more than a few seconds. What to do? He needed to separate them to lure and eliminate. However, the archers shared the same aggro range. Getting too close would be fatal. The lack of ranged output is indeed troublesome, he lamented, as his stealth as an assassin was rendered ineffective. His gaze fell upon 3 scrolls nestled in his bag. 1 Lucky Scroll, 1 Guardian Scroll, and 1 Petrification Skin Scroll. Suddenly, an idea sparked. The previously dismissed Petrification Skin Scroll was now fortuitously applicable. With a physical defense of 246, utilizing the scroll would elevate it to 492, making him impervious to their attacks. His magical defense would likewise rise to 432, capable of withstanding 10 mages without issue, although uncertain of their attributes. It was reasonable to assume their magic attack would not exceed 500. Most importantly, the scroll's duration spanned 5 minutes. Ample time to apply 2 layers of poison to all archers and mages. Chapter 35. Now, this is group farming. To ensure safety, he allocated his remaining 10 attribute points into vitality, raising his physical defense to 256 and magical defense to 226. With preparations complete, Wu Shaochen approached once more, and just before entering the attack range, he shattered the scroll, instantly doubling his defenses to 512 physical and 452 magical defense, while also reducing nearby targets' physical damage by 50. He then surged toward the bandit horde with incredible speed. Before long, the bandits noticed the intruder, and arrows rained down upon Wu Shaochen. Each struck him with a damage of 1 that failed to penetrate his defenses. Just as he began to revel in his newfound immunity, a barrage of fireballs surged toward him. 124, 124. Goodness, I forgot to account for the skill damage bonuses. Wu Shaochen was taken aback. The mage did not rely on basic attacks, but the fireball spell, which had a cooldown of 3 seconds, was equivalent to the mage's basic attack, boasting a substantial spell damage of 120. With a single round of fireballs, it swiftly depleted over 1,000 of Wu Shaochen's health points. As he observed the approaching bandit warriors and shield guards, he pushed his speed to the limit, deftly maneuvering past one melee bandit after another, heading straight for the opposing archers and mage. The melee bandits' attacks merely inflicted a mandatory loss of 1 health point on Wu Shaochen, causing him little discomfort. The warrior bandits possessed skills capable of breaking defenses. However, with a petrified skin scroll reducing physical damage by 50, their attempts were futile. Nonetheless, he caught a glimpse of the threat posed by a well-rounded formation, and midway through his escape, he was stunned for 2 seconds by a shield guard shield bash. Damn, how infuriating. At that moment, the mage unleashed their second skill, which was not a fireball, but rather an ice spell. 2 skills? What the hell? As the ice spell approached, Wu Shaochen reluctantly activated his void ability. Although advantageous, it boasted a lengthy cooldown of 5 minutes, making it a skill he typically reserved for life or death situations. Upon using Void, his body instantly entered a state of ethereality, dispelling the stun, and the incoming ice spell missed its mark. In his Void state, Wu Shaochen dashed out of the encirclement, charging toward the mage. To his surprise, the mages exhibited intelligence by retreating. However, with Wu Shaochen's speed exceeding 300, their escape was impossible. He surged forward, targeting the mages, whose operational space was significantly constrained at close range, making it challenging to lock onto the swiftly moving Wu Shaochen. This provided him ample opportunity to poison each mage twice before retreating, knowing that their health was certainly lower than that of the archers, making 2 layers sufficient. Soon, all 10 mages were poisoned, and during this time, he had only sustained damage from 3 fireballs and 1 ice spell. Although the ice spell reduced his movement speed by 30, it had little impact on Wu Shaochen, who boasted a speed exceeding 300. After enduring another volley of fireball damage, he finally escaped the mage's attack range and made a hasty retreat. It took him over a minute to poison all the archers, primarily hindered by the shield guards and warriors. The shield guard shield bash could stun, which was quite bothersome. Once the archers were poisoned, he turned his attention to any target he could find, activating his speed boost when available. When the scroll's effect expired, he was astonished to discover that nearly half of the bandits had been poisoned, leaving only around 20 unscathed, with those already poisoned having fallen in significant numbers, leaving merely 50 or so bandits standing. Now this was what he called mass farming, Wu Shaochen mused. Taking a circuit around the fallen bandits, he sought any dropped equipment, and to his surprise, amidst a number of white items, he discovered 2 pieces of black iron gear, filling him with joy. Furthermore, considering the quantity of white items, it was evident that the bandits had a notably higher drop rate than other creatures. To his astonishment, he even found dozens of silver coins, not copper, but silver. The bandits had actually dropped silver coins, and in that moment, Wu Shaochen felt that everything he had just experienced was worth it. Swiftly, he retrieved 2 pieces of black iron gear and the silver coins scattered on the ground, disregarding the white gear and copper coins. Wu Shaochen now possessed the capital of arrogance. Observing the remaining 22 bandits, he felt a twinge of headache. These brigands could not be lured apart. Once they entered the aggro range, they would charge as one, and being surrounded posed significant challenges. Particularly, the shield guard's shield strike could stun for 2 seconds, and without any scrolls, being incapacitated could easily lead to demise. After assessing his own condition, he realized that within the last 5 minutes, he had vanquished 124 bandits. His talent level had stabilized at 420, and he was now at level 14, equating to 30 times the base level. Having ascended a tier which augmented his power tenfold, exactly as he had anticipated. With his current toxin damage, it sufficed to apply just 2 layers of poison on either the warriors or shield guards. What was there to fear? Having dispatched over 100, could he truly be intimidated by this mere 20? Observing that both his speed and invisibility were ready, Wu Shaochen activated his speed and dashed forward. He possessed ample velocity to strike first, moving it over 3 times their speed, minimizing the chances of being encircled. With a formidable defense of 256, a warrior's normal attack would inflict less than 200 health, while a shield guard strike would only deplete slightly over 140 health. The skills posed a minor inconvenience, as a warrior's ability could deal over 400 damage, but he could endure it. Since all opponents were melee fighters, even standing still, he could withstand attacks from a maximum of 8 simultaneously. With a slight adjustment in positioning, he could reduce that to 4. Even if he faced 4 skills, it would only amount to slightly over 1,800 health. Easily manageable, though he needed to be cautious of being stunned. Otherwise, he would have to resort to invisibility. Upon rushing in, Wu Shaochen maneuvered slightly, confronting only 4 bandits head-on, 3 warriors and 1 shield guard. Activating his speed, he executed 2 strikes per second, applying 2 layers of poison to the shield guard without the opponent using any skills. 2 of the warriors, however, unleashed their abilities, and Wu Shaochen braved the impact of both, successfully poisoning another warrior. Noticing that his health still stood at half, he created some distance, thwarting the encroaching bandit's intentions. He then applied 2 layers of poison to the other warrior, just as the shield guard lifted his shield to unleash a skill. Wu Shaochen decisively evaded, narrowly escaping the shield strike. After distancing himself, his eyes gleamed with realization. His current speed allowed him to dodge certain attacks. The shield guard's abilities had a discernible wind-up, and so did those of the warriors. This revelation significantly reduced the challenge. He merely needed to focus on evading the shield guard's shield strike. Chapter 36. Confrontation with the Mage Horde. This battle lasted merely over 10 minutes, resulting in the extermination of 146 bandits, along with 4 gatekeepers, culminating in a total of 150 slain brigands. This remarkable speed was beyond the imagination of current players, considering these were level 20 monsters. The defeat of 150 bandits granted Wu Shaochen a staggering 600 experience points, propelling him rapidly toward his next level after just having leveled up. Meanwhile, the silver-tailed wolf, which had remained at a distance, also ascended to level 13. His undying body trait increased by 150 health points, bringing his total health growth to 545 points. With his health now nearing 3,000 at 2,976. He opened his inventory to inspect the 2 newly acquired pieces of equipment. Round wooden shield, black iron grade. Health 200, Physical defense 20, magical defense 10, block 2, additional attributes. Constitution 21, wear requirement, shield bearer. Attack speed ring, black iron grade. Attack 60, attack speed 6, additional attributes. Agility 22, wear requirement, archer, assassin. The attributes are rather impressive. The black iron equipment, dropped by level 20 monsters, possesses attributes comparable to those of level 10 bronze gear. I replaced the attack speed ring and removed the bland toad ring. Although my health decreased by 20, my attack increased by 52 points, attack speed rose by 5, and agility augmented by 22 points. I then placed the remaining shield directly on the auction house for a bidding period of 30 minutes. Subsequently, Wu Shaochen cautiously made his way into the stronghold, encountering no bandits along the way. Upon entering the mountain stronghold, the internal layout revealed a tiered structure. The front section comprised rudimentary buildings likely accommodating the outer minions, while the central tier featured significantly more refined structures, presumably housing individuals of higher status. The largest edifice at the top must undoubtedly be the abode of the chieftain. The lowest tier appeared deserted, likely as its occupants had just departed. Wu Shaochen stealthily approached the central tier, where the buildings were noticeably fewer, yet the foes therein were likely much stronger. As he ascended, he soon encountered clusters of bandits. To his dismay, the central tier was exclusively occupied by mages, indicating that mages held a prestigious position within the stronghold. Those who had recently departed had likely descended from this very area, and it was evident that no mages resided below. Having neglected to observe the attributes of the mages earlier, he decided to cast an insight spell to assess their capabilities. Black Wind Stronghold Sorcerer, level 20, health 36,000. Magical attack 480. Physical defense 120. Magical defense 180. Movement speed 68. Skill 1, Fireball, launches a fireball, inflicting 120 magical damage upon the designated target. Cooldown 3 seconds. Skill 2, Freezing Spell, unleashes an ice shard, dealing 130 magical damage to the target and reducing their movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. I almost forgot that this creature lacks Eagle Eye. Wu Shaochen activated stealth and cautiously approached. The mages, oblivious to the impending danger, were engaged in leisurely conversation. Wu Shaochen circled the vicinity and noted the presence of several mages in various locations, not too far apart. However, they would require at least 3 to 4 seconds to reach him should they choose to pursue. During this interval, he could unleash poison on 3 or 4 of them, then retreat. Their speed would not suffice to catch him. If the situation became dire, he could resort to Void. With this strategy in mind, Wu Shaochen proceeded without hesitation, stealthily nearing the group of mages. He activated Speed Burst, delivering 2 swift strikes per second. His hands moved with remarkable alacrity. 2 layers of poison were sufficient for each mage. After successfully poisoning 3 of them, the mages finally reacted, screaming as they attempted to retreat and create distance. Wu Shaochen pursued closely behind, managing to poison 2 more within 3 seconds, though 1 mage managed to retaliate with a fireball spell. Wu Shaochen observed that mages from other areas had swiftly arrived and promptly turned to flee. 2 frost bolts and 3 fireballs struck him, depleting nearly 2,000 health points. However, it mattered little. He had already evaded the attack range before the other mages could close in, sprinting into the distance. The mages could only stand by helplessly, watching their foe vanish, unable to match his speed. This is quite troublesome, Wu Shaochen mused with a wry smile. Even Silver Wolf wouldn't withstand the concentrated fire of 25 mages. Should he resort to using a protective scroll? Wu Shaochen felt conflicted. The scroll was indeed a life-saving artifact, and he was reluctant to employ it now. Yet, without it, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Ultimately, he decided to test the waters. He would refrain from using it if possible, but if the situation turned dire, he would have no choice but to rely on it for survival. With his skills having cooled down, Wu Shaochen activated stealth and stealthily approached the mages. Once he was near, he unleashed his speed and began to apply poison frantically. The sudden appearance of his figure startled the group of mages, throwing them into disarray. In close quarters, they struggled to lock onto Wu Shaochen, who moved swiftly among them. Only a few fireballs managed to find their mark, but this chaos lasted mere seconds before the mages regained their composure and scattered. Quite astute, Wu Shaochen thought. The threat posed by the dispersed mages was now lethal, prompting him to pursue them, slashing at their backs. Yet, despite his speed, he was but one against a fleeing multitude. After poisoning 4 more, he was bombarded by an increasing number of fireballs and ice spikes, his health plummeting rapidly as the mages began their counterattacks. With no time to lose, Wu Shaochen dashed toward the unpoisoned mages, aware that he had only 8 seconds to act, with 2 of those seconds reserved for his escape. The mage's attack range was approximately 10 meters, meaning he needed at least 2 seconds to narrowly avoid their reach. The mages were widely dispersed, and even with his accelerated speed of over 300, Wu Shaochen could only manage to poison 7 mages within 8 seconds, essentially 1 per second. Alongside the 6 he had previously poisoned amidst the chaos, and the 6 more he had pursued, he had successfully poisoned a total of 19, leaving 6 untouched. However, time was running out. Wu Shaochen hastily retreated, with fireballs crashing against his protective golden light from behind. Yet, before he could entirely escape the attack range, the golden shield dissipated. As he glimpsed 7 or 8 fireballs and ice spikes hurtling toward him, he activated his void ability to evade, ultimately escaping successfully. Chapter 37. The strategist of Black Wind's stronghold. Once again, he activated stealth and approached the mages. This time, upon closing in, he unleashed his speed to poison the 2 nearest mages. To his surprise, the mages had learned from their previous encounter and reacted instantly, attempting to distance themselves. Nevertheless, Wu Shaoqing's speed was no trifling matter. Could they truly evade him? He pursued them relentlessly, and soon the remaining 4 mages were also poisoned, sustaining only 3 fireball hits in the process. After being poisoned, Wu Shaochen swiftly turned and fled. The mages, realizing the urgency, hastily cast their spells towards him. But Wu Shaochen activated his void ability and effortlessly evaded their attacks before departing with grace. Blue Sapphire Necklace, Black Iron Grade, Magic Attack 50, Mana 300, Cooldown Reduction 2. Additional attributes, Spirit 21, Requirements, Mage, Priest. Swear, how much? Su Mu Shue, without voicing any objections, clearly found the price to be quite reasonable. The 2 quickly reached an agreement. Just as they completed the transaction, Wu Shaochen received a system notification. Ding! The item you auctioned at the pendant shop has been purchased by a player for 80,000 yuan. After deducting a service fee of 12,000 yuan, the remaining 68,000 yuan has been transferred to your linked bank account. Oh, I almost forgot about the shield I had auctioned as well. The price is quite satisfactory, yet I only receive a little over 60,000 yuan. Indeed, trading with the young lady is more advantageous, as there are no service fees and the payment is swift. Wu Shaochen remarked. It must be around 8 o'clock now. I should log off and have breakfast since there are no monsters nearby. He chose to log off from the original server. Removing his helmet, he instinctively checked his account balance on his phone, only to be startled into an upright position. What? It has actually exceeded 1 million? Staring at the 11 million balance in his bank account, Wu Shaochen could hardly believe his eyes. After calculating for a while with his fingers, he finally realized that, unknowingly, he had earned his first million in life. Filled with excitement, Wu Shaochen paced around his room several times to alleviate his exhilaration. Should I buy a gaming pod? Wu Shaochen pondered. However, considering his current rental situation, purchasing a gaming pod would likely be impractical. Perhaps it would be wiser to resolve the housing issue first before making such a purchase. Upon logging back in, he reappeared in the Black Wind stronghold. Wu Shaochen strolled through the central area, initially believing there were no monsters left, only to unexpectedly encounter a formidable foe. This creature was glaring at him with an expression of fury, prompting Wu Shaochen to quickly cast an insight spell. Black Wind Stronghold Strategist, Bronze Grade, Level 20, Health 350, 000, Magic Attack 900, Physical Defense 400, Magic Defense 480, Movement Speed 95. Skill 1, Fireball. Launches a fireball that inflicts 120 magic damage to the designated target. Cooldown 3 seconds. Skill 2, Freeze. Launches an ice spike that inflicts 130 magic damage to the designated target and reduces their movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 3, Explosive Flame. Releases a fireball at a designated location that explodes upon arrival, dealing 145 magic damage to all targets within a 33-meter radius. Cooldown 2 minutes. Skill 4, Hailstorm. Releases hail at a designated location, inflicting 135 magic damage to all targets within a 55-meter radius and reducing their movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Wu Shaochen swallowed hard. With 4 skills and such a high magic attack, he quickly decided to run away, evading the threat range. If a confrontation were to occur, he would need to activate stealth and approach cautiously before engaging. Upon assessing his current status, he noted an increase of 40 points in health after leveling up. alongside the defeat of 30 sorcerers, which granted him an additional 30 points. His total health reached 3,046 points, with spell resistance at 236 points. The toxin damage amounted to 426 points, and after slaying 6 more sorcerers post-upgrade, he gained an additional 6 points. I could do this, Wu Shaochen calculated. He concluded that enduring all 4 skills in succession would be impossible. However, aside from the fireball and freeze spells, which were instantaneous, the other 2 skills certainly had casting times. If he activated stealth and approached his target, then used his swift ability, he could inflict 2 layers of poison in a second and spend 2 seconds fleeing, allowing him to withstand at most 3 skills. With the strategy in mind, Wu Shaochen activated stealth and returned to the previous location, where the strategist of the Black Wind stronghold was still lingering. He stealthily approached, unleashed 2 swift strikes, and turned to flee. "Ah, you little thief, you're doomed," the strategist exclaimed. Subsequently, a freeze spell struck Wu Shaochen, reducing his speed by 30, followed closely by a fireball. The third skill, Explosive Flames, was cast, but due to its 0.5-second casting time, by the time it was released, Wu Shaochen had already evaded the attack range, resulting in the explosion occurring behind him without inflicting damage. Emerging from the encounter, Wu Shaochen noted the remaining health, slightly over half, and smiled, finding the challenge manageable. Timing his return just before the minute mark, he approached once again to apply 2 layers of poison. This time, without the swift ability, he endured 3 skills but managed to escape unscathed. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the bronze-level strategist of the Black Wind stronghold, earning 200 prestige points and 800 experience points. Your pet, Silver Wolf, gained 200 experience points. Ding! Talent trait triggered. Toxin damage increased by 1. Current toxin damage is now 427 points. Ding! Immortal Body activated. Maximum health increased by 1 point. Current Immortal Body enhances maximum health by 576 points. Glancing at his experience points, he saw 15, 374, 067, 000. Experience points are nearing halfway again, but it's unavoidable. The experience truly is substantial. Observing the ground, Wu Shaochen smiled. Nevertheless, the loot is indeed plentiful. He hurriedly gathered all the items that had dropped. In total, he collected 4 gold and 32 silver, 2 bronze equipment pieces, 3 black iron items, and left behind some basic gear, in addition to a scroll and a fruit. Chapter 38. The Chief of the Black Wind Stronghold. He opened his backpack to review the contents. Icy Spirit Staff, bronze level, spell attack 160, spell penetration 10, ice magic damage increased by 5, additional attributes, intelligence 24, spirit 22, required to equip, mage, flame bracelet, bronze level, spell attack 80, magic points 200, fire magic damage increased by 5, cooldown reduction 5, additional attributes, intelligence 21, agility 20, required to equip, mage, priest. Gazing at these 2 pieces of equipment, Wu Shaochen licked his lips, contemplating the fact that these items were undoubtedly among the finest currently available in the game, far surpassing the bronze gear he possessed, which had been obtained from level 20 loot. The remaining 3 pieces of black iron equipment were all suited for mages: a helmet, a pair of shoes, and a belt. None of these items were wearable by Wu Shaochen, who couldn't even be bothered to examine their attributes. He pondered whether that young girl could make use of them. If she could indeed don these items, she would undoubtedly become the foremost mage in Jinling City, her equipment surpassing even his own. After some contemplation, Wu Shaochen sent a message to Su Muxue. "My dear, is your purse sufficiently filled?" Shui replied, "What do you mean?" Wu Shaochen promptly sent her screenshots of all 5 items. Xue exclaimed, "How much for all? I'll take them all." Wu Shaochen, observing her response, stroked his chin in thought. How could this young lady possess such wealth? She exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He glanced at the auction house's transaction records. The only bronze item he had auctioned previously sold for 180,000, while there were no other records of bronze equipment sold. However, several black iron items had been recorded, with prices decreasing to approximately between 460,000 and 470,000. This price was quite reasonable, as these pieces boasted attributes superior to those available on the market, justifying the higher cost. "All right," she responded. No sooner had she sent her message than a remote trade request appeared. She inputted 560,000 directly. After placing the items for trade, the transaction was completed, and Wu Shaochen found himself with over 500,000 in his possession, filling him with delight. He continued to examine the remaining items. One scroll was a teleportation scroll, which recorded a coordinate and allowed instantaneous transport to that location. Quite useful. The last item was a fruit he had never encountered before, mental fruit. Consuming this grants a permanent increase of 10 to mental attributes. This was indeed remarkable. Anything that permanently enhances attributes is undoubtedly a treasure. As his mana was somewhat lacking, he consumed it immediately, raising his mental attribute to 52 and his mana to 680 points. Now, he was left with only the bandit leader. Wu Shaochen glanced at the house at the top and made his way towards it. As he approached, a voice echoed in his ears. Who allowed you to come up here? Did I not make it clear? No one is permitted to ascend without my consent. The voice emanated from within the house. How arrogant, Wu Shaochen thought, refusing to indulge such insolence, and he forcefully kicked open the door. Who dares disrupt my affairs? As his words fell, a scarred middle-aged man, brimming with fury, appeared before Wu Shaochen, momentarily taken aback as he inquired, Who are you? Where did you come from? Seizing the opportunity, Wu Shaochen quickly cast a detection spell. Black Wind Bandit Leader, Silver Grade. Level, 20. Health, 500, 000. Physical Attack, 1, 300. Physical Defense, 650. Magical Defense, 420. Attack Speed, 100. Movement Speed, 180. Skill 2. Heavy Strike. Strikes the target with the back of a dagger, inflicting 160 physical damage and silencing for 3 seconds, during which skills cannot be cast. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Skill 3. Weak Point Strike. Wields a dagger to inflict weak point damage on a target in front, ignoring defenses and guaranteeing a critical hit. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. My apologies for the intrusion, Wu Shaochen said before hastily retreating. Without any delay, he needed to leave to process the situation. The attributes of this opponent were astonishingly high. Where are you going? The adversary did not allow him to escape and pursued relentlessly. Fortunately, his speed was adequate, and he ultimately fled the Black Wind stronghold. Only then did the pursuit cease. Phew, it was a fortunate escape, yet this foe's speed was indeed remarkable. The strategist's speed was merely 95, while this individual boasted a staggering 180, which was rather absurd. The attributes of the leader of the Black Wind stronghold could only be described as monstrous, with an attack power reaching 1,300 points, a chilling 400 points higher than that of the strategist. However, there was a silver lining. This leader turned out to be an assassin-type creature, possessing exceptionally high single-target burst damage, yet like him, lacked both ranged and area skills. While undeniably formidable in one-on-one combat, this also made it relatively easier to handle. Wu Shaochen would not engage in a direct confrontation. He could strike and then flee. With an attack speed of 2 strikes per second, it meant he could either endure 2 normal attacks or 1 skill attack after a previous poison application, making it significantly easier compared to dealing with a mage-type creature. Calculating the damage, this opponent's highest damage output came from its 3rd skill, which ignored defenses and guaranteed critical hits, capable of inflicting 2,600 health points in a single blow. Yet it could not defeat him in 1 hit. It remained uncertain whether it would connect a normal attack afterward, as this foe's attack speed was quite rapid. To be safe, Wu Shaochen retrieved a bottle of life potion, which he had hesitated to use, and upon consumption, it increased his maximum health by 30, lasting for 30 minutes. After use, his health reached 3961, nearing 4,000. Even enduring 1/3 skill followed by a normal attack would not instill fear in him. Smirking, he thought, let you chase me, watch as I dismantle you. Wu Shaochen stealthily approached, but before he could get close, the adversary seemed to sense his presence, adopting a defensive posture while fixating on Wu Shaochen's direction. Alas, how alert! The stealth skill was becoming increasingly unreliable. Wu Shaochen muttered in discontent, no longer hiding. He activated his speed skill and charged in for 2 strikes before swiftly retreating. Indeed, it was Yuant, a critical hit of 1034. 2,600. That hurt. Fortunately, his foresight to drink the life potion saved him, for otherwise, he would have perished at that moment. His suspicions were confirmed. This opponent could indeed unleash a normal attack, followed by a skill, in such a brief time frame. It appeared that although the skills were melee, their range was certainly greater than that of a regular attack. Wu Shaochen continued his flight without pause, with the leader of the Black Wind stronghold in relentless pursuit. Thankfully, he did not have to engage directly, as who could withstand such damage? Thus, Wu Shaochen and the leader exchanged blows in a captivating dance to ensure his safety. He would strike twice while activating his speed skill and retreat after a single strike when not using it. Chapter 39. The Silver First Kill. Observing the leader of the Black Wind stronghold's health diminish, Wu Shaochen suddenly remembered a lucky scroll in his backpack, a marvelous item that could enhance the critical hit rate by 100. In this realm, humanoid monsters are categorized by their professions, and the loot they drop corresponds to these roles. For instance, the strategist he previously vanquished was a mage, resulting in an abundance of mage equipment. Now, the chieftain of the Blackwind Stronghold, being an assassin, is certain to yield assassin gear, especially since it is a silver tier first kill, which enhances the drop rate. Wu Shaochen felt a surge of excitement at the thought and promptly retrieved a doubling drop rate scroll to use, which would amplify the odds for half an hour. Given that the chieftain could only last a mere 5 minutes, he deemed it prudent to employ it without delay. Alas, the chieftain of the Blackwind Stronghold, despite his formidable skills, was rendered powerless, ultimately succumbing to the relentless assault of the mere ants before him, collapsing in utter defeat. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the silver tier chieftain of Blackwind Stronghold. You have earned 500 reputation points and 40,000 experience points. Your pet, Silver Wolf, has gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Health increased by 40, mana by 20, and you have received 10 free attribute points to allocate wisely. Ding! Your pet, Silver Wolf, has leveled up and is now at level 14. Ding! Talent trait activated. Poison damage increased by 1, and the maximum stackable layers of poison have also increased by 1. Current poison damage stands at 428 points, with a maximum of 4 stackable layers. Ding! Immortal Body effect activated, increasing maximum health by 1 point. Your immortal body has enhanced your maximum health by 577 points. Simultaneously, a server-wide announcement resonated throughout the entire Huaxia server once again. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chenfeng for defeating the silver tier chieftain of Blackwind Stronghold. As the first player to slay a silver tier monster on the server, the system rewards you with 1,000 reputation points, 30 gold coins, and 30 free attribute points. This is hereby announced. Perhaps due to numbness or ignorance of the chieftain's level, the players were less shocked by this announcement than they had been previously, accepting it with greater ease. After such a long time, the revered Chenfeng had once again graced the spotlight. Indeed, gold shines regardless of its surroundings, and someone of Chenfeng's stature finds it difficult to remain inconspicuous. Silver, how did you manage to find it? I have yet to encounter it myself. Silver, it must be stronger than bronze, right? Did you obtain any silver gear? Oh, great Chenfeng. The chat channels across various regions ignited with fervor, yet no voices of doubt emerged this time. In Extreme Ice City, Junlin reflected upon the server announcement, remarking, "Indeed, this fellow remains extraordinarily powerful even in the main city. Yes, he has become a legend within the divine prophecy." How Ran mused. In Autumn Water City, a party of 20 was besieging a colossal sea turtle by the shore. A level 12 bronze, deep sea giant turtle. The teamwork was impeccable, with a diverse array of professions and impressive damage output. What captured the eye was that all 20 members were women, each a striking beauty, gracefully maneuvering and attacking, rendering the scene visually enchanting. Among the throng, a woman clad in a white priest robe, adorned with a white veil, stood out like the most vibrant rose amidst a bouquet, easily becoming the center of attention among the many beauties. With a mere flick of her wrist, she cast a healing spell that restored a severely wounded warrior's health to its peak. An impressive healing amount of 800 or 900 that would surely leave all priests feeling inadequate. This was the crucial reason why their group of 20 dared to challenge the bronze rank. The warrior girl stuck out her tongue, remarking, "Sister Qingwu, you truly underestimate the value of priests." Dreamlike Qingwu shook her head in resignation, once universally recognized as the foremost mage. Her initial ambition in the game was to embrace the role of sorceress. However, fate played trick on her, endowing her with a talent that enhanced healing effects by 100%, compelling her to become a priest to avoid wasting such a precious gift. Alright, let us not dwell on this matter. Being a priest is not so bad, as it prevents you impulsive ones from meeting an untimely end, Dreamlike Qingwu stated. Who exactly is this CHNFing? After so many years in online gaming, I've never encountered anyone like him. Another girl shifted the topic, having heard the recent server announcement. I don't know. Perhaps he was unknown before the Divine Oracle, or maybe some great deity has altered things, chimed in an archer girl. At that moment, Dreamlike Qingwu also found herself intrigued by this mysterious figure. In Jinling City, the leader of the Proud World, with a sullen expression, remarked, "It's him again. We must curtail this CHNFing's rise, or it will undoubtedly hinder our progress." Indeed, but according to ZIHO, this CHNFing always wears a mask, making him difficult to locate, replied proud Solitary Peak. With our thousands of brothers in Jinling City, are we truly unable to find him? Proud Ruthlessness scoffed. Once located, we shall see if he can be persuaded. If not, we shall eliminate him. Jinling City is the domain of proud heroes, and I do not wish for any uncontrollable elements, Proud World stated coldly. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen was oblivious to the external concerns, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he beheld the bountiful loot scattered across the ground, undoubtedly the most he had ever accumulated in a single encounter, forming a veritable mountain. With lightning speed, he collected every drop of treasure, and as he saw his backpack nearing its limit, he began to organize his newfound wealth. First, he counted a staggering 8 gold and 52 silver coins, nearly rivaling the first kill reward from the Wild Boar King. Next, he discovered 4 pieces of silver equipment, 6 bronze items, and 8 black iron pieces, without picking up any common gear. Miraculously, he also found 2 skill books, likely a result of using a luck scroll, as it was improbable to obtain 2 otherwise. Additionally, there were 2 special scrolls, 2 attribute fruits, a peculiar potion, a key, and an unknown parchment, along with a required quest skull. This was truly an extraordinary haul. The player's default backpack could hold 40 slots, and identical materials, potions, and such could stack up to 1,000, occupying only 1 slot. However, in the Divine Oracle, the drop rate for equipment was notoriously low, making it rare for a backpack to reach capacity. Yet, Wu Shaochen's backpack was indeed nearing fullness, with his single bounty occupying a significant portion. With an exhilarated heart, he examined the equipment. Soul-devouring dagger, silver grade, physical attack 280, attack speed 10, lifesteal 10, additional attributes, strength 24, agility 22, constitution 23, requirement, assassin. Black wind leather armor, silver grade, health 800, mana 200, physical defense 50, magic defense 50, damage reduction 5, additional attributes, constitution 25, bone 23, spirit 22. Required classes, assassin, archer. Black wind helmet, silver grade, health 500, physical defense 45, magic defense 45, critical resistance 8, additional attributes, constitution 22, bone 21, agility 20. Required classes, all classes. Storm bracelet, silver grade, physical attack 160, attack speed 10, defense ignoring 10, additional attributes, agility 22, strength 21, bone 20. Required classes, assassin, archer. Graphite ring, bronze grade, health 300, physical attack 125, cooldown reduction 5, additional attributes, strength 23, constitution 22. Required classes, physical classes. Graphite belt, bronze grade, health 400, physical defense 35, magic defense 35, additional attributes, constitution 21, bone 22. Required classes, all classes. Graphite necklace, bronze grade, physical attack 140, critical rate 5, luck 5. Additional attributes, strength 20, agility 22. Required classes, physical classes. Graphite boots, bronze grade. Movement speed 60, physical defense 30, magic defense 30, additional attributes. Agility 21, bone 22. Required classes, all classes. Graphite helmet, bronze grade. Health 300, physical defense 30, magic defense 30, critical resistance 5, additional attributes. Constitution 24, bone 25. Required classes, all classes. Graphite bracelet, bronze grade. Physical attack 130, attack speed 5, defense ignoring 5, additional attributes. Strength 23, agility 24. Required classes, assassin, archer. Chapter 40. What use is this attack? Gazing at the array of silver and bronze equipment, Wu Shaochen blinked in astonishment. This was akin to stripping the fellow of all dignity. However, given his naturally high luck, coupled with a first kill and double drop rate scrolls, acquiring such a plethora was hardly excessive. The most significant aspect was that nearly all of it was usable by him. This transition was undoubtedly akin to exchanging a bird's gun for a cannon. Equipping all of it would at least double his strength. As for the black iron equipment, Wu Shaochen could scarcely be bothered to glance at it. After examining the gear, he turned his attention to the skill books. Heavy Strike. Consumes 80 mana, delivering a powerful blow to the target with the weapons, but inflicting 160 physical damage and silencing the target for 3 seconds, during which no skills can be cast. Cooldown, 1 minute. Required classes, Assassin. Weak Point Strike. Consumes 100 mana, dealing weak point damage to the target. This damage ignores defense and is guaranteed to be a critical hit. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Required classes, Assassin. Wow, Both of these skills have been revealed, Wu Shaochen exclaimed. Finally, I am no longer a mere assassin reliant solely on poison. Since entering the Oracle, he had never breached an enemy's defense. With the new equipment and these 2 damage-dealing skills, he could finally perform like a true assassin. Wu Shaochen promptly learned the 2 skills, adding them to his skill bar. After mastering the skills, I meticulously examined the remaining items. Among them were 2 scrolls. One was the Body Shield Scroll, which grants invincibility for 10 seconds upon use, and the other was the Random Teleportation Scroll, allowing the user to be teleported randomly to any location within a kilometer. Both were invaluable for survival. Next, I discovered 2 attribute fruits, both labeled as agility fruits, which permanently enhance agility by 10 points upon consumption. Naturally, Wu Shaochen consumed them immediately, for such items only yield greater benefits when accumulated. There were 3 other unfamiliar items. The first was an ancient parchment, which upon inspection revealed the inscription, Treasure Map, detailing the location of a hidden treasure, accompanied by a map depicting a treasure chest. Clearly, that chest marked the treasure's location. However, the map was unfamiliar to Wu Shaochen, and no location was specified, suggesting it would only be revealed upon discovery. Then, there was a key. Wu Shaochen examined it and found the inscription, Treasure Chest Key, designed for unlocking treasure chests. Lastly, there was a peculiar vial of potion, which Wu Shaochen instinctively sensed was extraordinary. Unsealing potion, capable of lifting the usage restrictions on equipment and skills. This was truly a remarkable find. Wu Shaochen felt a surge of excitement. While it might seem trivial to lift equipment restrictions, perhaps enabling a rogue to wield a staff, the true significance lay in its ability to remove skill usage limitations. Many beneficial skills could not be utilized, which was indeed frustrating. For instance, he possessed a book on the skill Berserker Charge, a warrior's ability, yet with this potion, he could learn it directly. Although he had no interest in that particular skill, he knew he would inevitably encounter skills he desired but could not access. This potion would prove invaluable. The chief of the Black Wind Village had directly bestowed upon him a complete set of equipment, leaving Wu Shaochen clad in bronze or better, save for his trousers. After equipping the items, he noted an allocation of 40 free attribute points, which he invested entirely into his constitution. He then reviewed his attributes. Name, Chun Feng Realm, bronze level, 16 health, 5487 mana, 1180 physical attack, 1245 magical attack, 84 physical defense, 543 magical defense, 533 movement speed, 430 attack speed, 104 critical rate, 5 lifesteal, 10 damage reduction, 5 ignore defense, 15 cooldown reduction, 5 anti-critical, 8 luck, 15, 10 from title, 5 from equipment, experience, 740680000 strength, 1582018 intelligence, 35204 constitution, 1742020 7 bone strength, 3032036 spirit, 672080 agility, 30920 talent. Poison damage 428 points. Stackable up to 4 layers. Immortal body. Increases maximum health by 577 points. Equipment. Weapons. Soul Devouring Dagger, silver grade, helmet. Black Wine Helmet, silver grade, armor. Black Wind Leather Armor, silver grade. Pants. Bear King's Leggings, black iron grade belt, graphite belt, bronze grade shoes, graphite boots, bronze grade, necklace, graphite necklace, bronze grade, left bracelet. Furious Wind Bracelet, silver grade. Right bracelet. Graphite bracelet, bronze grade, left ring. Graphite ring, bronze grade, right ring. Silver Wolf King ring, bronze grade. With these attributes nearly doubled, my attack power surged beyond 1,000. Yet upon witnessing such elevated attack stats, Wu Shaochen pondered, what use is this power if it cannot match my venomous strikes? He sighed, lamenting the futility of such an attack. Opening the auction house, he glanced at the recent transaction prices for black iron equipment. In just over 10 minutes of battling the chief, for transactions of black iron gear had occurred predominantly around 460,000. However, it was likely that many had begun to defeat ordinary monsters for black iron drops. Though the drop rate was low, the sheer number of players ensured a steady influx. He believed that the value of black iron equipment would soon plummet significantly, as affluent players adorned themselves entirely in black iron, leaving the remaining casual players reluctant to spend extravagantly on gear. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, 2 pieces of equipment were sold. Wu Shaochen then listed the Bear King's bracelet, attack speed ring, and the 8 black iron items dropped by the chief, setting the price at 60,000. These items boasted superior attributes compared to the current black iron offerings in the market, Apart from the Bear King's bracelet, the rest were drops from level 20 bandits, leaving him unconcerned about their sale. As anticipated, the 10 items quickly sold out, and he received a total of 540,000. Chapter 41. Opening treasure chests. Remaining were the bronze items, which currently languished in a state of high price yet low demand. Nevertheless, the attributes of the 2 bronze items dropped by the Silver Wolf King were comparable to those of black iron items from level 20 bandits. After some contemplation, Wu Shaochen decided to list the 2 bronze items at 60,000, and they were instantly purchased. It seemed that the buyers were oblivious to the attributes and merely seized the items upon recognizing their bronze classification. Wu Shaochen looked at the last 2 pieces of equipment, Black Bear King boots and graphite helmet. One was dropped by a level 17 Black Bear King, while the other was from a level 20 chief, both boasting excellent attributes. He deliberated whether to auction them or price them according to previous transactions. Unbeknownst to him, a majority of players in Jinling City were eagerly observing the auction house, as such a bulk sale of black iron and bronze equipment was a rare sight. At that moment, his private chat window chimed. Schwer, are all the items in the auction house posted by you? Chinfeng, yes, what's up? Xuya. Schwer, are there more? Chinfeng, you want more? Xuya, yes. Wu Shaochen considered it and sent a screenshot of the attributes for the remaining 2 items, which were suitable for all professions. Schwer, how much do you want for them? Chinfeng, the usual price, 160,000 each. Schwer, sounds good. The transaction was swiftly completed, and with curiosity, Wu Shaochen inquired, Beauty, do you have a mine at home? You seem quite affluent. Xuya, indeed. So you can collaborate with me long-term. Chinfeng, can't we keep a low profile? Having exchanged all unnecessary equipment for currency, Wu Shaochen suddenly found himself with nearly 900,000 in income. In high spirits, he glanced at the residence of the chieftain and, driven by curiosity, stepped inside, pondering why this individual had not emerged despite the demise of his subordinates. Upon entering, he discovered a spacious interior, devoid of decoration save for a few rooms flanking the grand hall, from which faint sounds of weeping could be heard. Approaching the source of the sorrowful sounds, Wu Shaochen opened the door, revealing 2 disheveled women, tear-streaked faces reflecting sheer terror as they gazed at the entrance. A swift scan of the surroundings illuminated the reason behind the chieftain's reluctance to permit anyone upstairs. Clearly, he was indulging in pleasures of his own, dare it be said. A dalliance of sorts? Realizing he had intruded upon a private affair, Wu Shaochen understood the depths of their fear. The 2 women, however, remained paralyzed with fright, seemingly incredulous at his presence. Is this truly happening? He called out, raising his voice once more. At last, they responded. One timidly inquired, is it really true? The women composed themselves, cautiously stepping toward the door. We are eternally grateful for your salvation, noble hero, they sobbed, bowing in gratitude. They had believed their lives were irrevocably bound to the clutches of that vile monster, never anticipating a chance for escape. After some time calming the 2, one suddenly exclaimed, Noble benefactor, I know the location of that fiend's treasure. Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up with surprise at this unexpected boon. Let me there at once. He urged eagerly. Please, follow me, she replied, guiding him toward one of the rooms. The chamber resembled a storage area, cluttered with a haphazard assortment of items. Truth be told, had he been searching alone, he would have abandoned the endeavor at first glance. The woman began tapping and knocking around the room, and soon, a section of the stone wall revealed a hidden door, just large enough for one to enter. Quite ingenious, Wu Shaochen marveled, taken aback by the clever concealment of this mechanism, which had previously gone unnoticed. This demon has stashed away the wealth he has plundered over the years within the chest inside. You will see it upon entering, but only he possesses the key. She explained. Oh, Wu Shaochen suddenly recalled the key he had just obtained, initially believing it to be for a treasure map's chest. It now seemed it was intended for this very door. He stepped inside, finding a minuscule room containing only a large chest, nothing else. His heart raced as he approached, only to find the chest securely locked. Retrieving the key from his backpack, he inserted it, and to his delight, it opened effortlessly. The moment the chest was unveiled, Wu Shaochen was nearly blinded. The dim room was instantly flooded with golden light, emanating from the treasure within. After regaining his sight, he beheld a wealth of gleaming gold coins, nearly causing him to salivate with greed. Fortune has smiled upon me, he exclaimed, unceremoniously filling his backpack with the bountiful riches. After a considerable amount of time, I finally emptied the treasure chest. My backpack now displayed a total of 673 gold coins, a significant increase from the mere 161 coins I previously possessed. This single chest contained over 500 coins, leaving me utterly astonished. It was fortunate that I had entered. Otherwise, I would have missed this opportunity entirely. Although the influx of players into the main city has greatly enhanced our ability to earn money, consequently diminishing the value of in-game currency, the current exchange rate remains at 1 silver coin to 10 copper coins. Thus, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 1,000 yuan, meaning that over 500 gold coins translate to more than 50,000 yuan. Alas, gold coins are depreciating rapidly. Perhaps I should sell a portion? After some contemplation, I decided against it, as I felt that gold coins would hold significant value in the future, and I certainly did not require this 50,000. Upon securing the gold, I discovered a jewel at the bottom of the chest, and hurriedly picked it up for inspection. Magic Orb. When carried, it continuously restores magic points at a rate of 2 per second. My goodness, this effect rivals that of a divine artifact. While the recovery amount may not be substantial, it is a constant restoration, allowing for recovery even amid battle, alleviating any concerns about running low on mana. However, as an assassin, it seems somewhat wasteful for me to possess such an item. If sold to a mage, it would surely fetch a princely sum. What should I do? Sell it or keep it? Observing that there was nothing else of interest in the house, I left contentedly. To my surprise, I found 2 women still standing outside. I inquired, "Why haven't you left yet?" As it turned out, they were waiting for assistance. I thought it best to see this through. After all, helping others is commendable. Without their presence, I would not have accumulated such a wealth of gold either. In high spirits, I readily agreed to accompany them. Chapter 42, Lu Family Village. I led the 2 women, accompanied by my loyal companion Silver Taro, who had now grown to knee height, toward the Lu family village they mentioned. Beyond Blackwind Ridge lies the Tiger Roar Forest, a place that, as its name suggests, is teeming with tigers. I pondered their strength with curiosity. As the 3 of us, along with my wolf, entered the Tiger Roar Forest, the 2 women huddled closely together, their faces betraying their fear as they cautiously followed behind me. In contrast, I remained unfazed, eager to test my newfound strength against some monsters. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as a massive tiger blocked our path. The 2 women instinctively recoiled in fright, while I calmly cast an insight spell. Jungle Tiger, level, 21 health, 48,000 physical attack, 520 physical defense, 280 magical defense, 220 movement speed, 105 skill, pounce, leaps towards a target, inflicting 160 physical damage, capable of knocking down targets with lower attack than itself. Cool down, 20 seconds. After reviewing the tiger's attributes and comparing them to my own, I pondered, have I truly become this formidable? A level 21 monster cannot even breach my defenses? My defense stands at an impressive 543, rendering the tiger's 520 attack utterly ineffective. Even its skill attack would only inflict a little over 200 points of damage, which is inconsequential given my health of over 5,000. The causes of all this, aside from his complete set of equipment, also include the nearly 200 points Wu Shaochen has invested in the attribute of bone strength. It is important to note that players at level 10 only earn 5 points of attributes per level, totaling 50 points by level 10. By level 20, they acquire 10 points per level, amounting to 100 points. This means that even a level 20 Shield Guardian, fully investing in bone strength, would not match his total. This remarkable advantage is largely due to Wu Shaochen's numerous first kills and rewards for initial breakthroughs in his realm, which have resulted in his attribute points significantly surpassing those of his peers. Furthermore, for Shield Guardian, prioritizing vitality is a given, as the benefits from vitality are evidently far greater compared to bone strength. With his immortal physique, Wu Shaochen has no need to worry about vitality. He has now achieved his minor goal, a formidable assassin with incredible resilience. A smile tugged at the corners of Wu Shaochen's lips. If his opponent's defenses are unbreakable, then it becomes all the more intriguing. Today, he has no intention of playing cautiously. He is ready to confront head-on. Wu Shaochen activated his rapid acceleration and charged towards the jungle tiger, moving with unparalleled speed, unleashing a series of skills: backstab, heavy strike, and weakness break. The damage numbers appeared: 1769, backstab ignores 50 defense, and equipment ignores 15 defense. 1754, silence. 2490, critical hit. These 3 skills swiftly depleted over 6,000 health from the jungle tiger, while simultaneously applying 3 layers of poison. Wu Shaochen then began his assault, with his extraordinary attack speed of 154 translating to a staggering 25 strikes per second. 1007, 1007, 1712, 4 layers of toxic damage. The astonishing damage per second reached over 3,000, a terrifying feat. The jungle tiger, boasting a health pool of 48,000, succumbed after merely 10 seconds, collapsing lifelessly. Wu Shaochen licked his lips, feeling a sense of exhilaration. After so long in stealth, was he now embracing a more direct approach? Never mind. If poison can resolve the issue, why waste energy? 2 swift strikes would suffice for a more effortless victory. Ultimately, Wu Shaochen concluded that employing poison was indeed more satisfying. Meanwhile, 2 women stood at a distance, astonished at Wu Shaochen's prowess. How incredible it was that such a large tiger was vanquished in mere moments. "Let us go," Wu Shaochen called out as he continued onward. The 2 women hurried to catch up, gazing at his back with admiration. Wu Shaochen, accompanied by the 2 women and a wolf, traversed through the thickets, spending over an hour to navigate the tiger roar forest to reach Lu family village. If Wu Shaochen had been alone, he could have covered the 10 kilometers in just over 20 minutes. However, with the 2 women, their pace was considerably slower. Along the way, they dispatched 24 jungle tigers, earning 10,080 experience points, bringing his experience total to 16,174, 868,000. The toxic damage reached 452 points, and his immortal physique granted an additional 24 health points, resulting in a total health increase of 601 points, culminating in a total health of 511. The parents of the 2 women, humble villagers, expressed their profound gratitude upon learning that Wu Shaochen had rescued their daughters. As they prepared to kneel in thanks, Wu Shaochen quickly supported them, preventing them from bowing, while inwardly he lamented, "Why must they resort to kneeling and bowing? Can't we engage in something more practical?" Sighing, he thought, "Why doesn't this game adhere to conventional norms?" Wu Shaochen nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment's hesitation, the elders spoke. "Young man, could you do me a favor?" Wu Shaochen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was there truly a mission? He hurriedly said, "Elder, I delight in aiding others. How may I assist you?" Ding. The village chief of Lu family village has assigned you a task. Deliver the parchment to the Lord of Jinling City and convey the chief's message. Task reward: unknown. Do you accept? Ah, an unknown reward? Another hidden quest. This could be promising. Wu Shaochen promptly accepted. Surely, he could not return the parchment to that old man. This was a hidden quest, and the reward was bound to be substantial. Chapter 43, The Mask of Dust. Upon arriving at the Lord's manor to state his purpose, the guards did not impede him this time. Instead, they ushered him into the hall to await a moment, then went to announce his arrival. Soon, the Lord of Jinling City entered, and upon seeing Wu Shaochen, remarked, "Adventurer, weren't you seeking the chief of the Black Wind stronghold? Have you encountered an insurmountable problem?" Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen produced the severed head of the chief and presented it to the Lord, stating, "No issues here. I have dealt with the chief of the Black Wind stronghold." The Lord stood momentarily speechless, taken aback by the sight of the head. He had not anticipated that Wu Shaochen would truly have slain the stronghold's leader. Ding! Task completed. You have gained 1,000 reputation points, 50 gold coins, and the title Hero of Bandit Suppression. Oh, a title! Wu Shaochen felt a surge of joy. Titles were timeless. He quickly checked. Hero of Bandit Suppression. Grants 10 to health and 10 to defense when equipped. Excellent. Wu Shaochen swiftly donned the title, raising his health to 6,062 points, his physical defense to 597, and his magical defense to 586, feeling significantly more resilient. After receiving his reward, Wu Shaochen produced the parchment and handed it to the Lord, saying, "Lord, this is a message from the village chief of Lu family village. He wishes to inform you that the seal has weakened and hopes you can dispatch troops for support." Lu family village? The Lord seemed unfamiliar with the name. He took the parchment from Wu Shaochen's hand and opened it. Soon, his expression grew grave. After a prolonged silence, the Lord finally spoke. "Adventurer, thank you for delivering such vital news. I have nothing much to offer in return, but I no longer have use for this. Here, take it." Ding. Task completed. You have received the item, Mask of Dust. Wu Shaochen accepted the item offered by the Lord, revealing a mask crafted from an unknown material. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, adorned with exquisite designs, far more beautiful than anything available in the shops. When worn, it would undoubtedly enhance one's presence. Most remarkably, the mask possessed a unique effect. Mask of Dust. When equipped, it can shield the wearer from all detection skills and scrolls, and its form can be altered at will. This effect was undeniably impressive. While divination skills could not be used on players, it was certain that such abilities would arise in the future. With this mask, he would no longer need to fear being spied upon. Moreover, the ability to alter its form was an extraordinary skill for concealing one's identity. After donning his mask, Wu Shaochen observed the lord of the city, who still bore a heavy expression, and inquired, "My lord, is there any way I might be of assistance?" "Very well," Wu Shaochen replied, taking his leave. As he approached the doorway, the lord suddenly remarked, "If possible, could you help me clear the jungle tigers in the Tiger War forest? Their presence poses a significant hindrance to the advancement of our troops." "Leave it to me," Wu Shaochen assured, thumping his chest. However, after a considerable time had passed without any task notification, he felt a twinge of frustration, wondering if he was expected to assist for free. Yet, upon hearing the lord's request, his spirits brightened. There was indeed an opportunity. He quickly reassured, "Rest assured, my lord, I will not act recklessly." It was imperative to instill confidence in the lord to prevent any hesitation regarding his undertaking, although this task bore no reward. Fostering a favorable relationship with the lord of Jinling City would undoubtedly yield benefits in the future, as there would be many matters to address within the city. The lord nodded in satisfaction, greatly enhancing his esteem for the adventurer before him. After bidding farewell to the lord, Wu Shaochen departed the lord's manor and proceeded to the warehouse, where he retrieved the skill book titled Berserk Charge and listed it at the auction house. Deeming it the opportune moment for sale, having observed numerous requests for skill books in the public chat. In the bidding process, the price of Berserk Charge soared, ultimately closing at 550,000, setting a new record for the highest single transaction at the auction house. Wu Shaochen gazed at the substantial 460,000 credits added to his account, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. He had retained this skill until now, precisely to secure a favorable price. This skill book did not disappoint. He had anticipated a price around 300,000, yet it had skyrocketed to 550,000. It seemed the demand for skills surpassed even that for equipment. After all, skills are timeless and accumulate in value, whereas equipment may become obsolete. As Wu Shaochen beheld his balance surpassing 3 million, the urge to purchase property stirred within him. He had never imagined earning money at such a pace. It appeared that he must continue seeking opportunities, for this sum would scarcely suffice to acquire a home in the city, he sighed. Wu Shaochen then ventured to the apothecary, examining the wares, which were indeed superior to those found in the novice village. Red potion, small, restores 200 health per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Price, 5 silver coins. Red potion, medium, restores 300 health per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Price, 10 silver coins. Red potion, large, restores 500 health per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Price, 50 silver coins. Additionally, there were blue potions, small, medium, large. The potions in the main city were indeed far superior to those in the novice village, yet their prices were significantly higher. Even with his considerable wealth, Wu Shaochen hesitated to make such purchases. Ultimately, he spent 10 gold coins to acquire 20 large red potions, and then another 10 gold coins for 100 medium red potions. He procured such a quantity of potions in preparation for the challenges ahead. According to the lord, the Tiger Roar forest would present formidable foes, and it was prudent to stock up for survival. After purchasing the medicine, Wu Shaochen disposed of all the remaining red potions in his backpack from the novice village. Tidying up his inventory, the potions were only obtainable from the creatures in the novice village, likely a consideration for newcomers who could not afford to buy medicine. Since arriving in the main city, he had not encountered any potions, and thus he had to purchase them himself. Having finished this task, Wu Shaochen decided to log off, as it was nearly mealtime, providing him an opportunity to eat before returning to the game. Chapter 44. The 10 major guilds. Wu Shaochen removed his helmet and headed to the living room to order takeout. Subsequently, he began browsing the forum, searching for intriguing posts. Upon opening the forum, he was relieved to find that the leading post was not about him. Rather, it was a thread concerning the major guilds, published by someone known as Online Game Sage. The 10 most powerful guilds in the online gaming community have all settled in the Divine Oracle, he read with interest. In the realm of online gaming, many formidable guilds have emerged, with 10 being widely recognized as the most powerful. Each of these guilds had previously dominated a particular game, and now all had congregated in the Divine Oracle. What kind of sparks would they ignite? One could only anticipate the unfolding drama. I shall now share the information I have gathered about these guilds. Heavenly Myth. Once the ruler of multiple online games, this guild boasted a peak membership of 500,000, with its primary members currently located in Bay City. The guild leader, God Lord, is a level 14 warrior. Dreamland Guild, an all-female guild. It reached a maximum membership of 300,000. Despite being composed entirely of female players, they possess immense strength. Their main members are presently in Shaochen City. The guild leader, Dream Dance, was once the strongest mage and is now the mightiest priest, a choice attributed to her innate talent. Gates of Hell, comprising predominantly assassins. This guild peaked at 200,000 members, with its principal members currently in Mabe City. The guild leader, Hell Messenger, is a level 14 assassin. It is rumored that he harbors deep resentment towards the first assassin, Dusty, vowing to eliminate him should they cross paths. Wind, Flower, Snow, Moon, a well-known legacy guild with an excellent reputation. Although they have demonstrated dominance in various online games, they do not oppress casual players. Their maximum membership has reached 800,000, and their main members are currently in Fengyong City. The guild leader, Wind Moon, remains relatively low profile, and their power remains undisclosed. Pride of the World, a rapidly ascending new guild in recent years, backed by substantial financial resources. Although their previous highest membership was only over 100,000, they have shown a willingness to invest generously in the Divine Oracle, now competing with established guilds. Their main members are currently in Jinling City, with whispers suggesting that Dusty is also in Jinling City, raising anticipation for their encounter. The guild leader, Pride of the World, is a level 14 warrior. God King Pavilion. Exclusively for experts, this guild has the smallest membership, never exceeding 50,000, yet its strength is never to be underestimated. They consistently dominate in any online game they join. The guild is filled with numerous masters, with their main members currently in Jilu City. The guild leader, God King, remains an enigma in terms of prowess. The rise and fall of fate. Although this guild does not engage in many online games, it once dominated a large-scale MMORPG, forcing all other guilds, including the top 10, to withdraw from the game in shame. At its peak, the guild boasted over 400,000 members. With its principal location in the Icebound City, and its president, an enigmatic figure known as Fate's Origin. The world of solo players, comprising countless solo players. This guild has the largest membership of all, peaking at over 1 million. It was formed in response to the oppression faced from major guilds in a once popular national MMORPG. Currently, its main base is in the Yellow Sand City, led by a level 13 archer known as Solo Player Crazy. Solid Barrier, rumored to be composed of veterans. This guild is characterized by its members' exceptional quality and remarkable teamwork, with a maximum membership of over 200,000. Their principal location is in the Giant Deer City, under the leadership of Guardian, a level 13 shield bearer. Have you discerned something from this? Indeed, it appears that several major guilds have strategically separated into different main cities, with only the Giant Deer City and Yellow Sand City housing 2 guilds each. In the Giant Deer City, the 2 guilds coexist without significant conflict, as one exclusively recruits elite players while the other welcomes veterans, thus posing no considerable hindrance to each other. However, in Yellow Sand City, members of the world of solo players and the 3 kingdoms have frequently clashed, although large-scale battles have yet to occur. The emergence of many new guilds in the prophecy has been rapid, alongside the rise of previously obscure experts, with Dust being a prime example. With the advent of the prophecy, players from other MMORPGs are dwindling at a staggering rate, and it is believed that soon, only one game will remain. The simultaneous presence of the top 10 guilds will undoubtedly bring forth thrilling narratives to the prophecy, and MMORPG Sage will continuously provide the latest updates from this realm. Thank you all for your support. This lengthy post caught the attention of Wu Shaochen, who patiently read through the extensive narrative for the first time. He had heard of the top 10 guilds in the online gaming world, but this was the first time he encountered such detailed information. It seems that the game will become increasingly captivating. A smile crept across Wu Shaochen's face. This is what makes it enjoyable. Before long, the takeout arrived, and Wu Shaochen indulged in his meal, saving a portion for later in the fridge, as he feared that logging off too late would leave him without food options. Suddenly, his phone rang again, and upon seeing it was Wu Xin calling, he slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to inquire about her situation. His mind had been preoccupied with the game. He felt somewhat remiss as an older brother and quickly answered the call. Brother. A somewhat timid voice came through from Wu Xin. What is wrong, Xin? Did something go awry? Wu Shaochen asked. No, everything's resolved. I accidentally broke a classmate's belongings, so I need to compensate them. Wu Xin quickly explained, not wanting to worry him with the details. Ah, then, that's acceptable. You should indeed compensate for someone else's property. Is the amount sufficient? If not, I could transfer you some more, Wu Shaochen replied. Enough is enough, brother. There is no need for you to transfer me any more funds. The last time you did was already quite generous. Moreover, I fear that expressing my thoughts might upset you. What is it? Wu Shaochen inquired with curiosity. If I tell you, you must promise not to get angry. Wu Xin cautioned. Speak freely, he replied. Wu Shaochen possessed a profound understanding of his sister, who had always been obedient and sensible, leaving him unable to conceive of any action that might provoke his ire. It's just that the amount you previously transferred was rather substantial. After compensating my classmates for their belongings, I still had over 10,000 left. My roommate mentioned that there's potential for profit in this game, so I spent 10,000 on a helmet. Wu Xin admitted hesitantly. Is that all? Wu Shaochen responded, somewhat speechless, expecting something of greater consequence. He had initially intended to buy Wu Xin a helmet himself, but since she had never played games, he feared she might not appreciate it. Yet, he found himself curious about what had prompted Wu Xin to consider gaming. Xin, you have never shown interest in games before. What made you suddenly want to play? Wu Shaochen asked. My roommate said this game can be quite lucrative. Some individuals have earned hundreds of thousands within it. I thought perhaps I could earn some money to alleviate your burdens, Wu Xin whispered. Chapter 45, Conflict. Upon hearing Wu Xin's words, Wu Shaochen smiled and shook his head. Money in games is not so easily earned. Although he had made millions in just a few days, that was due to his ahead-of-the-curve strategies. It is doubtful that an average player could keep pace. However, Wu Shaochen did not wish to dampen Wu Xin's enthusiasm. It was a rare delight to see her express interest in a game, and he felt content. As for any impact on her studies, he had no concerns. Wu Xin possessed remarkable self-discipline and had always excelled academically. If her studies were indeed affected, he would gladly support her. This game seems promising. You should give it a try, Wu Shaochen encouraged. Brother, won't you be upset with me for spending recklessly? Wu Xin asked, puzzled. Why would I be upset? I play this game too. You should indulge in it as well. Reading all day will only turn you into a bookworm, Wu Shaochen teased. You are the bookworm. By the way, brother, will I be able to see you in the game, no matter how far apart we are? Wu Xin inquired. Indeed, this game mirrors reality perfectly. When you arrive at the main city, we will be able to meet just as we do in real life, Wu Shaochen replied. How wonderful. It has been ages since I last saw you. Wu Xin felt a surge of excitement for the game. After chatting for a while longer, they ended the call. Wu Xin gazed at the helmet in her hands, filled with curiosity. At that moment, Wei Wei walked into the room and, noticing Wu Xin's expression, remarked, Are you interested now? Just a moment ago, you were reluctant to make the purchase. Wu Xin's cheeks flushed as she responded, Wei Wei, please teach me how to play this game. I want to find brother in there. Oh, I forgot to ask, Wu Xin said bashfully. After finishing his phone call, Wu Shaochen swiftly re-entered the game, appearing in the bustling city of Jinling. The atmosphere was vibrant, and after a brief stroll, he made his way toward the south gate, intending to explore the so-called Tiger King within the Tiger War forest. Upon reaching the south gate, he headed directly toward the forest, mindful of the throngs of players around him, which prevented him from moving at full speed. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss, as the surrounding players seemed to be converging upon him, either deliberately or inadvertently. Deciding to remain stationary, he was curious to ascertain the reason behind this unusual attention. Before long, a large crowd encircled him, although they did not advance, merely maintaining a distance. In the midst of the crowd, Wu Shaochen recognized a familiar figure, the boastful player he had defeated previously. He was aware that when a player is vanquished, the victor's identity is revealed. Yet, given his dramatically altered equipment and disguise, he was puzzled as to how his identity had been discerned. He chose not to rush away, instead opting to observe for any signs of vulnerability. Soon enough, the main figure emerged, a young man, approximately 27 or 28, exuding an air of arrogance, accompanied by a dozen followers who approached Wu Shaochen with deliberate slowness. Upon reaching him, the leader extended his hand with a smile, introducing himself. Greetings, Dusty. I am from the Proud World, and I have long admired your reputation. Wu Shaochen did not reciprocate the handshake, his expression one of confusion. The president of the Proud Heroes? It seems our paths have not crossed before. How do you ascertain that I am indeed Dusty? Oh, is there an issue? Wu Shaochen chose not to deny his identity, recognizing that such an ostentatious approach meant they had already confirmed who he was, rendering denial unnecessary. After all, his identity would inevitably be revealed. Nothing of great importance. I merely wish to invite you to join us in the Proud Heroes for mutual advancement. Noting Wu Shaochen's lack of denial, the leader of Proud World smiled slightly. I'm not interested, Wu Shaochen replied bluntly. He harbored no fondness for this so-called Proud Heroes. From the earlier encounter with the boastful player to the current situation of being surrounded, he found their methods distasteful. Regardless of their standing among the top 10 guilds, he remained a formidable presence in the game. I suggest you reconsider, for Jinling is the territory of my Proud Heroes. Before Proud World could respond, another member, Proud Solitude, interjected. Proud World feigned restraint, smiling at Wu Shaocheng as he said, "Brother, should you join us in the Proud Heroes, I can offer you the position of vice president. I trust you are a wise individual who wouldn't wish to forfeit such a splendid opportunity." "I'm not interested. Step aside," Wu Shaocheng replied coolly. "I recognize only two types of individuals, allies and foes. Are you certain you wish to stand against my Proud Heroes? Have you considered the consequences?" Proud World narrowed his eyes, a shadow of menace creeping into his tone. "Huh. So, not joining you equates to enmity? If that is the case, I am indeed eager to witness what it entails to oppose you," Wu Shaocheng replied indifferently. It was not that he underestimated them. He simply knew that these individuals would not significantly impede his progress. At this moment, the spectators in the distance had already swelled to thousands, all drawn by the rumors surrounding the enigmatic figure known as CHNF-ing, eager to witness the prowess of this legendary being. Although uncertainty lingered regarding whether the individual before them was indeed CHNF-ing, their fervor ignited upon witnessing the audacity with which he confronted the formidable Awakens. The reputation of Awakens within JNLing City was far from favorable, having garnered widespread resentment due to their various acts of tyranny and theft. Many had suffered in silence, cowed by their overwhelming numbers, yet now, the prospect of someone standing against them filled the onlookers with exhilaration, prompting them to promptly initiate game recordings. "Miss, Awakens has surrounded CHNF-ing at the south gate, and tensions are palpable," Lu Shu reported as he approached SM Su. "Are we certain it is CHNF-ing?" SM Su paused, her earlier composure faltering slightly. "Uncertain, though the likelihood is high. Otherwise, he would not dare to confront Awakens so boldly," Lu Shu speculated. "Take me to see," SM Su declared, setting aside the monster she had been engaged with. Very well," Lu Shu replied, momentarily taken aback by her fervent reaction. Upon hearing WSH-Awakens' words, Awakens' expression darkened. "If that is the case, I shall bring this so-called deity down from his pedestal," he proclaimed, gesturing sharply. Instantly, hundreds of Awakens members surged toward WSH-Awakens, with some range attackers unleashing their strikes once within range. Awakens and a few others, despite belittling CHNF-ing with their words, hesitated to engage directly. The weight of reputation and fear of the unknown kept them at bay. They resorted instead to a strategy of sheer numbers, which often proved effective against formidable opponents. WSH-Awakens, observing their retreat, refrained from intervening. He knew that should he choose to, escape would be impossible for them. However, he wished for them to experience despair firsthand, believing the most effective lesson would come from witnessing their comrades fall one by one. Soon, a barrage of arrows and spells rained upon WSH-Awakens, yet the damage inflicted was dishearteningly minimal. One. How is this possible? Is this truly an assassin? Awakens exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. The core members of Awakens, including Awakens, wore expressions of disbelief. Hadn't it been said that ZHO and his companions could deal significant damage to him? Why, then, were they unable to breach his defenses now? The onlookers outside shared their astonishment, questioning whether CHNF-ing had invested all his points into stamina. Chapter 46, once more into the fray. Observing the futile assaults against him, WSH-Awakens smirked. This outcome had been anticipated. After all, the substantial investment in his attributes was not in vain, nor was his collection of high-grade silver and bronze equipment acquired without merit. How could these under-equipped adversaries, clad in nothing but ragged gear, muster the audacity to attack him? Their misplaced confidence was almost laughable. As the majority of their ranks began to turn gray, WSH-Awakens leisurely drew his dagger, activating it with blinding speed as he charged towards the archers and mages who had just attacked him. "Fall back," a voice called out in despair. It bore no significance. Wu Shaochen's swiftness was beyond their comparison, as he swiftly plunged into the throng, like a wolf among sheep. With a single strike, he felled each foe, the staggering damage exceeding 1,000 points, causing the fragile archers and mages to collapse into radiant specters before their toxins could even activate. The battle unfolded in a lopsided manner. The mages and archers had lost their formation and were now in frantic retreat. However, their speed proved insufficient, as Wu Shaochen relentlessly pursued and eliminated them one by one, while a group of shield-bearers and warriors trailed behind, utterly ineffectual, mere spectators to the demise of their fragile comrades. Once the ranged combatants were vanquished, Wu Shaochen turned to face the shield bearers and warriors who had been trailing him, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "You've had your fun chasing me. Now it's your turn." He charged towards them, prompting the melee fighters, who had initially pursued him with enthusiasm, to hastily turn and flee upon realizing his intent. They dared not confront him, for even the damage-dealing classes could not inflict harm upon him, much less these warriors. Wu Shaochen continued his pursuit, transforming the encounter into a grand game of cat and mouse. Amidst the chaos, Wu Shaochen resembled a harvester, methodically reaping the guild members as the few remaining from the Proud World stood helpless. His formidable defense, terrifying speed, and outrageously high damage rendered him an insurmountable force. Hundreds of guild members could scarcely manage to inflict even a scratch upon him, especially considering he possessed lifesteal attributes. "What shall we do, boss?" Proud World's leader, Shaochen, murmured, flustered by the unforeseen circumstances. It was only the third day since the game's launch, and here they faced a player capable of single-handedly taking on 100 opponents. "Understood," Shaochen replied, issuing a retreat command. As the members of Proud World withdrew, the onlookers erupted in derisive jeers, deepening the scowl on the faces of Proud World's leaders. This debacle would have significant repercussions for their guild. "Think you can escape? I don't recall granting permission." Wu Shaochen sneered, regarding them with disdain. "You may flee, but not you few." He abandoned his pursuit of the shield bearers, charging straight for the leaders of Proud World. As they beheld his advance, a flicker of panic crossed their faces. They were acutely aware of the severe penalties associated with divine retribution. However, retreat was clearly not an option. His speed far surpassed theirs, and they could not afford to lose face in front of their allies. Brutal charge. Shaochen unleashed his skill, colliding with Wu Shaochen, who seemingly failed to react and was struck squarely. With a damage output of 347, he was stunned for a second. "Damn, this fellow packs quite a punch," Wu Shaochen mused inwardly. He was certainly capable of evading the attack. This skill was one he was intimately familiar with. Moreover, it was likely that the skill had been purchased from him. He chose not to evade because his opponent bore a white name. He needed them to strike first, turning gray before he could eliminate them, thus avoiding an increase in his infamy points while maximizing the punishment. During the second of his stun, Shaochen unleashed another skill, evidently of greater potency than the previous charge. "Boss is magnificent." As the illustrious Aoshi Tianxia swiftly diminished the health of Qingfeng by over 700 points, the members of Aoshi Chuanxiong felt an exhilarating surge of confidence. However, their jubilant cheers were abruptly stifled when they realized that despite losing such a significant amount of health, Qingfeng had only suffered a minor setback, rendering the damage inconsequential. 1076, 2152, critical hit. "My luck isn't great. With just a 5 critical hit rate, you still managed to trigger it. Impressive," Wu Shaochen mused, absent-mindedly touching his nose. He then glanced at the remaining 4 high-ranking members of Aoshi Tianxia, who were aligned with his team and currently marked in gray. Without a hint of mercy, Wu Shaochen dispatched them with a few swift strikes. As he surveyed the ground littered with several pieces of black iron equipment and 2 bronze items, a satisfied smile graced his face as he stowed them in his backpack. At last, he had garnered some rewards. It seemed that in future encounters, targeting leaders was the way to go. Turning around, he noticed that the other members of Aoshi Chuanxiong had already fled, leaving behind a group of bewildered onlookers still reeling from the spectacle. Wu Shaochen couldn't be bothered to chase after those who had escaped. Their equipment was too inferior to warrant the effort. Thus, he turned to leave. "How impressive. One person taking on an entire guild. This is utterly astounding. It was a one-sided massacre," exclaimed a bystander. "Haha, this is exhilarating. Aoshi Chuanxiong has finally faced retribution for their arrogance. Qingfeng, I shall be your devoted fan from now on." Another declared. "Me too. Haha, I just recorded that. I need to upload it online immediately. It's bound to go viral. I recorded it as well. I'll post it too. Absolutely incredible." Meanwhile, Sumusue, standing amidst the crowd, gazed at the departing Wu Shaochen with a glimmer of inexplicable admiration in her eyes. Although they frequently traded and occasionally chatted, it was the first time she witnessed him in action, and indeed, he was formidable. Yet, she soon shook her head, reminding herself that it was merely a game. At that moment, a shout echoed throughout the entirety of Jinling City. "Aoshi Tianxia, Qingfeng, we from Aoshi Chuanxiong shall not rest until you are vanquished." As Wu Shaochen walked, he rummaged through his backpack, pulling out the 5 pieces of black iron equipment and 2 bronze items he had recently acquired. Among the black iron pieces, 2 were from the Bear King set he had sold, while the remaining 3 were lower-tier black iron. One of the bronze items was the Black Bear King armor he had sold for 180,000, and the other was likely a weapon dropped by the Silver Wolf King. Indeed, just a few minutes later, all the listed equipment had sold out, and upon seeing a total of 315,000 credits credited to his account, Wu Shaochen's spirits lifted dramatically. It was a good fortune. The sold equipment could be sold once more. At that instant, the entire forum erupted anew. The mysterious deity, Chengfeng, emerges, single-handedly forcing Aoshi Chuanxiong to retreat in disarray, with the president and vice president both slain. Chengfeng versus Aoshi Chuanxiong. Chengfeng's power assessment. Each post accompanied by videos, with view counts soaring incessantly. Chapter 47, Team Battle. In Mabe City, the Hell's Messenger coldly chuckled after watching the trending video. It's merely an attribute crush, lacking any real skill. He couldn't even evade a barbaric charge. He was simply fortunate early on, acquiring excellent talents, and temporarily taking the lead. Once everyone gears up, he will be of little concern. In the city of Jiulu, observing the deity king who repeatedly reviewed the video, the left hand of the divine remarked, "Your Majesty, this individual relies solely on overwhelming attributes. Their skills are utterly lacking. Surely, we need not concern ourselves with such a person." The deity king smiled and replied, "In the realm of gaming, attributes are the truest manifestation of strength. Are you certain their skills are as poor as you claim? What we see may not reflect reality. Perhaps they are deliberately concealing their true capabilities." In Xiaoshui City, the ethereal dancer, Dreamlight, also scrutinized the video circulating in the forum, a fleeting expression of intrigue crossing her face as she murmured throughout the entirety of the battle. They employed merely a single acceleration skill, relying solely on basic attacks. Were they concealing, or do they deem their opponents unworthy of exerting their full power? Leaders from various prominent guilds diligently analyzed the footage of the combat, each offering differing assessments of the fighter, known as Chunfeng. Regardless of Chunfeng's prowess, it currently posed no threat to their guild's development. Once their guilds flourished, how could an individual's strength possibly rival that of an entire guild? They began to feel sympathy for the guild known as Proud Heroes. Its members were yet to reach their full potential, and they had the audacity to challenge Chunfeng, who was significantly ahead in strength. Truly, Proud Heroes displayed a lack of foresight. Unbeknownst to Wu Shaochen, the external ramifications of the situation were unfolding as he commenced a large-scale hunt for jungle tigers. Regrettably, these tigers were solitary creatures, necessitating the pursuit of one at a time, which drastically reduced efficiency. Much of his time was spent in search of these beasts, yet he felt compelled to honor his promise to assist in their eradication. Furthermore, in his quest to locate the jungle tiger king mentioned by the city lord, he deemed a slower pace acceptable, as he was in no rush to level up. Within the grandest tavern of Jinling City, all the high-ranking members of Proud Heroes convened in a private chamber, their expressions grim. The leader, Proud World, was the first to speak. "Let us assess the losses incurred in this battle. While the loss of levels and equipment was bearable, the blow to the guild's morale was substantial. Even the previously oppressed smaller guilds dared to oppose them, which was infuriating." Proud Solitude interjected, "Indeed. Proud World, as countenance darkened further. Even the most insignificant of guilds now dares to challenge Proud Heroes. It seems time to set an example. Aside from us, which other guilds in Jinling City possess significant strength?" Additionally, it appeared that the first transformed mage, Shuer, resided in Jinling City. Our members had previously clashed with her. She possesses formidable power and exceptional equipment, and our members were almost entirely eliminated. Since our people instigated the conflict, we cannot intervene. Thus, I have suppressed this matter. Proud Feng Yu continued, "Can a mage eliminate opponents so swiftly in the early stages? It seems Shue's ascension to the first transformation is well-deserved. Is there a way to recruit her into our guild?" Proud World inquired, "Which two?" As the high-level meeting of Proud Heroes concluded, a medium-scale battle officially erupted in Jinling City, with skirmishes breaking out across various locales. Although Proud Heroes boasted a considerable number of members, the Madman Guild and the Su family group were not to be underestimated. The fighting persisted, with white light continuously emanating from the resurrection points. Alas, it has only been 3 days since the server launched, and already such chaos ensues, hindering our ability to level up. Indeed, even battling monsters has become tumultuous, with skirmishes erupting everywhere. It seems that the members of the Proud World have been tormented by the enshrined deity and, unable to contend with this formidable foe, they vent their frustrations on others, attacking indiscriminately like mad dogs. This recent guild war has impacted many, naturally inciting widespread discontent. Yet, regardless of the dissatisfaction that abounds, the Proud World continues unabated, seemingly resolute in their determination to dismantle the opposing guilds. Their strength and ferocity have undeniably intimidated many, silencing those who once spoke ill of them, thus preserving a semblance of guild dignity. At the resurrection point in Jinling City, the area is now teeming with players, as the Madman Guild and the Proud World engage in verbal skirmishes. Open conflict within the city is prohibited, lest one be apprehended by the guard and confined for a minimum of 2 weeks, leading to an uncertain return to the streets. Therefore, despite the animosity between the factions, they dare only to exchange barbs. Meanwhile, several senior members of the Sioux group have convened to deliberate their predicament. "Uncle Lou, what shall we do now? At this rate, we cannot venture out to level up," a young man implored, addressing the middle-aged man at the center of the discussion. Uncle Lou furrowed his brow, equally perplexed by the sudden attention the Proud World had directed toward them. They had anticipated a steady progression in the game, only to find themselves targeted by this formidable guild. Though they had recruited several adept players, they were still outmatched against a large guild like the Proud World, which boasted a vast membership accrued over many years. "Perhaps we should inform the miss," suggested another senior member of the Sioux group. "She will inevitably learn of this situation upon logging in, and with her abilities, she might be able to turn the tide." Uncle Lou shook his head, replying, "The miss is but one person. Her influence on the situation will be minimal unless she can wield power akin to the enshrined deity." Upon concluding his statement, Lou's eyes brightened as he declared, "I shall log off to speak with the Mississippi. You all remain here in the city and do not venture out." Chapter 48. The corrupted Jungle Tiger King in an upscale villa within the city. A stunning woman clad in a white dress was dining at the table when a middle-aged man entered the dining room. Upon seeing her, he inquired, "Miss, are you not going to rest a bit longer?" The woman shook her head, responding, "A few hours of rest to regain my energy will suffice. The game pod has kept me in a state of slumber, so there is no need for an extended rest. I must log in early and seize the opportunity to level up. By the way, Uncle Lou, why have you logged off at this hour?" Uncle Lou paused momentarily before recounting the events that had transpired in the game. After listening, the woman furrowed her brow in contemplation and remarked, "Our purpose in entering the game is to develop our enterprise, not to seek dominance. There is no necessity to confront the Proud World directly. We could simply conceal ourselves and don masks to exit the city. It is impossible. The faction Pride of the World currently guards every city gate, and all individuals seeking to exit must present their credentials. This cannot be altered within the game. Even if one manages to slip out, it could instill a negative mindset among our own, particularly since most are impetuous youth. For them, waiting in this manner equates to conceding to Pride of the World, a notion that many young individuals find intolerable," Mr. Lou remarked earnestly. "Then, Mr. Lou, what do you suggest?" the young woman inquired, aware that Mr. Lou must possess a solution to seek her offline. "Miss, what is your relationship with Chun Feng?" Mr. Lou asked. Upon hearing Chun Feng's name, the young woman's calm demeanor vanished, replaced by an expression of exasperation. "It's merely a standard collaborative relationship," she replied. Mr. Lou, wearing an expression of disbelief, responded, "Miss, could you possibly ask him to create some trouble for Pride of the World? This would divert their attention from us and grant us additional time for development. Our current time frame is far too brief. With a little more time, we need not fear them." The thought of Chun Feng's demeanor during their previous conversations and the prospect of requesting his assistance caused the young woman considerable distress. It was the first time in many years that she felt so insecure in front of man. "I will do my best," she ultimately conceded, prioritizing the advancement of their organization. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen had been grinding in the Tiger Roar Forest from afternoon until nightfall, diligently battling for over 6 hours. He managed to slay only 126 jungle tigers, earning 920 experience points. His talent in toxins reached its maximum of 480 points, and his immortal body attribute increased by 126 points, bringing his total health, including title bonuses, to 200 points. Despite his efforts, he remained at the same level while his companion, Silver Wolf, had progressed to level 15. Wu Shaochen's experience was still at 704, 068, 0000. This pace felt excruciatingly slow. He could defeat a jungle tiger within mere seconds, yet locating one proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus far, he had failed to find a single jungle tiger in the entire Tiger Roar Forest, and perhaps due to certain quests, these jungle tigers did not respawn or had extended respawn times. He placed the sole black iron item he had acquired in the auction house, priced at 20,000. Over the 6 hours, the price of black iron equipment had plummeted to 120,000, with several transactions recorded for bronze equipment. It was apparent not to underestimate anyone, as player growth was indeed rapid. Fortunately, the high attributes of the black iron equipment dropped by level 21 monsters led to its swift sale at the initial price. However, Wu Shaochen felt little joy. After such an extensive grind, the reward seemed scant, and he pondered whether it would have been more fruitful to target members of Pride of the World. Determined to explore further, he ventured deeper into the forest, questioning the existence of the jungle tiger king mentioned by the city lord. Does it truly exist, or have I been deceived? Wu Shaochen mused quietly. As he continued his descent, he found himself in what could be considered the heart of the Tiger Roar forest. The deeper he went, the quieter it became, enveloped in an eerie stillness, with the diminishing light casting an unsettling gloom that sent shivers down his spine. Why is it so silent? He wondered. Wu Shaochen swallowed hard, an unsettling feeling creeping over him, as if something were lurking in the shadows, watching him intently. Should he just abandon the idea? Doubt began to gnaw at him. The atmosphere was undeniably eerie. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound of swallowing, so subtle that it seemed almost jarring in the stillness of the surroundings. Show yourself, Wu Shaochen shouted, turning towards the source of the sound, yet he saw nothing. Anxiety gripped his heart, and without hesitation, he turned and bolted for the exit. This was far more terrifying than any horror film he had ever seen. However, as he sprinted towards the outside, a figure lunged at him in an instant. Reacting instinctively, Wu Shaochen rolled aside, narrowly evading the attack, and quickly glanced at his assailant. A massive tiger enveloped in dark, ominous mist. He hastily cast a spell of insight. Demonic Jungle Tiger King, golden level. Level. Attributes. Skills. What on earth? Everything was a question mark? Had it surpassed him by 10 levels? Wu Shaochen was left speechless. The ancient wisdom rang true. One must never provoke a tiger. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the periphery. With no visible attributes, fighting was futile, and the Tiger King clearly had no intention of letting him go, lunging at him once more. Wu Shaochen swiftly pivoted, evading the attack, and changed direction, managing to create a significant distance between them. The Tiger King, having missed its mark, quickly adjusted its course to pursue him again. To Wu Shaoqing's astonishment, the creature's speed exceeded his own, the gap between them steadily closing. This speed must have reached 500. Absurd. Wu Shaochen lamented, then activated his speed boost, propelling himself forward and widening the distance once more. Seeing the gap increase, the Tiger King opened its mouth and unleashed a tremendous roar, striking Wu Shaochen with an invisible force. 5703, stunned for 3 seconds. What the hell kind of damage was that? Wu Shaochen was taken aback and promptly activated a spell to dispel dizziness, fleeing furiously. Finally, just before the speed boost waned, he escaped the Tiger King's line of sight. Yet he remained uneasy, continuing to run relentlessly for over 10 minutes until he finally exited the Tiger Roar forest, breathing a sigh of relief as he felt the sweat soaking his back. Was this a joke? A level 21 jungle tiger, and he couldn't even see its level? Surely this was no mistake. Still shaken, Wu Shaochen glanced back at the Tiger Roar forest, feeling as though he had been dancing on the edge of a knife all afternoon. He had intended to seek something, but found himself nearly losing his life instead. It seemed wise to refrain from returning until his strength was adequate. As he regained his composure, he suddenly noticed a message in his private chat. Unsure when it had been sent, upon opening it, he saw, "Schwerer, can I ask for your assistance just once?" Wu Shaoqing's spirits lifted. Was this not an opportunity for easy fortune? He quickly inquired, "Who are we dealing with?" "Xue, Ao Shi Kwangxiong." Wu Shaochen was taken aback. How had this woman gotten herself embroiled in a conflict with Ao Shi Kunxiong? Soon, Su Mushue recounted the situation to Wu Shaochen, who then realized that this incident was precipitated by him. Although it was indeed his doing, the prospect of profit could not be ignored, especially since the woman was wealthy. Without hesitation, Su Mushu agreed, saying, "All right." Chapter 49. The retreat of the multitude at the southern gate of Jinling City. Hundreds of guards were stationed, scrutinizing the players entering and exiting, requiring all to display their credentials. At that moment, a man adorned with a commonplace mask purchased from shop strode boldly towards the city gate. The onlookers turned their heads, murmuring, "How arrogant! Does he not regard the members of the Proud Heroes Guild at all?" The Proud Heroes Guild is indeed formidable. However, they have the strength to back it up. True, but as long as he displays his credentials, they won't make things difficult for him, unless he belongs to the Madman Guild or the Sioux Corporation. It would be unwise to oppose them. Everyone watched as the man approached the gate, standing before a member of the Proud Heroes Guild. "Stop! Show your credentials and remove your mask," shouted a young member of the guild. "Ah, and what if I refuse?" The man replied with a smile. "Oh, that's acceptable. Come on then, the young man retorted, still smiling. Damn it, refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead. Brothers, let us take him down. The young man was enraged. And in an instant, hundreds surged towards him, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Damage numbers erupted above the man's head, and suddenly, everyone recognized his identity. Goodness, it's Chun Feng. Stop, run, cried someone from the Proud Heroes Guild, prompting many to turn and flee. Despite their earlier arrogance, they instinctively feared Chun Feng. However, since the confrontation had commenced, Wu Shaochen had no intention of letting them escape. He activated the slaughter mode, feeling no psychological burden in dealing with these bullies. Wow, it's the great Chun Feng. Really? I can't believe I'm seeing the great Chun Feng. Go defeat them. Hey, was he the great Chun Feng's mask in the previous video a delicate and beautiful one? Why has it turned into that ordinary shop mask? I didn't recognize him at first. Are you foolish? Can't he change his mask? That's true. The battle was swift, ending just as quickly as it began. The members of the Proud Heroes Guild dared not retaliate, only knowing to flee. Ultimately, half of them were defeated, while the rest escaped into the city. Wu Shaochen did not pursue further nor enter the city, but instead turned towards the eastern gate. This incident had been instigated by him, and the actions of the Proud Heroes Guild were indeed distasteful. He needed to teach them a lesson. At that moment, the high-ranking members of the Proud Heroes Guild were in a frenzy within their chat channel, as they had yet to formally establish a guild. There was no guild chat channel, and with no group chat in the Oracle, all messages were confined to a few high-level chat windows. By the time they received the situation and issued commands, Wu Shaochen had already arrived at the eastern gate, engaging with the guards there. After dealing with the individuals at the east gate, Wu Shaochen gradually made his way toward the north gate. He was acutely aware that the members of the Shaochen had undoubtedly prepared themselves. Either all the defenders at the north gate had retreated or they were fully assembled. Indeed, upon his arrival at the north gate, he found it teeming with members of Shaochen, densely packed with no fewer than 10,000 archers and mages, all poised and awaiting his approach. It was evident that this time they were not inclined to back down, and their preparations were thorough, even if not every one of them could strike. The vast expanse of the plaza in front of the city gate allowed thousands to launch their attacks simultaneously. Even if their strikes did not penetrate his defenses, a few waves of such an onslaught would be overwhelming for Wu Shaochen. Confronted with such a formidable array, Wu Shaochen felt a flicker of trepidation. This was undeniably excessive. Was this not a form of cheating? In light of this formation, his only chance lay in breaking through their ranks, rendering their ranged attacks ineffective. However, it would take him at least 20 to 30 seconds to reach the throng, a duration ample enough for him to experience the sensation of being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Yet now was not the time for cowardice. Wu Shaochen calmly regarded his backpack and proceeded towards his adversaries. At that moment, Shaochen, standing at the forefront of the crowd, spotted Wu Shaochen and sneered. Chun Feng, I truly admire your courage. You dare to approach under such circumstances. Unfazed, Wu Shaochen retorted, a multitude of ants remains but ants. Let us see what confidence you possess to face the thousands of our ranged attackers. You will find it impossible to survive in the divine oracle against Shaochen. Shaochen spat venomously. Goodness, over 10,000 against a single individual. How shameless can they be? Murmured a member of the onlooking crowd. Only now do you realize? They've always been the shameless, another responded. True, but why does the great Chun Feng still approach? No one can withstand such odds. Perhaps the great Chun Feng is unafraid. I shall always support him. Another voice declared. Wu Shaochen leisurely approached the front lines of Shaochen, where the nearest archer was within a mere meter of his maximum range. Casting a glance at Shaochen, he coolly remarked, You should keep your eyes wide open. Sometimes, sheer numbers do not guarantee victory. Without further ado, he surged forward into the throng. Attack! Shaochen commanded, and a multitude of arrows hurtled toward Wu Shaochen. In the open space, evasion was impossible. However, Wu Shaochen had no intention of retreating. Without hesitation, he retrieved a protective scroll from his backpack and activated it. As the crowd watched, anticipating the arrows to strike him, a faint golden light emanated from Wu Shaochen, deflecting all incoming attacks. Damn it, a protective scroll! Gu Feng exclaimed in astonishment. How's he possessed such an item? Quickly, have him disperse. Yet coordinating thousands was no easy feat before their orders could be issued. Wu Shaochen had already plunged into the crowd, unleashing a one-sided massacre. In close quarters, ranged attacks posed no threat whatsoever. Wu Shaochen maneuvered through the crowd with ease. his dagger leaving a trail of silvery light in its wake. He faced no formidable opponents, dispatching enemies at an astonishing rate, almost one per second, akin to harvesting chives. With his attack power exceeding 1,000 and his swift strikes delivering 2 blows per second, none of the fragile ranged attackers could withstand even a moment against him. Although many attempted to retaliate, their feeble damage was trivial compared to the health he regained with each casual swipe of his blade. The vast army of over 10,000 was indeed impressive, yet their disadvantages were glaringly apparent. Once Wu breached their formation, only a handful could mount any effective counterattack. The entire battalion descended into chaos, and as time wore on, casualties mounted while Wu Shaochen remained unscathed. The presence of this 1,000-strong army posed no threat to him. Witnessing this debacle, the guild Aoshi Tiantian had no choice but to issue a retreat order, though this directive would plunge their reputation into further disarray. Continuing the fight would only lead to more unnecessary losses, with no impact on the formidable Chen Feng. Ultimately, the army retreated into the city at the cost of several hundred players losing levels, and as news of the incident spread online, Aoshi Chuanxiong's reputation indeed plummeted, drawing scorn from countless onlookers. Chapter 50, Cold Moon. In the city of Jinling, Wu Shaochen settled at a tavern, ordering an extravagant feast. Having played Shani for so long without indulging in a meal, he anticipated the experience. However, the prices were steep, even surpassing those found in the real world. His spread cost nearly 1 gold coin, equivalent to about 1,000 yuan. Frankly, Wu had never dined on such expensive fare outside the game. Despite the cost, the flavors were exquisite, far superior to what was available in the real world. The game's cuisine was entirely organic, featuring exotic meats from creatures he had never encountered before. Their quality was unmatched. Moreover, consuming food in the game posed no risk of weight gain, a considerable temptation for players who relished eating yet feared the consequences. It was no wonder the tavern thrived with patrons. The establishment was bustling, filled with players, the majority of whom sought more than mere monster slaying. Some yearned for a taste of life within the game. One can only say, the world of the affluent is beyond our comprehension. The first floor housed a lively hall, while private rooms occupied the second. Wu Shaochen, disinterested in seclusion, opted to remain in the bustling hall. The atmosphere was raucous, filled with the sounds of dining, drinking, and boasting, an everyday occurrence. This was precisely why so many chose the costly private rooms. The hall was simply too noisy. Wu inquired, discovering that the minimum charge for a private room was 10 gold coins, roughly 10,000 yuan, a sum that most could scarcely afford. Did you witness the battle at the entrance? A player exclaimed. It was absolutely exhilarating. Indeed, I did. My blood was boiling. The great Chen Feng is truly remarkable, taking on thousands and sending Aoshi Chuanxiong fleeing in disarray. Indeed, those who dominate the world are rather arrogant and require a firm reprimand. Otherwise, they might believe that Jinling City belongs to them alone. Blocking the entrance, I must commend the esteemed figure, Chen Feng, for a job well done. From now on, I shall be a devoted admirer of Chen Feng, and anyone who dares to speak ill of him shall face my ire. As Wu Shaochen listened to their discourse, a faint smile graced his lips. At that moment, he appeared as though he were not wearing a mask. However, he had merely altered the form of the Juechen mask. Now, it clung to his face like a second skin, effectively bestowing upon Wu Shaochen a new visage. He had recently visited a costume shop to acquire several outfits, which, while lacking in attributes and not occupying equipment slots, could replace the appearance of gear, much adored by many women, as the aesthetics of equipment often leave much to be desired. Thus, donning these new garments and an altered countenance, Wu Shaochen sauntered through the hall, unrecognized by anyone. The skin conjured by the Juechen mask was somewhat rigid and did not possess the transformative finesse of disguise arts capable of rendering one into an entirely different individual. Nevertheless, Wu Shaochen was thoroughly satisfied. At the very least, no one could discern his true appearance. While he indulged in his meal, a woman clad in white with a veil approached and seated herself at his table, softly remarking, "You seem quite at ease. How did you know it was me?" Wu Shaochen inquired, perplexed, considering he had transformed from head to toe. "You appeared in a public space. Naturally, many would trail you discreetly, no matter how much you change. Those who are aware of your presence will not dwindle," Su Muxue replied. "Ah, so all that effort was for naught." Wu Shaochen sighed in resignation. "Not entirely. At least, those who do not follow you consistently would certainly fail to recognize you. Otherwise, you would not be able to dine here so comfortably," Su Muxue observed, noting Wu Shaochen's unrecognizable form. "By the way, would you care to sample the dishes? They are quite delightful," he suggested, gesturing to the chaotic array of food before him. Su Muxue shook her head, saying, I shall pass. I came primarily to express my gratitude. The individuals from the dominant faction have withdrawn and are no longer targeting us. Well, as long as they have retreated, that suffices. Had they not, I would have sought to teach them a lesson once more. Wu Shaochen replied nonchalantly. Only you can maintain such an indifferent attitude in the face of those who dominate the world, Su Muxue remarked, shaking her head. Focus on your development. With millions of players in Jinling City, the dominant faction consists of merely a few thousand. Everyone has an opportunity. Once you have grown stronger, you need not fear them. Wu Shaochen advised. Indeed, Su Muxue nodded. Regardless, thank you once more. It is simply a matter of mutual benefit. Wu Shaochen dismissed casually. Well then, Su Muxue rose to her feet. I must take them to level up, so I shall take my leave. Enjoy your meal. Wu Shaochen waved his hand dismissively as he continued to feast. Yes, go ahead. After Su Muxue had departed, he resumed his hearty consumption, determined not to waste the ample dishes he had ordered. However, after a short while, another voice interrupted him. Hello, may I sit here? As Wu Shaochen lifted his gaze, his eyes brightened unexpectedly. Before him stood an exceptionally beautiful woman, in her 20s, with long hair cascading down her shoulders and a somewhat cold demeanor, resembling a stunning ice princess. Thank you, Wu Shaochen remarked casually. The woman gracefully seated herself opposite him, remaining silent, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Why do you keep staring at me? Wu Shaochen inquired, feeling a touch uneasy under her scrutiny. The woman replied, It's nothing. I'm merely curious about you. Curious about what? I'm just an ordinary man, possessing all the attributes a man should have. I'm neither lacking limbs nor anything else. Wu Shaochen responded nonchalantly. We're all on the same starting line. How could you possibly be so much stronger? At last, the woman posed the question she had long wished to ask. Perhaps it's because I am the protagonist, Wu Shaochen chuckled. I am Lung Yu, the president of Lung Yu Pavilion. May I add you as a friend? The woman suddenly rose and extended her hand. Lung Yu Pavilion? Wu Shaochen felt a flicker of recognition. It seemed to be a formidable force in Jinling City. All right. He nodded, aware that he was currently at a disadvantage in Jinling City and might require her assistance in the future. Additionally, an extra friend could potentially provide more opportunities for benefit. He promptly sent a friend request. Before long, his friend list expanded to include one more individual. Lung Yu, level 15 archer. Wu Shaochen was taken aback. He hadn't expected this young lady to already be at level 15, a level that surpassed that of many frontline players. Truly, she was worthy of her position as the president of Lung Yu Pavilion. Chapter 51. He has arrived. After adding each other as friends, Lung Yu bid farewell and departed. Wu Shaochen swiftly finished his meal and left, wary of any unexpected visitors should he linger. Upon exiting the tavern, Wu Shaochen aimlessly wandered around the city for a while before deciding to log off and have dinner, as it was already past 8 in the evening. Although he had eaten a substantial amount in the game, he had yet to have dinner in reality. Removing his helmet, Wu Shaochen entered the living room and retrieved the takeout he had left from lunch. Oddly enough, despite having eaten lunch shortly after noon, he felt no hunger now, even though it was already past 8. It must be because I've been lying down without any exercise, Wu Shaochen mused, shaking his head. After taking a couple bites of the takeout, he found it genuinely unappetizing. Previously, he hadn't noticed, but after experiencing a delightful meal in the game, the reality of food seemed utterly bland. After just 2 bites, he discarded it, feeling a slight headache. How had a single meal in the game spoiled his palate? This would pose a challenge for future dining experiences. After finishing his takeout, he intended to sleep, but it was still too early, and slumber eluded him. He browsed a forum, where the post predominantly featured him and the illustrious group Pride of the World. He casually opened a few, one of which was titled Analysis of Hidden Strengths. He perused it with keen interest, as it delved into an analysis of his attributes. It was astonishing how many talented individuals there were in the world of prophecy, having revealed his abilities publicly on 2 occasions. Others were able to deduce his attributes with remarkable accuracy. His life, attack, defense, and speed were all guessed with minimal deviation. Thankfully, his greatest trump card remained concealed, and he had scarcely utilized his skills. Otherwise, his privacy would be utterly compromised. It was truly terrifying. He resolved to minimize his public displays of power in the future. After spending some time on the forum, he logged back in. Unable to sleep, he decided to venture outside the city to hunt monsters for a few hours. Ideally until midnight, when he could tackle the Silver War God's secret realm, thus significantly enhancing his strength. Once online, he carefully studied the map and ultimately chose to head towards the East Gate. Beyond the East Gate lay a rocky forest teeming with monsters ranging from level 18 to 23, perfectly suited for his hunting needs. He dared not approach the tiger-roaring forest, estimating the tiger there to be around level 30, and planned to seek revenge only after reaching level 20 and bolstering his strength. As he made his way to the rocky forest, he noticed numerous players engaged in monster hunting, most of whom were in small groups, while solitary players like himself were a rarity. Although players now faced little resistance when challenging monsters of their own level, the efficiency of multiple class combinations was undeniably superior. Sauntering towards the rocky forest, he observed other players battling monsters while glancing at the chat channel to monitor ongoing discussions. Suddenly, a message caught his attention. Silver discovered deep within the purple bamboo forest. Coordinates. Could it be true? They found it, and didn't keep it a secret, even announcing it publicly? He mused. Despite his skepticism, curiosity compelled him to head in that direction. After all, it wasn't too far, and it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Outside the purple bamboo forest, a group of players emerged from the trees, their faces contorted with anger. Damn it, those from Pride of the World really can't change their ways. They only know how to run when faced with a challenge, yet they bully lone players with arrogance. Exactly. After finally locating one, it was snatched away just like that. I can't let this go unchallenged. I've already sent out the coordinates. If we can't have it, neither should they. The city of Jinling doesn't belong solely to Pride of the World. Deep within the purple bamboo forest, 200 to 300 players were anxiously surrounding a massive python, launching futile attacks that barely penetrated its defenses. Occasionally, one or two strikes would break through, but the damage inflicted was pitiful, and the python's sweeping tail could wipe out entire groups with ease. This isn't going to work, boss. The silver is too powerful. The disparity in strength is far too great. Even if we managed to defeat this python, our losses would be catastrophic. One of the members of Pride of the World, Fang Yu, warned. If the losses are significant, so be it. We must secure this at all costs. If a lone player like Chun Feng can take down a silver, surely our guild, with its many members, can accomplish the same. As long as we capture this giant python, we shall acquire silver equipment. What is there to fear? Xiangxia declared. Very well. I shall heed the leader's words and summon more individuals. This mere handful is certainly insufficient, Ayasha Fengyu replied. Leader, there is trouble. Those few who just fled have disseminated our location in the regional channel, and now a multitude of players are converging here, Ayasha Jing stated gravely as he approached Xiangxia. Damn it, we should have eliminated them earlier. They're nothing but trouble. Call forth more people and seal off the entrance. No one is permitted to enter, Xiangxia commanded. At that moment, countless players rushed towards the purple bamboo forest. The prospect of silver loot was nearly guaranteed, and who wouldn't wish to test their luck? After all, the dropped equipment was up for grabs by anyone, and should one be fortunate enough to seize a piece, it would lead to a swift ascent. Even if it were not for personal use, selling it would yield substantial profit. When Wu Shaochen arrived at the purple bamboo forest, chaos reigned. Innumerable players were embroiled in disputes with the Aisha Junction faction. Why are you denying us entry? You Aisha Junction members are far too domineering, protested one player. Indeed, it is not your property. What gives you the right to prevent us from fighting? Another chimed in. We Aisha Junction discovered it. Hence it rightfully belongs to us. What? Do you intend to rob us? Boasted a member of Aisha Junction. Nonsense. We were the ones who found it, and you Aisha Junction have stolen it from us. How can you still have the audacity to claim it? A player from the previously robbed group retorted. Faced with such direct accusations, the Aisha Junction members looked quite displeased. Ultimately, one declared, today, this matter belongs to Aisha Junction. Anyone who dares to enter is opposing us, and we shall ensure you cannot leave the city. In the rear of the crowd, three figures conferred quietly. These three were the leaders of the prestigious guilds, Linyue Pavilion, Chaos in the World, and Stormy Skies. The leader of Linyue Pavilion was a frigid beauty, aptly matched by her demeanor. The leader of Chaos in the World, Wan Shaochen, was a middle-aged man with facial hair, exuding a rugged masculinity. In contrast, the leader of Stormy Skies, Mantian Xingguang, was a youthful gentleman in his 20s, possessing a delicate appearance but lacking in manliness. His gaze occasionally drifted towards Linyue. At this moment, they were deliberating on how to gain entry. Do speak up. Let us decide whether to involve ourselves, Mantian Xingguang suggested. It is a rare opportunity to encounter silver. We must not allow the Aisha Junction to monopolize it. Wan Shaochen urged. However, if we force our way in, we will inevitably stand against Aisha Junction. Although they suffered losses against Chenfeng, we wouldn't fare well in a direct confrontation. Even though our three guilds combined outnumber them, we are still three separate entities and cannot coordinate as seamlessly as a single guild, a fact that even our temporary alliance cannot alter. Moreover, Confronting them at this juncture would be detrimental to our guild's development, Mantion Xingguang analyzed. Alas, I had hoped to let those scattered players apply pressure. But they are of little use. They merely engage in verbal disputes and dare not take any substantial action, Wan Shi Xiaohong lamented. He has arrived. At this moment, the previously silent Long Yu suddenly spoke. Chapter 52. Is this how it begins? Who? The chaotic warlords and the myriad stars in the sky simultaneously inquired, directing their gaze toward the direction Long Yu was observing. Chun Feng. Wu Shaochen observed for a while, noticing that although many dared to shout from outside, none ventured inside. It seemed they were inherently intimidated by the proud world heroes. However, Wu Shaochen had no intention of indulging them and strode forward without hesitation. Stop! Shouted a member of the proud world heroes, as Wu Shaochen's current attire was markedly different from that at the city gate, leading all but a few to fail to recognize him. Unfazed by their outcry, Wu Shaochen continued to advance. Damn it, seeking death. The first to speak unsheathed his weapon, aiming a strike at Wu Shaochen. Hey wait! One of the bystanders suddenly felt a chill. This scene was eerily familiar. He attempted to call out, but it was too late, and the weapon had already struck Wu Shaochen. As the damage indicator appeared, nearly everyone reacted instantaneously. In the entirety of Jinling City, only Qin Feng was renowned for his impregnable defense. Wow, the great Qin Feng has arrived. Fantastic, let us see how they maintain their arrogance now. Ha! The great Qin Feng is simply the nemesis of the proud world heroes, in stark contrast to the joy of the scattered players. The members of the proud world heroes wore expressions akin to having tasted something most unpleasant. How had fate dealt them this calamity again? As the rumors suggested, Qin Feng was indeed their nemesis. A group of individuals exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move. Quickly inform the boss, someone exclaimed. Deep within the purple bamboo forest, Ao Shi Feng Zhu Procedo Shi Qiangxia, Wifia Gravi Expression. Boss, Qin Feng is here. The brothers cannot withstand him. What? Him again? Is he determined to oppose the proud world heroes? Ao Shi Tianxia retorted angrily, regretting ever provoking such a formidable adversary after consistently being at a disadvantage since encountering him. Boss, what should we do? He will arrive shortly. Are we truly going to abandon this? Ao Shi Jueching urged anxiously. Ao Shi Tianxia glanced at the colossal python. Still with 85 health points remaining, they had already lost thousands in the attempt to defeat it, and relinquishing their efforts was out of the question. Leave 200 to continue attacking the python. The rest follow me. Feng Yu, gather all the guild members. Today, I shall block him with sheer numbers. Ao Shi Qiangxia declared his alute. As Wu Shaochen approached, he found Ao Shi Tianxia leading over 1,000 proud world heroes, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Wu Shaochen smirked and walked forward. Qin Feng, are you truly intent on clashing with the proud world heroes to the bitter end? Ao Shi Qiangxia shote. Clash to the bitter end? Not quite. At least you currently lack the means to compel me into such a confrontation. Wu Shaochen replied nonchalantly. You, Ao Shi Qiangxia, filled with rage, gritted his teeth and solemnly demanded, Speak, what must happen for you to refrain from intervening in this matter? This statement was tantamount to a concession from Ao Shi Tianxia, a man who had never yielded to anyone before. What are you making such a fuss about? I merely heard there was something happening here and came to take a look. Wu Shaochen remarked with a hint of confusion. Is this your territory? Oomph. This has nearly been vanquished by our proud legion. We all know what your intentions are. I advise you to abandon them, said Ao Shi Tianxia. Huh. It's not that I underestimate you, but given your motley crew, whether you can even contend with this is debatable. You claim to have defeated it swiftly? If my health falls below 50, I shall turn and leave without further disturbance. Should it remain above 50, then you ought to step aside. This is beyond your capabilities. Wu Shaochen was acutely aware of the might of the silver rank. These individuals could barely breach his defenses. And facing a foe with defenses far superior in health in the hundreds of thousands was a formidable challenge. He recalled the leader of the Black Wind Camp, a fragile assassin who had a defense of 650 and health of 500. The creature he faced was rumored to be a giant python, its defenses and health assuredly exceeding that of the Black Wind leader. Confronted with Wu Shaochen's assertions, Ao Shi Tianxia felt his pride wounded and retorted coldly. Whether or not I can defeat it is my concern. I must inform you that my proud legion, numbering in the tens of thousands, is en route. If you wish to intervene today, it will depend on the agreement of my legion. At that moment, players from the proud legion began to arrive in droves, joining the ranks to fortify their defense, quickly swelling their numbers to 4,000 or 5,000. Observing the substantial presence, A.O. Shirtian Xia lost interest in further debate with Wu Shaochen and turned to meld into the crowd, commanding, if he dares to advance, hold him back at all costs. Our other members will soon arrive. I refuse to believe that my legion of tens of thousands cannot contain a single player like Chen Feng. After issuing his orders, he led key personnel like A.O. Shi Jueqing in a specific direction. With the higher-ups having departed, a throng of lower-ranking members positioned themselves before Wu Shaochen, perhaps to command the battle or out of fear of being eliminated by Chen Feng. In any case, the leaders had vacated, leaving behind a mere contingent of expendables. Wu Shaochen shook his head and said, "It is truly lamentable. What worth is there in sacrificing yourselves for the Proud Legion?" His words struck a chord, igniting the anger of the captain-level members of the Proud Legion. "Do not spread your lies here. Our entire legion will soon be upon you, and even your prowess will be futile. We shall drag you down." With that, Wu Shaochen dismissed further conversation and charged forward. This was the bamboo forest, not an open area at the city gates. Although the bamboo was not densely packed, they could not replicate the scenario of thousands attacking simultaneously. At most, a few hundred could engage him at once. As Wu Shaochen clashed with the Proud Legion's members, countless independent players and members of the three major guilds, along with smaller guilds, began to stir. The leaders of the three major guilds exchanged knowing glances, and soon, a multitude of players surged forth from the rear, shouting, "Charge! The Proud Legion has gone too far. We cannot allow the great Chen Feng to fight alone." This declaration resonated deeply, igniting the already restless players, who then surged forward in solidarity against the Proud Legion. The proud champions of the realm were utterly thrown into disarray. Initially, they presumed that their adversaries would not dare to confront them openly. They believed their only challenge was a solitary individual. To their astonishment, the situation unfolded differently, and their numerical advantage was swiftly obliterated. It is essential to note that the gathering included tens of thousands of independent players and minor guild members, a force far superior to the mere few thousand of the Proud Champions, leading to an immediate breach of their defenses. Under the leadership of Wu Shaochen, a group rapidly approached the battlefield, leaving the Proud Champions of the world in a state of bewilderment. "They have entered already? Our main force has yet to arrive," muttered Feng Yu of the Proud Champions, swallowing hard. Chapter 53. A Desperate Strategy Upon His Arrival. Wu Shaochen's gaze was immediately drawn to the colossal python encircled by hundreds of individuals. Observing the damage inflicted by the Proud Champions and the incessant flashes of white light, he shook his head and addressed the Proud Champions. "Is this what you refer to as being on the brink of defeat? Sacrificing lives for this endeavor, should you ultimately prevail? It will be a hollow victory. This is my affair. It is none of your concern. If you do not intervene, you will eventually be slain by us," retorted the Proud Champion with a tone of animosity. "Abandon this pursuit. It is unnecessary. It is merely a silver creature," Wu Shaochen implored gently. "Impossible. No one shall thwart our attempt to slay it today," the Proud Champion declared coldly. "Then proceed at your own pace. I shall merely observe," Wu Shaochen replied, suddenly spreading his arms and stepping aside. This maneuver left both the Proud Champions and the followers who had come along utterly perplexed. "Wait, brother. We fought tooth and nail to break in here. Are you truly just here to watch?" Wu Shaochen paid no heed to the murmurs around him, finding a bamboo pole to lean against, arms crossed, as if he had indeed come merely to spectate. Upon his arrival, he had already scrutinized the attributes of the giant python. Azure Scale Python, Silver Level. Level 16. Health 550,000. Physical Attack 100. Physical Defense 680. Magical Defense 620. Movement Speed 110. Skill 1. Poison Mist. The Azure Scale Python releases a cloud of poison mist in a 5-meter radius ahead, causing targets within to be poisoned, dealing 200 toxin damage per second for 20 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill 2. Sweep. The Azure Scale Python sweeps its tail forward, inflicting 160 physical damage to targets within a 5-meter range and knocking them back. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 3. Constrict. The Azure Scale Python ensnares a target with its massive body, rendering them immobile and dealing 50 true damage from its physical attack per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. The Proud Champions, along with the three major guilds and a throng of independent players, exchanged confused glances, uncertain of how to proceed. The Proud Champions feared a betrayal from Wu Shaochen, while the independent players, lacking his leadership, were hesitant to confront the Proud Champions directly, creating an awkward standoff. What does he mean by this? After all this effort to enter, he merely stands by and observes? The chaotic warlord inquired of Cold Moon and Starlit Sky. Both shook their heads, equally perplexed by the situation. Cold Moon discreetly sent a private message to Wu Shaochen. Cold Moon, what is the matter? The three major guilds quietly withdrew, leaving only a few solitary players who exchanged glances before also retreating, watching from a distance as the members of the Proud World engaged in battle. Now, it was the Proud World who found themselves in an awkward predicament, as they were under the watchful eyes of so many, torn between the decision to fight or not. Engaging in combat would undoubtedly incur significant costs, yet the greatest fear lay in the possibility of such sacrifices being exploited by others. While they were not concerned about the other solitary players, the looming threat of the hidden danger was palpable. What to do? The leader of Proud World, cold-blooded, inquired of Proud Universe. Proud Universe, furrowing his brow, asked, how long until our reinforcements arrive? No more than 10 minutes. All members of the guild will be here. Proud Fanyu replied. Gritting his teeth, Proud Universe declared, continue the fight. Once everyone arrives, we will encircle them and prevent others from approaching. Surrendering was out of the question. His confidence stemmed from the fact that in just over 3 days since the server launch, they had amassed over 30,000 members. Had it not been for the constraints of the terrain preventing simultaneous assaults by thousands, the battle would not have been so arduous. After a little over 10 minutes, the main force of Proud World arrived, a staggering 30,000 members surrounding the area in an impenetrable formation. The outer players could no longer witness the unfolding battle within. At this moment, solitary players began to withdraw, realizing their efforts were futile, setting aside the terrifying strength of their opponents. The likelihood of securing equipment, even if defeated, was nearly non-existent. There was no reason to squander their time here. One player's exit quickly led to a mass exodus, leaving only a few small guilds in indecision, while the three major guilds found themselves in a dilemma. What shall we do? Asked Starlit Sky. The warlord shook his head, equally uncertain. Had they come in grand fashion merely to witness a spectacle? Cold Moon glanced at Wu Shaochen, who stood aloof against a bamboo stalk, and coldly uttered a single word. Wait. On the side of Proud World, although their numbers had assembled, the bamboo forest hampered their effectiveness, allowing only about 100 to engage simultaneously, resulting in a slow depletion of health. However, their casualties mounted swiftly. A single sweep nearly annihilated all melee classes, necessitating reinforcements. Otherwise, the range classes would struggle to maintain their output. Due to spatial constraints and a desire for high damage, Proud Universe had positioned the priests at the periphery, which meant that melee fighters caught in the poisonous mist faced almost certain demise. The directive was clear. Those with potions were to consume them, while those without were to strike twice before succumbing. Under such a reckless approach, their health gradually diminished. Chapter 54. The Fray. The battle persisted for over an hour. With health reduced to 15, yet Proud World found themselves in an embarrassing situation. Every melee class had been wiped out. In this span, over 10,000 members of Proud World had perished. All were warriors and shield bearers. The mages and archers had suffered little, merely exhausting their mana and cycling through replacements. Yet their entire contingent of over 10,000 warriors and shield bearers had been decimated. Were they, having no intention of returning? Proud Universe bellowed in fury. Let the assassins and priests take the lead. We are on the verge of victory and cannot afford to falter now. In exasperation, Ao Shifangyu issued the command. Soon, a reluctant line of priests and assassins surged to the front. Faced with these fragile opponents, the azure-scaled giant python showed no mercy, dispatching them with a mere strike, sweeping through with ease and unleashing a toxic mist that decimated groups. The speed of their demise was swifter than before, yet their own health steadily dwindled. At this juncture, the three major guilds began to stir restlessly. Aside from them, only a handful of minor guild members lingered, hoping to seize an opportunity. Have you made up your minds? Now is the perfect moment to act, spoke the Starlit Sky. Engage. This battle has already cost Ao Shifangyu dearly. We have little to fear from them. Sooner or later, we shall clash with them, and once they grow stronger from their victories, they will undoubtedly turn their blades upon us. It is better to strike them hard now, while they are vulnerable. However, let it be clear that our three guilds must unite against a common foe. Whenever Ao Shifangyu targets one guild, the other two must come to its aid, preventing them from dismantling us one by one, declared the chaotic world hero. Agreed, replied Lung Yu and Starlit Sky, each promptly issuing their own commands. Just then, as Ao Shifangyu was embroiled in the thick of battle, the previously passive crowd surged forward, charging uncontested and ruthlessly cutting down those of Ao Shifangyu in their path. How dare you? Shaochen exclaimed with shock and fury. He had believed that with the prestige of the 10 major guilds, no one in Jinling City would dare oppose them. The emergence of Chun Feng had already been a bitter pill to swallow, and now the guilds he had always looked down upon dared to strike against them. Shaochen was beside himself with rage. Yet he had underestimated his adversaries and overestimated himself. At this moment, they still had over 10,000 members, while the 3 major guilds also numbered around the same. However, the 3 guilds boasted a full array of classes, while they lacked the crucial front line. The 2 sides soon clashed fiercely, and without a front line, Shaochen found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. The battle raged on with ferocity, both sides suffering heavy losses as members fell around them, their eyes clouded with bloodlust. Amidst the chaos, a pivotal figure went unnoticed. However, Wu Shaochen would not allow them to remain at ease. With his health dwindling to just over 60,000, he stealthily followed an archer who was retreating towards the other side. Meanwhile, in the midst of the ongoing skirmish, Shaochen felt that something was amiss. He could not pinpoint it. His gaze swept the area, and suddenly, he realized that Chun Feng was missing. Alarmed, he scanned for him but found no trace, prompting him to urgently inform Shaochen. Boss, this is bad. Chun Feng has vanished. Isn't that a good thing? Shaochen had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. No, boss. Shaochen insisted urgently. Startled, Shaochen abandoned the ongoing battle, rallying Shaochen and a few others to hasten towards their last known position. Upon arriving here, it was observed that the majority of the 100 individuals who had just been left behind were still present, yet their whereabouts remained a mystery. Grabbing one individual, I shouted, "Where are they?" The trembling team member pointed in a direction and stammered. Shaochen led them over there. With a surge of indignation, I cast the individual aside and pursued the indicated path. It was not long before we encountered the immense carcass of a python lying on the ground, devoid of any trace, not even a single coin. "Oh, Chun Feng, I shall not let this stand," I bellowed, my voice resonating with a mixture of fury and heartbreak. Throughout my life, I had navigated triumphantly, and never had I felt such rage as in this moment. Those standing behind me, including Shaochen, dared not utter a word. Suddenly, Wu Shaochen, having already departed from the bamboo grove, sneezed and rubbed his nose. Reflecting inwardly, have I perhaps gone too far? I should have at least left behind a couple of coins for them. After all, they made significant sacrifices for this endeavor. Next time, I shall certainly leave a few coins. He then glanced at the assortment of items in his backpack, his eyes lighting up with delight. This haul was undoubtedly the easiest he had ever experienced. By vanquishing the giant python, he earned an impressive 42,000 experience points. As he had not summoned Yin Tai Lang, the entirety of this experience was awarded to him, propelling his level to 17 with a total of 3,240,690,000. Additionally, he acquired 3 gold and 68 silver, alongside 2 pieces of silver equipment, 2 of bronze, and 5 of black iron, as well as a vial labeled Bloodline Potion and Miss Scroll. The drop rates were fairly standard, yet the ease of the endeavor was remarkable. Azure Scale Armor, Silver Grade, Life 600, Physical Defense 50, Magic Defense 30, 10 Damage Reflection. Additional attributes, Constitution 18, Root 17, Strength 17. Equipment requirements, Warrior, Shield Bearer. Aside from the 2 noteworthy silver pieces, Wu Shaochen found the remaining equipment somewhat unimpressive. However, he was pleased to discover that the pants were a perfect fit, as he was currently clad in the black iron-grade Bear King leggings, the only piece of black iron gear he possessed. Upon donning the new trousers, he was now adorned with 5 pieces of silver armor, the rest being bronze, significantly enhancing his superiority over other players. After meticulously examining all the items, the final task was to auction off the equipment, which promised a considerable influx of income, bringing Wu Shaochen immense joy. Chapter 55, The Auction of Silver Equipment. In the Bamboo Grove, fierce battles continued to rage between the 2 factions. However, following the departure of the higher-ups, the momentum of Shaochen had notably diminished, now being thoroughly overwhelmed by the 3 major guilds. The members of these guilds were taken aback, bewildered by the sudden retreat amidst the fray. What just happened? The leader of the chaotic era exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lung Yu glanced towards the spot where Wu Shaochen had stood, now entirely vacant, and realized the truth. She turned to the other 2 and said, "It must have been Chun Feng who took it." At this moment, the 2 individuals came to their senses and hastily glanced over, only to find the enigmatic figure had vanished. Their faces turned as dark as coal. Their fierce struggle had been in vain, merely to be outmaneuvered silently. What shall we do now? Lamented the starry sky. The auction house has silver equipment. Cold Moon interjected unexpectedly. Silver equipment. The two quickly opened the auction house, and to their astonishment, the top item was Azure Scale Armor. A piece of silver gear up for bidding with a 30-minute auction time. How extravagant. They're even selling silver equipment? Starry Sky marveled. It's of no use to us. Why keep it? This armor was clearly the one they had just lost. It was likely enhanced beyond its initial form. Remarked the warlord of chaos. There's no need to compare ourselves to him. He is a freak. We should focus on our own development. The forces of prideful heroes will undoubtedly retaliate. We must be prepared, Starry Sky asserted. Indeed, but this time, prideful heroes have suffered significant losses. They will likely refrain from attacking us for a while. We can seize this opportunity to develop further, the warlord of chaos replied. The two nodded in agreement. The three individuals, initially unrelated, had united under the pressure from prideful heroes. However, it remained a strategic alliance, and each contemplated their own gains while observing the silver equipment in the auction house. Meanwhile, walking along the road, Prideful World glared at the silver equipment in the auction house, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He felt this was a blatant affront. In his eyes, this was rightfully his possession, now being auctioned off by others. This equipment belongs to me. No one shall take it, he declared fiercely. Wu Shaochen listed all his black iron equipment, including the exchanged Bear King leggings, at 20,000 each, alongside 2 bronze items and 1 silver item in a bidding format. The Monster Stone Forest was an expanse composed entirely of peculiar rocks, devoid of any vegetation. The bizarre formations gave rise to its name, and were it in reality, this place would surely be developed into a tourist attraction. Wu Shaochen ventured deep into the Monster Stone Forest, seeking his target, a level 22 stone ape. Initially, he intended to battle a level 21 stone monkey, but having leveled up, he chose the stronger stone ape instead. With an attack power of merely 550, the stone ape posed no threat to Wu Shaochen, whose health stood at 55,000 with a defense of 350. However, the stone ape possessed a passive skill that could petrify its target, a troublesome predicament, especially since he only had one control-clearing skill with a lengthy cooldown of 5 minutes. Having selected his target, Wu Shaochen summoned Silver Wolf to gain experience from a distance and commenced his assault. The number of stone apes was significantly higher than that of the jungle tigers. They were plentiful. Unfortunately, the petrification skill was quite vexing. Otherwise, he could have farmed them in bulk. For now, he would have to proceed with caution and eliminate them one by one. Not only the players in Jinling City, but even those from other major cities are aware of the auction for silver equipment taking place there. Unfortunately, the teleportation arrays between the main cities have yet to be activated, leaving them yearning from afar. The regional channel for Jinling City has already erupted in fervor due to this equipment. Silver equipment, after all, is not easily relinquished. It took the formidable guild pride of the world considerable effort to vanquish even a single silver creature, so who would willingly sell such prized possessions? Some uninformed players have voiced their thoughts in the regional channel. Perhaps the information above is outdated. It wasn't pride of the world that defeated it, but rather the legendary sealed god. Naturally, if they have no use for it, they would put it up for sale. The attributes of silver equipment are indeed impressive. After glimpsing the silver gear, one cannot help but resent their own lackluster white equipment. Ultimately, the Azure Scale Armor was sold for a staggering 260,000, while 2 bronze pieces fetched only 120,000 each, and the black iron equipment priced at 20,000 each was entirely sold out. Wu Shaochen, who had been grinding the stone apes, paused upon hearing the auction notification and checked his transaction record. A smile spread across his face as he noted an income exceeding 520,000. This money came effortlessly. Wu Shaochen continued his endeavor until midnight, having defeated 268 stone apes over the course of 2 hours. Had it not been for the incessant petrification skills of the stone apes, sometimes compounded by multiple apes, he could have easily doubled that count. Even with the 268 defeated, his level soared to 18, 6631,010,0000, while his Silver Wolf companion approached level 17. Despite reaching higher levels, Wu Shaochen's pace of advancement remained rapid, primarily due to his strategy of slaying monsters at higher levels, coupled with exceptional efficiency. Thus, gaining a level in 2 hours was still quite feasible. Upon reviewing his talents and the Immortal Body trait, he found his talent points had peaked at 540. The Immortal Body had granted him an additional 268 health points, along with 40 points from leveling up and enhancements from titles, raising his total health to 6,868. During this period, He also acquired 2 pieces of black iron equipment, which he placed in the auction house for 20,000 each. Currently, the market price for black iron equipment has stabilized around 120,000. Though most sell for just over 10,000. However, the attributes of the black iron equipment dropped by the 22 creatures far surpassed others available in the market, prompting many buyers, given the immense demand for equipment among the millions residing in the main cities. Chapter 56, Silver Level. Before Wu Shaochen materialized a spectral figure clad in a robe of war, he furrowed his brow, as mage-type foes were his least favorite. Hastily, he cast an insight spell. War God Spectre, Silver Level. Level, 18. Health, 450,000. Magic Attack, 1,200. Physical Defense, 560. Magic Defense, 620. Movement Speed, 140. Skill 1. Fireball. Launches a fireball that inflicts 120 magic damage on a designated target, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Skill 3. Rain of Fire. Unleashes a rain of fire at a specified location, dealing 80 magic damage per second to targets within a 33-meter radius for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 4. Inferno Technique. Unleashes a vast sea of flames over a designated area, inflicting 20 magical damage per second on targets within a 1010 range for a duration of 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Alas, this space is merely 100 square meters, and such an inferno engulfs it entirely. It's an overwhelming challenge to withstand. Fortunately, I have potions, Wu Shaochen mused. In truth, given his current prowess, facing off against a silver-tier adversary is not particularly daunting, especially since he possesses 5 pieces of silver gear, and his life and defense are extraordinarily high. Common silver foes do not concern him. However, encountering a mage in this confined space is rather vexing, as evasion is nearly impossible. He cannot escape the range of attack, leaving Wu Shaochen with no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. Despite the imposing appearance of the war goddess Shadow skill, the damage inflicted upon him is minimal due to his formidable 631 points of magical defense. With over 6,800 life points and the added benefit of lifesteal alongside potions, he feels quite secure. Wu Shaochen activated a speed boost and charged forward, delivering a heavy blow that silenced his opponent for 3 seconds, a skill that is undoubtedly a bane to mages. The silenced war goddess Shadow could only flee, but could not outrun Wu Shaochen, who swiftly caught up and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Before long, the Shadow was afflicted with 4 layers of poison, dealing 540 poison damage per second, which amounted to nearly 130,000 damage over the course of a minute. As soon as the silence lifted, the war goddess Shadow attempted to blink away, but in this limited space, there was little room for escape. It was quickly pursued again, and the Shadow unleashed its Inferno technique to engulf the entire area, followed by a rain of fire directed at Wu Shaochen, culminating in a barrage of fireballs that drastically reduced his health. Wu Shaochen hastily evaded the area of the rain of fire, attempting to change direction to continue his assault on the Shadow, only to find his opponent retreating into the rain's range. How clever! Wu Shaochen was taken aback. Thankfully, the duration of the rain of fire is only 5 seconds. While he could endure it, there was no need to waste potions unnecessarily. With concentrated output, the war goddess Shadow succumbed in under 3 minutes, collapsing at Wu Shaochen's feet. Subsequently, he was teleported away, accompanied by a system notification. How delightful! Wu Shaochen exclaimed, pondering whether the second and third ascensions would yield attribute point rewards. It seemed unlikely, as the system typically only rewards the first instance. If that is the case, then no one would be aware of the attribute point rewards for the first ascension unless explicitly stated, since there would be no server-wide announcement. As long as he secures first place in future ascensions, he could quietly amass wealth. This is the true path to success, Wu Shaochen contemplated. Name, Sealed Dust. Realm, Silver Tier. Level, 18. Life, 681-610-7497. Mana, 1680. Physical Attack, 1355. Magical Attack, 168. Physical Defense, 70810-778. Magical Defense, 69810-767. Movement Speed, 578. Attack Speed, 133. Critical Hit Rate, 5. Lifesteal, 10. Damage Reduction, 5. Defense Penetration, 15. Cooldown Reduction, 5. Resilience, 8. Fortune, 15. Title 10. Equipment 5. Experience, 66, 310, 100, 000. Strength, 18, 830, 244. Intelligence, 653, 084. Constitution, 20, 830, 270. Root bone, 39, 130, 508. Spirit, 9, 730, 126. Agility, 39, 930, 518. Talent, poison damage, 540 points, stackable up to 4 layers. Immortal body, increases maximum health by 996 points. Titles, Novice Village Hero, Luck 10, Bandit Slayer Hero, Health 10, Defense 10. Skills, Immortal Body, Void, Stealth, Backstab, Heavy Strike. Weak Point Break, Soul Devouring Dagger, Silver, Black Wind Helmet, Silver, Black Wind Leather Armor, Silver, Green Scale Leggings, Silver, Graphite Belt, Bronze, Graphite Boots, Bronze, Graphite Necklace, Bronze. Gale Bracelet, Silver, Graphite Bracelet, Bronze, Graphite Ring, Bronze, Silver Wolf King Ring, Bronze. Gazing at his current attributes, Wu Shaochen felt a sense of satisfaction as he chose to log off. After logging out, he removed his helmet and contemplated setting an alarm for 8 hours. Having spent extensive hours gaming recently, his mental capacity had been drained and his sleep had been severely lacking. Today, he decided to indulge in an extra 2 hours of rest. Surely, no one could catch up to him in that time. He could wake up just in time for breakfast before logging back in. After setting the alarm, Wu Shaochen collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Truly exhausted. Chapter 57. Personal Acceptance of Citywide Quest. When Wu Shaochen logged back in, his character remained within the War God Hall. As he stepped out, pondering where to hunt monsters, a soldier suddenly approached him respectfully, saying, "Esteemed adventurer, the Lord of the City requests your presence." "Oh, the Lord of the City wishes to see me. Could it be a quest?" Wu Shaochen's eyes brightened, as he had yet to decide on his next destination, and promptly followed the soldier towards the Lord's mansion. Upon arriving at the mansion, he found the Lord pacing anxiously. Upon noticing Wu Shaochen's arrival, the Lord hurriedly approached and exclaimed, "Chung Feng, you have finally arrived." "Lord, have you summoned me for something?" Wu Shaochen inquired, puzzled. The Lord sighed deeply before continuing. "This matter dates back to the parchment scroll you brought from Lu family village. Initially, I was unaware that a portal to the demon realm was sealed deep within the Tiger War Forest. The demon realm, a place of unfathomable terror. Hence the portal seal must not be compromised." The Lord's face reflected fear as he spoke of the demon realm. Wu Shaochen remained silent, listening intently, sensing the gravity of the situation. The scant information provided by the officials seemed utterly insufficient. From the Lord's words, it became evident that the game's backdrop was vast and intricate. Upon hearing this, Wu Shaochen suddenly realized why there were jungle tigers of unperceivable levels in the level 21 jungle tiger area. They had mutated. He had encountered the prowess of the jungle tiger king. Had he not escaped swiftly, he would have met his demise. Wu Shaochen paused momentarily, pondering if this was indeed a reward for assisting in the elimination of the jungle tigers. Under ordinary circumstances, the Lord of the City would immediately issue a citywide mission upon encountering such a situation. However, he first inquired if he had a solution, suggesting that if he did, the mission would transform into a personal endeavor, thus elevating the rewards considerably. Wu Shaochen gazed with anticipation. Yet, as the terrifying image of the corrupted jungle tiger king flashed through his mind, his expression fell. Presently, he could not even ascertain the attributes of the creature, and he felt daunted by the prospect of facing it. The last time he had roared, it had nearly depleted his health, a memory that lingered vividly. Nevertheless, his strength had significantly improved since then. He resolved to reassess the situation once he reached level 20 and could examine the creature's attributes. With this thought, Wu Shaochen inquired, "What is the time limit for this mission?" The Lord pondered for a moment before responding. "The sealing of the passage is of utmost urgency. I could grant you a maximum of 2 days." "Very well. I shall devise a plan. Please refrain from issuing a citywide mission for now. Given the current capabilities of those adventurers, they would be of little use against the corrupted jungle tiger king. Sending them would merely lead to their demise," Wu Shaochen replied. For him, achieving level 20 within 2 days was not an insurmountable challenge, and he was genuinely concerned that the Lord might not wait and would proceed to issue the mission regardless. "All right, I shall await your good news," the Lord said. After departing from the Lord's residence, Wu Shaochen opened his map and contemplated for a moment, setting his sights on a location known as the Abandoned Mine. It housed monsters of levels 20 to 30, and he preferred not to venture into the rocky forest, despite its abundance of creatures, as their skills were exceedingly troublesome and significantly hampered his grinding speed. Thus, he sought a different venue. The Abandoned Mine's monsters were more suitably leveled for his current strength. though it was somewhat distant, approximately 20 kilometers away. The map was obscured, revealing only the name of the location, with monsters ranging from levels 20 to 30. The map illuminated only within a radius of 10 kilometers, allowing for a clear view of the details and the monsters present. Beyond that radius, the map remained dark, indicating only the approximate levels of monsters without specific information. Beyond that lay complete darkness, relying solely on players' exploration. A silver lining was that areas traversed by players would gradually illuminate on the map. For instance, Lu Family Village had transformed from a pitch-black void to a lit area after Wu Shaochen's visit. Wu Shaochen checked his potions and found no need for replenishment, then set forth toward the abandoned mine. Heading north through the northern gate, he encountered no unforeseen obstacles. Those troublemakers from the Pride of the World Guild were likely preoccupied with leveling up, having suffered significant downgrades and fallen below the average level in Jinling City. Wu Shaochen pressed on tirelessly, reaching the abandoned mine after a journey of 20 kilometers. Even with a movement speed of 573, it took him over half an hour to arrive. Before him stood a colossal entrance. The mine awaited within. As he stepped inside, a chilling breeze swept past him, instilling a sense of foreboding. The creatures within were likely not benign. The entire mining area was shrouded in darkness, revealing before Wu Shaochen a vast, winding passageway whose destination remained unknown. Within this corridor, no monsters were visible, sending a shiver down his spine. To bolster his courage, he summoned the silver wolf to accompany him, allowing it to lead the way as he cautiously followed behind. After several minutes of trepidation, a sudden noise erupted beneath his feet, prompting him to retreat hastily, only to witness a skeletal hand emerging ominously from the ground. What on earth is this? Is this the monster lurking here? Wu Shaochen's heart raced with fear. It was not that he was timid. Rather, the game's realism had engrossed him to the point that he momentarily forgot he was merely playing. Encountering a skeletal hand unexpectedly would terrify anyone. As he traversed further, more skeletons began to appear, yet Wu Shaochen chose to disregard them. He dispatched those that obstructed his path with a couple of swift dagger strikes, while ignoring those that did not impede his progress. After walking for over 10 minutes, he finally emerged from the passage, revealing what was likely the true mining area, a vast expanse littered with rubble, teeming with an overwhelming number of skeletons. The sheer density of these foes sparked an unexpected thrill within Wu Shaochen, who had initially intended to avoid engaging them. Although he could continue honing his talents after advancing to the silver rank, the opportunity to encounter such a dense congregation of monsters was too enticing to resist. With the skeletons at level 20 inflicting a mere 400 points of damage, even his defenses remained intact against their assaults, as their skills lacked any form of crowd control. This presented an exhilarating opportunity to experience the thrill of mass combat. However, as the battle ensued, Wu Shaochen encountered a rather awkward dilemma. As an assassin, he was ill-suited to confront such densely packed enemies. He found himself ensnared amidst them, unable to move. Though these skeletons could not breach his defenses, he was rendered immobile. How did I let myself get carried away in such a predicament? Wu Shaochen lamented. Recognizing the awkwardness of his situation, he could only methodically eliminate the nearby foes, watching as the skeletal heads swayed before him, nearly making him nauseous. Yet, he was powerless to escape. He lacked the ability to fly or any displacement skills. Even activating his ethereal state would be futile in this scenario. I must learn displacement skills in the future. This situation is far too embarrassing. I'm certain to have nightmares tonight, Wu Shaochen mused, before fiercely slashing at the nearest skeleton in an attempt to vent his frustrations. Meanwhile, other players were diligently leveling up and acquiring equipment. Within the realm of oracles, the overall strength of players had significantly increased, with most individuals now possessing 1 or 2 pieces of black iron gear, and more formidable players boasting several pieces of bronze. Many guilds found the challenges posed by bronze-level encounters manageable, and with larger guild memberships, the collective strength made it easier to identify foes. Indeed, there was truth in the adage that unity begets strength. On a vast plain, Su Mu Shui, accompanied by members of the Su Corporation, was engaged in a fierce conquest against a level 16 bronze creature. Armed with an extensive array of equipment procured from Wu Shaochen, she found herself at a significant advantage, leading other players by a considerable margin. Currently, her level had soared to 17, and each cast of her fireball spell inflicted a staggering 700 to 800 points of damage, a remarkable contrast to the mere 200 to 300 dealt by her peers. As the creature's health dwindled, a group of players unexpectedly arrived, witnessing the unfolding scene. Faced with such a vulnerable target, It was hardly surprising that few could resist the temptation, and this group was no exception. However, they soon discovered the terrifying prowess of the first mage. With a fireball cast every 15 seconds, inflicting over 1,000 damage, and a freezing spell capable of instantaneously incapacitating any player within 5 seconds, the threat was palpable. Su Mu Shue's innate talent, which reduced skill cooldowns by 50%, was clearly on display, one of the primary reasons she had chosen the mage class. With the shielded guardians of the Su Corporation defending her, Su Mu Shui operated like a mobile artillery unit, systematically eliminating those who dared to contest her kill. Ultimately, only a few reluctant players managed to escape. "Our Lady is truly formidable," remarked one member of the Su Corporation. "Indeed, Our Lady is the foremost mage of the Divine Oracle. How dare they attempt to contest with us?" Another chimed in. "They are utterly delusional. I believe Our Lady's prowess is already on par with that of the legendary Chen Feng." Others echoed in flattery. "Enough chatter, let us continue the fight." Su Mu Shui interjected coldly, secretly pondering her own insignificance in comparison to such a freakish talent. Meanwhile, members of various guilds engaged in leveling up while simultaneously searching for foes. In the realm of monsters above level 10, black iron creatures were plentiful, and bronze ones were not uncommon. However, those of silver rank and above were exceedingly rare. Wu Shaochen spent nearly an hour clearing the entire mining area of skeletons, having slain a total of 514, which elevated his level to 19 with experience points at 138, 750 out of 200, 000. The Immortal Body skill added 514 points to his health, and with the additional 40 points from leveling up, his total health reached 106, surpassing the 8,000 mark. He decided to save his 10 attribute points for later. Rubbing his somewhat sore right hand, Wu Shaochen silently vowed never to engage in such a manner again. Group farming is clearly more suited for mages. Damn, my mind is still haunted by the images of skeleton heads. It's terrifying. I can hardly believe I managed to endure it, he thought. However, it was indeed a first to slay so many foes in one go, and the pace of leveling up was exceptional. After collecting 3 pieces of black iron equipment from the ground, Wu Shaochen listed them on the auction house. Initially intending to set the price at 20,000, he was taken aback to find a plethora of black iron items already listed, with prices ranging from several thousand to 10,000. Have black iron items really depreciated so much after just 8 hours of sleep? He mused. Yet, considering that ordinary monsters of level 10 and above had a chance to drop black iron equipment, it was reasonable to assume that even casual players, after such a lengthy period, would possess at least 1 or 2 pieces of black iron gear. At last, Wu Shaochen priced his items at 10,000 each before proceeding further. Ahead lay another passage, which he entered. This time, no skeletons emerged from the corridor, and it was considerably shorter than the previous one. Within a few minutes, he emerged into a vast mining area, significantly larger than the last, populated by a multitude of skeletons. Although there were just as many as before, the larger expanse made them appear less dense. These skeletons differed slightly from the previous batch, each wielding a skeletal axe. Chapter 59. The leaderboard unveils, dominating the rankings. Since group farming was not feasible, Wu Shaochen decided to lure them out for solo grinding. He was no longer troubled by the thought of group farming. A gradual approach seemed preferable. In the novice village, a fresh-faced young woman was once again vanquished by a rabbit and returned to town, her expression marked by a mixture of stubbornness and grievance. "Isn't this our pure-hearted beauty from the novice village? What's this? Defeated by a rabbit again?" A few young men mocked upon seeing her. The young woman paid them no heed, lost in contemplation of her recent battle. As it was her first foray into gaming, she was oblivious to the pitfalls of the game. A level 0 player could not hope to challenge a rabbit. At that moment, she merely believed she was lacking in skill. "Come on, why act so high and mighty? Just call me brother, and I'll take you leveling up in no time," one of the youths persisted. "Wu Ziyin, why are you still at level 0? You're not afraid to fight monsters, are you?" Another friend, Wei Wei, inquired. The young woman was indeed Wu Shaochen's sister. Wu Ziyin, upon entering the game, her first instinct was not to battle monsters, but to savor the game's realism and explore the scenery. Captivated by the atmosphere and environment, she spent considerable time wandering before recalling the need to level up, leading to numerous encounters with rabbits that proved quite punishing. Feeling a twinge of shame at a message from her close friend, Wu Ziyin admitted, "At first, I was too timid, but later I gained the courage. However, I'm just too inexperienced to defeat the rabbits." "You aren't seriously trying to take on a rabbit solo, are you?" Wei Wei responded with a look of horror. "Is it not possible to solo?" Wu Ziyin queried, puzzled. Goodness, you truly are something else. A few weaklings have left you in this state. And you dare to challenge a rabbit at level 0? Wei Wei replied, continuing, in the early stages, players are incapable of soloing wild monsters. You must find others to form a team. Oh, is that so? Many people have asked to add me as a friend to help me level up. But I feel uneasy accepting favors without reason. And these individuals seem overly goal-oriented, so I declined their offers, Wu Xin explained. Sai, what to say about you? Never mind. I still have a dozen silver coins. Take them to buy potions. With potions, you'll be able to defeat the rabbits. However, the potions in the shop are exorbitantly priced, and this amount may not suffice to elevate you to level 1. It's a pity I sold all my gear before reaching level 10. Otherwise, I could have traded with you, Wei Wei lamented. After sending a remote trade request, she transferred all 14 remaining silver coins to Wu Xin. Having just purchased potions, she found herself with little left. Ordinary players could barely manage to afford potions through monster hunting, making it difficult to save any money. I've given you all my savings. These 14 silver coins can only purchase 70 potions, which is insufficient to elevate you to level 1. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to request some from your brother. Otherwise, with your reluctance to team up with others, you may find yourself forever confined to the novice village. Thank you. Upon receiving silver coins, proceeded to the shop, where he discovered that even the most basic red potion, small, cost 20 copper coins. Gritting his teeth, he purchased 70 potions and ventured out once more to hunt rabbits. With the support of the potions, finally managed to prevail, yet he found himself using a potion for nearly every rabbit he defeated, which weighed heavily on his heart, considering a single potion equated to 2 coins. As everyone anxiously focused on leveling up, an unexpected announcement echoed throughout the server. Server announcement. Due to a player reaching level 20, the server leaderboard has been activated, and the level 20 dungeon, the Glimmering Secret Realm, is now open for challenges. The announcement reverberated 3 times, startling all players. Wow, someone has reached level 20 already? I'm only at level 15. Which deity leveled up so swiftly? Are you foolish? Just check the leaderboard. All right, everyone promptly opened the leaderboard. Level leaderboard. 1. Level 20, Assassin. 2. Level 18, Warrior. 3. Level 18, Archer. 4. Level 17, Mage. 5. Level 17, Mage. 6. Level 17, Archer. 7. Level 17, Mage. 8. Level 17, Warrior. 9. Level 17, Warrior. 10. Level 17, Assassin. Reputation leaderboard. 1. 6,100. 2. 3,600. 3. 3,400. 4. 3,000. 5. 2,800. 6. 2,700. 7. 2,600. 8. 2,400. 9. 2,200. 10. 2,000. Equipment leaderboard. 1. Soul Devouring Dagger, Silver Grade. 2. Black Wind Leather Armor, Silver Grade. 3. Silver Moon Bow, Silver Grade. 4. Gale Bracelet, Silver Grade. 5. Black Wine Helmet, Silver Grade. 6. Silver Moon Ring, Silver Grade. 7. Azure Gale Leather Armor, Silver Grade. 8. Azure Scale Armor, Silver Grade. 9. Azure Gale Necklace, Silver Grade. 10. Azure Scale Leggings, Silver Grade. Wealth Leaderboard. 1. 734 gold coins. 2. 369 gold coins. 3. 236 gold coins. 4. 208 gold coins. 5. 186 gold coins. 6th place, Pride of the World, 165 gold coins. 7th place, Hell's Messenger, 144 gold coins. 8th place, God King, 132 gold coins. 9th place, Apostle Walker, 114 gold coins. 10th place, Dreamy Dance, 102 gold coins. Pet rankings. 1st place, Silver Wolf, level 16. Exceptional aptitude. 2nd place, Gray, level 11, notable talent. 3rd place, Chubby, level 10, commendable talent. 4th place, Cute, level 10, admirable talent. At this moment, Wu Shaochen was also examining the rankings. He had just leveled up to 20 when he suddenly heard an announcement echo across the server, leaving him momentarily stunned. Gazing at the leaderboard where he dominated every category, he felt not exhilaration, but an unsettling anxiety. This was rather disconcerting. The rankings seemed to expose his every secret, sending chills down his spine as he sensed that envious players might conspire against him. The only solace was that neither his equipment nor his pets displayed ownership. Otherwise, he would be the subject of immense jealousy, as he possessed no less than 5 items on the equipment leaderboard. With the release of the rankings, the regional channels of all major cities erupted into conversation, and the forums were instantly ablaze with activity. Goodness, this Chun Feng is truly formidable. monopolizing 3 top spots. He leads by a significant margin. One user remarked, "The previous rankings seem trivial in comparison. I calculated that the number 1 on the equipment leaderboard, the soul-eating dagger, must belong to him. After all, he is an assassin." Another added, "The top pet is likely his as well." A friend from Jinling City mentioned seeing him accompanied by a wolf-like pet. There are only 4 pets on the leaderboard, and the wolf must undoubtedly be the silver wolf. Could it be that he is dominating the rankings? Someone exclaimed, "Have you seen his gold coins? Over 700. Is he robbing people?" Another responded, "I hadn't noticed until now. How could he have amassed so much? Our guild leader collects coins daily and only gathers a few dozen." Sighing, one lamented, "Alas, my lack of education leaves me speechless. Chun Feng is incredible." Chapter 60. My brother is Chun Feng. Meanwhile, Hell's messenger licked his lips and said, "Now this is interesting." The attitudes of various major guilds towards Chun Feng varied, yet most adopted a mindset of if we cannot have it, we shall destroy it. The emergence of the rankings thrust Wu Shaochen, already a figure of great renown, back into the spotlight. In the God King Pavilion, the God King gazed at the leaderboard and murmured, "Maple Leaf has also arrived. It is only natural for someone of his caliber to enter the rankings. But who is this Yufei? I have never heard of them before. Could they be another dark horse?" The appearance of the rankings ignited a fervor among all players, who began to level up with unprecedented zeal. Beyond the desire for recognition on the leaderboard, another motive drove them. The first dungeon of the Divine Oracle had opened, requiring players to reach level 20 for entry. This dungeon was a boon for players, as the monsters within, while considerably stronger, offered loot rates several times greater than those outside. With the dungeons opening, black iron and bronze equipment would soon become commonplace, and silver would no longer be a rarity. Moreover, successful challenges in the dungeon often yielded special rewards. Having reached level 20, one would expect to examine the attributes of that tiger. However, venturing forth now seems rather precarious. Perhaps it would be wiser to ascend a few more levels, Wu Shaochen mused. He had just vanquished 146 skeletal warriors, resulting in his elevation to level 20, with an experience tally of 70,300,000. There remained a multitude of skeletal warriors ripe for the taking. As Wu Shaochen made his way toward the dungeon, his mobile device emitted a sound, compelling him to log off with a sense of resignation. This helmet had its drawbacks. It did not permit him to answer calls while immersed in the game, prompting an urgent need to acquire a gaming pod. Upon logging off, he discovered that the call was from Wu Xin, and he hastily answered. Soon, her voice resonated on the other end. "What is it, Xin? Aren't you playing games this weekend?" Wu Shaochen inquired, recalling that she had purchased a gaming helmet the previous day. Logically, one would assume she would be engrossed in gameplay during the weekend, so it was curious she had time to call. "I am playing," Wu Xin replied. "Then why do you have time to call me? Don't you enjoy it?" Wu Shaochen questioned. "It's not that I don't enjoy it. It's just that I am quite inexperienced and still at level 0, Wu Xin admitted sheepishly. "Huh?" Wu Shaochen was taken aback. Even the most inexperienced player should manage to level up a few times in a day. However, considering Wu Xin likely lacked companionship in the game, and given the daunting nature of early game monsters, it was understandable that she struggled alone. "Are you playing by yourself?" he asked. "Yes," Wu Xin responded timidly. Truly, she was his sister, he thought. How could he have forgotten to leave her some gear? After a moment's contemplation, Wu Shaochen said, "What is your game name? I will add you as a friend and send you some gold. You should purchase more potions. With potions, you can manage to fight alone, and it's often faster than teaming up." "Thank you, brother. My name is Feng Yiner," Wu Xin sweetly replied, preferring to owe her brother a favor rather than someone else. After concluding the call, Wu Shaochen logged back in, accessed his friends list, and entered Feng Yiner's name to add her. In the Novice Village 1-1246, Wu Xin logged in once more. She had exhausted the 70 potions she had previously purchased, using one for nearly every monster encountered. Currently, her experience stood at 0, 70, 100, still needing 30 points to level up. Surely, her brother could spare her 6 silver coins. With that, she might attain level 1 and allocate her attribute points, after which she might not even need potions to contend with rabbits. Certainly, she mused, her brother was skilled enough to earn money in the game early on. 6 silver coins should pose no challenge for him. While Wu Xin was lost in a reverie, a system notification chimed in her ear. "Ding! Player Chen Feng requests to add you as a friend. Would you like to accept?" Chen Feng. Wu Xin was taken aback. He was a well-known figure among the millions of players in the game. Even before she started playing, she had often heard her brother mention him. Upon entering the game, she became acutely aware of Chen Feng's significance within the realm. A glance at the leaderboard would reveal his prominence. Why would Chen Feng suddenly wish to add me as a friend? Wu Xin pondered, a mix of excitement and confusion washing over her. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured to herself, "Could it be that my brother is Chun Feng?" With a heart full of trepidation, Wu Xin clicked to accept, her gaze falling upon the second friend in her list, CHNF Ing, Assassin 20. She finally confirmed that this CHNF Ing was indeed the esteemed figure atop the leaderboard, a divine presence within the Oracle. Trembling slightly, she opened the chat window and sent a message. "Brother? CHNF Ing, what's up, little girl? Don't you even recognize your brother?" With a gasp of astonishment, Wu Xin quickly covered her mouth and typed in the chat, "Are you really my brother? You are CHNF Ing? Brother, you are really CHNF Ing." The CHNF Ing. If Wei Wei knew, she would be utterly envious. Wu Xin could hardly contain her excitement. All right, calm down. You cannot tell anyone about your brother being CHNF Ing, understand?" Wu Shaochen said sternly. Yes, I understand, brother. I will definitely not tell anyone." Wu Xin was aware of the gravity of the situation. She understood what CHNF Ing represented now, and if others were to discover his true identity, they would likely find it impossible to live peacefully. When Wu Xin saw the 10 gold coins, she was momentarily dumbfounded. "Is it really that extravagant? Brother, I can't use that much. Take it, I'm not short on gold. Don't be frugal. Drink the potions like water and just focus on fighting monsters. You'll reach level 10 in no time," Wu Shaochen replied. "Brother, you shouldn't say such things, or you might get beaten up," Wu Xin cautioned. CHNF Ing, no worries. No one in the game can defeat me. CHNF Ing. By the way, Xin, what is your talent? Wu Xin promptly sent over the talent description. Talent. Mana conversion. When using skills, each additional point of mana consumed enhances the skill's effect by 0.05. The effect can be either damage dealt or healing. Upon reading this talent, Wu Shaocheng's lips twitched. It was excessively costly in terms of mana. Who could sustain such a talent? It seemed that the mana pearl should change its owner. How is it, brother? Is my talent good? As a novice in the game, Wu Xin could not comprehend the true implications of her talent, nor did she know if it was advantageous or not. It's decent, but you must learn to calculate damage and manage your mana wisely. A gaming novice encountering such a talent, it's hard to say whether it's good or bad. Wu Xin, somewhat confused, then asked, "So, brother, what profession suits me?" CHNF Ing. You could be a mage or a priest, whichever you prefer. Just remember to invest in intelligence and spirit. Oh, okay, thank you, brother. I'm off to hunt rabbits and level up, Wu Xin exclaimed. Chapter 61, The Lin Lang Dungeon. When Wu Shaocheng arrived at the dungeon, many players were already gathered there. Although they couldn't enter, numerous individuals came with the intention of witnessing the spectacle. Wu Shaocheng made his way directly to the entrance of the secret realm. Since he was there, he decided to take a look first. Just then, a system prompt chimed in. Ding, do you wish to challenge the Lin Lang Dungeon? Yes. Ding, the Lin Lang Dungeon is a team dungeon, requiring a party to proceed. A team? That's easy enough. Wu Shaocheng quickly created a party consisting solely of himself, too lazy to come up with a name, allowing the system to default it to CHNF Eng's team. He triggered the challenge once more. Ding, will you challenge the glimmering secret realm? Yes. Ding, it has been detected that your party is insufficient in number, and the difficulty of the realm is quite high. Each individual may only challenge once per day. It is advisable to gather a full team of 10 before proceeding. I shall not heed your advice. Wu Shaochen mused inwardly, then resolutely clicked to confirm the challenge. Vanishing from his location. What? That person just disappeared, someone exclaimed, having witnessed Wu Shaochen's sudden exit. I saw it too. Isn't this dungeon meant for those at level 20? How'd he manage to enter? Another queried. Have you lost your wits? There are indeed players in Jinling City who meet the requirements. Someone retorted. Goodness, it's Shunfeng. Wu Shaochen felt a disorienting shift as he materialized in a vast cavern. Before him lay 3 paths leading to different destinations. He chose the leftmost route. Soon, 5 creatures resembling tigers with human bodies emerged, brandishing hefty cleavers and blocking his way. Wu Shaochen cast a detection spell on them. Ktiga Heditman Elite Monster. Level 20. Health 100,000. Physical attack 680. Physical defense 420. Spell defense 350. Movement speed 86. Skill 1. Vertical slash. The creature swings its cleaver downward, inflicting 175 physical damage with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Skill 2. Horizontal slash. The creature sweeps its cleaver horizontally, dealing 160 physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter range, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Elite monsters? This is my first encounter. Could they only exist within dungeons? Wu Shaochen pondered, realizing that these 5 tiger-headed men likely shared the same aggro. Even he felt a twinge of pressure. No wonder teaming up was recommended. Calculating the damage in his mind, Wu Shaochen charged toward the 5 tiger-headed men, confident that their basic attacks would not breach his defenses. He could withstand 2 sets of their skills, a boon of having enhanced his constitution. Wu Shaochen felt grateful. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to proceed. To expedite the battle, he absorbed the damage from the 5 beasts, applying 4 layers of poison to each before retreating. Unfortunately, the terrain did not allow him to kite the monsters, and soon he found himself back at his original entry point. The other 2 paths were blocked, indicating that he must first clear the area of monsters to advance. Well then, it seems I'm being forced to confront them head-on, Wu Shaochen remarked, exasperated. Did they truly think he feared those tiger-headed men? He merely sought to conserve his potions. Before long, the 5 beasts caught up with him, and Wu Shaochen ceased his retreat, boldly engaging them. Their basic attacks were ineffective against him, and while their skills posed a threat, the cooldown time rendered them manageable. Wu Shaochen's poison damage remained at 540. Upon reaching the silver tier, he could further enhance this potency. However, the skeletons he had faced later had not exceeded his level by 5, preventing any advancement in his abilities. Nevertheless, even with 540 poison damage, stacking 4 layers would suffice to eliminate the 5 tiger-headed men within a minute, especially as Wu Shaochen relentlessly unleashed his attacks. Soon, 5 tigers lay sprawled on the ground, granting him an impressive 2,500 experience points, with each tiger yielding 500. Although this experience surpassed that of the level 20 monsters outside by a considerable margin, the ferocity of these creatures within this realm was undeniably greater, rendering the experience somewhat average. However, the drop rate astounded Wu Shaochen, as the 5 tigers had astonishingly bestowed upon him a piece of bronze equipment. The notion that one could acquire bronze gear without engaging in combat was intriguing. It appeared that the emergence of this dungeon would significantly elevate the prowess of players. Upon collecting the equipment, he discovered it to be a ring, one that he could indeed utilize. Tiger Head Ring, bronze level, 400 health, 160 physical attack. Additional attributes: Constitution 23, Strength 25, required for wear, physical class. It was entirely focused on enhancing health and attack. Simple yet effective, just as he preferred. He promptly adorned it, replacing the Silver Wolf King ring, which had been obtained from the Silver Wolf King and had accompanied him for quite some time. After equipping the new ring, his health surged by 515 points, reaching a total of 8,842, while his attack increased by 163 points, totaling 1518. Even without augmenting his strength, this attack was formidable against any foe. His attack speed decreased by 5, dropping to 128, but this was of little consequence. How fortunate that the very first batch of monsters rewarded me with new equipment, Wu Shaochen mused. He contemplated putting the Silver Wolf King ring up for auction, only to be informed that the auction house was inaccessible within the dungeon, necessitating a wait until he exited to make the exchange. Continuing forward, he encountered another group of tiger-headed men, this time numbering 6. Wu Shaochen, undeterred, engaged them head-on and effortlessly defeated them, claiming 2 white items which he scarcely regarded. He pressed onward, only to face yet another group, this time comprised of 7 tiger-headed men. Even Wu Shaochen furrowed his brow. This escalation could prove troublesome, especially considering the uncertainty of how many more batches lay ahead. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Shaochen summoned the Silver Wolf to share the burden of damage, conserving his potions. It wouldn't he do to let the creature merely feast on experience without contributing. The Silver Wolf was currently at level 16. Its attributes commendable enough to withstand a couple of opponents without issue. With the Silver Wolf by his side, he charged forward. With the wolf absorbing the brunt of the attacks, Wu Shaochen dispatched the 7 tiger-headed men with ease, acquiring a black iron item as a reward. The drop rate is indeed remarkable, he thought to himself. He advanced again, and, as expected, encountered another group, this time consisting of 8. They were swiftly dispatched, and he moved forward to confront 9 more, utilizing 2 medium red potions to secure victory. Continuing his journey, he faced 10 foes, consuming 3 medium red potions to triumph once more, resulting in yet another black iron item. Finally, he reached the end of the passageway, where he beheld a larger tiger-headed man, significantly more imposing than the previous ones. With a sigh of relief, Wu Shaochen expressed his gratitude for the cessation of the relentless encounters. He had genuinely feared the continuous onslaught. It was no wonder that this dungeon could accommodate a maximum of 10 participants. Before him stood an exceptionally towering tiger head leader. Wu Shaochen cast an insight spell to assess the creature. Tiger head leader, dungeon. Level, 20. Health, 450,000. Physical attack, 150. Physical defense, 700. Magical defense, 650. Movement speed, 135. Skill 1. Vertical slash. The wielder's massive cleaver strikes down upon the target, inflicting 175 points of physical damage, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Skill 2. Horizontal slash. The cleaver is swung horizontally, dealing 160 points of physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter range ahead, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 3. Fury. A fierce roar enhances the wielder's attack power by 50 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Although its attributes were somewhat inferior compared to the Black Wind Village's chief of the same level, the designation as a dungeon was intriguing, lacking any indication of its tier. Nevertheless, it couldn't be far from silver rank. Perhaps it could be deemed pseudo-silver, and it was likely to yield silver equipment upon defeat, Wu Shaochen mused. Chapter 62, A Path of Domination. The 4 layers of poison could deplete nearly 130,000 health in 1 minute. Thus, the Tiger Head leader, with merely 450,000 health, succumbed within 4 minutes, granting Wu Shaochen 32,000 experience points, while Silver Wolf earned 8,000 points, propelling Silver Wolf directly to level 17. He gathered the spoils from the ground. 1 silver item, 1 bronze item, and 2 black iron items. Nothing more. Was it truly only equipment that dropped? Wu Shaochen found himself momentarily stunned, recalling that in past battles, various items had also been looted alongside equipment. Why did this dungeon solely yield gear? Well, he resolved to attempt the battle once more, then sell the spoils. Wu Shaochen continued his relentless advance, defeating foes until he reached the end, acquiring yet another bronze item and 2 black iron items, none of which were of use to him. He directed an insight spell at the Leopard Head Leader at the conclusion of his journey. Leopard Head Leader, Dungeon. Level, 20. Health, 400,000. Physical attack, 200. Physical defense, 650. Magical defense, 600. Attack speed, 50. Critical hit rate, 10. Movement speed, 165. Skill 1. Armor-piercing arrow. Deals 165 points of physical damage to the target, disregarding 50 armor, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 2. Piercing strike. Inflicts 160 points of physical damage to all targets in a straight line, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 3. Speed burst. Increases movement speed and attack speed by 50 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. I can't possibly be so unfortunate, Wu Shaochen thought. Regardless, he decided to press on. Activating speed burst, he charged forward, only to be met with a barrage of swift arrows, accompanied by an armor-piercing arrow. Before he could even lay a finger on the enemy, his health had already plummeted by nearly 3,000 points. Damn it, are they mocking my reach? Wu Shaochen let out a curse, hastily consumed a vial of medicine, and rushed forward, brandishing his dagger with determination. It was a contest of speed. Would his dagger outpace the archer's arrows? The leopard-headed creature, while attacking, began to retreat, but soon realized its mobility could not compare to that of the human. Thus, it decided to stand its ground, engaging in a fierce duel with Wu Shaochen. Each combatant showcased their dexterity to the fullest. Wu Shaochen employed his skills when available and resorted to basic attacks when not. Ultimately, through lifesteal and potions, he managed to gain the upper hand. Just as Wu Shaochen was reveling in his triumph, a critical hit from a piercing arrow struck him, causing over 3,000 points of damage. Another critical hit followed, depleting an additional 2,000 points of his health. Wu Shaochen was taken aback. He had been conserving resources by using herbal potions, maintaining his health around 6,000 points, but these 2 strikes had left him severely weakened. Meanwhile, Silver Wolf, undeterred by the peril, leaped in front of Wu Shaochen to shield him, charging at the leopard-headed leader. Each of the leader's arrows claimed 780 points of Silver Wolf's health, but with over 20,000 health points, he managed to endure for a while. Wu Shaochen gathered the spoils of battle, 1 silver, 2 bronze, and 2 black iron items. Upon inspecting the silver item, he discovered a bracelet, a worthy addition. Leopard King Bracelet, Silver Grade. Physical attack 180, attack speed 15, additional attributes, strength 24, agility 25, constitution 24. Requirements: Assassin, Archer. Replacing the Graphite Bracelet, his attack increased by 52 points to reach 1570. His attack speed improved by 10 to 138, and his health, bolstered by various enhancements and the creatures he had defeated, rose by 464 points, culminating in a total of 9,306. He was nearing the coveted 5-digit health mark. Without further hesitation, Wu Shaochen ventured into the central passage, soon encountering a creature within, a lion-headed being, and to make matters worse, a repulsive mage. However, Wu Shaochen's defenses against magic were now nearly on par with his physical defenses. The strength of these lion-headed creatures was comparable to those he had faced on the other two paths, allowing him to push through with relative ease. Occasionally sipping potions and, if necessary, letting Silver Wolf absorb some damage, he progressed without significant peril, eventually reaching the end of the path. Fortune smiled upon him, yielding 2 bronze and 1 black iron items. Ultimately, the lion-headed leader succumbed within 3 minutes, dropping a silver item, 2 bronze items, and 1 black iron item, all of which were suitable for mages and priests. After vanquishing the lion-headed leader, Wu Shaochen anticipated the conclusion of the encounter, waiting for the system notification. Instead of a prompt, the ground began to tremble. What was happening? Surely, it wouldn't collapse. Wu Shaochen quickly steadied himself against the wall to avoid falling. Soon, the tremors ceased, and before Wu Shaochen, the very spot where he had defeated the lion-headed leader was now a disaster. The passage had collapsed, and the ground split open, revealing a massive chasm from which a colossal monstrosity emerged. The creature possessed wings, horns on its head, a bovine visage, a tiger's body, and a lion's tail, leaving Wu Shaochen utterly astounded. Chapter 63. The Guardian of Linlang. What an abomination! Wu Shaochen exclaimed, swiftly casting an insight spell. Guardian of Linlang, Dungeon Guardian. Level, 20. Health, 700,000. Physical attack, 1800. Physical defense, 900. Magical defense, 800. Movement speed, 320. Skill 1. Rapid Charge. Fluttering wings propel the user towards the target at great speed, utilizing the horns to inflict 180 physical damage and reducing the target's defense by 30 for 10 seconds, with an attack range of 5 meters and a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 2. Whip Strike. The tail lashes out at the target, dealing 185 physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 3. Stomp. The user strikes the ground, dealing 170 physical damage to targets within a 2-meter radius, stunning them for 1 second, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 4. Force Field Suppression. Suppresses all targets within a 10-meter radius, reducing their attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 20 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Are you serious, Brain? Wu Shaochen gazed at the attributes of the monster before him, feeling a surge of frustration. This creature must be of golden caliber. Even if it fell short, it could not be far from that level. In a level 20 dungeon, deploying such a formidable foe was indeed a dark move. However, it would only serve to ensnare others. For him, it remained within manageable bounds. Given that it was a melee combatant slower than him, and despite its high attack, it could not eliminate him instantly. With over 9,000 health and more than 700 defense, even enduring all 3 skills would not spell his demise. Thus, evading it posed no significant challenge. He could simply maneuver through the 3 passageways. Determined, Wu Shaochen charged forward without hesitation. The creature's grotesque appearance warranted a swift end to its existence, lest it spoil his appetite. Yet, upon entering the monster's aggro range, he was unprepared for the brutal impact of its horns, losing over 2,300 health and suffering a 30-point defense reduction. The speed of rapid charge was indeed remarkable. Wu Shaochen barely registered what had happened before being struck. Just as he prepared to consume a potion, the creature's stomp landed, inflicting nearly 2,400 damage and stunning him for a second. Instantly, a tail lashed towards him, but Wu Shaochen decisively activated his void ability, breaking free from the stun and evading the whip strike. Is this skill combination truly so well coordinated? Thankfully, I possess ample fortitude. Had I been more fragile, I would have been dispatched. Wu Shaochen gritted his teeth in frustration, delivering 4 swift slashes infused with poison before retreating. Just then, the force field suppression activated, reducing his movement speed by 20. Unfortunately for the creature, Wu Shaochen's speed remained excessively high. Even with the reduction, the Guardian could not keep pace. Haha, golden equipment. Wu Shaochen was elated. Golden gear could bear skills, far surpassing the capabilities of silver or bronze items. He hurriedly gathered the loot strewn about. The spoils consisted of 1 golden item, 2 silver, 2 bronze, and a skill book. Just as he finished collecting the items and had yet to examine them, a system notification resonated. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the level. You have received a silver treasure chest. As the first player to complete the Linglang Secret Realm, the quality of the chest has been elevated by 1 tier. Congratulations on obtaining a golden treasure chest. Wu Shaochen then witnessed a golden chest materialize within his inventory and proceeded to inspect its details. Golden treasure chest. It can yield golden equipment pertinent to the profession or skill books of equivalent value, along with special scrolls, pet eggs, materials, and more, with a diminutive probability of producing dark gold-grade equipment or items. What a splendid find! Wu Shaochen's eyes shimmered with delight, and just as he was about to open the treasure chest, he was abruptly ejected from the dungeon, reappearing at its entrance, where countless eyes fixated upon him. How could they kick me out without a word? Wu Shaochen exclaimed in indignation, feeling unprepared for such an abrupt expulsion. Did you pass, Master Chenfeng? Was the dungeon difficult? Someone approached and inquired. Of course, with Master Chenfeng in action, success was inevitable. Another chimed in, showering praise. Wu Shaochen felt a twinge of exasperation. These individuals had yet to reach level 20 and were incapable of entering the dungeon, wasting their time here instead of leveling up by battling monsters. Everyone look! The monument beside the dungeon has lit up. Suddenly, someone gasped in astonishment. The others followed his gaze, and, indeed, the monument standing at the dungeon's entrance began to glow, revealing a line of text. First team to clear the dungeon. Chenfeng's team. Member, Chenfeng. Time taken, 36 minutes. Wow, Master Chenfeng is truly remarkable. He cleared it all by himself. Well, with Master Chenfeng, no one would dare team up. He's the only level 20 player in the entire Divine Realm. Indeed. But Master Chenfeng is impressive. A 10-member dungeon is undoubtedly challenging, and he managed to clear it alone. What a feat. At that moment, Wu Shaochen also read the inscription on the monument, his mouth twitching several times. I really don't want to be famous anymore. He had hoped that the absence of a system announcement would let the matter fade, but he had not anticipated the immediate commemoration. Was this truly necessary? Master Chenfeng, what was it like inside? Soon, a crowd surrounded Wu Shaochen, bombarding him with incessant questions. You all should hurry and level up. Asking now is futile since you can't even enter, Wu Shaochen declared with finality before squeezing through the throng and disappearing. He still had a golden piece of equipment to examine and a treasure chest to open, and he felt an itch of impatience. There was no time to indulge in idle chatter. Linlang boots, golden grade. Movement speed, 125, physical defense 60, magic defense 60, additional attributes, agility 25, constitution 25, vitality 25. Additional skill, evasion. Upon use, evade the next attack's damage and control effects, expiring after 1 second. With a cooldown of 3 minutes. Wearing requirements, all professions. A splendid item, indeed. This skill is favorable, albeit slightly demanding in execution, but that does not deter me. I possess the necessary finesse. Wu Shaochen happily donned the boots, replacing the graphite boots. He continued to inspect the 2 pieces of silver equipment, 1 garment and 1 ring. The garment was redundant, as he already possessed the black wind leather armor, yet the ring was indeed useful. Tiger Head King Ring, silver grade, health 700, physical attack 200. Additional attributes, vitality 24, strength 24, agility 22, wearing requirements, physical class professions. The Tiger King series of equipment is obtained by defeating the Tiger King boss, while another garment, the Leopard King leather armor, is typically acquired from the Leopard King boss. Guardians should be capable of dropping gear from the 3 major dungeons, and they themselves can yield the exquisite series of golden equipment. Without further ado, let us swiftly don the Tiger King ring, whose attributes he finds immensely appealing, simple yet powerful. As for the remaining bronze items, they are hardly worth a glance, destined for the auction house anyway. Now, the main event, Chapter 64, the Blood Bowl Belt. Wu Shaochen, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together, praying fervently for a chance to encounter a dark gold treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a Blood Bowl Belt of dark gold quality. What? Did I truly receive a dark gold item? When did I become so fortunate? Could it be that those 15 points of luck have finally paid off? Wu Shaochen, somewhat incredulous, quickly checked his inventory. These attributes are indeed reminiscent of a Blood Bowl. It even possesses 2 additional constitution attributes. However, what truly excites me are the skills. Wu Shaochen exclaimed, elated by this acquisition. With this equipment, perhaps he might even dare to approach the tiger itself. He hastily equipped it, reveling in the bounty he had just reaped. This dungeon truly is delectable. As he donned the Blood Bowl belt, it instantly soared to the top of the equipment leaderboard, igniting a flurry of discussions among players. What? Am I seeing this correctly? A dark gold item? Is this a joke? While I was toiling for bronze gear, a dark gold item just appeared. I still haven't even gathered all my black iron pieces. This is utterly disheartening. Unbeknownst to Wu Shaochen, This single item had set the entire Oracle region's channels and forums ablaze. At that moment, he received 3 private messages from 3 different women. Shui, is that dark gold item yours? Lingyue, is that dark gold item yours? Finjianer, brother, is that dark gold item yours? How did they know about the dark gold item? Wu Shaochen was momentarily bewildered, then suddenly recalled something and hurriedly opened the equipment leaderboard. Seeing the Blood Bowl belt perched at the top, he sighed, "Oh dear, can we not keep a little privacy?" Shui, I wouldn't believe you. Lingyue, I don't believe it. Finjianer, I certainly don't believe it. Who else could possibly obtain a dark gold item besides you? Wu Shaochen rubbed his nose, wondering why their disbelief mattered to him. He then turned his attention to the skill book in his inventory, taken aback by its unexpected appearance. Force Field Suppression consumes 200 mana points to suppress all targets within a 10-meter radius, reducing their attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 20 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Usage requirement, melee class. Have I stepped in something fortunate? How else could I be so lucky? Uncovering a dark gold item from a treasure chest and then discovering a hidden skill? Should I learn it? Wu Shaochen found himself in a state of indecision. This skill was undoubtedly a formidable asset in team battles, and its utility in guild wars would be immense. Selling it would yield a considerable fortune. Yet he harbored a desire to learn himself. Though it seemed somewhat wasteful, given the impending confrontation with that formidable tiger, he vividly recalled its overwhelming attack power. Reducing its attack by 20 points could potentially be a game changer. After all, what was the point of fretting over money? Opportunities to acquire skills one can learn are rare. Thus, he resolved to invest in himself, believing it would lead to greater financial rewards. Wu Shaochen clicked to learn the skill, and soon his skill list expanded by 1. After mastering the skill, he examined his attributes post-equipment change. His health had increased significantly, reaching a total of 12,358 points. His physical attack stood at 1,712 points. Physical defense at 836 points. Magical defense at 825 points. Movement speed at 683 points. And attack speed at 159. His experience points totaled 20, 219, 570, 300. With 20 unallocated attribute points remaining. With his health surpassing the 10,000 mark, he felt ready to challenge the tiger. However, before proceeding, he needed to manage his equipment. His bag was filled with items, all of which represented potential wealth. He possessed 3 pieces of silver equipment: the Tiger Head King helmet for melee classes, the Leopard Head King leather armor for archers and assassins, and the Lion Head King bracelet for mages and priests. Additionally, he had amassed over 15 pieces of bronze equipment, most of which were dropped by level 20 monsters, boasting commendable attributes, while the black iron gear totaled 10 pieces. This dungeon run had thoroughly packed Wu Shaochen's inventory with 28 pieces of equipment. Furthermore, he held a magic orb, a treasure map, a traditional medicine bottle occupying 1 slot, a large health potion taking another, and 3 different scrolls consuming 3 slots, alongside a bloodline potion, which collectively filled 8 slots. If he were to acquire any more equipment, he would be unable to pick them up. Thus, an inventory expansion was necessary. Upon reviewing the auction house transaction records, he noted that black iron equipment typically sold for only a few thousand, while bronze gear had begun to decline in value, averaging between 80,000 and 100,000. Silver equipment was currently in demand, yet scarce, with only his piece recorded at 260,000. He listed 10 pieces of black iron equipment at 8,000 each. Since he could only list 10 items at a time, he would have to wait for them to sell before adding more. Fortunately, the high attributes of the gear ensured they sold quickly. He subsequently listed another 10 pieces of bronze equipment, pricing the Silver Wolf King ring at 10,000, while the others were set at 100,000. His equipment was worth this price, and as for the Silver Wolf King ring, its attributes were comparable to those of black iron gear dropped by level 20 monsters, justifying its lower price. A few minutes later, all the equipment had sold out once more. Wu Shaochen then listed the remaining 5 pieces at 100,000 each. In the Jinling City regional channel, someone exclaimed, "Who is so extravagant, buying bronze equipment in bulk? Is it even a question? Who else but the esteemed Chun Feng? He already possesses dark gold gear. So what's the problem with acquiring bronze in bulk?" It seems to be the case. The 5 pieces of bronze have once again sold out, leaving only 3 pieces of silver. Wu Shaochen contemplated and decided against listing them all at once, for he knew it would surely attract animosity. He then opened his friend list and sent the Leopard Head King leather armor to Lingyue and the Lion Head King bracelet to Shui, simultaneously messaging both. "Do you want it?" Shui replied, "What's your price?" Linga, although eager, lamented, "I truly desire it, but my funds are limited. I can offer no more than 220,000. This equipment, if placed in the auction house, would undoubtedly fetch a price higher than the Azure Scale armor, which I cannot afford." At that moment, as she battled, a look of longing crossed Ling Yue's face. This piece of equipment was immensely important to her. Yet the maximum amount of money she could muster was insufficient to procure it. "Sister, should I ask Dad for some money?" Cold Wind, standing nearby, suggested sympathetically. "No," Ling Yue replied coldly. "Fine. What a pity," Cold Wind murmured. As Ling Yue gazed longingly at the screenshot of the chat window, preparing to close it, a remote trade request suddenly appeared, with the equipment laid out before her. Stunned, she sent a message. "What do you mean?" "Chilled, take it for 220,000, came the reply. Ling Yue found herself at a loss. How could this piece of equipment be worth only 220,000? Why was he selling it to her at such a low price? "Sister, hurry and trade. Why are you just standing there?" Cold Wind urged. "All right." In a flurry, Ling Yue entered the remaining 220,000 from her bound card and clicked confirm, watching as the equipment quietly settled in her backpack, finally confirming its authenticity. She quickly messaged back, "Thank you." Chapter 65, still unable to overcome. The attributes of clothing and weapons were superior to other equipment. Although this bracelet was dropped by a level 20 monster, its attributes were slightly inferior to the Azure Scale armor, making the price of 250,000 quite reasonable. Having interacted with Wu Shaochen multiple times, she knew this young lady was affluent and rather proud, thus there was no need to spare her funds. Indeed, the other party promptly initiated a remote trade, entering 250,000. Wu Shaochen placed the bracelet on the table, and the transaction was completed swiftly. With only the last piece, the Tiger Head King helmet, remaining, Wu Shaochen listed it in the auction house with a bidding mode for 30 minutes. Once this piece sold, he would have nearly 2 million. He then proceeded to the apothecary, selling the remaining 70-odd medium health potions and purchasing 50 large health potions instead. With over 10,000 health points, he found the medium potions insufficient, opting to exchange them all for the larger ones as he was about to face a significant challenge and needed to stock up on supplies. Once everything was in order, Wu Shaochen set off toward the Tiger Roar Forest, traversing quietly. Recently, those who had been arrogant in their prowess seemed to have vanished, leaving him without any trouble to occupy his time. Ding! The items you listed in the auction house have been purchased by a player for 260,000. After deducting a fee of 39,000, the remaining 221,000 has been transferred to your bound bank account. How delightful! Another 200,000 has been credited to my account. This venture has yielded a net profit of 2 million. At this rate, if I engage in this dungeon daily for a few days, I shall surely acquire the property I desire, Wu Shaochen exclaimed joyfully. Upon returning to the Tiger Roar Forest, Wu Shaochen cautiously ventured deeper into the woods. The jungle tigers he had previously vanquished had respawned, yet he was disinclined to deal with them again. His primary goal this time was to assess the attributes of the Tiger King and determine whether there existed a feasible method to defeat it. After traversing to the innermost depths, he found no sign of the Tiger King, pondering where it might have frolicked away to. After a few minutes of further exploration, a massive cave loomed ahead. This must surely be the lair of that creature, Wu Shaochen mused. After lingering at the entrance for a couple of minutes, he finally steeled himself and slowly approached the cave. Having come this far, he felt compelled to venture inside. The cave was shrouded in darkness, yet not entirely devoid of visibility. It was merely dim, and Wu Shaochen groped his way forward. The interior of the cave was vast, befitting the size of the tiger, as a smaller space would not accommodate its presence. After 2 or 3 minutes, he finally reached the innermost chamber, where he beheld a colossal tiger sprawled in slumber within the depths of the cave. Behind the tiger lay an immense seal formation, from which wisps of dark magical energy emanated. Wu Shaochen's entrance immediately roused the jungle Tiger King, which sprang to its feet upon recognizing the human before it, and without hesitation, lunged at Wu Shaochen. "Goodness, why the sudden aggression? I merely came to observe. Can we not refrain from fighting for now?" Wu Shaochen exclaimed, casting an insight spell and swiftly retreating. This tiger was devoid of martial decorum. It attacked on sight. Fortunately, he was considerably faster than the beast. Corrupted Jungle Tiger King, Gold Grade. Level 30. Health 2,000,000. Physical attack 4,200. Physical defense 2,400. Magical defense 2,200. Movement speed 500. Skill 1. Pounce. Charges at the target, inflicting 190 physical damage. Can knock down targets with lower attack than itself. Attack range, 5 meters. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2. Bite. Tears into the target, dealing 200 physical damage and restoring 50 of the damage dealt as health. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 3. Tail Whip. Strikes the target with its tail, dealing 190 physical damage and knocking the target back. Attack range, 2 meters. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 4. Tiger Roar. Emits a thunderous roar, dealing 150 physical damage to all targets within a 30-meter range and stunning them for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Wu Shaochen had previously encountered the Jungle Tiger King's pounce skill. Maintaining a safe distance allowed him to evade it, but proximity was another matter entirely. The tail whip skill was particularly vexing, indicating strong crowd control. If struck and then followed up with a pounce, it could spell doom. Moreover, both skills shared the same cooldown, suggesting a devastating combination. By heavens, even gold-grade creatures possess combo skills? Wu Shaochen pondered. The guardians within the glimmering realm did not seem to have reached gold status, yet their combination skills had proven exceedingly troublesome. This Tiger King's skills were even more insidious. Wu Shaochen felt a throbbing headache. He could not abandon this task. However, as a level 20 player, taking on a level 30 golden opponent was indeed a daunting challenge. The adversary possessed 3 control skills, with one that could launch him into the air, rendering him immobile. Following that, the opponent could execute a pounce that would knock him down, leading to a guaranteed follow-up bite. Who could withstand such a relentless assault? Fortunately, there was the skill Tiger Roar, which boasted an impressive 3-second stun at a considerable distance, and its cooldown was akin to that of the Void skill, allowing for a decisive counter. Alas, the evasion skill from his boots had a cooldown of 3 minutes. If not for that, he might have stood a better chance. Furthermore, the heavy strike skill had a range too short, ensuring he would be airborne before even closing the distance. Nevertheless, with a little over a day remaining, he resolved to max out his talents and bolster his health. He planned to revisit the dungeon the following day to enhance his strength as much as possible. Perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. With that thought in mind, Wu Shaochen departed from the Tiger Roar forest, preparing to return to the abandoned mine. He had initially vowed not to engage with skeletons again today, but after his encounter with the Jungle Tiger King, he felt compelled to continue strengthening himself. The best method to achieve this was through enhancing his talents and acquiring the Immortal Body skill. The abandoned mine was undoubtedly the optimal choice, as the abundance of monsters there was well suited to his level. Chapter 66. Frenzied Passive Grinding. Returning to the abandoned mine, Wu Shaochen navigated effortlessly to the area he had not finished clearing previously. There remained 400 to 500 skeleton warriors yet to be slain. Though he could not farm talents here, accumulating 400 to 500 health points was still a worthwhile endeavor, and completing these would likely bring him closer to leveling up. Summoning Silver Wolf to stand in the passage to share experience, he charged ahead to lure the monsters. The skeleton warriors employed ranged attacks capable of inflicting over 100 damage, necessitating a methodical approach to drawing them out in batches. Even with his significantly enhanced attributes, he could not withstand an overwhelming number, though engaging 10 or more at once was manageable. While Wu Shaochen diligently dispatched skeletons, a current of change began to stir in the major cities. Each level 2 city was home to millions of players, and naturally, a multitude of ambitious individuals sought to carve out their legacy within the game. Guilds began to emerge in droves, leading to a burgeoning scene of competition among the cities. It must be acknowledged that the top 10 guilds, as seasoned organizations, were thriving in all major cities, save for Jinling City. Jinling City, too, witnessed the rise of numerous guilds, some boasting thousands of members, while others numbered in the hundreds. Although none had yet surpassed the might of the Pride of the World Guild, the latter had suffered significant setbacks in their confrontations with Wu Shaochen, leading to a considerable decline in their reputation and hampering their growth. With over 3,000 players having surpassed the 1,000 damage mark, equipped predominantly in full sets of black iron gear, some even possessing 1 or 2 bronze items. Ayo, Shifeng, you declared, well, we have remained silent for long enough. The people of Jinling City must think the pride of the world has fallen into decline. It is time they recognize whose dominion this city truly is. Ayo, sure, Tianxia interjected. Boss, do you mean to take action against these emerging forces? No. Ayo, sure, Juechen replied. Dealing with these insignificant ants holds no interest for me. If we are to strike, we must first eliminate a certain stumbling block. Boss, do we really have to confront Dust again? Alshigu fingis valovid harji. He opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. From previous encounters, It was evident that Dust's defense was approximately over 700, with health exceeding 6,000 and an attack power that was not particularly high, around 1,500. For an assassin to engage in a tank role was destined to be futile. Previously, their team had been too weak to breach his defenses, but now, they had 3,000 members with attack power exceeding 1,000, easily capable of overcoming him. Ao Sure Tion Xia analyzed. But boss, that was then. His strength has surely escalated faster than ours, and he possesses dark gold equipment. That golden gear should also belong to him. Moreover, Zihao mentioned that his talent is likely poison. We cannot underestimate that. Ao Sure Gu Feng cautioned. Poison? Merely a preliminary talent. Ao Sure Tion Xia retorted. When he battled us before, he didn't showcase much poison, so it stands to reason that this talent has diminished. Even if his poison is potent, with our numbers, how many can he affect? As for the equipment, it could drop nicely. I am particularly interested in that dark gold belt. It was clear he was resolutely set on dealing with Wu Shaochen. The others dared not speak further and swiftly instructed their subordinates to locate Dust's position. In the abandoned mine, Wu Shaochen cleaned out the remaining 465 skeletal warriors in less than an hour, earning 143, 220 experience points, which elevated his level to 21 with 279, 040, 000 experience. He gained 80 health points, 40 mana points, 4 agility points, and 20 free attribute points. Yin Tai Lang also advanced to level 18. After level 20, each upgrade grants an additional 20 free attribute points. Coupled with his unallocated points, Wu Shaochen had a total of 40. He allocated all points to bone strength, primarily focusing on combating a fierce tiger. His speed was sufficient, though his defense still lagged, as the tiger boasted an impressive attack power of 200. He obtained 3 pieces of black iron equipment, selling each for 8,000 at the auction house, before continuing onward. Traversing a lengthy passage, he encountered another mining area filled with a multitude of skeletal archers. Level 22. With an attack power of 580 and health of 48,000. Their skill, armor-piercing arrow, ignored 30 defense, dealing 165 points of physical damage with a cooldown of only 10 seconds. The skill takes over 300 of my health, but as long as I don't aggro too many at once, I should be fine. I'll take my time, Wu Shaochen thought, focusing on leveling up his passive skills and boosting his health. As long as he could withstand one full set of the tiger's skills, he would be able to retaliate. This time, it took him over 2 hours to defeat all 578 skeletal archers in the mining area, garnering 203 for 156 experience points. His immortal body skill improved by 578 health points, and Yin Tai Lang leveled up again, reaching level 19. After level 20, he hoped to unlock a second skill, wishing it would be more formidable and not merely relying on luck. After clearing this mining area, Wu Shaochen continued onward, swiftly entering the next zone, where the adversaries were level 23 skeletal mages, possessing a magic attack of 640 and 54,000 health points. Their skills included Fireball and Thunderbolt. While the Fireball was inconsequential and could not breach defenses, the Thunderbolt inflicted 180 damage and came with a 1-second paralysis effect, boasting a mere 10-second cooldown, which was rather bothersome. Wu Shaochen pondered for a moment and decided against engaging them, for inadvertently attracting a dozen or more could lead to his demise. Activating stealth, he intended to circumvent these mages and progress to the next mining area. However, the density of the skeletal mages proved overwhelming, and after several attempts, he found it impossible to bypass them without confrontation. This is compelling me to clear you out, Wu Shaochen remarked helplessly, examining the positions of the skeletal mages with a slight headache. Regardless of his tactics, the density guaranteed that at least 10 would emerge. Glancing back at the silver wolf trailing behind, a smile crept across Wu Shaochen's lips. It was time for it to demonstrate its worth. The level 19 silver wolf, with its 38,000 health points, could withstand a volley of thunderbolts without issue. With this thought, Wu Shaochen commanded the silver wolf to advance. Upon entering the range of enmity, the 13 skeletal mages at the edge swiftly reacted, unleashing a barrage of thunderbolts and fireballs towards the silver wolf. Observing the silver wolf immobilized by paralysis, enduring the relentless assault of fire and lightning, its health plummeted dramatically. Following a series of devastating spells, over 16,000 health points were stripped away, prompting Wu Shaochen to urgently instruct the silver wolf to retreat. Thankfully, these skeletal mages lacked coordination. Had they unleashed thunderbolts one by one, the silver wolf could have easily been paralyzed to death. Chapter 67. The Silver Wolf Levels Up. By the time noon arrived, Wu Shaochen's stomach growled in hunger, signaling it was time to clear the skeletal mages from this area. He had vanquished a total of 542 skeletal mages, elevating his level to 22 with 9, 203, 850, 000 experience points. He received an additional 80 health points, 40 mana points, 4 agility points, and 20 attribute points. He also acquired 3 pieces of black iron equipment to auction off. His immortal body skill increased by 542 points, bringing his total health to 14, 277 points. The speed of leveling up and enhancing the immortal body was indeed swift here, yet the talent could not be improved. The old tiger possessed an imposing 2 million health points. With the current 540 points of poison damage, applying 4 layers of poison would only drain less than 130,000 health points per minute. Given that attack power, it remained uncertain if he could even apply 4 layers of poison. Thus, defeating this tiger would likely require around 20 minutes, an excessively lengthy endeavor. I still need to enhance my talents, Wu Shaochen mused. Never mind, I'll log off for a meal. Afterward, I'll see if I can directly engage with the level 27 monsters. Upon logging off, Wu Shaochen removed his helmet and instinctively checked his bank balance. Seeing the substantial sum of 7 million, his eyes sparkled with the symbol of currency. With such wealth, one could purchase a decent apartment in this city. Perhaps I should consider looking for a house. He contemplated. On second thought, I'll focus on leveling up for the next few days. Once that tiger is dealt with, I can take my time to choose. Wu Shaochen resolved silently. Upon returning home and donning his helmet, he resumed his endeavors, reappearing in the abandoned mining area. A glance at the leaderboard revealed that, at level 22, he remained significantly ahead, while others closely pursued him. Aside from the second-ranked deity at level 19, the rest languished at level 18. The pet leaderboard had welcomed 2 new companions, yet the silver-tailed wolf, living off the spoils, still held the top position. After progressing a short distance, he emerged into an open space devoid of skeletons. To either side lay passageways, while a staircase in the center descended, presumably to the next level. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Shaochen decisively descended the staircase, anticipating that the monsters on the subsequent floor would be of a higher caliber. It was time to cultivate his talents. The second level was shrouded in dim light, and Wu Shaochen cautiously advanced. Not far into his journey, a piercing scream shattered the silence, startling him profoundly. He quickly turned towards the source of the sound, only to behold a white specter floating in the air, rolling its eyes and extending its tongue in a grotesque manner as it shrieked at him. Good heavens, must it be so terrifying? This could truly frighten someone to death. Wu Shaochen patted his chest. Had he not spent the morning battling skeletons, he might have been thoroughly unnerved. Was it too much to ask for a pixelated filter in this game? For those with delicate hearts, a fright might lead to dire consequences. Who would take responsibility then? As the specter drifted closer, Wu Shaochen cast an insight spell towards it. Ghost, level 28. Health, 85,000. Physical attack, 900. Physical defense, none. Magical defense, 610. Movement speed, 180. Passive, ignores physical attacks. Skills, Soul Snatch. The ghost floats before the target, fixating its gaze, inflicting 150 damage that bypasses defenses. With a casting range of 3 meters and a cooldown of 30 seconds. Indeed, the higher the level, the more formidable the monsters. This ghost's ability was particularly alarming, as it bypassed defenses. A few could be managed, but against a larger swarm, it would stand no chance. Moreover, it rendered physical attacks ineffective. He wondered if toxin damage would also be disregarded. He stroked his chin, contemplating the solitary ghost before him. There was no cause for fear. He struck out, landing several blows. Immune. 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 2, 160 damage. 4 large immunity notices floated above the specter's head, followed swiftly by 4 layers of toxin damage. Seeing the toxin damage take effect, Wu Shaochen felt a surge of relief. Had the toxin damage also been rendered ineffective, he would have been at a loss. Typically, he would not have bothered to evade small monsters, relying instead on lifesteal in direct combat. But this specter was different. It absorbed his attacks without yielding health. Before long, the ghost succumbed to the toxin. Ding! You have slain Ghost, earning 896 experience points. Toxin damage increased by 1 point. Immortal body increased by 1 point. At last, he could enhance his talents once more. Wu Shaochen mused, grateful for the high experience yield from monsters 6 levels above him. A glance at the silver-tailed wolf revealed it had accrued 96 experience points, soon to reach level 20. He pondered what changes awaited him upon reaching that milestone. Wu Shaochen continued his search for the ethereal spirits. The dim light obscured his understanding of the true expanse of the second level. All he discerned was that the passage widened progressively. Occasionally, he could hear the piercing screams of the spirits, which guided him in his pursuit. The frequency of these cries suggested a considerable number of spirits inhabited this subterranean realm, yet they were not densely clustered. Were it otherwise, navigating such a shadowy place might inadvertently lead him into a throng of spirits, thereby risking the loss of his very soul. As he traversed the corridor, vanquishing spirits along the way, he finally succeeded in defeating the ninth ethereal being. At that moment, Silver Wolf howled, ascending to level 20. In an instant, the wolf's stature increased significantly, now reaching the height of Wu Shaochen's thigh. He affectionately patted Silver Wolf, and a sudden spark illuminated his eyes as he mounted the creature. To his surprise, the plush fur was quite comfortable. At last, he no longer needed to traverse the terrain on foot. Although Silver Wolf's speed was not on par with his own, the mere absence of exertion rendered everything else trivial. Glancing at Silver Wolf's current attributes revealed: Silver Wolf, type, pet qualification, level, 20 health, 42,000 mana, 2, 100 physical attack, 760 physical defense, 620 magical defense, 310 movement speed, 120 skill 1, swift strike, increases attack and movement speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2-minute skill 2, inspire, lets out a roar, boosting its own and allies' damage and defense by 20 for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Quite impressive. Could it be that the indulgence in a leisurely lifestyle has spurred the awakening of a useful skill? Wu Shaochen's eyes brightened. This skill was undeniably appealing. Initially, he had considered abandoning it, but it proved to be quite commendable, as it bolstered the entire team. Observing the eager Silver Wolf, who had accompanied him for so long, he felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of forsaking it. Moreover, it had demonstrated a commendable effort to improve. Yet, he pondered, given its innate talents, it seemed somewhat unworthy of his companionship. Contemplating, Wu Shaochen retrieved a vial of bloodline elixir from his backpack, derived from the azure scale python, his expression filled with indecision. This potion explicitly stated that the higher the compatibility, the greater the success rate. Given that Silver Wolf bore no resemblance to the python, the compatibility was likely negligible. Should he administer the potion, the failure rate would undoubtedly exceed 90. Conversely, to refrain from using it would mean selling it, as this potion could only enhance a creature's level up to 20, while Silver Wolf was already at that threshold. Thus, he faced a dilemma: either sell the potion or risk it with Silver Wolf. Alas, the prospect of failure loomed ominously. Losing a potion was inconsequential, but the thought of adverse consequences was daunting. Wu Shaochen shook his head. Perhaps it was best to forego the risk, having accompanied him for so long. Even if he were to eventually replace Silver Wolf, he would prefer to release it rather than subject it to such peril. Chapter 68, Awakening. Howling Moon, Celestial Wolf. Silver Wolf's recent actions took Wu Shaochen by surprise. Until now, the creature had always obeyed his commands without question. This newfound behavior was entirely unprecedented. Could it be that with its recent elevation, it had developed a sense of self-awareness? Wu Shaochen mused that there was but one explanation for the situation at hand. He quickly turned his gaze toward the Silver Wolf, which, having consumed the bloodline potion, appeared to have entered a peculiar state, surrounded by swirling orbs of light. Could it be that success had been achieved? A look of astonishment graced Wu Shaochen's face. However, he could do naught but stand by and await the outcome in silence. Before long, the Silver Wolf was enveloped by a multitude of luminous points, obscuring Wu Shaochen's view of the unfolding events. Yet, he could hear the agonizing howls emanating from within, as if the creature were enduring excruciating pain. Clenching his fists, Wu Shaochen silently encouraged, "Keep going." The howling persisted for a full half hour, but instead of receiving a success notification from the system, he was met with a bewildering alert. Ding. Your pet Silver Wolf has undergone an unknown mutation. The pet contract has been automatically dissolved. Many players soon discovered that the top-ranked pet had vanished, igniting a flurry of discussions in the regional channel. Hey, did anyone notice that the number 1 pet has disappeared? Indeed, I heard that it belonged to the Sealed Master. How could it just vanish? Has it perished? If it died, it would merely drop a level. It wouldn't disappear entirely. A disappearance implies one of two possibilities. Either the player released it, or the pet has rebelled. So what's the deal with the Sealed Master? Did he release it? Does he have a better pet now? Who knows? But if he had a superior pet, it should be on the leaderboard. Wu Shaochen, feeling utterly perplexed, stared at the area surrounded by the myriad of lights, still unclear about the situation. I suppose I must wait a little longer to discern what is transpiring. After another half hour, he noticed the lights diminishing, gradually revealing a formidable little wolf before him. Yes, a little wolf, just the size of the silver wolf when it was first born. As for why it seemed so imposing, Wu Shaochen couldn't quite articulate. It was merely a sensation. This small wolf exuded an air of regal aloofness, its silvery fur even more lustrous and silky than before, particularly around its head and neck. At that moment, the little wolf kept its eyes shut, seemingly attuned to some unseen force. Curiosity piqued, Wu Shaochen cast a detection spell. Level: Life. Attack: Bloodline awakening in progress. Cannot be viewed. Goodness, this is possible. Wu Shaochen's eyes widened in astonishment. The Howling Moon, Celestial Wolf. It appears quite formidable indeed. This elevates the stakes considerably. But what is the current situation? Should I treat it as an ally or retreat to avoid its wrath? This creature before me is no longer my pet. As Wu Shaochen wrestled with his thoughts, the little wolf suddenly opened its eyes, gazing into the air with a demeanor that conveyed both majesty and melancholy. Moments later, the light in its eyes dimmed, and it turned to look at Wu Shaochen, causing a wave of tension to wash over him. Was this the precursor to a fratricidal confrontation? Wu Shaochen tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. To be honest, he was reluctant to draw his weapon against the little wolf before him, for despite its transformation, it remained a former companion. At that moment, he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding. The Howling Moon Wolf requests to become your pet. Do you agree? Hearing the system prompt, Wu Shaochen was momentarily stunned, then looked at the little wolf with joy and hastily clicked agree. The feeling of regaining something lost was truly exhilarating. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the pet Howling Moon Wolf. Please name your pet Silver Wolf. Let's stick with that name. I'm already accustomed to it. Agreed. Wu Shaochen exclaimed happily. For him, leveling up was not a challenge. The key lay in enhancing his immortality and talents. After confirming, he eagerly glanced at his pet's attributes. The Howling Moon Wolf must possess formidable abilities. Silver Wolf quality, awakening level, 0 health, 400 mana, 200 physical attack, 50 physical defense, 30 magical defense, 20 speed, 20 exclusive talent of Howling Moon Wolf, increases attack damage by 30 and lifesteal by 30. Skill 1, Rapid Strike, increases attack and movement speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Cooldown time is 2 minutes. Skill 2, Inspire, roars, increasing damage and defense for itself and allies by 20 for 30 seconds. Cooldown time is 2 minutes. Is this truly the attribute of a level 0 creature? What I ist. With these attributes, it could easily dispatch anyone lurking at the entrance of the novice village. Wu Shaochen was astonished. This initial attribute surpassed that of the previous Silver Wolf by leaps and bounds, and it came equipped with 2 skills and a talent. Quite fearsome indeed. Observing the once fierce Howling Moon Wolf, now appearing docile, Wu Shaochen hesitated to approach and embrace it, as the wolf's earlier gaze had made it difficult for him to regard it as a mere cub. After gently patting Silver Wolf on the head, Wu Shaochen declared with bravado, "Let us go, brother. I shall lead you to level up." Thus, he set off with the awakened Silver Wolf in search of the specters. Due to the dim lighting, although many specters roamed, the vastness of the map required them to search one by one, resulting in significantly lower efficiency compared to farming skeletons. After a full 4 hours of hunting, combined with the 9 specters previously defeated, they had vanquished a total of 341 specters. At this point, Wu Shaochen paused, for upon slaying the 341st specter, his talent continued to rise. When he arrived, his talent was at 540 points, and after defeating 341 specters, it had reached 881 points. This seemed amiss. He was now at level 22 in the Silver Realm, and logically, his talent should have been multiplied by 40, resulting in a maximum of 880 points. Yet, it stood at 881 points. Could it be that ascending to Silver not only increased his talent by tenfold? Wu Shaochen pondered. To verify his suspicions, he continued his search for the specters. After another 3 hours and the defeat of 220 additional specters, his talent finally reached its limit of 1,100 points. 50-fold. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Wu Shaochen's eyes. If his conjecture was accurate, ascending to Silver had indeed augmented his talent by an additional 20-fold, suggesting that the increase in talent at each realm was not a fixed value. Upon contemplating this, Wu Shaochen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who would ever resent possessing an extraordinary talent? Chapter 69, The Most Lethal Assassin. Due to Yintai Lang siphoning off 40 experience points, the 561 Phantoms only granted Wu Shaochen a total of 370, 944 experience points, leaving his level at 22 with 462, 982, 500, 000 experience. Had it not been for Yin Tai Lang's excessive share, Wu Shaochen would have already leveled up. However, he remained unconcerned, viewing experience as a mere commodity. What truly mattered to him was that despite the immense experience, Yin Tai Lang had only reached level 10, though his power had surged to a terrifying degree. Yin Tai Lang, qualification, awakening level, 10 health, 40 for 100 mana, 200 physical attack, 550 physical defense, 330 magic defense, 220 speed, 220. Wu Shaochen chuckled, dismissing thoughts of acquiring dark gold equipment. Successful challenges in standard dungeons typically yielded only silver treasure chests, with a mere golden item being a rare stroke of luck. Reflecting on it, he mused that the skeletal warriors in the first mining area were far easier to conquer. Nevertheless, he resolved to engage them, enhancing his health while simultaneously raising Yin Tai Lang's level, aiming to vanquish that tiger within 2 days, which would significantly bolster his strength. Following that, he planned to tackle the Golden Tier War God's secret realm, which would be quite the endeavor. Wu Shaochen embarked once more on a protracted monster hunting expedition, grappling with the vexation caused by the shield strikes of the skeletal sentinels. He could only lure 4 or 5 at a time, as a shield strike had a mere 10-second cooldown, and drawing in too many would result in being stunned and incapacitated. In Jiuling City, A.O. Tianxia inquired, "Have we located Qin Feng yet?" "No, he seems to have vanished from Jiuling City for quite some time. He is likely engaged in battles against high-level monsters in areas inaccessible to our team," replied A.O. Fengyu. I wonder how long he can evade us," A.O. Tianxia scoffed and added, "Let them continue searching. We must expedite our efforts to reach level 20 today and tackle the dungeon." In Jiulu City, a flash of golden light signaled an upgrade as the guild leader of the Divine Kings, Shun Wang, finally achieved level 20, becoming the first after Chun Feng to do so with the assistance of other experts in the guild. "Shun Wang, shall we attempt the dungeon?" inquired the divine left hand beside him. "Indeed, I will scout ahead. You likely won't reach level 20 today, so I will venture in alone to gauge the difficulty." If Chun Feng could clear it solo, the challenge must not be insurmountable. "We cannot waste our daily opportunity," Shun Wang replied affirmatively. Soon, the group arrived at the Linlang dungeon in Jiulu City. Shun Wang gazed at the stone tablet, displaying the first cleared team, Chun Feng's, and smiled. At last, he would have a chance for an indirect confrontation. He then clicked to challenge. "Do you think Shun Wang will succeed in the challenge?" The accompanying experts from the Divine Kings Guild began to speculate. "Absolutely, he is Shun Wang. How could someone like Chun Feng, who seemingly emerged from nowhere, possibly compare?" declared the divine left hand confidently. "True, Chun Feng only had a talent advantage in the early stages. His actual strength is rather lacking," added the divine right hand. A few individuals engaged in conversation when suddenly a figure was teleported into their midst. They beheld the God King, his expression grave, appearing before the dungeon's entrance. "What troubles you, God King?" they inquired hastily. "This dungeon is exceedingly challenging. We must wait until you all reach level 20 to confront it together," the God King declared, casting a lingering gaze upon the names inscribed on the stone tablet before turning away. The others exchanged glances, hastily following him, refraining from uttering a word. It was clear that the God King had encountered failure, and it would be unwise to exacerbate his wounds. With the emergence of the first level 20 player, the ranking saw a steady influx of skilled individuals reaching that milestone. The very first action of each newly ascended level 20 was to rush into the dungeon, only to be swiftly overwhelmed. Fortunately, death within the dungeon did not result in loss of levels or equipment, merely a teleportation out. Otherwise, these players would be filled with regret. Oblivious to the world outside, Wu Shaochen, focused solely on grinding, found his private chat channel buzzing. "Xuya, Shenfeng, do you have any strategies for the dungeon?" "Shifeng, what strategies are needed?" "Just clear each of the 3 paths one by one." "Schwerer, but the number of monsters keeps increasing. It's impossible to defeat them." "Shenfeng, can't you form a team? It's much easier with a full party of 10. "Shenfeng, you didn't venture into the dungeon alone, did you?" "Schwer, well." "Shenfeng, how naive to challenge the dungeon alone in such a state." After responding to Su Mushua's private message, Wu Shaochen opened the level leaderboard, only to find that, aside from himself, everyone else had already reached level 20. These players level up quite swiftly, he mused, realizing he could not afford to be idle, and resumed his grinding. After over 3 hours, he finally cleared the area of skeleton shield guards, having vanquished a total of 604. Wu Shaochen's level reached 23. 165390600 100,000. The experience required for each level beyond 20 had surged by 100,000, significantly increasing the difficulty of leveling up. However, for Wu Shaochen, this was inconsequential. He could still farm health regardless of leveling up, as his aim was to become a robust assassin, with the immortal body ability and the prior 561 points. His health increased by an additional 165 points. Coupled with the 80 points gained from leveling and a 10-point bonus from his title, his total health surged by 369 points, bringing his maximum health to 15,646. He had yet to allocate any of his remaining 40 free attribute points, choosing to invest them all in his constitution. Prioritizing his combat against a formidable tiger, his physical and magical defenses rose by 57 points, with physical defense reaching 950 and magical defense nearing 939, thus establishing him as the most resilient assassin in the realm. The over 600 skeleton shield guards also elevated Silver Wolf to level 14. Yet Wu Shaochen furrowed his brow at the realization that the experience required for the awakened Silver Wolf had escalated significantly compared to its previous incarnation. Now, it consumed 40 experience points while battling monsters of level 20 or higher, taking over 1,000 encounters to finally ascend to level 14. Previously, it would have easily surpassed level 20 by now. Chapter 70, once again defeated. An upgraded version? Wu Shaochen pondered, noting that the name was identical. The skills were the same, yet all attributes have been enhanced. Could it be that skills are capable of leveling up? However, I did not see an upgrade button. Wu Shaochen remarked in confusion. Never mind, I shall eventually find out. He ceased his contemplation. These assassins lacked control skills. Although a backstab could inflict over 700 points of damage, enduring 10 of them was still manageable. Furthermore, Silver Wolf could occasionally inspire himself to enhance his attack and defense, making the grinding not particularly arduous. This endeavor continued until past midnight, finally clearing away the 612 skeletal assassins. Experience reached 23. 407742600000, and the immortal body increased by 612 points of life. His health reached 319 points, and Silver Wolf leveled up to 17, with life totaling 400 points, physical defense at 750 points, magical defense at 500 points, attack at 250 points, and a remarkable speed of 500 points. Aside from life, these attributes were already on par with Silver Tier. Wu Shaochen arrived at the Linlang dungeon, where fewer players lingered, likely due to their curiosity waning upon realizing the necessity of leveling up. He promptly created a solo team at the dungeon entrance and was swiftly transported inside. The Proud World Alliance seemed to be making significant moves. Haha, something juicy is about to unfold. It's been too quiet in Jinling City these past few days. I'm not accustomed to such tranquility. Indeed, but is the Proud World Alliance making such a fuss to wage war against a particular guild? Who knows? Do you think they might target the Sealed God again? Don't say that. It's quite possible. Let us hurry and catch the spectacle. Before long, the Proud World Alliance, with a formidable force of over 3,000 members, marched towards the Linlang secret realm, surrounding its entrance tightly. Clad in silver equipment, the leader of the Proud World Alliance stood amidst the crowd, gazing towards the Linlang secret realm, his eyes gleaming with a vengeful light. Chun Feng, today marks your demise. After 2 days of rest and development, the overall strength of the Proud World Alliance had significantly improved. This elite squad of 3,000 boasted complete sets of black iron or better, with numerous core members equipped in bronze gear, representing a remarkable enhancement compared to before. Wu Shaochen re-entered the Linlang secret realm with confidence, his strength having notably increased since his last venture. Moreover, Silver Wolf had become incredibly powerful. Were it not for the nuisance of his poison, he might not have prevailed against Silver Wolf. In this moment, Silver Wolf, boasting a talent that granted him 30 attack damage and 30 life steal, dashed through the horde of monsters with exceptional speed, relishing the combat. Finally able to stand on his own. This time, due to the doubled poison damage and with Silver Wolf's assistance, Wu Shaochen completed the dungeon in a mere 16 minutes, shattering his previous record. After defeating the Guardian, he once again acquired a piece of golden equipment and was rewarded with a silver treasure chest upon completion, though he was teleported out before he could open it. Fortunately, Wu Shaochen had anticipated this, but being ambushed upon exit was unforeseen. On the other hand, the Proud World Alliance observed with excitement as their archers and mages finally dealt damage to the Sealed God that exceeded mere ones, soaring into the hundreds. Elated, they charged towards Wu Shaochen, shields and swords at the ready. Curse it! Fortunately, this is not a venue like the city gate that can accommodate tens of thousands. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. During the last encounter at the city gate, thousands of players could align and launch simultaneous attacks. But here, in the luminous secret realm, although it can hold several thousand, the formation is too cramped for many to effectively engage. Only a few hundred are truly capable of launching an assault, while those in the back are rendered impotent. Fortunately, Wu Shaochen's abrupt appearance caught most of the players from the Proud World off guard, resulting in a lack of coordinated attack. Otherwise, even 200 or 300 could have overwhelmed him in a single wave. Once players are equipped, replicating the ability to challenge thousands alone is utterly unfeasible. The last time, it was thanks to a protective scroll that he survived. Otherwise, he would have faced a swift demise. At present, no matter how formidable one's individual strength, there are limits and numbers ultimately dictate everything. Swiftly, Wu Shaochen's illusory form dissipated, and the shield guards and warriors from Proud World rushed in to seal off his escape. Just as the next wave of ranged attacks was about to descend upon him, Wu Shaochen's figure abruptly vanished from sight. The others were momentarily stunned until they heard a shout from Proud World. Here, at that moment, Wu Shaochen reappeared behind the player from Proud World, delivering a heavy strike followed by a weak hit that sent him reeling. Although Wu Shaochen did not enhance his strength, his attack still exceeded 1,700, and the two skills combined inflicted over 5,700 damage, clearly overwhelming Proud World's health, which had not reached that threshold. As Proud World fell, two pieces of equipment dropped that Wu Shaochen swiftly collected. It was only then that the remaining players from Proud World reacted, unleashing their skills towards Wu Shaochen, who, in turn, produced a scroll, shattered it, and vanished, leaving a bewildered group of Proud World players in his wake. Proud World's ruthless leader swallowed hard, at a loss for words. Thousands had besieged a single individual, yet he had effortlessly slain their leader and departed with poise. What now? Proud World, as solitary peak, inquired, having always opposed the idea of encircling the sealed one, knowing full well that this adversary was not so easily vanquished. But the leader had ignored his counsel. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point in Jinling City, Proud World's leader wore a grim expression, nearly dripping with frustration. He had surmised correctly. The thousands he had brought could indeed breach defenses, given that a single point of strength added 2 points of attack, while a single point of constitution only contributed 1 point of defense. Thus, the attack was inevitably higher than the defense. Nevertheless, he had underestimated the sealed one's hidden cards, and being publicly defeated once more had ignited an uncontrollable hatred within him. Chapter 71. Clad in silver on the other side, Wu Shaochen surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Scratching his head, after using a random teleportation scroll, he found himself in this obscure location, utterly unaware of where it might be. Upon consulting the map, he discovered that his current position was shrouded in darkness, and it took several reductions in scale before he could locate Jinling City, estimating that he was situated hundreds of kilometers away. Given the recent circumstances, utilizing the teleportation scroll had been his only option. The attacks he faced had exceeded 1,000, capable of breaching his defenses. It seemed prudent to seek out more life-preserving skills. Fortunately, he had acquired a valuable item, and with a smile, Wu Shaochen admired the luminous necklace adorning his neck. Ling Lang Necklace Gold Tier. Physical attack 200, critical hit rate 15, luck 8, additional attributes, strength 25, agility 25, constitution 25. Additional skill, blink, teleport to a designated location, maximum distance 20 meters, cooldown time 5 minutes. Wearing requirement, physical class. Had it not been for this necklace, I would have truly struggled to defeat that fool from Awakens. Casting a glance at the 2 pieces of equipment dropped from him, Wu Shaochen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seems my penchant for pessimism occasionally proves to be quite effective, as I unexpectedly looted 2 pieces of silver equipment from Awakens, one of which was the tiger head helmet I had previously listed in the auction house. At that time, I jokingly remarked that if Awakens were to purchase it, I would simply loot it again to sell. To my astonishment, it actually materialized. Oh, the fortune of the god of wealth. Wu Shaochen mused, then turned his attention to the other silver item, which dazzled him anew, a silver ring. He realized he only had a single bronze ring, the tiger head ring, while all his other rings were silver or above. Awakens truly has impeccable taste. What a good person. Blue pattern ring, silver tier, life 600, physical attack 160, cooldown reduction 5, additional attributes, strength 17, constitution 18, agility 17, wearing requirement, physical class. He donned the ring, replacing his sole bronze ring, the tiger head ring. The increase in power was not substantial, as both were accessories enhancing attack. For Wu Shaochen, the boost was minimal. Moreover, as he had already reached level 23, battling level 20 monsters in dungeons would not trigger the immortal body, resulting in only a slight enhancement of attributes. Life, 16467, attack, 1765, physical defense, 983, magical defense, 972, movement speed, 724 attack speed, 167, critical hit rate, 15 luck, 18. Experience points, 562242600000, while other stats remained unchanged. This dungeon run had indeed yielded 5 pieces of silver equipment. The 3 dungeons seemed to guarantee silver drops. Additionally, the Lingling Guardian had also dropped 2 pieces, yet none of the 5 silver items were of use to him. Opening his backpack once more, he found only a single silver chest remaining. Wu Shaochen rubbed his hands together. Although it was merely a silver chest, it could potentially contain golden equipment. While the odds were slim, if a golden chest could yield dark gold, it meant he was indeed favored by fortune. He clicked to open it. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained a skill, Strike. Oh, a skill? This is promising. The items obtained from the chest correspond to the class of the opener, so a skill must be for the assassin. Initially, he held little hope for a silver chest, expecting it to yield silver equipment. To his surprise, it was indeed a skill, providing him with a delightful surprise. Strike consumes 50 mana points, deals 150 physical attack damage to the target, and stuns for 2 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Usage requirement, assassin. A skill that can stun. What a treasure. Skills are always welcome. He hastily learned it. After attending to these matters, Wu Shaochen glanced around. The area resembled a valley, and the scenery was quite beautiful. Since you have arrived, you might as well explore. Wu Shaochen mused to himself as he ventured deeper. Along the way, he encountered no peculiarities. The silence was eerily profound. After a considerable time, he reached the valley's end, where he discovered a pool at the base of the cliffs. The water was not crystal clear, but instead exhibited a milky hue, with faint wisps of steam rising above it. A hot spring? Wu Shaochen blinked in surprise. There was a hot spring in the game? He cautiously approached the edge of the pool, preparing to dip his fingers to gauge the temperature, when he suddenly noticed a shadow lurking beneath the water surface. The milky liquid rendered the shadow conspicuous, igniting his curiosity. He attempted to cast an insight spell, but found himself too far away. Should I venture into the water? Wu Shaochen pondered, the shadow's outline resembling that of a humanoid figure. He wondered if it was a living creature. If so, it could pose a danger. Yet if it were not alive, it might very well be a treasure. His insatiable curiosity stirred within him like a cat's clawing, and after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth. It was merely a matter of losing a level. He would truly perish. He then gently descended into the pool and began to swim downward. Ding! Absorbing the diluted life, spring water, life 1. Ding! Absorbing the diluted life, spring water, life 1. Ding! Absorbing the diluted life, spring water, life 1. As he submerged, Wu Shaochen was momentarily taken aback. Simply soaking in the water granted him life points? What kind of extraordinary life spring water was this? At that very moment, as he entered the water, the shadow beneath opened its eyes and gazed upward. Floating in the pool, the system notifications rang in his ears, providing him with a point of life per second. A sensation of sheer delight engulfed him, to the extent that he nearly forgot the purpose of his descent. Just as he was reveling in the experience, he sensed something surging up from below. He quickly glanced downward and saw a figure charging toward him at an alarming speed. Wu Shaochen's eyes widened, and he immediately used a teleportation ability to escape the pool, deciding that it was best to leave the water altogether. Fighting within it was impossible. However, to his astonishment, the figure followed closely, emerging from the pool just as he did, and before he could react, he was kicked to the ground. How did you find this place? A cold voice reached his ears. Chapter 72. ZU. ZU Demon Clan. Level. Life. Attack. Well, would you believe me if I said I stumbled upon this place by chance? Wu Shaochen replied. Upon hearing this, ZU's gaze grew even colder. Clearly skeptical of his words, she extended her hand, and a wisp of black demonic energy emerged, chillingly stating, since you refuse to speak the truth, there is no need to spare you. Wait, killing me is futile. I am an adventurer and will respawn, Wu Shaochen hastily retorted. This woman was able to pursue him even after teleportation. Escaping her grasp was utterly impossible. Losing a level was inconsequential, but he feared losing his precious equipment. Currently, he was adorned in top-tier gear, and the thought of losing even a single piece was painful. Adventurer? A look of confusion flickered across Zio's face. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, she directed an odd gaze towards Wu Shaochen. In an instant, Her previously frigid demeanor vanished, replaced by an utterly enchanting expression as she spoke to him. Since you are an adventurer, I shall spare your life. In fact, I can offer you a task, complete with rewards. Wu Shaochen marveled at her swift change of countenance, akin to the turning of a page in a book, and inquired, "What task? What rewards? If the rewards are enticing enough, I shall certainly accept. After all, I am merely a player. The conflicts within this game bear no relevance to me. The task is quite simple. I merely require you to find an item for me. As for the reward, how does a drop of life spring water sound?" Zio replied alluringly. Life spring water? What purpose does it serve? Wu Shaochen asked with curiosity. For adventurers like yourselves, consuming a drop of life spring water grants a permanent increase of 10,000 in maximum health points, Zio explained. Is that truly the case? Wu Shaochen exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. With a flick of her hand, a droplet of liquid floated before Wu Shaochen, exuding a robust aura of vitality. He hastily examined it. Life spring water. Consuming it permanently increases maximum health by 10,000 points. Each individual may use a maximum of 3 drops. Wu Shaoqing's breath quickened. The effects of this item were indeed remarkable. No wonder the diluted life spring water in the pond had been able to restore 1 health point per second. What do you need me to find? He asked, realizing a reward of such caliber was not to be dismissed lightly. The nether fruit, Zio stated. What is the nether fruit? I've never even heard of it. How could I possibly assist you in finding it? Wu Shaochen replied. In Jinling City, there's an old man named Sun, a master alchemist. He happens to possess a nether fruit. If you can procure it for me, the drop of life spring water shall be yours, Zio explained. Ding Zio has issued you a quest. Quest details. Go to Jinling City, locate the old man's son, retrieve the nether fruit from him, and deliver it to Zio. Quest reward. 1 drop of life spring water. Do you accept? Note, this quest involves faction matters. Should the citizens of Jinling City become aware, you'll be hunted throughout the city. Choose wisely. Goodness, that sounds quite serious. Wu Shaochen hesitated. The thought of being hunted by the entire city filled him with dread. Is it possible for me to decline? He asked timidly. What do you think? Zio's gaze turned icy once more. What purpose does the nether fruit serve? Wu Shaochen pressed. This item is only beneficial to our demon race. It holds no value for you. Zio presumed he intended to keep it for himself. That is for you to consider, Zio remarked. Were it not for the fact that he could not overpower her, Wu Shaochen would have retaliated with a few layers of poison. However, he realized that refusing the task would leave him with no option to leave. After all, it was merely a level 1 task, of little consequence. Wu Shaoqing's thoughts were carefree, yet he still found himself unwilling to part with the life spring water, for it was a treasure beyond price. A wise choice. However, to prevent any insincerity on your part, I must place a mark upon you, Zio declared. After forming a series of intricate hand seals, she waved her hand, and a beam of black light shot toward Wu Shaoqing's forehead, forming a symbol that quickly faded from view. What have you done to me? Wu Shaochen exclaimed in shock. Wu Shaochen was taken aback, touching his forehead and finding nothing amiss. However, he sensed that something had undoubtedly entered him moments ago. It's nothing, merely a special secret technique of our demon clan. As long as you refrain from speaking recklessly, you will be fine. Should you utter words you ought not to, this magical rune will instantly slay you. Even if you die and are resurrected, it would be of no avail. For the rune is imprinted upon the soul. Unless I personally it, no matter how many times you are revived, it will be futile, Ziyu said with a smile. At this moment, Wu Shaochen felt a surge of despair, regretting his earlier foolishness in wanting to see her so desperately. I despise myself, Wu Shaochen muttered resentfully and could only helplessly make his way toward the valley's outskirts. After navigating through the winding paths for over 10 minutes, he finally emerged from the valley, greeted by a vast, untamed forest. Contemplating for a moment, he utilized a teleportation scroll to record the coordinates of this place, ensuring that he could teleport directly here next time. Otherwise, if he were to obtain the item and then run all the way back, it would surely exhaust him, as several hundred kilometers was no trivial matter. Alas, I even spent a teleportation scroll on this trip. What a loss, Wu Shaochen lamented. Ding! The item you listed in the auction house has been purchased by a player for 250,000. After deducting a transaction fee of 37,500, a remaining amount of 2,125,000 has been transferred to your linked bank account. Ding! 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 The continuous sound of system notifications finally lifted Wu Shaochen's spirit somewhat. For pieces of silver sold, 2 at 250,000, 1 at 260,000, and another at 240,000, totaling exactly 1 million. After deducting the fees, his net profit was 850,000. Chapter 73. Are you still human? When Wu Shaochen was jolted awake by the alarm clock, he felt utterly disheveled. As he had surmised, he had been plagued by nightmares. Glancing at the pitch-black sky, he silenced the alarm and turned over, seeking further rest. One needed to be well-rested to slay monsters. He awoke once more to the sound of his phone ringing. Groggily, he answered. Hello, who is it? Brother, it's me. Oh, Zine, what is the matter? Brother, I've reached level 10. Which main city are you in? I'll come find you. Oh, level 10 already? That was quite fast. Wu Shaochen finally roused himself. Brother, it's already 10 o'clock. Why are you still asleep? Aren't you afraid of being surpassed by others? It's 10 o'clock. Wu Shaochen hurriedly sat up. He was supposed to hunt that tiger today. His character appeared in Jinling City, and he made a beeline for the Lord's mansion, as he had devised a strategy to confront the tiger. Naturally, he needed to inform the Lord, for this was a major quest, and the rewards were likely to be substantial. Upon reaching the Lord's mansion, the guards recognized him, and he made his way smoothly to the main hall, where he found the Lord still troubled by the matter of the tiger. Seeing Wu Shaochen approach, the Lord quickly said, Changfeng, have you come up with a solution? Indeed, I have devised a method to deal with the demonized jungle tiger king. Wu Shaochen replied directly. Excellent. Please head to Lu Family Village and bring the Seal Master with you to thoroughly seal the demon realm passage deep within the Tiger Howl Forest. The Lord exclaimed with excitement. Ding! The Lord of Jinling City has entrusted you with a task. Journey to Lu Family Village and escort a sealing master into the depths of the Tiger Roar Forest to seal the demonic realm passage. The sealing process will take 10 minutes, during which you must valiantly withstand the onslaught of the demonized jungle tiger king, granting the sealing master the time needed. The rewards for this endeavor remain unknown. It seems the Lord only expects me to hold off the Tiger King for 10 minutes, rather than slay it. He likely doesn't believe I possess the strength to defeat such a beast, Wu Shaochen mused. Yet for him, vanquishing the tiger would be far easier than merely delaying it for 10 minutes. Upon accepting the task, as Wu Shaochen stepped beyond the city gates, he received a private message from Wu Ziyin. Feng Yinger, brother, I have completed my job change. Where are you? Arriving at the job change hall, he soon spotted a girl garbed in novice village attire, scanning her surroundings with curiosity. The hall was sparsely populated now, with only a handful of individuals remaining who had yet to undergo their transitions. Wu Shaochen approached Wu Xin, who was still peering around, and remarked, What are you looking for? You failed to recognize me, standing right before you. Startled, Wu Xin exclaimed, Brother, with that mask on, who could recognize you? You have become a priest? Wu Shaochen inquired, as one's profession was unmistakable. Indeed, brother. Did you not say my talents would suit both mage and priest? Mastering the mage class requires considerable skill, and given my lack of prowess, it would be a waste. Being a priest is far more appealing, as I merely need to support from the back with healing. But you must accompany me, otherwise I shall struggle to level up, Wu Xin replied with an innocent plea. Very well, Wu Shaochen nodded. He appreciated this aspect of her. She possessed a clear understanding of her strengths. If he were to guide her, the priest class was undoubtedly a better fit, as the automatic stat boost favored intellect and spirit, aligning well with Wu Xin's abilities. He then handed her the 2 pieces of silver gear he had set aside, a robe and a ring, having sold off his previous equipment. These were his only remaining items. However, for Wu Shaochen, acquiring a full set of silver gear for Wu Xin would not pose a significant challenge. Brother, why don't we sell these 2 pieces instead? A single piece of silver gear can fetch over 200,000. If we sold them, we could buy a house back in our hometown. Wu Xin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Keep them and wear them. Do you think I am in need of such trivial amounts of money? Wu Shaochen replied, somewhat exasperated. True, brother. You are indeed a formidable figure, Wu Xin said, her admiration evident. All right, enough chatter. Quickly don the gear. I shall take you on a grand adventure. Yes, I am so thrilled to embark on this journey with you. Brother, I wonder if we shall face bronze or silver foes. By the way, take this and keep in your backpack. Do not lose it, Wu Shaochen said, handing her a magical orb from his bag. This artifact was truly suited for her. Wu Xin accepted the magical orb, glancing at it before placing it in her backpack, seemingly unaware of its true potential. Observing her reaction, Wu Shaochen shook his head, as he had anticipated. He then spoke earnestly, Xin, you must carry this orb with you at all times, and do not let anyone else see it. Understood? All right, brother. Is this orb even more valuable than silver gear? Wu Xin inquired. Wu Shaochen's lips twitched slightly as he said earnestly, To you, this bead is indeed a treasure. Wu Xin, somewhat perplexed, yet inclined to heed her brother's words, nodded in agreement. Wu Shaochen took her to a boutique, where they purchased several exquisite outfits along with a veil for her to wear. They then made their way to Lu family village. The drabness of the silver armor was unmistakable even when its effects were concealed, and a discerning eye could easily recognize it. Thus, it was preferable to don stylish attire. As for the veil, it was essential for her impending fame. Wu Xin accepted this notion with delight. Along the way, Wu Shaochen endeavored to slow his pace. However, Wu Xin had not invested in agility, and the shoes she wore, likely of the second level, were painfully slow, barely providing a speed of 2 points. After some time, Wu Shaochen could no longer bear the sluggishness. Noticing the absence of passers-by, he summoned Silver Wolf. "Wow, brother, is this your pet? The legendary Silver Wolf that once topped the rankings? How adorable!" Wu Xin exclaimed, her heart swelling with affection as she reached out to embrace Silver Wolf. Unfortunately, the proud creature evaded her grasp with a swift movement, refusing to be held by anyone other than its master. Previously, Wu Shaochen was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the rankings only to find Silver Wolf absent. Could it be that its potential was still awakening, rendering it invisible? He mused, yet found solace in the fact that at least one ranking was unrelated to him. After completing a dungeon the previous day, Silver Wolf had attained level 18, though its height barely reached Wu Shaochen's knee. Observing Wu Xin's height of 168 meters, he glanced back at Silver Wolf's diminutive stature. Despite feeling a twinge of guilt, he crouched down and asked, "Little Wolf, would you allow my sister to ride you?" Both Silver Wolf and Wu Xin gazed at him in astonishment. "Brother, are you joking? It's far too small for riding. I can walk just fine. I'm not tired at all," Wu Xin protested. Silver Wolf regarded Wu Shaochen with incredulity, seemingly questioning his humanity as it conveyed, "Is this truly about exhaustion?" Unfazed, Wu Shaochen insisted, "If I say she can ride, then she shall ride." Thus, an unusual pair emerged, Wu Shaochen walking ahead while a diminutive wolf trailed behind, bearing a young woman on its back. This peculiar arrangement inevitably drew the attention and chatter of many onlookers. Goodness, how can one ride such a tiny wolf? Seriously, that girl is far too delicate. Is walking such a burden? How could they treat such a small creature this way? Oh, the times have changed. Overwhelmed by the comments, Wu Xin buried her face in Silver Wolf's neck, feeling embarrassed even beneath her veil. "Brother, perhaps I should just walk," she suggested weakly. "Absolutely not. Just a little longer. We shall arrive soon," Wu Shaochen insisted resolutely. With a speed of 540, the level 18 Silver Wolf was hardly inferior to Wu Shaochen, far surpassing Wu Xin's meager pace. Soon, the two arrived at Lu family village, where a crowd had gathered at the entrance, seemingly waiting for their arrival. Upon seeing Wu Shaochen, they hurried to greet him. However, as they drew closer, disappointment was evident on their faces. "Are you the one sent by the city lord to assist us in sealing the demon realm passage?" inquired an elderly man. "Besides the two of you, has the city lord dispatched any other experts to await us ahead?" The elder's face brightened with hope. "No, just the two of us," Wu Shaochen replied bluntly. Upon hearing this, nearly everyone displayed a look of dismay. Realizing that these individuals regarded him with disdain, Wu Shaochen stated, "Let us go. My presence is sufficient." "How naive. You, a mere child of the 23rd level in the Silver Realm. What confidence do you have to contend with the 30th level Jungle Tiger King? Don't endanger us all," an elderly man in the crowd retorted mercilessly. "My confidence is my own concern. Whether you choose to follow or not is irrelevant. I have arrived. If you have any issues, address them with your city lord," Wu Shaochen declared, turning away with Wu Xin, leaving the crowd in bewilderment. Limited abilities, but an inflated ego. "I truly wonder why the city lord would send such a person," the old man continued. Wu Shaochen paid no heed to those behind him, his focus set on slaying the corrupted Jungle Tiger King. Once he accomplished that, they would surely understand what to do. Observing that the crowd had ultimately chosen to follow, he smirked, thinking they had grown complacent. As they entered the Tiger Roar Forest, Wu Shaochen's brow furrowed. He noticed a team already hunting jungle tigers within the forest. The noise from his impending battle would undoubtedly draw attention, and he did not wish for anyone to witness his prowess. Are these people out of their minds? The jungle tigers in Tiger Roar Forest are so scarce, it takes ages to find one. How is this an efficient way to grind? Wu Shaochen scoffed. At that moment, the team spotted the peculiar duo of Wu Shaochen and his sister, their faces lighting up with greed. It was common to see equipment drops in the wild. The leader approached with 4 teammates. "Brother, your wolf pup is quite strong, able to ride a person at such a young age," the man jested. "Not bad, I suppose." Wu Shaochen smiled, internally mocking their audacity. "Wonder if I could buy it off you. I'll offer 1 copper coin," The man laughed, and his companions joined in. Wu Shaochen chuckled as well, glancing at Wu Xin. Xin, come down. If they want the wolf pup, let them have it. Though Wu Xin appeared confused, she obediently dismounted from Silver Wolf's back. The men were taken aback by her compliance. Upon seeing Wu Xin on the ground, Wu Shaochen addressed Silver Wolf. These fellows claim you are worth only 1 copper coin. Can you endure such an insult? Silver Wolf seemed to comprehend Wu Shaochen's words, instantly activating its speed and lunging forward, outraged by the disrespect. Damn it, they're mocking us. Let us take down this wolf pup first, the man shouted. However, it was not long before they experienced the depths of despair. The silver great wolf, with its astonishing speed, fearsome damage, and exceptionally high health, was beyond the capabilities of these individuals. Goodness, are you telling me this is merely a pet? It is far more formidable, exclaimed one of them, with a casual strike. It can inflict 800 or 900 points of damage. I have never endured such pain. The shield bearer shouted, Brother, we have truly hit a wall this time. Let's retreat. Retreat, declared the leader decisively. Wu Xin stood in stunned silence, astonished that the little wolf she had been riding was so terrifying. Wu Shaochen approached and picked up the fallen gear from the ground, 5 pieces of black iron and 2 of bronze. Their equipment was quite impressive. No wonder they dared to challenge the tiger. He handed 2 pieces of black iron gear suitable for Wu Xin, while the rest he sold at the auction house. These were low-level items, so he disposed of them cheaply, having acquired them for nothing. 3 pieces of black iron for 3,000, 2 pieces of bronze for 50,000. This was their true market value at the auction house. All right, having concluded this matter, let us continue our journey. You should mount again, Wu Shaochen suggested to Wu Xin. She shook her head vigorously, recalling the ferocity of the silver great wolf. She dared not sit again. Observing her trepidation, Wu Shaochen did not press the issue further. She would adapt in due time, as they were not far from their destination. The silver great wolf finally felt relieved. Its steps considerably lighter. Though Wu Xin was not particularly heavy, given its small stature, it was remarkable that it could carry her at all, thanks to its exceptional lineage. After walking for several more minutes, Wu Shaochen halted. Proceeding further could lead to an encounter with the tiger at any moment. They stood in place, waiting for what felt like an eternity until they saw the sealers and the soldiers protecting them approaching. All right, Wu Xin obediently replied, then inquired, Brother, are you going to fight? What level is it? Can I assist you? I can heal you. Gold level. Your current equipment is too weak. Your healing will be minimal. Wait until I help you acquire a set of silver level gear, and then you can assist me, Wu Shaochen responded. Ah, gold? Can you truly defeat a gold level opponent? Wu Xin asked in astonishment. Not too bad, around level 19. When I engage, it will create quite a commotion. If anyone approaches, you must have these soldiers prevent them from interrupting my battle, understood? Wu Shaochen instructed. After all, this was merely a zone for level 21 monsters, and the average player level was around 18, with the more formidable ones at levels 19 or 20. He could not guarantee that other reckless individuals would not come to the Tiger Roaring Forest to hunt. Chapter 75, Confrontation with the Corrupted Jungle Tiger King. Having relayed his instructions to Wu Xin, Wu Shaochen turned to the group following behind him. I will soon enter and dispatch the corrupted Jungle Tiger King, allowing you to seal the passage without worry. However, I trust that no one will interfere with my battle against the Tiger King. Can you manage that? With a subtle nod and a smile, Wu Shaochen, accompanied by Silver Wolf, ventured deep into the Tiger Roar Forest. Although he felt inadequate to confront the Tiger King alone, the awakened Silver Wolf could now fight alongside him. Upon observing Silver Wolf's attributes, he recognized the tiger's formidable strength. What did he just say? That he intends to slay the Tiger King? The elder who had previously mocked Wu Shaochen interjected. He is just boasting. With his abilities, how could he possibly defeat the Tiger King? Another elder chimed in. Is he planning to abandon us here and flee? Remarked the elder who had been the most vocal. You all are the ones who will flee. My brother said he can kill it. So just wait here, Wu Xin retorted, displeased by their disparaging remarks about her brother. What do you know, little girl? That's a level 30 Golden Tiger King, and he has only a level 23 Silver Realm. I initially thought he had a plan to hold off the Tiger King for 10 minutes, but I never imagined he would audaciously claim he could kill it. It's utterly ridiculous, the elder scoffed. Regardless, my brother said he can kill it, so just stay put. If you run around, I'll inform my brother to tell the city lord that you fled, Wu Xin responded, her temper flaring. You. The elder was left speechless by her rebuttal. Enough of this bickering. Just wait, the leading elder instructed. Wu Shaochen cautiously advanced with Silver Wolf, aware that the Tiger King was cunning. It had previously ambushed him, necessitating utmost vigilance, as he was not yet capable of enduring the full onslaught of the Tiger King's combination attacks. Suddenly, Silver Wolf halted, fixating intently on the grass to the right. Recognizing the telltale sign of the Tiger King attempting to lurk and ambush again, Wu Shaochen followed Silver Wolf's gaze. Although he saw nothing, he trusted Silver Wolf's instincts and drew his dagger, preparing for battle. In an instant, a figure lunged at Wu Shaochen. Anticipating this, he swiftly sidestepped to evade the attack and charged forward. The jungle Tiger King registered a flicker of confusion. This human typically fled upon sighting him. What emboldened him to charge today? Nevertheless, the Tiger King reacted with remarkable speed, swinging its tail at the approaching human. Wu Shaochen had foreseen this move, activating his shoe's evasion skill to deftly evade the strike. The evasion skill bore some resemblance to the void skill, yet the former could only avoid the next attack while the latter could evade all attacks within the subsequent second and negate control effects. Thus, evasion was inferior to void. Having dodged two critical control skills, Wu Shaochen rushed beside the Tiger King, delivering a thrust that rendered it momentarily dazed. He followed up with a heavy strike and unleashed a series of skills, stacking 4 layers of poison before swiftly retreating, directing Silver Wolf, who was fully engaged in the attack, to run in another direction. With a current poison damage of 1,100 points, 4 layers of poison could inflict over 260,000 health points in 1 minute. Under normal circumstances, the 2 million health of the Tiger King could be depleted in less than 10 minutes. Not having ventured far, a resounding roar of a tiger echoed behind him as expected. Wu Shaochen decisively evaded the impending strike, fortunate that the Silver Wolf had scattered, allowing the tiger's roar to be directed only towards one path, thus sparing the Silver Wolf from any harm. Once the roar subsided, the Tiger King found himself at a loss in dealing with Wu Shaochen. Lacking the requisite speed, he could only circle behind him. As 1 minute approached, the Tiger King's 3 skills cooled down, and Wu Shaochen, wary of a direct confrontation, commanded the Silver Wolf King to draw out the skills. With a robust health pool of 100,000, the Silver Wolf could withstand a barrage without issue. Indeed, as the Silver Wolf dashed forward, it was swiftly struck by the Tiger King's tail, followed by a pounce that brought the Silver Wolf down, culminating in a bite that depleted over 20,000 health points. Had Wu Shaochen not intervened at that moment, he would have met his demise. Rushing in, he delivered a stunning strike, followed by a flurry of skills, allowing both him and the wolf to retreat once more. With the Silver Wolf's assistance, defeating the Tiger King became exceedingly effortless. The Tiger King's health plummeted at a staggering rate of 4,400 per second. At that moment, a private message from Wu Xin interrupted him. Feng Yiner, brother, reinforcements are approaching. Chen Feng, are there many? Feng Yiner, over 10, but they seem to be calling for more. Chen Feng, hold them off. I shall finish up here swiftly. Wu Shaochen paid little heed to the warning, confident that he could fend off any attempts to seize what he had claimed for himself. The battle raged on, and just as the Tiger King's health neared its end, a throng of 600 to 700 individuals suddenly surged in. The leader, upon witnessing Wu Shaochen single-handedly engaged with a nearly defeated beast, was momentarily taken aback, but soon a triumphant grin spread across his face. Send a dozen to take him down, the rest gather the spoils. In no time, the massive group divided, with a dozen charging towards Wu Shaochen while the remainder encircled him. Wu Shaochen was taken aback by their audacity. They dare to steal? Glancing at the forest-dwelling Tiger King, whose health had dwindled to a mere 20, he decided to withdraw from the fray. Come then, let me witness how you intend to fight today. Observing Wu Shaochen's retreat, the middle-aged leader, known as Bloodsea Wuyo, the president of the Bloodsea Guild, sneered, "Humph, at least you know your place." However, his subordinates soon realized something was amiss. Boss, this isn't right. These are level 30 elites. We stand no chance against them. Bloodsea Wuyo hastily cast an insight spell, only to have his expression darken. He had expected merely a bronze or silver player at level 21, having seen that one individual had already brought the Tiger King to the brink of defeat. But upon further inspection, he was bewildered. It was no longer simply a matter of whether they could win or lose. The identity of the one who had managed to inflict such damage on the Tiger King compelled him to reconsider the situation. Initially, he had heard rumors of a gathering in the area, yet he and his elite team had dared not interfere. Upon entering and witnessing the battle, with the Tiger King nearly vanquished, he had presumed it an opportunity to seize victory. Now, however, he felt he had committed a grave error. At this moment, Wu Shaochen leisurely leaned against a tree with his arms crossed, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his lips. You dare to rob me? Go ahead. Do you have the courage to kill? Chapter 76, The Might of a Roar. While Bloodsea Wuyo was in agony, the battle raged on. A troop of 600 to 700 was scattered by the Jungle Tiger King, infuriated by Wu Shaochen's shameless tactics. The Jungle Tiger King welcomed the arrival of these intruders with open jaws. Retreat, Blood Sea Waya decisively commanded. They were utterly incapable of contending with this foe. However, their desire to withdraw was met with resistance from the Jungle Tiger King, who could not let go of a rare opportunity to vent its fury. With a thunderous roar, a blinding flash of white erupted, leaving a plethora of equipment strewn across the ground. What a shocking scene! Wu Shaochen, reveling in the chaos from his vantage point, observed with glee as the first 10 or so fleeing individuals narrowly escaped the onslaught, their faces etched with panic as they dashed into the distance. "Think you can run after robbing me? How naive!" Wu Shaochen exclaimed, swiftly giving chase. Before long, more than 10 pieces of equipment adorned the ground anew. At the resurrection point in Jinling City, the area was now overcrowded. The simultaneous appearance of 600 to 700 players was indeed a spectacle. Yet, Blood Sea Waya's expression was more tragic than a cry, for he had been slain by Wu Shaochen. He realized they had foolishly attempted to rob the sealed treasures. Now, having failed, they faced total annihilation, angering the sealed entity in the process. A classic case of losing a chicken and gaining a loss. Meanwhile, in the Tiger Roar Forest, upon learning of his brother's exploits, Wu Xin hurried over, only to find himself momentarily stunned by the sight of equipment littered across the ground. "Brother, did you kill everyone who just entered?" "It wasn't me, it was the Tiger King. I warned them not to poke the tiger's backside, yet they insisted on doing so," Wu Shaochen replied. Wu Xin stuck out his tongue. "But how are we supposed to pick up all this equipment?" "Selective picking. First, we gather the bronze. Then the black iron. Equip what we can use, and sell the rest at the auction house. Black iron goes for 2,000, bronze for 30,000. We must act quickly." Player dropped equipment vanishes in 10 minutes, Wu Shaochen instructed. Although the two worked swiftly, much of the equipment was still lost to the timer. After replacing all of Wu Xin's whiteboard gear with bronze, they managed to sell 45 pieces of bronze and 136 pieces of black iron equipment. While the prices were modest, the quantity was substantial. They earned over 1 per million, causing Wu Xin's cheeks to flush with excitement. "Oh, all right then. You can keep the money from selling the equipment to spend as you wish." In the desolate expanse of the desert, thousands of players besieged a colossal desert scorpion. With the barren landscape devoid of obstacles, their numerical superiority was adeptly showcased. However, the composition of their ranks deviated from the norm, aside from the intermittently swapped shield bearers. There were steadfast archers and mages, while the majority comprised assassins. Though assassins might seem ineffectual in this battle, most possess control skills, stealthily infiltrating to execute a flurry of control before retreating, significantly restraining the Scorpion's capabilities and easing the burden on their comrades. Despite the Scorpion's defenses remaining largely intact, its health plummeted by thousands each second. These players hailed from the illustrious guild, Hell's Gate of Mo Bay City. "Boss, in 5 minutes. This golden creature will be near its demise. We shall undoubtedly be the first guild to slay a golden beast," exclaimed the guildmaster, brimming with excitement after battling for over an hour. Indeed, though the losses are considerable, securing a golden first kill is worth it. Not only for the golden equipment, but also for the attribute point rewards. The Hell's Messenger nodded, a glimmer of excitement on his face. Just as the members of Hell's Gate reveled in anticipation, a server-wide announcement erupted, igniting their tempers. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chun Feng for slaying the Golden Tier Demonic Jungle Tiger King. As the first player in the server to achieve this feat, the system rewards them with 2,000 reputation, 50 gold coins, and 40 free attribute points. This is hereby announced. Chun Feng, the Hell's Messenger's countenance darkened ominously. Those who knew him recognized the imminent eruption of his rage. Simultaneously, reactions varied among all who heard the announcement. Chun Feng remains formidable. Indeed, it seems he monopolizes all first kills. I've heard that Chun Feng claims his victories solo. I can only imagine how formidable his equipment must be. Here we are, a grand guild, struggling even against silver-tier creatures, and he takes down golden ones, truly unfathomable. The attribute points from that first kill alone must exceed 100. Once the city's teleportation array is operational, I must seek to engage with this individual, murmured the God King. In Jinling City, Bloodsea know and wore a bitter smile upon hearing the notification. Others may not grasp the gravity, but he understood the terrifying prowess of the Tiger King. A single skill could obliterate them all. How could such attributes even lead to its demise? Chun Feng's strength transcended mere abnormality. To offend such a person was akin to inviting disaster. He pondered whether there remained any hope for redemption. Meanwhile, in the Guild of Proud World, the expression on Ao Shi Tianxiao's face was one of utmost dismay. Shun Feng's escalating power was undoubtedly a harbinger of ill fortune for him. In Tiger Howl Forest, Wu Shaochen found delight in the cascade of system notifications. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the Golden Tier demonic Jungle Tiger King. You have earned 1,000 reputation points, 60,000 experience points. And your pet, Silver Wolf, has gained 40,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Health 80, mana 40, and you have acquired 20 free attribute points. Current level, 24. Experience, 2224-270-0000. Ding! The innate characteristic has been triggered, increasing toxin damage by 1 and allowing for an additional layer of toxin accumulation. The current toxin damage stands at 1101 points, with a maximum of 5 layers available. Ding! The immortal body effect has activated, enhancing maximum health by 1 point. While the current boost from the immortal body has raised the maximum health by 5149 points. Not far away, Wu Ziyin was enveloped by a brilliant golden light that flashed 3 times, propelling her from level 10 to level 13. As the Tiger King neared its demise, Wu Shaochen summoned Wu Ziyin, informing her that experience in the divine decree is equally distributed among party members, with no regard for individual contributions. Hence, even if Wu Ziyin did not engage in combat, she still received a substantial 100,000 experience points, instantly elevating her by 3 levels, leaving her exhilarated by the astonishing pace of her advancement. At this moment, Wu Shaochen gazed at the treasure strewn across the ground, his face alight with excitement. He relished this sensation, swiftly collecting every item. Anticipation coursed through him as he examined the loot, a total of 6 gold and 72 silver, comprising 2 pieces of golden equipment, 4 pieces of silver equipment, and 5 pieces of bronze equipment. No black iron was dropped, likely because higher-level monsters disdain low-tier gear. Additionally, he uncovered a scroll, a special potion, a gem, an attribute fruit, and a crystalline object. This was indeed a significant haul, though it was regrettable that no scroll for doubling drop rates was found. Chapter 77, Skill Scrolls. First, let us consider the 2 pieces of golden equipment. Tiger Head Broadsword Golden Grade. Physical Attack 800, ignores Defense 20. Additional attributes, Strength 35, Constitution 35, Root 35. Additional skill, Damage Amplification. Increases attack damage by 30 for 20 seconds. Cooldown time of 2 minutes. Wear requirement, Warrior. Tiger Roar Bracelet Golden Grade. Physical Attack 350. Attack Speed 30, ignores Defense 10. Additional attributes, Strength 35, Agility 35, Constitution 35. Additional skill, Speed Enhancement. Increases attack speed by 30 for 20 seconds. Cooldown time of 2 minutes. Wear requirement, Physical Class. Upon gazing at the Tiger Head Broadsword, Wu Shaochen was utterly astounded. This weapon exemplified the very essence of damage. He hesitated to sell it, pondering why it wasn't classified as assassin equipment. Any warrior wielding it would see their damage soar to unprecedented heights, likely setting a new market price upon sale. Fortunately, one of the 2 golden pieces was suitable for his use. Among the 4 silver pieces, 1 was usable by him. 2 were for Wu Ziyin, and the remaining piece was destined for auction. Tiger Bone Necklace, Silver Grade. Magic Attack 300, Mana 300, Cooldown Reduction 10, Luck 5. Additional attributes, Intelligence 33, Spirit 34, Constitution 32. Wear requirement, Mage Priest. Tiger Skin Belt, Silver Grade. Health 900, Physical Defense 55, Magic Defense 55, Control Time Reduction 10. Additional attributes, Constitution 34, Root 33, Spirit 34. Wear requirement, all classes. The leg guards can be utilized by Wu Shaochen, while the Blood Cow belt holds no appeal for him. Fortunately, Wu Ziyin can benefit from it. The remaining piece, a tiger-striped armor, is suited for shield guards and warriors. Thus neither of them can make use of it. Among the 5 bronze equipment pieces, 2 are suitable for Wu Ziyin, which she promptly receives, while the rest will be sold. The 3 bronze items will be listed in the auction house at a price of 100,000 each. This is equipment for level 30, with attributes nearly comparable to level 20 silver gear, so it is certain that someone will be interested. The silver armor will be auctioned for 30 minutes, as the bidding duration in the novice village lasts for 10 minutes, whereas the main city allows a maximum of 30 minutes. If it extends beyond that, additional fees will be incurred. The remaining tiger-headed saber will be placed on hold. If listed together, it would end up like last time. where the silver equipment failed to reach a desirable price. Wu Shaochen meticulously examined the remaining items, beginning with a potion. Unfortunately, it was not the unsealing potion he had hoped for, but rather a damage potion, which increases damage by 50 for a duration of 10 minutes. While this is quite beneficial for others, it is of little consequence to Wu Shaochen, as it does not enhance poison damage. However, he was pleasantly surprised by a scroll he discovered. Skill Scroll enhances the quality of a designated skill, with each skill capable of being improved up to 3 times. Skill quality? Wu Shaochen pondered, questioning whether skills in this game had varying qualities. They all appeared the same, didn't they? Soon, he recalled the skeleton assassin he had encountered earlier, which executed a backstab that was slightly more potent than his own. Could this be what they referred to as differing skill qualities? He mused, yet he remained unaware of how to ascertain quality. The only skill he had encountered with a distinct appearance was the immortal body, which was golden, while all other skill books shared the same color. He decided to test his theory. After contemplating, he designated the immortal body and chose to use the scroll. Ding! The current skill quality has reached its peak and cannot be utilized. This outcome was anticipated by Wu Shaochen, for the other skills lack color. While this one was golden, his attempt was merely to validate his suspicions. Besides the immortal body, his most formidable skill was undoubtedly nihility. Wu Shaochen chose nihility and used the scroll once more. Ding! Usage successful. Skill nihility, quality enhanced. Wu Shaochen quickly checked, noting that the skill remained colorless. Yet its effects had indeed improved. Nihility. Eliminate all negative effects, entering a state of void, rendering oneself untargetable for 15 seconds. Mana cost, 150. Cooldown, 4 minutes. The duration had increased, the cooldown reduced, and mana consumption rose by 50. Overall, this was a significant enhancement, and Wu Shaochen was thoroughly satisfied. He continued to inspect his inventory, discovering a fruit of attributes, a strength fruit, which could augment his strength by 10 points. Although this was of little necessity for him, he consumed it nonetheless, as he no longer lacked funds and saw no reason to sell it. Such attribute-enhancing fruits were always welcome. The remaining items included a gemstone and a crystal. The gemstone could be embedded in weapons to boost strength by 100 points, requiring a visit to the weapon shop to find the owner for socketing. As for the crystal, it left Wu Shaochen perplexed. Damaged source crystal, an enigmatic item. This object seems to be extraordinary, as even the system cannot identify it. Wu Shaochen mused, then stowed it back in his backpack. Having examined all the items, he felt quite satisfied. The next step was to summon the sealers to seal the passage. Upon witnessing the massive corpse of the Tiger King sprawled on the ground, the sealers finally subdued their arrogance, especially the one who had previously boasted the most. He dared not utter a word, fearing Wu Shaochen would seek retribution later. Leading them into the depths of the cave, when they beheld the sealing array, the once seemingly ineffectual sealers suddenly wore grave expressions. Each stepped forward, retrieving various materials they had prepared beforehand to commence their work. Was it an illusion? Wu Shaochen pondered, followed by a self-deprecating smile. How had he become so suspicious? While waiting outside, the system notified him that the tiger skin armor had been auctioned for 280,000, a new high for silver equipment, which was reasonable given the remarkable attributes of level 30 silver gear. Wu Shaochen waited for over 10 minutes before a weary group of sealers emerged. How did it go? Was the sealing successful? Wu Shaochen inquired. It should be fine now, replied the lead sealer. Should be? Wu Shaochen's brows furrowed. How could such a crucial matter be reduced to uncertainty? He felt a surge of dissatisfaction, yet reminded himself that as long as the task was confirmed complete, the quality of the seal was no longer his concern. Chapter 78, Acknowledgement of the War God. Upon arriving at the Lord's mansion, the Lord felt a weight lift from his heart upon hearing that the matter was perfectly resolved. He expressed his gratitude to Wu Shaochen, saying, Chung Feng, I cannot thank you enough. This is your well-deserved reward. Ding. Task completed. Rewards, 10,000 reputation points, the title of Demon Sealer, and a property in Jinling City. A property? Wu Shaochen's eyes widened. Was it the kind of property worth tens of thousands of gold? Such generosity? Wu Shaochen had previously seen that players could purchase houses in the city, but the prices were exorbitant, starting at several tens of thousands of gold. Given the current player's gold reserves, it was impossible to afford one. Unexpectedly, this task granted him a house directly, worth a fortune. Lord, where's the house? Wu Shaochen hurriedly inquired. The Lord produced a map, pointing to a specific area, stating, You may choose from this region. Wu Shaochen's eyes sparkled as he examined the map for a while before selecting a property in a favorable location. It was ironic that he had not yet purchased a house in reality, yet he had acquired one in the game first. Based on the current exchange rate, the game property was no cheaper than those in real life. Excellent. Thank you, Lord. Wu Shaochen joyfully accepted the parchment and departed from the Lord's mansion. As he walked along the path, Wu Shaochen sent his location to Wu Xin, inviting her to join him, then glanced at another reward. Title: Demon Sealer, granted to those who have made outstanding contributions to sealing demons. Wearing this title increases damage reduction by 30 and decreases control time by 30. A marvelous item. Wu Shaoqing's eyes sparkled once more. The rewards for this task were indeed substantial. The attributes of this title were impressive, and he quickly adorned himself with it. Soon, Wu Xin approached, and the two made their way to the side of the house. Brother, what are we doing here? Wu Xin inquired. This will soon become our home, Wu Shaoqing replied with delight. They had barely stood at the entrance when the door swung open, revealing a butler who, upon seeing Wu Shaoqing, asked, May I inquire whom you are seeking? The presence of a butler brightened Wu Shaoqing's demeanor. This was quite promising. He presented the parchment for the butler to inspect, and the butler immediately welcomed both of them inside with utmost respect. Wu Shaoqing, accompanied by bewildered Wu Xin, began to explore. Brother, is this truly going to be our house in the game? Wu Xin asked, still in disbelief. Yes, from now on. Whenever we wish to take a break from battling monsters, we can rest here. I have instructed the butler. You can come anytime, Wu Shaoqing assured him. After a thorough exploration, he felt quite satisfied. The main hall, bedrooms, and study were all present, and there was even a quaint courtyard with a fish pond. The surroundings were splendid. This is fantastic, Wu Xin exclaimed, wandering about in excitement. Meanwhile, Wu Shaoqing settled into a grand armchair in the main hall and dozed off. The chair was truly comfortable. He lost track of time until Wu Xin woke him. Brother, it's past 1 o'clock. I need to log off for a meal, Wu Xin stated. Is it already past 1? Wu Shaoqing replied, slightly dazed. He had risen at 10 that morning, and after almost 2 hours of travel, it was indeed past 1. All right, let us log off for dinner. I will also eat something and then return, Wu Shaoqing said. After a moment's thought, Wu Shaoqing decided to put the tiger head broadsword up for auction. Though reluctant, it was an item he could not utilize, and he believed the weapon's attributes would surely yield considerable profit. After listing the tiger head broadsword in the auction house, Wu Shaoqing logged off. The appearance of the tiger head broadsword sent shockwaves throughout Jinling City. Wow, a golden weapon. My goodness, this attack power is terrifying. Damn, these attributes truly define what damage is. Boss, this weapon must belong to Chun Feng. Ao, sure, Jueqing remarked. Whoever listed it, I must secure this weapon. With it, I need not fear Chun Feng. Ao, sure, Tian thought, his focus solely on the weapon, his intelligence seemingly waning. Meanwhile, the chaotic world's tyrants were also breathless at the sight of the weapon. Even if it required a price, they were determined to acquire it. In an area filled with level 25 monsters, a young man observed the auction house's offerings, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Finally, a piece of equipment worth my investment. After finishing his meal, Wu Shaoqing logged back in, once again appearing in the hall of his home. He glanced at the auction house. The competition for the tiger head broadsword remained fierce. As the bidding time drew to a close, the sword was ultimately sold for an astounding 880,000. There are truly so many wealthy individuals, he mused. Wu Shaochen expressed his astonishment, never anticipating that a piece of golden equipment could fetch over 800,000. To put into perspective, silver equipment hovers around 200,000. Thus, this transaction represents a staggering multiplication. This is largely attributed to the remarkable attributes of the equipment, which coincidentally piqued the interest of many prominent players. At that moment, within the realm of level 25 monsters, the young man gazed at the tiger-headed broadsword in his possession, excitement illuminating his features. This weapon was perfectly suited for him. Congratulations, Ling Xiao. With this weapon, it seems even Qin Feng may not stand a chance against you, complimented a fellow youth beside him. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Wu Xin finally logged in, prompting Wu Shaochen to remark, somewhat exasperated, why does it take so long just to grab a meal? Wu Xin playfully stuck out her tongue, retorting, the dormitory is quite a distance from the cafeteria, you know, but you just sold equipment and have a fortune of several 100,000. Why bother with the cafeteria? Wu Shaochen queried. Still getting used to it, Wu Xin replied softly. Wu Shaochen shook his head, declaring, let us go. I'll take you to battle in the War Goddess Hall. We haven't tackled it yet today, and having just slain a golden tier monster, we're perfectly positioned to challenge the golden level War Goddess Secret Realm. Wu Xin currently possessed 3 pieces of silver equipment, with the rest being bronze. Engaging in a black iron level War Goddess Secret Realm should pose little difficulty. As a priest, she would automatically summon a shadow to assist in combating the war goddess illusion, albeit with slightly less power. With ample healing, ensuring the shadow's survival would guarantee their success. Upon arriving at the war goddess hall, they navigated through the throng to select a challenge at the deepest point. Wu Shaochen, capable of defeating level 30 golden monsters, found himself unfazed by the war goddess illusion of equal level, dispatching it in under 10 minutes. Just as he awaited the teleportation, an unexpected system notification rang out. Ding! Your prowess has been acknowledged by the war goddess shadow, the poison stinger sedge spirit. The sedge spirit will impart to you the renowned skill shadow 7 kill. Will you accept? Wow! Finally, a war god has taken notice of me. How could my abilities go unnoticed? Wu Shaochen exclaimed, hastily clicking to accept. Instantly, he felt himself transported to a lush forest, where a middle-aged man was engaged in a fierce battle with a massive tiger. In an instant, the man darted towards the tiger, transforming into a shadow as he deftly maneuvered around the beast. Terrifying damage erupted from the tiger as the man halted a second later, the tiger collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, the man turned to face Wu Shaochen, the distance between them seeming to stretch across an insurmountable chasm of time and space. The man opened his mouth, uttering words that remained unheard, before disintegrating into fragments. Yet, a resonant voice echoed in Wu Shaochen's mind, proclaiming, "The Holy Light continent relies on your guardianship." Subsequently, a surge of information flooded into his consciousness, and the scene shifted once more, returning him to the war god's secret realm. Ding! Congratulations! You have comprehended the skill shadow 7 kill. Chapter 79, Golden Level. Wu Shaochen promptly opened his skill menu, discovering that following the Golden Immortal Body skill, a new red skill now glimmered in his repertoire. Shadow 7 strikes. Upon release, the caster transforms into a shadowy form, darting around the target and inflicting damage 7 times within a second. Each strike accumulates damage, beginning with an initial value of 130 physical damage, increasing sequentially to 140, 150, and so forth. During the execution of this skill, the caster cannot be interrupted or attacked. It consumes 200 mana points and has a cooldown time of 5 minutes. Wow, this skill is incredible. No wonder it was personally taught by the god of war, Wu Shaochen exclaimed. The damage accumulation is terrifying, and this skill essentially grants 1 second of invincibility. It can obliterate anyone in its path. Just as Wu Shaochen was still in awe, he was teleported away. In an instant, he felt a tremendous boost to his power. He had an abundance of 140 in used attribute points, received 40 points for slaying the Tiger King, and had yet to use the 20 points from leveling up to 24. This amounted to a staggering 80 points in a single burst of attribute points. Character, Dustbound. Realm, Golden Level. Level, 24. Health, 178, 091, 019, 589. Mana, 2, 530. Physical attack, 2, 235. Spell attack, 294. Physical defense, 1, 0, 30, 101, 133. Spell defense, 1, 0, 30. 101, 133. Movement speed, 1, 0, 33. Attack speed, 236. Critical rate, 15. Lifesteal, 10. Damage reduction, 35. Control time reduction, 30. Defense ignorance, 10. Cooldown reduction, 5. Anti-critical, 8. Luck, 18. Experience points, 22, 242, 700, 000. Strength, 32, 140, 449. Intelligence, 10, 540, 147. Constitution, 38, 740, 541. Bone structure, 54, 740, 765. Spirit, 13, 740, 191. Agility, 64, 940, 908. Talent, poison damage of 1, 101 points, stackable up to 5 layers. Immortal Body, increases maximum health by 5, 149 points. Titles, Novice Village Hero, 10 Luck, Bandit Slayer Hero, 10 Health, 10 Defense, Demon Sealer, 30 damage reduction, 30 control time reduction. Skills, Immortal Body, Void, Stealth, Backstab, Heavy Strike. Weak Point Break, Chisel Strike, Force Field Suppression, Shadow 7 Strikes. Equipment, Soul Devouring Dagger, Silver, Black Wind Helmet, Silver, Black Wind Leather Armor, Silver, Tiger Skin Leggings, Silver. Blood Bowl Belt, Dark Gold, Brilliant Boots, Gold, Brilliant Necklace, Gold, Tiger Roar Bracelet, Gold, Leopard Head King Bracelet, Silver, Tiger Head King Ring, Silver, Azure Pattern Ring, Silver. Gazing at his current attributes, Wu Shaochen felt a swell of pride within him. Who in the entire oracle could rival such power? However, suddenly reminded of that woman, he shrank back slightly. Never mind. I shall remain humble. There is still a long road ahead. After waiting for a while in the God of War Hall, Wu Xin finally emerged. As expected, she had successfully completed her challenge. With her current equipment and innate talents, it seemed nearly impossible for that phantom to defeat her. Xin, how much spell attack and mana do you possess now? Wu Shaochen inquired. Spell attack, 1650, magic points, 4280. Wu Xin remarked. Wu Shaochen was taken aback. Has it truly reached such heights? However, after considering that Wu Xin possessed 3 silver items while the rest were merely bronze, he felt a sense of clarity. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, check if there have been any changes to your talents. Since one's aptitude could be enhanced with an elevation in realm, it stood to reason that others could experience similar advancements. Wu Xin promptly examined her attributes and exclaimed in surprise, it has indeed changed. Now, for every additional point of magic consumed, the skill effect increases by 0.06. Indeed, Wu Shaochen mused inwardly. If this were the case, it suggested that nearly everyone had the potential for enhancement. Given the vast population, it was likely that many players with remarkable talents lay dormant, merely awaiting the right moment to manifest. It seemed prudent for him to maintain a lower profile moving forward. Wu Shaochen calculated that Wu Xin had not learned any other skills apart from the 2 innate abilities of a priest. Healing spell, which offered a singular healing of 120 spell attack bonus with a cooldown of 5 seconds, and Group Heal, which provided a collective healing of 60 spell attack bonus, capable of affecting up to 5 individuals. With Wu Xin's spell attack, a single healing spell could restore nearly 1980 health points. In critical moments, consuming 4,000 magic points could yield over 6,700 health points, significantly enhancing her sustainability. Wu Shaochen decided to purchase the skill book, recognizing that empowering Wu Xin would afford him greater assurance of survival. With 200 gold coins in hand, it felt substantial now, but he knew that as time passed, it would dwindle, and future skill books would only become pricier. Handing the skill book to Wu Xin, he instructed, learn this skill. I will take you leveling up. It was Sunday, and since Wu Xin had classes the following day, he aimed to make the best use of today to help her level up. After all, she was his sister, and her progression could not be lacking. Okay, thank you, brother. Wu Xin replied joyfully as she accepted the book and clicked to learn it. Wu Shaochen opened the map, searching for a suitable leveling spot, but he found none. The illuminated areas on the map revealed monsters predominantly below level 20, apart from the locations he had previously visited. However, taking Wu Xin to the abandoned mine was clearly unsuitable. Her timid nature would likely lead to distress. Consequently, Wu Shaochen randomly selected a direction and led Wu Xin onward. As they ventured further, the monster levels would naturally ascend. He summoned his silver wolf, urging the reluctant Wu Xin to mount it. Together, the trio swiftly made their way towards a forest in the east. This forest's outskirts were teeming with monsters ranging from levels 15 to 25, and numerous players had gathered in teams to level up. With the enhancement of their gear, players had experienced significant boosts in strength. Nearly everyone was now equipped with a full set of black iron gear, while those slightly more formidable boasted several bronze pieces. Facing ordinary monsters of the same level posed no challenge. Wu Shaochen guided Wu Xin to avoid the crowd, delving deeper into the woods. Although he had changed his mask and attire, making it unlikely anyone would recognize him, Wu Xin, riding the silver wolf, was still quite conspicuous. Chapter 80. Can attacks be evaded? The 2 individuals walked for quite some time, and the monster's level had reached an astonishing 25-26. The area was nearly devoid of players. Yet at that moment, Wu Shaochen spotted a figure engaged in a duel with a level 26 lion tiger beast. With remarkable speed and graceful movements, the archer unleashed arrows that dealt nearly 3,000 points of damage with each shot, leaving Wu Shaochen utterly astounded by the consistent critical hits. Could it be a 100 critical hit talent? Wu Shaochen mused, realizing that such a talent, combined with the archer class, rendered her an absolute damage-dealing machine. He watched enviously, thinking, if only my talent could trigger at range, I could effortlessly farm monsters as an archer without wasting points on endurance. Observing for a while, Wu Shaochen discerned that the figure was a woman, though he could not ascertain her appearance due to the distance. However, her physique seemed commendable. He checked the leaderboard and noted the 3rd-ranked level 22 archer, Yu Fei, wondering if it was indeed her. At that moment, Yu Fei also noticed Wu Shaochen and his companion, her demeanor shifting to one of caution as she began to draw the lion-tiger beast away, distancing it from them. In such wild encounters, the act of killing and looting was commonplace. Wu Shaochen, feeling no ill intent, decided to avoid unnecessary trouble and led Wu Xin in another direction. Meanwhile, observing the direction in which Wu Shaochen and his companion departed, Yu Fei's stunning face registered a hint of surprise. As she ventured deeper, the monster levels soared to an impressive 2730, though it was of no concern to her as she continued to dispatch the lion-tiger beasts. Wu Shaochen and Wu Xin journeyed into the depths of the forest, which unexpectedly opened up into a vast grassland. Finally, they encountered monsters worthy of Wu Shaochen's efforts, a pride of lions larger than cattle. Blood Abyss Mad Lion. Level 30. Health 100,000. Physical attack 1200. Physical defense 800. Magical defense 700. Movement speed 240. Skill 1. Life Transfer. Passive damage dealt is converted into health stored within the body, gradually restoring health. Skill 2. Fury increases health defense and attack by 20 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. The strength of these ordinary level 30 monsters was astonishing, yet it posed no challenge for Wu Shaochen, who boasted 1133 defense and 35 damage reduction. Engaging in battle was effortless, particularly since the lion's passive ability was completely countered by his own, rendering it nearly ineffective. Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen instructed Wu Xin to stand back and provide healing while he charged forward with Silver Wolf. With life steal and the support of the exceptional healer Wu Xin, Wu Shaochen unleashed a relentless barrage against the beasts. The Blood Abyss Mad Lion, even in its fury, inflicted merely a few dozen points of damage to Wu Shaochen, and its enraged state barely surpassed 200 points. In contrast to Wu Shaochen's nearly 20,000 health, it felt akin to a mere tickle. As he continued to conquer the lions, Wu Shaochen suddenly recalled the archer he had seen earlier, pondering whether only ranged attacks could achieve such effortless monster farming. As the ferocious Blood Abyss Lion lunged with its claws, Wu Shaochen instinctively sidestepped, miraculously evading the strike. His eyes gleamed with surprise. Such a feat had previously been impossible for him. Despite numerous attempts, he had always been struck regardless of his evasive maneuvers. Could it be that his speed had surpassed 1,000? With renewed determination, Wu Shaochen continued to dodge the Blood Abyss Lion's attacks. At times he succeeded, while at others he failed. As a seasoned player, he quickly discerned the underlying issue. His enhanced speed allowed him to evade certain attacks. Now, with his current velocity, if his reflexes were sufficiently prompt, he could indeed sidestep an attack within a span of 0.1 seconds, not by retreating, but by moving sideways. However, retreating was not an option, and his reflexes needed to be exceptionally sharp. Yet, complete evasion remained elusive, as the monster's reactions were not static. At times, it even anticipated his evasive direction. On several occasions, when Wu Shaochen dodged to the left, the lion's attack would strike directly from the center, ultimately landing on him. Thus, he began to practice while battling monsters. However, in his eagerness, he attracted too many foes at once, leaving him with no room to evade. He was subsequently struck multiple times by over a dozen Blood Abyss lions, losing several hundred health points. It seemed that defense was indeed paramount. In a melee against numerous foes, the importance of defense became evident. Sustaining hits from so many monsters only cost him a few hundred health points. At that moment, a green light flashed overhead, revealing a number, 6732. Glancing toward the distance, where Wu Xin triumphantly brandished her staff, Wu Shaochen's lips twitched in disdain. What a wasteful creature. As Wu Shaochen and Wu Xin relentlessly battled monsters, discussions regarding the Linlang dungeon ignited fervently across forums. It was known that more than 100 teams had already challenged the Linlang dungeon, yet the stone tablet at its entrance bore the name of only one team. Indeed, it seemed to be the name of a singular individual. The dungeon's difficulty had prompted various complaints from those who had attempted it. Nevertheless, players who reached level 20 immediately sought to team up with a few friends of the same level to venture into the dungeon. For the loot drop rates within far exceeded those outside. While one might need to defeat over 100 ordinary monsters to obtain a single piece of black iron equipment outside, within the dungeon, it was possible to secure a piece of bronze gear after clearing the first wave of monsters. Many teams had already claimed bronze items, and whispers suggested that the strongest teams had even acquired silver equipment. At this moment, in the Great Deer City, the top 10 experts of the Divine King Pavilion gathered. Having entered the dungeon the previous day, the Divine King had surveyed its challenges. Thus today, they refrained from rushing in recklessly. Instead, after defeating 2 silver monsters and equipping themselves with several pieces of silver gear, they returned to the dungeon. Among the 10, the Divine King donned a full set of silver, while the left and right hands of the Divine King wore mostly silver equipment as well. The rest had 1 or 2 pieces of silver, with the remainder clad in bronze. Their gear could be deemed the most elite. Divine King. Is such a grand approach truly necessary? Given that the Dusty One could solo the dungeon, it shouldn't be too difficult for the 10 of us to conquer it, remarked one of the experts from the Divine King Pavilion. The God King remained silent, casting a glance at the names inscribed on the stone tablet before leading a group directly into the dungeon. Those individuals must belong to the God King Pavilion, someone remarked as they observed the group enter. Indeed, the top 10 masters of the God King Pavilion are present. It appears they intend to conquer this dungeon in one fell swoop, another responded. That is splendid news. This way, our city of giant deer will have representatives on the stone tablet as well, someone else chimed in. Half an hour later, the 10 masters of the God King Pavilion were teleported out, each appearing disheveled and covered in dust, leaving the nearby onlookers in a state of shock. When the last God King emerged, all eyes turned towards the stone tablet, yet only one team remained inscribed upon it. Did they fail? The gathered players expressed disbelief. For the God King Pavilion was comprised of skilled individuals, with the top 10 being the CR Mida La CR Me. To think that such a formidable team could not conquer the dungeon, how exceedingly difficult must it be? At that moment, the 10 members of the God King Pavilion wore expressions of incredulity themselves. How could there be something so terrifying, perhaps even of golden caliber? Let us proceed to level up and prepare adequately. With enough preparation, we should be able to clear it by tomorrow, the God King declared. Although the final guardian of that dungeon had caught him off guard, now that they understood its attributes, success was assured for the next attempt. This is the essence of the God King. As the first tier of players reached level 20, the dungeons in every major city became overcrowded. Yet, regardless of the teams assembled, none managed to clear the dungeon, and the same name continued to dominate the stone tablet. Chapter 81. Silver Wolf's 3 Skills. In a private room of an inn in Jinling City, the executives of the Su Group convened, with Su Mushue, the first mage, leading the charge. The Su Group's development accelerated rapidly, establishing a firm foothold in Jinling City and becoming the 5th guild, alongside the illustrious AO, Shirkun Xiong, and the 3 major guilds. At this moment, all executives awaited in silence, for today, the chairman of the Su Group, Su Zhengfeng, had also emerged from a novice village and would soon arrive to assign tasks. Before long, the door to the private room swung open, and a middle-aged man with an air of authority entered. Everyone promptly stood to greet him, saying, "Greetings, Chairman Su. All right, please take your seats. This is merely a game. There's no need for such formality. I have come today to assess how our Su Group is faring within the game," Su Zhengfeng stated. He then turned to Uncle Liu beside him and said, "Old Liu, please provide a comprehensive overview of the current situation in Jinling City." "Certainly," Uncle Liu replied, delivering a thorough account of the circumstances, including the various factions present in Jinling City. Upon finishing Liu's explanation, Su Zhengfeng fell into contemplation and remarked after a moment, "So, there are several guilds standing in our way?" "Indeed," Uncle Liu affirmed. Zhuo Zhengfeng furrowed his brows. Although he was not a gamer, his keen business acumen allowed him to discern the vast potential of the game merely from old Liu's words. Hence, he resolved to develop his presence within the game. However, with aspirations for growth, he aspired to achieve supremacy. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuo Zhengfeng declared, "We must intensify our investment in the game, offering lucrative salaries to recruit a substantial number of players. According to your reports, Jinling City should boast at least 30 million players, while even the largest guilds comprise only a few tens of thousands. We are merely at the inception. Let us first amplify our numbers, for quantity is often paramount. Moreover, the presence of skilled players is indispensable. As it stands, our guild seems to lack particularly formidable talents," Zhuo Zhengfeng remarked. He then turned to Su Mushue and inquired, "Schwerer, have you not added that player Qinfeng as a friend? Is there a possibility of enticing him to join our guild?" Su Mushue shook her head decisively. "It appears he is not inclined to join a guild." Zhuo Zhengfeng pondered for a moment. "Is there a way to arrange a meeting between us? I shall give it a try. However, Father, this individual is impervious to coercion, so please tread carefully in your discourse, even if he chooses not to join us. We currently maintain a relatively amicable collaborative relationship, and it would be detrimental to provoke any discord." "Understood," Su Mushue replied. Zhuo Zhengfeng nodded nonchalantly. Yet a sense of foreboding lingered in Su Mushue's heart as she observed her father's demeanor. Shaking her head, she decided to send a message to Qinfeng. At that moment, Wu Shaochen was weaving through the blood hell lions, evading attacks with deftness. After an afternoon of practice, He had already mastered the art of dodging over half of the incoming assaults during one-on-one encounters. If I could double my speed, I could potentially farm these creatures with 0 damage, as they lack hard control and specific skills, Wu Shaochen mused, though he acknowledged that such monsters were relatively rare. Never mind, as long as I grasp the patterns, it suffices. In the future, I shall employ these techniques effectively. 4 common monsters. Evasion is unnecessary as it hampers efficiency, especially when there is limited space for dodging during group farming. He conversed with himself. Just then, a private message notification chimed in. Upon opening it, he saw Su Mushua's message. Schwer, are you busy? Busy leveling up. Is there something you need? Wu Shaochen replied. The two continued their grinding until 11:30 that night, only taking a brief intermission for dinner. The territory of the Blood Hell Lions was expansive, although their numbers were not as plentiful or densely packed as the skeletons in the abandoned mine. The rapid respawn rate of the Blood Hell Lions ensured that Wu Shaochen was constantly engaged. After nearly 9 hours of relentless farming, he had slain a total of 880 Blood Hell Lions. Despite losing time due to practicing his evasion skills, his speed was unparalleled by other players. To Wu Shaochen's surprise, ordinary level 30 monsters had begun to drop bronze equipment. Over 1,800 Blood Abyss Lions yielded 6 pieces of bronze gear for him. Although the drop rate was not particularly high, the mere fact that they dropped was sufficient. While the value of bronze equipment was depreciating rapidly, each piece still commanded a price in the tens of thousands, especially considering these were level 30 items with attributes far superior to those of level 20 gear. Out of the 6 pieces, 2 were suitable for Wu Ziyin, who equipped them, while the other 4 were listed for sale at 100,000 each to see if anyone would purchase them. Additionally, he obtained 14 pieces of black iron equipment. Though black iron was gradually being phased out, these were still level 30 items, listed at 5,000 each. Even the smallest of gains was still a gain. Ultimately, the black iron gear sold, but the 4 pieces of bronze remained unsold until Wu Shaochen relist them at 80,000, at which point they were finally purchased. Each level 30 monster provided 800 experience points, with an increase of 60 experience when fighting monsters 6 levels higher, the experience boost being calculated based on the highest level in the party. Thus, each monster roughly yielded 280 experience points. However, half had to be shared with Wu Ziyin, and an additional 40 points went to Yin Tailang, resulting in a net experience of only 384 per monster. The 880 Blood Abyss Lions ultimately granted Wu Shaochen a total of 721,920 experience points, allowing him to level up to 25 with a total experience of 416,280,000. In contrast, Wu Ziyin, who had merely been a passive participant, skyrocketed from level 13 to level 21, a remarkable speed never seen before. Yin Tailang also reached level 20, significantly enhancing his attributes and acquiring a skill that astonished Wu Shaochen. Silvertail Wolf, qualification, awakening in progress level, 20 health, 120, 400 mana, 6, 200 physical attack, 1, 550 physical defense, 930 magical defense, 720 speed, 620 exclusive talent. Moon Howling Wolf, increases attack damage by 30 and lifesteal by 30. Skill 1. Rapid Strike, boosts attack and movement speed by 50 for 30 seconds, cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 2. Inspire, emits a roar, increasing self and ally damage and defense by 20 for 30 seconds, cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 3. Wolf Howl, inflicts 150 physical attack on all targets within a 5-meter range and silences them for 2 seconds, cooldown of 3 minutes. While the damage of the skills was of little concern to Wu Shaochen, the group silence effect was invaluable, ensuring that future encounters with mages would become significantly easier. Although Wu Shaochen had only leveled up once, his power had surged tremendously. His talent reached the 2,000 point cap, and the Golden Realm multiplied his talent by 30 times, currently equating to 80 times talent. With his current 5 layers of talent, he could deal 600,000 damage in a minute. The immortal body granted an additional 880 health points, allowing his total health to surpass the 20,000 mark, reaching 21,745 points, earning him the moniker Blood Bowl. Chapter 82. Negotiations fall through. Meanwhile, in Shaoshui City, Wei Wei was preparing to call Wu Ziyin offline when she noticed that her avatar had already grayed out, indicating she had indeed logged off. Ziyin was quite punctual, after all. With a gentle chuckle, she reminded herself that due to classes the following day, she had arranged to log off at 11:30 with Wu Ziyin. Upon noticing that Wu Ziyin had already logged off, she prepared to do the same, only to suddenly sense something amiss. She glanced back at her friend's list. Feng Yiner, the priest, level 21, staring in disbelief at her friend's list. She questioned her own vision. Yet, after several confirmations, the information displayed remained unchanged. How could this be? With incredulity etched on her face. She recalled that Feng Yiner had just emerged from the novice village today. How could a priest ascend from level 10 to level 21 in a single day? It seemed impossible, perhaps a glitch. She hastily logged off, knowing she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight without getting to the bottom of this mystery. Removing her helmet, she saw Wu Xin tidying up her bedding. Without hesitation, she enveloped Wu Xin in a bear hug, playfully pinning her down. Confess, what have you been up to today? Startled, Wu Xin looked at her, confusion evident in her eyes. What do you mean? It's just my level. But how did you level up so swiftly? From level 10 to 21 in just one day. Did you find a game? Microwave pressed on. What game? Is there even such a game? Wu Xin replied, leaving Microwave speechless. Where could such a game possibly exist? Then how did you level up so fast? I'm still stuck at level 18, and you're already at 21. It's so unfair. Microwave lamented, her expression one of grievance. Well, it's not a big deal. My brother just helped me level up. Didn't TU say he is an expert? I found out he really is quite skilled. With an expert guiding me, leveling up was naturally swift. Wu Xin reassured her. Ah, what is your brother's name? Quickly, introduce me. I want to add him as a friend and have him help me too. Microwave urged eagerly. Sure, I consider you my close friend, yet you wish to become my sister-in-law? Wu Xin teased playfully. Ah, Xin, you've misunderstood. That is not what I meant. I just wanted to assist me. Microwave stumbled over her words, flustered by Wu Xin's remark. Seeing that she had successfully shifted Microwave's focus, Wu Xin smiled softly. For now, we aren't in the same main city. Once the main cities can connect, I promise to introduce you to my brother. With that, Microwave dared not inquire further. Shua, are you free to visit the Fortune restaurant? Sure. It's not yet midnight, and I have some time to spare, Wu Shaochen replied as he made his way to the Fortune restaurant. Upon arriving, he immediately spotted Su Mushiwe waiting for him at the entrance, her white attire and veil drawing the attention of many. As Wu Shaochen approached, her eyes brightened, and she greeted him warmly. You arrived quite swiftly. Let us head to the private room. I'd like you to meet someone, Su Mushiwe said. Wu Shaochen furrowed his brow, but nonetheless followed Su Mushiwe into the private room. Inside, they found a middle-aged man seated at the center, his countenance exuding authority. Wu Shaochen felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had seen him before, but the recollection eluded him. Behind the middle-aged man stood another, slightly older gentleman. Observing the imposing middle-aged man before him, Wu Shaochen felt a twinge of discomfort. This man exuded an air of authority, unmistakably a person accustomed to high positions, and Wu preferred to avoid dealings with such individuals. However, since he was already present, he decided to make the best of the situation. After all, this was merely a game, and within its confines, he felt unafraid of anyone. He casually selected a seat and began to indulge in the delectable dishes the game offered, well aware of their exquisite taste. Perhaps you are the renowned Chen Feng? Su Zhengfeng chuckled as he initiated the conversation. Yes, I am Chen Feng. And you are? Wu Shaochen inquired. I am Su Zhengfeng, the president of the Su Corporation in the game, as well as its chairman in reality. He introduced himself. Oh, is there something you need? Wu Shaochen replied with indifference. He was familiar with the Su Corporation in real life, a colossal entity brimming with wealth. He had assumed the guild's name was merely a whimsical choice, yet it turned out to be genuinely associated with the Su Corporation. This Su Zhengfeng seemed to have appeared on television, hence his familiarity. However, that bore no relevance to Wu, who considered himself an ordinary individual far removed from their world. An awkward silence ensued. Su Zhengfeng, taken aback by Wu's lack of enthusiasm despite his self-introduction, felt a slight annoyance, but quickly regained his composure. The Su Corporation aims to expand significantly within the game. However, we lack competent talents in our guild. Thus, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join us as a cornerstone member. What say you? Not interested, Wu Shaochen replied bluntly. He had no desire to join any guild, especially after the incident that had left him wary of trusting anyone, both in reality and in the game. He preferred to remain a lone wolf, thus rendering him unsuitable for guild membership. Hold on, young man, don't be so hasty in your refusal. Should you choose to join us, you would not be required to do anything. How does an annual salary of 10 million sound? Su Zhengfeng proposed. Recognizing the significance of Wu Shaochen's reputation in the game, he believed that merely having such a name associated with their guild could yield substantial benefits. Hence the generous offer, confident that few could turn it down. Su Zhengfeng was momentarily stunned by Wu's outright refusal. As Wu stood to leave, he quickly interjected, "Wait. I'm curious about your price. Name your figure, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you." In Su Zhengfeng's worldview, there was no business deal that could not be struck if the price was right. Wu Shaochen paused and replied, "It's not a matter of money. I simply have no desire to join a guild." With that, he resumed his exit. "Young man, sometimes it's wise to temper your brilliance and learn to assess the situation. After all, a game is just a game." Su Zhengfeng's voice followed him. Wu Shaochen halted and turned. "Are you threatening me?" Su Zhengfeng shook his head. "This is not a threat, merely a piece of advice from someone who has walked this path. Everyone has their youthful arrogance. The glory in the game cannot sustain you for a lifetime. One must learn to seize opportunities. I appreciate your advice, but I lack your foresight. I find my current situation quite satisfactory. Moreover, allow me to offer you a piece of advice in return. This is a game, and so far, no one within it has posed a threat to me." After Wu Shaochen concluded his words, he departed from the private room. Observing his exit, Su Mushiwe, who had remained silent until then, hurriedly pursued him, saying, "Chenfeng, I apologize. My father speaks rather bluntly. Please do not take offense. He means no harm. It's nothing. There is no need for apologies. Just remember your promise to me," Wu Shaochen replied. Su Mushiwe was the only person who had witnessed his true appearance, so he was reluctant to sever ties too harshly, as he was merely an inconspicuous figure in reality. Inside the private room, Su Zhengfeng's expression was somewhat displeased as he addressed Lu Shu, who stood behind him. "Old Lu, what is your perspective on this matter?" Lu Shu sighed and responded, "Master, you have been somewhat impulsive today. If we are to thrive within the divine oracle, it is prudent that we avoid conflicts with him." Su Zhengfeng merely shook his head, stating, "Although I have never played this game, I understand that no matter how strong an individual may be, there are limits. It is impossible to contend against the guild. Individuals like him will inevitably face repercussions." Chapter 83, The Duel. After leaving the private room, Wu Shaochen took a deep breath and gradually made his way towards the dungeon. As it was nearly midnight, arriving just in time to engage in the dungeon run was crucial, for a single run typically yielded at least one piece of golden equipment and 3 or more silver items, opportunities that Wu Shaochen could not afford to miss. Upon arriving at the Linlang dungeon, it was already bustling with players, most of whom had reached level 20, eagerly awaiting the dungeon reset at midnight. It took Wu Shaochen quite some time to squeeze himself in. Navigating the dungeon with ease, he completed a run in just over 10 minutes, acquiring 1 piece of gold, 5 pieces of silver, 7 pieces of bronze, and 13 pieces of black iron. The golden piece was a helmet that Wu Shaochen could indeed utilize. Linlang helmet, golden grade, health 800, physical defense 60, magical defense 60, critical resistance 10, additional attributes, constitution 25, bone structure 25, agility 25. Additional skill, immunity to critical hits. Upon activation, you cannot be critically hit for 1 minute, cooldown period of 5 minutes. Required to equip all classes. Wu Shaochen donned the helmet, setting aside 2 of the silver pieces for Wu Xin, while the remainder, along with the replaced Black Wind helmet, were placed on the auction house in a bidding format. Ultimately, 4 pieces of silver were sold, 1 garment fetching 250,000, while the other 3 each sold for 220,000. With the emergence of the Tiger Head broadsword, the market value of silver equipment began to decline, as it appeared that even the wealthiest players had shifted their focus to acquiring golden gear. The 7 bronze items were posted for 50,000 each, taking a considerable time to sell, while the 13 pieces of black iron were exchanged from 3,000 to 2,000 before finding buyers. Sighing, Wu Shaochen lamented, "The value of level 20 equipment is plummeting." This dungeon run yielded over 110,000, nearly half of what he had earned during his initial run. However, it was an inevitable consequence of the player's increasing strength, leading to a rapid depreciation of lower quality equipment. A young man approached Wu Shaochen directly and inquired, "Chenfeng, would you be interested in a duel?" With a smirk, another individual behind the young man remarked, "I never expected the illustrious first of the divine oracle, Chenfeng, to be such a coward." Wu Shaochen cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "You lack the qualifications to challenge me." "What did you say?" "Do not presume that your early advantage makes you exceptional. We, Ling Xiao, are not to be underestimated." Another youth interjected. Wu Shaochen's expression turned cold. "Is that so? Very well, let us wager." "What kind of wager do you propose?" Ling Xiao replied confidently. "If you lose, you will relinquish your tiger-headed saber to me and allow him to slap you 3 times. Wu Shaochen gestured toward the brash individual who had spoken earlier. He then removed his Blood Bowl belt, stating, "Should I lose, this shall be yours." The dark golden equipment elicited a sharp intake of breath from the 3. "Excellent. Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. Though Wu Shaochen initially had no desire for such complications, fearing that the opponent might renege, he decided the arena was a safer bet, as killing the foe might not guarantee the weapon S drop. Unbeknownst to them, word had spread, and many were aware that Chun Feng would contest in the arena. A multitude flocked to witness Chun Feng's prowess and to see which bold individual dared challenge the deity of the arena. They soon arrived at the venue, with Wu Shaochen striding directly to the arena. He placed a Blood Bowl belt as a wager, then addressed Ling Xiao, who was still lingering below. "Hurry up. I'm pressed for time." He detested the feeling of being observed like a spectacle. Ling Xiao's expression darkened with ferocity as he ascended, placing his tiger-headed saber as his stake. The two stood at opposite ends of the arena, awaiting the system countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Ling Xiao surged forward, activating his weapon's damage enhancement and a speed skill, charging toward Wu Shaochen. Noticing Wu Shaochen standing motionless, Ling Xiao unleashed a sky splitter strike, a victorious smile gracing his lips. "Such arrogance. You seem oblivious to my strength." As the blade approached, Wu Shaochen executed a swift blink, evading the blow while reappearing beside Ling Xiao, delivering a sharp strike. However, Ling Xiao reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting to block Wu Shaochen's attack before executing a ground splitter, inflicting damage and stunning targets within a 3-meter radius for 1 second. Impressive reflexes, Wu Shaochen mused. He activated his evasive shoes to dodge this strike, though he could have easily dispatched Ling Xiao with a Shadow 7 combo. He refrained from revealing too much in front of the crowd. The Shadow 7 combo was his strongest card. It was rare to encounter a player of commendable skill, providing an ideal opportunity for him to hone his abilities. Observing the large exclamation mark above Wu Shaochen's head, Ling Xiao furrowed his brow and charged at him with a brutal collision. Wu Shaochen narrowly sidestepped the attack. Had his speed not exceeded 1,000, he would have certainly been struck. While a single blow would not have been fatal, it would have been humiliating. This individual is a formidable opponent. Wu Shaochen silently contemplated, then without further hesitation, activated his speed boost and charged forward. Ling Xiao's skills had likely been exhausted by now. As Wu Shaochen approached, Ling Xiao unleashed a basic attack. But with the speed granted by his boost, Wu Shaochen effortlessly evaded, circling around to Ling Xiao's rear. Before Ling Xiao could react, a heavy strike silenced him, followed by a weak attack that dealt the finishing blow. With the speed enhancement, Wu Shaochen struck 4 times in a second, leaving Ling Xiao no time to counter before he fell to the ground. However, Wu Shaochen was somewhat astonished to discover that Ling Xiao possessed over 7,000 health points. He had initially believed that a heavy strike combined with a weak attack would suffice to eliminate him, only to see that Ling Xiao still had a sliver of health remaining, prompting him to deliver an additional basic attack. Given his current attack power of 2,235, the weak attack could inflict over 4,000 damage, and with both skills combined, he had expected to take down Ling Xiao with around 7,000 health. Yet, it was the final basic attack that sealed Ling Xiao's fate, instilling a sense of urgency in Wu Shaochen. Clearly, others in the game possessed their own advantages. The scene erupted with gasps of astonishment. Indeed, the legendary player Chun Feng was formidable. What does it mean to be formidable? It means to be overwhelmingly impressive. Ling Xiao had failed to even touch Chun Feng's health. At that moment, Ling Xiao, the defeated party, was teleported away, his face dark with fury as he shot Wu Shaochen a venomous glare before turning to leave. "Surely you haven't forgotten our wager?" Wu Shaochen's voice rang out, positioning himself in front of Ling Xiao and his companions. "Chun Feng, do not go too far. The tiger headblade is already in your hands. What more do you want?" called out a young man behind Ling Xiao. "I desire nothing more than to see someone slap themselves," Wu Shaochen retorted coldly, revealing his unsavory character. It was far too naive to think he could simply walk away after offending him. I advise you to tread carefully," the young man growled menacingly. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly commanded, "Slap yourself." "Ling Xiao, you?" The young man looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. "I said slap yourself." Ling Xiao's tone was ominous. The young man recoiled slightly, ultimately resorting to slapping his own face 3 times with considerable force, reddening his cheeks and glaring at Wu Shaochen with bloodshot eyes. Ling Xiao then turned to Wu Shaochen and said, "Chun Feng, you are impressive. I will seek you out again." With that, he strode away with his entourage. Wu Shaochen touched his nose, feeling somewhat perplexed. If you can't handle defeat, perhaps you shouldn't play. He then glanced at the tiger headblade in his inventory, a smile creeping onto his lips. It was a worthwhile endeavor. He could resell it once more. Meanwhile, as Ling Xiao walked away, His fury intensified upon seeing the tiger head blade listed so quickly. It felt like a blatant insult. Chapter 84. Buying a house. After logging off, Wu Shaochen checked his bank account balance, astonished to find it had exceeded 10 million. He thought to himself, I should buy a house tomorrow and quickly acquire a gaming pod. Player growth was rapid, and if he wished to maintain his lead, he needed to equip himself with a gaming pod without delay. Early the next morning, Wu Shaochen rose at 8 o'clock. After completing his morning routine, he ventured out and purchased a light breakfast before hailing a taxi to the suburban sales office. Engrossed in gaming, he felt no compulsion to acquire a property in the city center. Even with a fortune of 10 million, he remained somewhat hesitant about such an investment. Upon arriving at the sales office, he noticed the sparse presence of patrons, with a few sales agents engaged in casual conversation. As he entered, a charming saleswoman approached him, greeting him warmly. Good day, sir. Are you here to view properties? Indeed. Do you have any ready-to-move-in units that are fully furnished? Wu Shaochen inquired. Yes, we do. Allow me to show you, she replied, leading him toward the model display. The suburban property prices hovered around 30,000 per square meter. After a brief examination, Wu Shaochen found nothing to his satisfaction and asked, do you have any standalone villas? Song Qingya hesitated momentarily before responding. We do have some, but they are considerably pricier, approximately 51,000 per square meter. That's fine. Please take me to see them, Wu Shaochen said. The two proceeded to another model display, where Wu Shaochen quickly found a villa that boasted an excellent location and ample natural light, spanning 160 square meters across 2 levels. He decided to sign the contract on the spot after viewing the property. The total cost amounted to 8,600,000, which included basic furnishings, with the paperwork expected to be finalized in about 3 days. After signing the contract and completing the payment, Wu Shaochen departed, instructing Song Qingya to expedite the paperwork and contact him once it was ready. Ding! The item you listed at the auction house has been purchased by a player for 1,112,000. After deducting the handling fee, the remaining 952,000 has been transferred to your linked bank account. Wu Shaochen was momentarily taken aback, wondering how the price exceeded that of his first auction. After pondering for a while without clarity, he chose to dismiss the thought, content with the profit. He then checked the leaderboard. While he still held the top position, the 2nd to 6th places had all reached level 24, closing in on him. Notably, there had been considerable movement on the leaderboard. Yu Fei, previously in 3rd place, had surpassed the God King to claim 2nd, while the former 9th and 10th place holders, the God Master and Hell Messenger, had fallen out of the top 10, replaced by 2 newcomers. 9th place, Burning Heaven. 10th place, Autumn Mist. Both were mages, likely having acquired area of effect skills, as mages typically boasted the highest number of such abilities. With the emergence of more skills, the leveling speed of mages began to manifest, leading to 5 mages among the top 10 rankings. On the equipment leaderboard, all entries had become golden gear, with his dark gold Blood Bowl belt in 1st place, followed by the Tiger Head broadsword. The rest were also golden equipment, indicating that others had likely slain golden tier opponents as well. I should pay a visit to Old Man Sun to gauge the situation, Wu Shaochen mused, the mark on his forehead nagging at him like a thorn in his throat, necessitating an early resolution. After inquiring extensively, he finally located Old Man Sun's residence, nestled within a cluster of low, dilapidated houses. It was difficult to imagine that a master alchemist resided in such a place. Wu Shaochen approached the door and knocked, waiting for an eternity before it finally creaked open. An unkempt old man with disheveled hair appeared before him, his murky eyes fixed upon Wu Shaochen as he inquired, Whom do you seek? Are you Master Sun? Wu Shaochen asked politely. Master Sun? That was in the past. I now go by the name Old Sunday. What brings you here? The old man replied. I have heard that you possess remarkable alchemical skills. Do you have any potent potions for sale? I wish to purchase some, Wu Shaochen stated. Get lost. I'm not a vendor of potions, the old man retorted, promptly shoving Wu Shaochen out the door. Dumbfounded, Wu Shaochen stood at the threshold, bewildered. What is going on? I haven't even had a chance to speak, and this old man is impossible to deal with. He scratched his head, contemplating the daunting task ahead. Failure would incur severe consequences. Sigh, he lamented. What a ridiculous mission. Killing a dark old creature would be far less challenging. Just as Wu Shaochen was preparing to depart, he spotted a youth, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, approaching with a jug of wine in hand. Initially indifferent, Wu Shaochen watched as the young man knocked on Old Sun's door and called out, Master, I brought you some wine. To Wu Shaochen's surprise, the old man welcomed the youth inside with evident delight. Observing this scene, Wu Shaochen stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, the old man enjoys drinking? Perhaps I could intoxicate him and abscond with the nether spirit fruit. However, There are complications. Not only do I not know where he keeps the fruit, but even if I did manage to steal it, I'd likely find myself trapped upon his awakening. It appeared the best approach was to engage with this young man, who seemed quite familiar with the old man, possibly even a disciple. He would likely be more approachable than the old man himself, and most importantly, the youth was a player. With this in mind, Wu Shaochen patiently waited outside. Time passed, and after more than an hour, the youth finally emerged from Old Sun's abode. Promptly noticing Wu Shaochen standing nearby. "Are you also here to see my master?" the youth inquired. "Indeed, but it seems the old man does not favor my presence." Wu Shaochen replied, "My master does have a peculiar temperament, yet he is quite kind-hearted. Would you like me to introduce you?" The youth offered. "No need. It's not of great importance. Could we find a place to converse?" Wu Shaochen asked. Chapter 85. Adam Boy the two made their way to a nearby tavern, selecting a table to sit down. Just as Wu Shaochen prepared to order, the youth quickly intervened, saying, "No need to spend money. Is there something you require my assistance with?" Wu Shaochen internally praised the youth's cleverness but still ordered some dishes, primarily for his own appetite. Once the order was placed, he turned to the youth and asked, "What is your name?" "In the game, I mean." The youth before him was hidden, but Wu Shaochen discerned he was a warrior. "My game name is Adam Boy. If there is anything you need, feel free to speak." "I will do my best to assist you," Adam Boy said. "There is indeed a matter at hand. I require a specific herb, which only your master possesses. I had intended to purchase it from him, but I was summarily dismissed." Wu Shaochen lamented. "Is that so? Let me think of a way to help you. My master is quite eccentric. If he does not wish to sell, no amount of money will sway him," Adam Boy remarked. "How did you become his disciple?" Wu Shaochen inquired with curiosity. "Just a couple of days ago. Upon my arrival in the main city, I chose to pursue the crafting profession of alchemy due to my innate talent. During one of my alchemical sessions, he happened to encounter me and remarked on my exceptional aptitude for the craft, inviting me to learn from him," Tom Yu explained. "Your talent must be related to alchemy, right?" Wu Shaochen's eyes widened in surprise. "Indeed, it enhances my alchemical success rate by 50%, Tom Yu stated candidly. "I initially assumed that talent existed solely within combat professions. I never anticipated the existence of talents within crafting professions," Wu Shaochen mused, observing the boy's clear gaze, which sparked a notion within him. "What materials do you require?" "I can inquire with my master on your behalf. However, if it comes to purchasing them, you'll need to cover the expenses yourself, as I currently have little funds," Tom Yu admitted with some embarrassment. "Of course, rest assured, I would never ask you to assist me for free, if you could indeed procure the materials for me." "How does 100 gold coins sound?" Wu Shaochen proposed. "Oh, that's unnecessary. It's merely a small favor. There's no need for payment." Tom Yu hastily waved his hands in refusal. Witnessing Tom Yu's modesty, Wu Shaochen found his determination solidified. Such selfless youths were exceedingly rare in contemporary society. "There's no need to worry. Alchemy can be quite costly, and without an initial investment, one cannot thrive. Don't be too quick to decline. Acquiring these materials is not as simple as it seems," Wu Shaochen advised. "What exactly is it?" Tom Yu asked, intrigued. "The infernal spirit fruit," Wu Shaochen replied. "I have accepted a quest that necessitates this item, but if you were to ask him directly, he would undoubtedly refuse. Therefore, alternative methods must be considered." How do we obtain it?" "You aren't suggesting I resort to theft, are you?" Tom Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "Is that truly feasible?" Tom Yu queried hesitantly, clearly skeptical. "Let us proceed with caution. I will add you as a friend. Keep me informed should any developments arise," Wu Shaochen responded, realizing that he had to place his hopes in Tom Yu, as his own prospects seemed bleak after being dismissed so swiftly. "All right," Tom Yu nodded. Moments later, a system notification chimed in. "Ding! Player Chinfeng has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept?" Tom Yu gasped, staring at Wu Shaochen in disbelief. "You are the esteemed Chinfeng?" "Yes, I am Chinfeng, though I hesitate to claim the title of esteemed." "I entrust this matter to you," Wu Shaochen replied. "I will ensure it is handled well," Tom Yu said, suddenly filled with excitement. "Now, let us enjoy our meal. We should not waste the numerous dishes we ordered." After finishing their meal, the two parted ways. Before departing, Wu Shaochen insisted on transferring 20 gold coins to Tom Yu. The early stages of alchemy could be prohibitively expensive, even with Tom Yu's remarkable talent, without the necessary materials for practice. He would struggle to elevate his alchemist rank. Currently, Tom Yu was an intermediate alchemist, relying solely on herbs he had personally gathered, unwilling to spend money on purchases. If he had ample funds to acquire materials, combined with his innate talent and the guidance of Master Sun, he likely would have already ascended to the rank of a senior alchemist. He offered him 20 gold coins. serving both as a test of character and as a means to encourage earnest assistance. For in this world, there are no free lunches. Even those with the purest of intentions cannot expect others to offer genuine help without some form of compensation. After parting ways with Adam, Wu Shaochen contemplated the necessity of leveling up, otherwise he risked being surpassed. Initially, he considered engaging with the Blood Abyss Savage Lions due to their rapid respawn rate and lack of control skills, but ultimately he chose to venture towards the abandoned mine, convinced that something lay beneath, as true advancement seldom comes without challenge. Upon arriving at the abandoned mine, he entered only to hear a commotion within. Could it be others have arrived? Wu Shaochen mused, activating his stealth mode as he slipped inside. The monsters in the mine had indeed respawned. Upon reaching the first mining area, he spotted a group battling 20-level skeletons in a mob. Several individuals leaned against a wall, with 4 shield bearers positioned at the front, while 2 priests provided healing support, and a mage unleashed a fiery inferno upon the skeletons. The 20-level skeletons lacked ranged attacks. Only the front line could engage the shield bearers, while the rear skeletons were left to flounder in the flames. The mage's damage output was formidable, causing the skeleton's health to plummet rapidly. Wu Shaochen watched with envy, appreciating the thrill of efficient monster farming. Adhering to the principle of non-aggression, he refrained from disturbing them and opted to bypass the group to continue his exploration. With others now present, it was only a matter of time before more would arrive. And if there were indeed treasures below, they needed to be claimed swiftly to avoid losing out to competitors. As he progressed, the density of monsters forced Wu Shaochen to carve a path through them. But since these skeletons were of a lower level, he found little value in expending effort to eliminate them entirely, aside from gaining a modicum of experience. After considerable effort, he reached the second layer, where the number of monsters had diminished. He pressed onward, indifferent to the spirits he encountered, as their slow respawn rate proved tedious. His sole desire was to uncover how many layers the abandoned mine held and whether anything lay beneath. Delving deeper, he encountered an increasing number of spirits, yet fortunately, the situation did not escalate to the point of complete obstruction as in the previous mining area. After a prolonged trek of 20 minutes at a swift pace, he finally beheld a stone door, which presumably led to the next layer, accompanied by a mechanism nearby. With audacious determination, Wu Shaochen pressed the mechanism, and with a series of grinding sounds, the stone door slowly creaked open. Peering inside, he was met with an impenetrable darkness. Recognizing that retreat was not an option, he cautiously stepped through the threshold, only for the stone door to slam shut behind him. Suddenly, oil lamps flickered to life, illuminating the surroundings and revealing what lay within the depths before him. Inside was a vast hall, dominated by 8 colossal pillars, each adorned with intricately carved dragons that appeared almost lifelike. Chains of iron hung from each column, their centers connecting to a massive coffin, encircled by over 100 stone sculptures, whose expressions were so realistic they seemed as though they had been petrified in the midst of life. Chapter 86. The Guardian of the Coffin. Wu Shaochen searched diligently near the stone door, ultimately concluding that there was indeed no mechanism within. The door could only be opened from the outside. The door's immobility suggested there might be alternative passageways. Wu Shaochen thought to himself, and then began to explore the hall, tapping and probing every nook and cranny. As he approached one of the statues, he was taken aback when the stone facade began to rapidly revert, revealing a living man before him. Without uttering a word, the figure thrust his weapon into Wu Shaochen, who was caught off guard. Startled, Wu Shaochen exclaimed at the high damage dealt, quickly retreating and casting an insight spell. Guardian of the Coffin Elite. Level 30. Health 200,000. Physical attack 1, 850. Physical defense 980. Magical defense 850. Movement speed 80. Skill 1. Piercing Lance. The wielder thrusts the spear forward, dealing 170 physical damage to the target and ignoring 50 points of defense, with an attack range of 3 meters and a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 2. Triple Thrust. The wielder strikes the target 3 consecutive times, dealing 140, 160, and 180 physical damage respectively, with an attack range of 3 meters and a cooldown of 1 minute. An elite monster? Aren't they typically confined to dungeons? Wu Shaochen marveled. The creature's damage was rather formidable, yet he reassured himself, I am not afraid. However, as he spoke, a look of terror crossed his face. With the revival of the first guardian, the stone exterior of all the guardians in the hall began to disintegrate. Soon, apart from the 4 distinct statues surrounding the coffin, all other figures had come to life, directing their gaze towards him before methodically advancing. Wu Shaochen swallowed hard, his heart racing. These beings possessed absurdly high attack power, each strike inflicting over 1,600 damage. A mere dozen could easily vanquish him, let alone the multitude before him. The most distressing aspect was the total enclosure of the hall, leaving no avenue for escape. The guardians, as if rehearsed, formed a blockade, inexorably closing in on Wu Shaochen. With each step the guardians took forward, Wu Shaochen retreated until he found himself against the wall, at which point the guardians raised their lances in unison, poised to strike. This cannot possibly be the army, Wu Shaochen mused inwardly, realizing there was no retreat left, as more than a dozen long spears were about to pierce him. Wu Shaochen activated his void ability to evade this onslaught. Rather than retreating, he pressed forward, delivering 2 swift strikes to one of the guardians. Just as he prepared to administer poison to the next, the adversary unleashed a sequence of 3 precise thrusts. In response, Wu Shaochen activated his Shadow 7 kill, successfully dodging another wave of damage while simultaneously eliminating this guardian, depleting over 18,000 health points and stacking 5 layers of poison. Out of skills now, are you? Wu Shaochen scoffed. Yet, no sooner had he uttered this than he observed the very guardians that had attacked him retreating, only to be replaced by a new battalion that once again executed the Cloud Break Spear assault. Is it possible to do this? Wu Shaochen quickly blinked to a safe distance, creating space between him and the guardians. The guardians, having lost their target, exhibited no disorder. Instead, they turned in unison, continuing their relentless pursuit of Wu Shaochen. This was undoubtedly a cadre of well-trained soldiers, he thought, as he sought for an opening while retreating. After a few seconds of evading combat, Wu Shaochen promptly activated his stealth ability, deciding it prudent to hide and wait for his skills to recharge before engaging further. However, Wu Shaochen faced another dilemma. Although the guardians could not see him, it did not hinder their advance. 100 guardians, arranged in 3 neat rows, filled the grand hall, steadily marching towards his position. Wu Shaochen could do little but retreat step by step. Having exhausted most of his defensive skills, he was left with only a single evasion ability, which would only allow him to dodge the next attack, but was insufficient against so many assailants. As they drew closer, he took refuge behind a stone pillar, praying they would not strike in his direction. It seemed his prayers were answered, for the guardians circumvented the pillar without launching a single attack in its vicinity. As they passed perilously close to him, Wu Shaochen's heart raced. Any accidental contact would reveal his location and lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, the guardians were not sentient beings, lacking the cunning to discern his presence. As a majority of them moved past him, Wu Shaochen breathed a sigh of relief. There was still a chance to turn the tide. Before long, the guardian poisoned by Wu Shaochen collapsed, and he was astonished to discover that the experience awarded for this was an impressive 10,000 points, fixed without any level bonuses. Since he had not summoned Yin Tai Lang, the entire sum was his to claim. With 100 guardians in his sight, clearing them would easily elevate him by over a level. Once again, the cluster of guardians gathered around the coffin, glancing about in confusion before resuming their vigilant stance. Shortly thereafter, a second guardian succumbed to the poison, while Wu Shaochen remained hidden, biding his time for his skills to cool down. As all skills reached their cooldown, Wu Shaochen stealthily approached. Upon getting closer, he activated his rapid poisoning technique. However, the coffin guardians reacted with remarkable speed. As Wu Shaochen revealed himself, they immediately surrounded him. Just as he managed to poison a third target, over a dozen long spears thrust toward him. Wu Shaochen unleashed his Shadow 7 kill on a single target, evading the initial wave of attacks. Before their second wave could arrive, he poisoned 2 more, executing a swift 4 strikes per second. 2 layers of poison proved sufficient. Observing the impending second wave of skills, Wu Shaochen activated Void, evading once more and poisoning another 2 before swiftly teleporting away. Once removed from combat, he activated stealth and concealed himself behind a pillar. Fortunately, these guardians seemed sluggish, perhaps due to prolonged petrification, and moved in formation, affording Wu Shaochen the time to escape unnoticed. Thus began a protracted tug-of-war between Wu Shaochen and the guardians, with many skills on a cooldown of up to 5 minutes. He could strike only once every 5 minutes, typically poisoning 4 to 6 targets at a time. After over an hour, he finally managed to poison all 100 guardians, earning 1 million experience points and elevating his level to 26. 3776-62900000. To Wu Shaochen's astonishment, these creatures dropped silver, and the drop rate was surprisingly high. 3 silver pieces and 9 bronze from the 100 guardians, but no black iron. When he attempted to access the auction house, he was met with a notification that special maps could not be opened, leaving him with no choice but to set it aside for now. His primary concern was how to exit this place. Chapter 87. 4 Golds. Wu Shaochen gazed at the coffin positioned centrally. If he were to escape, the coffin seemed to be the sole point of breakthrough. Yet, for reasons he could not fathom, the sight of it instilled a sense of foreboding. As if something dreadful lurked within, he decided to assess the situation of the 4 figures guarding the coffin. He noted that 4 stone sculptures stood beside it, distinct from the guardians, appearing more imposing, with longer spears in hand. What is fortune if not a double-edged sword? Wu Shaochen encouraged himself, realizing he had no alternative routes. Cautiously, he approached the statues, but as he came within a meter of them, he observed the stone material rapidly deteriorating, prompting him to retreat hastily. Seconds later, the 4 statues revived, and Wu Shaochen quickly cast an insight spell. Guardian Gold. Level 30. Health 1, 800, 000. Physical attack 4, 800. Physical defense 2, 200. Magical defense 2, 000. Movement speed 150. Skills 1. Cloud piercing spear 2. Triple stab 3. Sweeping the army. A sweeping motion with the spear inflicts 180 physical damage to all targets within a 3-meter range. Cooldown 1 minute. 4. Thunderstrike. Locks onto a target and hurls the spear, dealing 220 physical damage. Cooldown 5 minutes. Good heavens, 4 golds. Wu Shaochen was left in a state of shock. Oh, Master Brain, this is perilously dangerous. As Wu Shaochen pondered his next move, 4 spears crackling with lightning hurtled toward him at an astonishing speed, seemingly intent on delivering a swift demise. In a moment of instinctive reflex, Wu Shaochen executed a blink, evading the attack and positioning himself in front of several guards. If a confrontation was inevitable, then let it commence. Armed with the Void and Shadow 7 kill, Wu Shaochen was indeed not to be trifled with in battle. The only inconvenience lay in the aftermath of delivering the finishing blow. Activating his swift and attack speed enhancements, he unleashed a flurry of 4 strikes upon the nearest guardian. He anticipated a counterattack from each, prepared for the Shadow 7 kill, but to his surprise, they chose not to retaliate, instead moving toward the spears they had cast. Wu Shaochen promptly activated a force field to suppress their movements, reducing their already sluggish speed by an additional 20. He resolutely restrained the guardian he was engaging, preventing it from retrieving its weapon, while summoning Silver Wolf to hold another in place. The detained guardian, realizing it could not escape, abandoned its attempt to collect the weapon and resorted to striking Wu Shaochen with its fists. Upon witnessing the damage dealt, Wu Shaochen chuckled. The weaponless guardian's attack power had plummeted by half. Normally, with an attack value of 4,800, the force field would diminish its power by 20. And after accounting for his own defenses and damage reduction, its regular strikes would inflict around 17 to 1,800 points of damage on him. Now, however, it had dwindled to just over 900 points, and intriguingly, without the spear, it was unable to unleash any skills. To prevent it from reaching for its weapon, Wu Shaochen chose to confront it head-on. Unfortunately, its high defense rendered his normal attacks virtually ineffective, dealing only a few dozen points of damage, which dulled his enthusiasm for wielding his dagger. Fortunately, at that moment, Silver Wolf activated an inspiring skill, slightly enhancing Wu Shaochen's defense and damage. Meanwhile, the 2 guardians that Wu Shaochen and Silver Wolf had detained were still occupied, while the other 2 had successfully retrieved their weapons and advanced towards him once more. Silver Wolf obediently emitted a howl, successfully drawing the aggro of the 2 guardians, and then led all 3 away, ensuring they would not interfere with Wu Shaochen's battle. The little wolf was becoming increasingly astute, prompting a satisfied smile from Wu Shaochen as he focused on the toothless adversary before him. Once the effects of the force field and the inspiration faded, Wu Shaochen lost interest in normal attacks, opting instead to evade its strikes while blocking its path to the weapon. Ultimately, the guardian succumbed in under 3 minutes, collapsing to the ground and yielding an impressive 120,000 experience for Wu Shaochen and 80,000 for Silver Wolf, along with a bounty of loot scattered about. This was indeed a gratifying outcome. Wu Shaochen gleefully gathered the spoils, totaling 6 gold and 45 silver, alongside 2 pieces of gold equipment, 3 pieces of silver, 5 pieces of bronze, a scroll, a skill book, and a rather peculiar key. To Wu Shaochen's delight, one of the golden items was suitable for his use. Guardian Ring, gold level, health 900, physical attack 470, cooldown reduction 10, additional attributes, strength 35, constitution 35, vitality 35, additional skill, cooldown reduction, decreases specified skill cooldown by 5 minutes, cooldown time 5 minutes. Equipment requirement, physical class profession, equip it promptly. The timing of this ring skill is exceptionally fortuitous, as the lengthy cooldowns have been a source of great frustration. With this ring, it is akin to possessing an additional Void or Shadow 7 kill, thereby alleviating the pressure from the remaining 3. The skill book is a triple stab, which boasts formidable damage. However, it necessitates a spear as the weapon, a requirement that only warriors and shield bearers can fulfill, leaving Wu Shaochen in a state of lamentation. Yet, one remaining scroll caught Wu Shaocheng's eye. Skill Extraction Scroll. Capable of extracting the attached skill from designated equipment, the extracted skill has no learning requirements and cannot be enhanced once learned. Observing the 3 guardians pursuing Silver Wolf, Wu Shaocheng activated stealth and approached one from behind, delivering a decisive strike that rendered the guardian unconscious. He directed Silver Wolf to take the other 2 elsewhere, focusing solely on this one. Although the guardian was armed, the individual posed little threat, lacking crowd control abilities. Chapter 88, Lord of the Night. Thus, with Silver Wolf's distraction, Wu Shaocheng systematically eliminated his foes, taking approximately 10 minutes to vanquish the remaining 3 guardians, earning 360,000 experience, 17 gold coins, and looting 5 pieces of gold, 8 pieces of silver, and 11 pieces of bronze equipment, along with 4 special scrolls, a skill book, 2 special potions, 1 attribute fruit, and 3 peculiar keys, nearly filling his 60 inventory slots. Of the 5 gold pieces, 2 were usable, while the remaining 3 were suited for warriors and shield bearers. Guardian leather armor, gold level, health 1200, mana 800, physical defense 120, magic defense 120, damage reduction 10, additional attributes, constitution 35, spirit 35, vitality 35, additional skill, guardian, activates a shield with a maximum health value of 30, lasting for 30 seconds, or until the shield is broken, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Equipment requirement, assassin, archer, guardian bracelet, gold level, physical attack 340, physical defense 110, attack speed 20, additional attributes, strength 35, vitality 35, agility 35, additional skill, physical immunity, reduces physical damage for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Equipment requirement, physical class profession. Naturally, Wu Shaocheng held great anticipation for the 4 scrolls and the 2 special potions. Of the 4 scrolls, 3 were ones he had previously utilized: the skill scroll, the pinpoint teleportation scroll, and the random teleportation scroll. The remaining scroll, titled Thunderstrike, guaranteed a fixed damage of 50,000, a devastating force, albeit less effective against foes yet to be poisoned. Utilizing the skill scroll on Shadow 7 kill yielded a notification indicating that this skill had reached its maximum quality and could not be enhanced. Wu Shaocheng surmised the enhancement mechanism for skills, deducing that skills marked with color could not be improved further. He was left with no choice but to continue applying it to the Void. Ding! The operation was successful, and the skill Void has been enhanced. Void eliminates all negative effects, allowing the body to enter a void space, rendering it untargetable for 2 seconds. Mana cost, 200, cooldown, 3 minutes. Wu Shaochen nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the remaining 2 potions. Defense Elixir increases defense by 50 for 10 minutes. Refinement Elixir refines the attributes of equipment, including skills, generating new attributes and skills upon refinement. Quite impressive, particularly the second Refinement Elixir, which made Wu Shaochen contemplate refining the recently acquired golden necklace. Ultimately, he decided against it, surmising that no matter how much he refined it, it would not surpass the current necklace's teleportation skill. He did not lack offensive capabilities. What he truly needed were skills for survival. More of them, the better. The remaining attribute fruit granted an increase of 10 in bone density, which Wu Shaochen consumed without hesitation. As the more attribute fruits one possessed, the better. He also had 3 keys left, identical to the ones dropped by the first Lord Guardian, though their purpose remained unclear. He observed his significantly altered attributes. Health reached 23, 140. Physical defense stood at 1, 479. Magical defense at 1, 358. Attack at 2, 786. Damage reduction at 40. And cooldown reduction at 10, with experience points at 26, 862, 662, 900, 000. Regrettably, reality is often harsh. The system prompted that special maps could not be utilized. Wu Shaochen was at a loss. Sighing, he mused that regardless of how terrifying it may be, he would need to venture forth to investigate. What if there were zombies inside? Wu Shaochen thought, pushing against the coffin lid with all his might, but it did not budge. Circling the coffin, he found no peculiarities. Yet he did notice that the chains were secured with 4 massive locks. Upon this realization, Wu Shaochen hastily retrieved the 4 keys from his backpack, confirming they were indeed meant to unlock these 4 locks. He hesitated momentarily, as if an instinct warned him against opening them. Damn it, why does it feel like there's a life-threatening risk involved? Worst case, I'll lose a level. It's not like I truly die. Wu Shaochen reassured himself, steeling his resolve, and proceeded to unlock the locks. As each lock clicked open, nothing seemed to happen, and Wu Shaochen remained on high alert. When the final lock was undone, still nothing occurred. Just as his anxious heart began to settle, he suddenly heard a faint noise emanating from within the coffin, which quickly escalated, causing the entire coffin to tremble. A figure extended its hands into view, emitting a cackling laugh, seemingly oblivious to Wu Shaochen, who seized the opportunity to cast an insight spell. Dark Knight, Sovereign, reanimated entity of the underworld. Level, health, attack. Without a doubt, everything was obscured by question marks, with no indication of its level, and Wu Shaochen was utterly perplexed by this underworld reanimated entity, only knowing that his demise was imminent. He chuckled bitterly to himself, realizing that he would indeed lose a level. Chapter 89. Fallen from Grace? After a brief moment, the gaze of the Dark Knight Lord finally settled upon Wu Shaochen, emitting a peculiar sound. Human blood. He licked his decayed lips, eyeing Wu Shaochen as if he were mere sustenance. Ugh, how dare you treat me like clay? The Dark Knight Lord's actions nearly caused Wu Shaochen to regurgitate his last meal. He was not without temper, being regarded as food would ignite even the most serene. Grasping his dagger, he charged at the Dark Knight Lord, cackling. As Wu Shaochen rushed forward, the Dark Knight Lord extended his hand, attempting to seize him. Wu Shaochen deftly evaded the grasp, repositioning himself behind the Dark Knight Lord, unleashing a flurry of phantom strikes with his dagger. One after another, damage numbers appeared, each one a testament to Wu Shaochen's anticipation of this outcome. His assaults were never truly damaging. Soon, he had stacked the poison to 5 layers. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight Lord slowly turned around, reaching out for Wu Shaochen again, unfazed by the attacks that felt more like mere tickles. Wu Shaochen hastily retreated, seeking distance from the Dark Knight Lord. However, at that moment, the Dark Knight Lord opened his mouth, transforming it into a gaping black void, causing Wu Shaochen to feel his body uncontrollably drawn towards it. Damn, how revolting! Activating his void escape to regain control, Wu Shaochen swiftly dashed away. Upon witnessing his intended meal escape, the Dark Knight Lord flapped his wings, instantly appearing before Wu Shaochen. Oh no! Wu Shaochen abruptly halted and altered his course. Yet the Dark Knight Lord merely flapped once and closed the distance, delivering a light, yet powerful strike to Wu Shaochen's back. Sensing the gust of wind from the impending strike, Wu Shaochen activated his bracelet's physical immunity. This was clearly a physical attack. Even if he were to perish, he would not allow the Dark Knight Lord to dispatch him too easily. Soon, the strike landed, sending Wu Shaochen hurtling away. However, he rose as if nothing had transpired and continued his flight. At this point, the Dark Knight Lord seemed to grow irritated. With a flourish of his hands, a dark circle enveloped Wu Shaochen, preventing any escape. After 3 seconds, the circle erupted. 652, 541. A terrifying damaged figure appeared, and there was no doubt Wu Shaochen was utterly defeated. Ding! You have been slain by the Dark Knight Lord. Level 1. Attributes deducted. The Tiger Howl bracelet has dropped. 2 random items have fallen into your backpack. Wu Shaochen was dazed, for he found himself still within the Grand Hall, precisely at the spot of his recent demise. Observing the once-vanished ants reappear, the Dark Knight Lord, still in his primitive state, bore a visage full of questions. Yet this did not deter him from his resolve to eliminate the ant before him. Suddenly, a black spear manifested in his hand, and in an instant, he lunged at Wu Shaochen, piercing his body with the spear. 565, 425. Wu Shaochen fell once more, his level plummeting to 24. He had the opportunity to evade this strike using either Blink or Shadow 7 kills, yet ultimately chose not to. Merely prolonging his life for a couple of seconds seemed unnecessary. The sensation of a spear piercing through flesh is indeed excruciating, Wu Shaochen mused silently. Even with a mere 15 on the pain scale, the feeling of being impaled is overwhelmingly painful. Soon, Wu Shaochen resurrected once more. Their gazes met. Yet this time Wu Shaochen was far from dazed, while the Lord of the Dark Knight appeared perplexed. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was still bewildered, Wu Shaochen hurriedly collected all the equipment he had just lost. Upon examining his status, he noted that the loss of level did not significantly impact him. Although his level had dropped, the attributes gained from leveling up had diminished, yet his innate toxins and the life granted by his immortal body remained intact. Consequently, The overall effect was not as detrimental as he had feared. What astonished Wu Shaochen was that despite dying twice, the poison afflicting the Lord of the Dark Night had not dissipated. It continued to inflict damage at a rate of 10,000 points per second. A mysterious glimmer sparked in Wu Shaochen's eyes upon this realization. After being slain consecutively, Wu Shaochen plummeted from the top of the external leaderboard to 9th place, igniting a flurry of discussions. What is happening? How could the esteemed Chen Feng lose 2 levels? Indeed, has he been defeated? Which formidable entity possesses the prowess to vanquish him twice? Who knows? I've heard that Chen Feng offended several factions in Jinling City. Perhaps he was besieged. Even if besieged, losing 1 level would suffice. How could he lose 2? Perhaps he, unwilling to accept defeat, charged out again and was slain once more. Look, he has fallen off the leaderboard. Someone exclaimed. Is it true? Has he been defeated again? Which faction is so powerful as to slay the esteemed Chen Feng 3 times? Oh dear, Chen Feng, please hold on. Do not engage in further combat. You are my idol. This situation rapidly spread throughout the Oracle, inciting fervent discussions across forums. Has the first of the Oracle, Chen Feng, fallen from grace? What kind of individual or faction could slay Chen Feng 3 times in such a short span? Feel free to speculate boldly. The once great deity shall inevitably become a mere footnote in history. Various posts proliferated and rumors ran rampant. Major guilds and powerful players closely monitored the unfolding events. In Mabe City, the Hell's envoy sneered. It seems considering him a rival is nothing short of farce. In Jilu City, the God King furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, this shouldn't be. I have yet to truly grasp Chen Feng's strength, but given that he single-handedly cleared the Linling dungeon 2 days prior, he ought not to be so easily slain. Yet, if he was defeated, how had he been vanquished 3 times? At this moment, none were more elated than the proud world of Aoshi. They were nearly unable to contain their laughter. Boss, who do you think is so formidable as to slay Chen Feng 3 times? Aoshi Jueching inquired. How would I know? All I can say is that they must be a good person. Investigate thoroughly, and if you discover who or which faction it is, inform me at once. I shall treat them to a drink. Aoshi Tiantian replied joyfully. Since encountering Chen Feng, things have been going poorly, but today at last he felt a sense of joy. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao and his companions were engaged in slaying monsters, and the 2 following Ling Xiao began to converse. This kid has finally received his comeuppance. As Ling Xiao furrowed his brow, he found it hard to believe that someone could defeat Chen Feng 3 times in such quick succession, especially after his own recent defeat at Chen Feng's hands. This development dealt a significant blow to his morale. In Chapter 90, titled Falling Back to Level 0, within a valley of Jinling City, the higher-ups of the Cold Moon Pavilion were diligently leveling up. Suddenly, an urgent voice rushed forth, exclaiming, Sister, sister, something terrible has happened. Chen Feng has been killed 3 times and has fallen off the leaderboard. Cold Moon's brows knitted together as she quickly opened her friend's list, only to discover that Chen Feng's level had plummeted to 20, a drop of 6 levels, indicative of 6 deaths. As she was contemplating this, Chen Feng's avatar flickered, and his level dropped to 19. Seemingly unfazed, she inquired of Cold Wind, has there been any significant movement from the Proud World Alliance lately? Not at all. Cold Wind shook his head. Our members have been closely monitoring the Proud World Alliance, and they have been quietly developing. Cold Moon furrowed her brows further. If anyone harbored a deep-seated grudge against Chen Feng, it would surely be the Proud World Alliance. If it weren't for them, which other guild possessed the capability to kill Chen Feng so many times? Moreover, if they were unable to win, they could simply hide within the city. Just then, she noticed Chen Feng's avatar flicker once more, and his level fell to 18. How is this possible? Cold Moon's icy visage betrayed her shock. Meanwhile, Su Mu Shui also stared at Chen Feng's avatar in disbelief. What is happening, miss? Uncle Lu inquired upon noticing her expression. Chen Feng's level keeps dropping. It has now fallen to 16. What? Uncle Lu was equally astonished. He promptly reached out to the guild members in Jinling City. Miss, everything appears normal in Jinling City. No one has seen Chen Feng at the resurrection point. Is it possible that there is a map with a respawn mechanism? That could be the case, otherwise his level wouldn't drop so rapidly. Su Mu Shui responded, then asked Uncle Lu, do you think he's the one being killed, or is he the killer? If such a map exists, the likelihood of him being killed is higher, Uncle Lu assessed. Su Mu Shui nodded, her gaze drifting back to Chen Feng's avatar, which was continuously losing levels, her expression revealing her unutterable concern. Approximately 10 minutes later, he has reached level 0. Su Mu Shui sighed, then questioned Uncle Lu, Isn't it the case that one doesn't lose levels before reaching level 10? Indeed, if I am not mistaken, one only retains their level in the novice village. Death outside of the novice village should still result in a level loss, Uncle Lou clarified. In the Cold Moon Pavilion, Cold Moon gazed at Shinfeng, who had now fallen to level 0, and sighed inwardly. I owe you a favor. If you ever need assistance, I shall spare no effort to help you. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this ordeal was enduring various tortures at the hands of the Dark Knight Monarch within the Grand Hall. Each casual touch from the Dark Knight Monarch was fatal. However, Wu Shaochen had grown accustomed to it. In less than half an hour, he had been reduced from level 26 to level 0. There was nothing he could not accept. It seemed that the Dark Knight Monarch lacked intelligence. Or perhaps the resurrected version did. After each of Wu Shaochen's deaths, the Dark Knight Monarch would simply turn and leave, only for Wu Shaochen to resurrect and return to vanquish him repeatedly. A bizarre cycle indeed. This fellow must be unhinged, Wu Shaochen mused. Wu Shaochen mused to himself. Now at level 0, he had simply given up, attacking recklessly, too lazy to evade. After all, evasion was futile. Although it hurt somewhat, it was merely a pain of level 15, which he could endure. His primary concern was that the poison on this individual would not dissipate. Clenching a myriad of skills in his hand, all intended for the purpose of infliction, he noted that this adversary seemed indifferent to his assaults, as if they were no more than mere tickles. Thus, even though Wu Shaochen suffered tremendously, he seized every opportunity to land a couple strikes, ensuring that the foe remained burdened with 5 layers of poison. For over half an hour, Wu Shaochen estimated that he had drained nearly 20 million health points from him. I refuse to believe that poison cannot vanquish you, he thought resolutely. The torment persisted, and each time Wu Shaochen perished, he would gather his dropped equipment upon revival. This was the advantage of respawning at the same location. There were no level requirements for the gear. Only a match in profession was necessary. Even at level 0, he remained an assassin, which did not hinder his ability to equip items. He silently calculated that this foe likely had a health pool of 100 million, with a toxin damage rate of 10,000 per second, that amounted to 36 million over an hour. After 2.5 hours, he had depleted 90 million of the enemy's health, leaving just 10 million to sustain for a little over 10 minutes. However, a lingering doubt plagued Wu Shaochen. The presence of such absurd anomalies in this place, along with the existence of a revival mechanism, raised unsettling questions. He wondered if others would be eternally trapped here. This was hardly the hallmark of a conventional game. Furthermore, the earlier encounter with Zio, who had managed to inscribe a demonic mark on him, controlling his very life and death, all pointed to a reality far removed from normal gameplay. Even the most inept of game designers would not orchestrate such a dire scenario, leading players to the brink of despair. As Wu Shaochen continued to grumble, he glanced around and was met with a sight that made his lips twitch. In the spot where coffins were once placed lay an indentation, now housing a mechanism identical to the one outside. This had been present since the Dark Knight Lord emerged, shattering the coffin. Wu Shaochen had been so preoccupied with devising a strategy to defeat this foe that he had overlooked the possibility of escape. Boom! Wu Shaochen fell once more. Damn it! I've let you torment me for hours. Today, I shall not relent until you are defeated, he exclaimed in frustration. Had he discovered this mechanism earlier, he could have employed his numerous survival skills to unlock it with relative ease. He believed that once the door was opened, dying would allow him to respawn in town, rendering all his previous death futile. Surely, this adversary cannot comprehend how to operate the mechanism? Wu Shaochen worried, fearing the enemy might flee, which would leave him utterly despondent. After reviving once again, he promptly blinked away from the mechanism, and indeed, the opponent immediately pursued him. It seems I overestimated him. With such intellect, how could he possibly activate a mechanism? Wu Shaochen thought to himself. After enduring another 10 minutes of relentless punishment, the colossal form of the Dark Knight Lord finally collapsed with a resounding crash, and simultaneously, Wu Shaochen received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations on vanquishing the Lord of the Night, earning 100,000 prestige and 10 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. The notifications of continuous upgrades rang out 30 times, and golden light shimmered around Wu Shaochen as his level surged from 0 to 30. With experience points at 30, 142, 510, 0200 million. This situation seemed abnormal. No wonder there was no realm displayed, Wu Shaochen mused. Just then, a server-wide announcement echoed. Server announcement. A player has reached level 30, and the first server-wide event, Battlefield of Carnage, has commenced. Players may visit their respective cities for event details. The announcement left everyone momentarily stunned. Wasn't a top-ranked player, Yu Fei, only at level 25? Instantly, everyone checked the ranking board. First place, Chun Feng, level 30 assassin. What is happening? Someone exclaimed. I too am curious as to how Chun Feng reached level 30 so swiftly. At that moment, everyone was bewildered. The earlier mockery vanished, replaced by a flurry of speculation. Chapter 91, The Nether Pearl. Wu Shaochen, oblivious to the external commotion, gazed with a pale countenance at the ground beside the corpse of the Lord of the Night, where lay a solitary pearl and a token, nothing more. This is rather meager, he lamented. You, who tormented me for several hours, offer so little? Just then, the entire hall began to tremble, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Wu Shaochen had no time to complain. He hurriedly collected the 2 items dropped by the Lord of the Night and swiftly teleported to the mechanism, activating it with urgency. As the stone door creaked open, Wu Shaochen propelled himself forward with utmost speed, racing outside. Not long after Wu Shaochen exited, the entire hall began to collapse, swiftly reducing the place to ruins. Gazing at the debris before him, Wu Shaochen felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. He had endured torment for several hours inside, nearly developing a psychological scar. Opening his backpack to examine the spoils from the Lord of the Night, he hoped these 2 items would bring him some surprise. First, he inspected the token. Identity token. A token symbolizing identity. Possession grants entry to the Nether Realm. Nether Pearl. A treasure of the Nether race, closely linked to their near-immortal essence. 500 years ago, the Nether Pearl was stolen by the traitor, Lord of the Night, and its whereabouts have since been unknown. Attributes. Requires a master to activate. This item seems quite extraordinary. Its level remains indiscernible. But how does one recognize a master? Wu Shaochen pondered. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. The conditions for master recognition have been deciphered. Would you like to acknowledge it as your own? Note, this item is a treasure of the Nether race. Upon recognition, you will be pursued by members of the Nether race. Another pursuit? Wu Shaochen felt a headache coming on. Why has he been encountering such situations lately? Nevertheless, the divine artifact lay before him. How could he refuse? Regardless of the ensuing chase, he decided to acknowledge it first. Thus he chose to proceed with the affirmation. Master recognition in progress. Soon, Wu Shaochen realized that his life was plummeting at an alarming rate, which startled him greatly. Just as he was about to take his medicine, a system notification chimed in. Ding! The Nether Pearl has successfully recognized its master. Wu Shaochen let out a sigh of relief, nearly believing he would be drained completely. Upon checking his life points, he noticed that the recent encounter had cost him 10,000 life points. Fortunately, his health was substantial, or he would have truly been depleted. Looking again at his hand, he found that the Nether Pearl was no longer there, but a small emblem briefly appeared in the center of his palm before vanishing. Was this what happened after recognition? Wu Shaochen hurriedly checked his personal attributes, and indeed, there was a new entry for the Nether Pearl. Nether Pearl possesses remarkably strong restorative capabilities. Upon seeing the attributes of the Nether Pearl, Wu Shaochen was instantly elated. This was undoubtedly a divine artifact. This alone was worth more than a multitude of treasures. He decided it was time to log off for a meal. Realizing how late it had become, he promptly disconnected from the game. Once offline, Wu Shaochen picked up his phone to head out for dinner, only to find over 10 missed calls, all from Wu Xin. Nothing much, just dealt with an annoying foe. I've already taken care of it, he remarked casually. Really? What about your level? Don't you have to level up again? Wu Xin inquired. Level? After I took it down, my level increased, of course. If you don't believe me, hop on the game and see for yourself, Wu Shaochen replied confidently. Is that so? I'll check it out right now, Wu Xin said. After hanging up, Wu Shaochen hurried to a restaurant for dinner. After ordering, he sat down and browsed the forum, where he found discussions still buzzing about his sudden drop to level 0. Huh, fallen from grace? Soon you'll understand what an indomitable assassin truly means. He chuckled, then opened his left hand to take a look, only to suddenly see an emblem flash before disappearing. What the hell? How is this possible? Wu Shaochen exclaimed, leaping from his seat and nearly overturning the table, causing cups and bowls to shatter on the floor. What's going on? The bewildered restaurant owner rushed out to inquire. Oh, it's nothing at all. Just a bit too excited. I'll cover the damages. Wu Shaochen hurriedly assured him, glancing at his palm, pondering. Was it merely an illusion? Perhaps he had been gaming for too long and was starting to hallucinate. He resolved to get more sleep each day. Seeing that there was no real issue, the owner shrugged it off and began sweeping up the glass shards. Wu Shaochen also picked up a few pieces, but accidentally cut his hand, shaking his head in wry amusement. He wrapped a bit of tissue around it, thinking he would buy some band-aids later. Am I hallucinating again? Wu Shaochen rubbed his eyes and extended all 10 fingers, inspecting them closely, finding no wounds. Suddenly, he recalled the description of the nether pearl, possessing remarkably strong restorative capabilities. Chuckling to himself, he reasoned, what am I thinking? It's just a game. Perhaps the wound wasn't too deep, so it healed quickly. With this somewhat flimsy justification, he donned his helmet and logged back into the game. Chapter 92. An Apology in the Sea of Blood. Once again online, the character appeared in Jinling City. The first thing he did was examine his palm, finding nothing amiss. The properties of the nether pearl remained intact, which relieved Wu Shaochen. Glancing at his fully stocked backpack of gear, a smile crept across his face. It was time to earn some money. He had 25 pieces of bronze equipment, 17 pieces of silver, and 4 pieces of gold, along with 2 skill books that he also needed to sell. Among the gold gear, there was a belt that could be worn by all classes, reserved for Wu Xin. 3 pieces of silver gear were suitable for her, and with the 2 items acquired from the previous dungeon, she was nearly clad entirely in silver, allowing him to sell off the remaining equipment. The bronze gear, though not highly valued, was still level 30 equipment. Listing each piece for 50,000, they sold swiftly. The silver gear was priced at 250,000 each, taking considerably longer to sell. Next came the 3 pieces of gold and the 2 skill books, which were put up for auction. The appearance of 3 pieces of gold gear ignited a frenzy throughout Jinling City. Is this another showcase by the renowned Chunfeng Master? Of course. Who else could it be? I see. Chunfeng Master must have been engaged in an immense battle. Although he was reduced to level 0, he ultimately triumphed, skyrocketing his level. He must be equipped with extraordinary gear, thus he no longer values these gold pieces. After handling the equipment, Wu Shaochen noted he possessed a hefty 350 free attribute points. To his surprise, his free attribute points had not been reset during his job change, unlike his health points which had been. Reviewing his attributes, he found that his root attribute had decreased by 140 points, agility, excluding the automatic boost from the assassin class, had diminished by 125 points, and his constitution had dropped by 5 points. Previously at level 26, he had a total of 270 attribute points, with 5 allocated to constitution and the rest distributed between root and agility. After some contemplation, Wu Shaochen decided to allocate 150 points to root and 200 points to agility. His physical defense reached 1494 points, magical defense stood at 1373 points, and attack speed was at 255. However, his movement speed caused him to frown, 1,125 points. Upon checking his agility, it had reached 1044 points. His shoes provided a movement speed bonus of 125 points, thus it should have totaled 1169. Upon removing his shoes, he saw his speed drop to exactly 1,000 points, leading him into deep thought. Could it be that agility could only increase movement speed up to 1,000 points? At that moment, he received a private message. Phone Ener, brother, you're online. Where are you? Wu Shaochen sent his location to Wu Xin, and she soon appeared. Brother, how did your level rise so dramatically? Wu Xin inquired. I told you, I defeated someone, Wu Shaochen replied with a hint of exasperation. What kind of foe could elevate someone by 30 levels so swiftly? She continued to press. Just someone extremely powerful, capable of reducing your brother to level 0. Imagine how formidable they must be, he asserted. Indeed, that sounds quite impressive. Wu Xin nodded in agreement. To prevent Wu Xin from pursuing further inquiries, Wu Shaochen swiftly handed her the equipment he had set aside for her. Indeed, upon witnessing the equipment, Wu Xin inquired no further, her excitement palpable as she eagerly donned her new gear, deftly placing the discarded items onto the auction house. Brother, when I arrived, I noticed a throng of people gathered at a certain location. Shall we go take a look? After changing her attire, Wu Xin no longer lingered on the previous topic. All right. Suddenly, Wu Shaochen recalled hearing something about a battlefield of slaughter opening upon reaching level 30. It must be that very place. Guided by Wu Xin, they arrived at the spot she had observed, and indeed, it was teeming with individuals. After some effort, they managed to squeeze through the crowd, discovering a massive crystal ahead, which contained information regarding the battlefield of slaughter. Wu Shaochen studied it closely, and his interest was piqued. The event seemed promising. The battlefield of slaughter was set to open tonight at 8 o'clock, lasting from 8 to 12, a total of 4 hours. Registration could be completed through the crystal before them. Each main city possessed 10 such crystals. Those who registered would be automatically transported to the battlefield when the time came. Within the battlefield, slaying monsters would yield corresponding points, while defeating players would allow one to claim all their accumulated points. Notably, death in the battlefield would not result in the loss of experience or equipment, though points could be plundered. Ultimately, Rewards would be distributed based on the final point rankings. Wu Shaochen stroked his chin, considering this event as a boon for players. It was a server-wide occurrence, and the rewards should be substantial. Brother, shall we participate? Wu Ziyin asked eagerly. Of course. How could we miss such an opportunity? Wu Shaochen replied without hesitation. Then let us register swiftly. Wu Ziyin exclaimed with enthusiasm. Initially, Wu Shaochen hesitated to allow her to sign up, but upon reflection, considering her possession of one golden piece and the rest being silver, her equipment was undoubtedly top tier. And her level was commendable. Coupled with her talent, participating seemed wise. After all, death would not entail a loss of level or equipment, and with his presence, they might even secure rewards. In the battlefield of slaughter, teams could be formed, though limited to 5 members, and points could be distributed at the discretion of the team, even allowing for all points to be allocated to a single individual. Those who formed teams in advance would be transported together, just as they completed their registration. A notification from the auction system emerged. 3 pieces of golden equipment were auctioned at a starting price of 450,000, seemingly purchased by one individual, though the buyer remained anonymous. As anticipated, the 2 skill books did not garner much interest, their limitations too great. The Broken Cloud Spear sold for 150,000, while the Triple Stab fetched 200,000. Prices that were notably low for skills, but understandable, as who would wield a single spear for a lifetime. A middle-aged man approached Wu Shaochen directly, saying, "Greetings, Master Chinyan. I wonder if you remember me?" After a moment of contemplation, Wu Shaochen suddenly recognized him and replied, "Ah, I recall now. You are the one who snatched from me yesterday." The man offered a wry smile and said, "I am Blood Sea Endless. I sincerely apologize for the incident. I truly did not realize it was you at the time. My purpose for coming today is to express my regrets, and I hope you will not hold the past against me." Wu Shaochen waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing significant. After all, you were merely delivering equipment." Wu Shaochen, in a carefree manner, expressed his satisfaction, having just earned a significant sum of money. Although he had felt a twinge of anger at the time, he now realized that those individuals were merely providing equipment. There was little reason for resentment. Upon hearing that Wu Shaochen had chosen to let bygones be bygones, Xuehai Wui's anxieties finally eased. To be honest, he had been apprehensive about retribution from Chen Feng, especially considering the example set by Aoshi Chuanxiu. With only a few thousand members, his Blood Sea Guild was no match for such a formidable adversary. They could hardly withstand any retaliation. Xuehai Wui was a man of fortitude, capable of both taking and letting go. Since confrontation was not an option, he decided to lower his stance and seek reconciliation. To assuage his own conscience, he felt it necessary to extend a gesture of goodwill. Thus, he retrieved a skill book from his backpack and offered it to Wu Shaochen, saying, "I notice your sister is a priest. I happen to have a priest skill book, and I would like to gift it to her." This book was one he had obtained that very day, and it had given him the courage to approach Wu Shaochen for peace. Wu Shaochen's eyes brightened at this gesture. This fellow certainly knew how to handle matters adeptly. He quickly accepted the gift, saying, "I feel quite embarrassed, but since you insist, I shall accept it on behalf of my sister. Rest assured, the previous grievances are now forgotten, and we shall henceforth be friends." Afterward, Wu Shaochen even took the initiative to add Xuehai Wui as a friend, leaving Xuehai Wui elated, who reflected on how worthwhile the gift had been. Chapter 93. The Battlefield of Carnage. Once Xuehai Wui departed, Wu Shaochen promptly examined the skill book in his possession. Holy Shield. Consumes 200 mana points to provide the target with a shield that reduces damage by 10 for 30 seconds. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. Seeing the skill, Wu Shaochen felt a surge of joy. This was a skill he favored. He handed the book to Wu Ziyin, saying, "Quickly learn this. Let's go hunt some monsters and test its efficacy." "All right," Wu Ziyin replied, happily accepting it to learn. Upon exiting the city gate, Wu Shaochen summoned the Silver Wolf, allowing Wu Ziyin to ride once more. The now 21-level Silver Wolf had grown considerably, no longer appearing as awkward as before. The trio, comprising 2 humans and 1 wolf, ventured deeper into the eastern forest, this time not to battle the Blood Prison Mad Lion, but rather to seek out more formidable foes. Targeting monsters of level 35, as they had already reached level 30 with only 2,000 points of damage in their talent, leaving room for an additional 400 points. As they journeyed onward, the duration of their trek was uncertain, yet they knew they had ventured far. At last, they laid eyes on their quarry, the Ice-Armored Earth Dragon. Ice-Armored Earth Dragon, level 35 health, 200,000 physical attack, 1,800 physical defense, 1,400 magical defense, 1,200 movement speed, 260 skill 1, tail sweep, Uses its tail to sweep across targets in front, dealing 170 physical damage to all affected. Cooldown time is 30 seconds. Skill 2. Ice Armor. Forms a layer of ice armor, increasing defense by 50 for 2 minutes. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Let S engage, Wu Shaochen called to the Silver Wolf. With his current strength, dealing with such a monster would be a trivial matter. Zine, cast the Holy Shield for me, Wu Shaochen instructed. A radiant beam of divine light soon descended upon Wu Shaochen, enveloping him in a protective shield. Upon examining his status, his eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld an astonishing damage reduction of 86. This indicated that Wu Zine's singular skill had granted him an impressive 46 damage mitigation. Observing Wu Zine, who proudly brandished her staff, Wu Shaochen swallowed hard and remarked, "Zine, does your talent truly enhance even such skills?" "Indeed. With my current mana exceeding 6,000, I can amplify it by 36 times, Wu Zine replied with pride. Wu Shaochen felt as if he had stumbled upon a new realm of possibilities. If this were the case, Wu Zine's talent might rival his own, perhaps even surpassing it in the later stages. Zine, from now on, focus solely on increasing your spirit, rather than intelligence. With your talent, what need is there for intelligence? Surely, you will acquire healing skills that scale with a percentage, and at that point, you will soar. Of course, I had calculated that enhancing spirit is more beneficial than boosting intelligence, so most of my points have gone into spirit, Wu Zine confessed. Clever, Wu Shaochen praised. Before resuming battle, with an 86 damage reduction, he fought without a hint of concern, effortlessly dispatching the ice-armored earth dragons by applying poison and swiftly transitioning to the next, leaving onlookers in awe of their pace. Before long, the fallen ice-armored earth dragons lay scattered across the ground, and the duo's experience points surged at a visible rate. Each Earth Dragon, at level 35, granted 1950 experience points, half of which went to Wu Zine, with an additional 40 points allocated to Silver Wolf, leaving Wu Shaochen with only 585 points. However, he was unconcerned, intent on nurturing Wu Zine to provide substantial assistance in future endeavors. The two continued their relentless slaughter until 7:30 in the evening, having slain 640 ice-armored earth dragons over the span of 3 hours. Wu Shaochen remained at the same level, with experience points at 30, 179, 950, 0200, while Wu Zine ascended from level 21 to 23. As she reached her 20s, the pace of leveling clearly slowed, but gaining 2 levels in 3 hours was still unparalleled. Silver Wolf, too, reached level 22. Wu Shaochen's talent reached its cap at 2,400 points, with the Immortal Body skill augmenting his health by 640 points, bringing his total life to 24,196. However, the Phantom Power only added 280 points, a random allocation that did not guarantee a boost for every instance, but with a decent probability, approximately 1 in 23. Wu Zine nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Shaochen removed his helmet and instinctively glanced at his palms, noting no abnormalities. He then looked at the finger he had cut earlier that afternoon, which bore no trace of injury whatsoever. Was he truly so fortunate? This was a thought Wu Shaochen struggled to believe, yet he dared not dwell upon it. Waiting in Jinling City for Wu Zine, he was patient until 7:55 when she finally logged in. Aware that Wu Zine was situated far from the cafeteria, he chose not to comment. They quietly awaited the system's announcement, which arrived swiftly. Ding! Attention all players, the slaughter battlefield will soon commence. All registered players, please prepare yourselves. As the system countdown concluded, the silhouettes of all participants shimmered in white light before vanishing from sight. Wu Shaochen surveyed his surroundings. He found himself amidst a vast primordial forest where towering trees, thicker than a man, reached for the heavens. Fortunately, the foliage was not overly dense, allowing for a pleasant influx of light. "Is this the battlefield of slaughter?" inquired Wu Zine. "Indeed, it appears so." Wu Shaochen nodded in affirmation. No sooner had he spoken, a commotion erupted nearby, as 2 ferocious creatures burst forth from behind the trees, their gaping maws filled with sharp teeth, and their claws dangerously acute. The bizarre appearance of these beasts startled Wu Zine. Wu Shaochen swiftly cast an insight spell. Bloodthirsty Beast. Level 30. Health 80,000. Physical attack 1,500. Physical defense 650. Magical defense 500. Movement speed 450. Skill 1, Bloodthirst, increases attack power by 20 and lifesteal by 20 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 2, Tear, inflicts 165 physical damage on the target and causes a bleeding effect, dealing 500 damage per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. With high attack and low defense, coupled with lifesteal, it seemed that earning points in this battlefield would not be an easy feat, however, for Wu Shaochen. These level 30 creatures posed no real threat. He swiftly dispatched them. To his surprise, although these beasts did not yield experience points, they did enhance his immortal body and nether power, thus providing him with motivation to continue his hunt. Upon vanquishing the two bloodthirsty beasts, a leaderboard materialized before all players. The leaderboard read, First place, Chun Feng, points, 2. At that moment, he was the sole contender on the scoreboard. The others appeared to have yet to commence their slaughters. The two who had entered with him had agreed that all points secured initially would belong to Wu Shaochen, as he must ensure he obtains first place to earn points for Wu Xin, a notion with which she wholeheartedly concurred. Chapter 94, The Heist. Wu Shaochen, accompanied by Wu Xin and the Silver Wolf, continued their journey forward. The map displayed other areas in darkness, yet the central location was illuminated, indicating the true battlefield. It seemed that all players were ultimately aiming for this spot, where substantial red suggested the presence of a formidable foe. The first to conquer this giant would likely secure the crown, provided they avoided being slain. As they advanced towards the center, Wu Shaochen effortlessly dispatched the bloodthirsty beasts they encountered. Despite their high attack power, with only 80,000 health, Wu Shaochen's 5-layer poison dealt 12,000 damage per second, combined with his own attack damage, enabling him to eliminate each creature in a matter of 5 to 6 seconds. Thus, their progress remained swift. In stark contrast to the carefree and joyful experience of the Wu siblings, the majority of other players found themselves ensnared in a veritable quagmire. Currently, the average player level hovers around a mere 22 to 23, and when faced with the level 30 bloodthirsty beasts, those not in a quintet are virtually doomed to suffer. It is indeed peculiar how swiftly Wu Shaochen's level has surged. Under normal circumstances, the commencement of the slaughter battlefield would have been postponed by a day or two, allowing players to enhance their levels and equipment, thus mitigating their suffering. Presently, aside from Wu Shaochen, the next highest level, Yu Fei, stands at a mere 25, leaving a considerable gap of 5 levels between her and the bloodthirsty beasts. Goodness, the damage is utterly terrifying, some began to lament on public platforms. Indeed, and with lifesteal, how on earth are we supposed to combat this? What the hell is this slaughter battlefield? It seems we are the prey. Fortunately, many elite players recognize the formidable challenge posed by the slaughter battlefield and organize themselves into teams prior to entry. Engaging in combat as a 5-person squad proved manageable. Consequently, many on the leaderboard began to see their scores rise. This leaderboard encompasses the entire server, and although Wu Shaochen's score currently leads, the margin is slim. As the players ventured deeper, encounters with bloodthirsty beasts became increasingly frequent, causing the pace of many elite teams to slow. Upon being defeated, players would respawn at their point of entry, necessitating a return to the fray, thus emphasizing the importance of survival for maintaining momentum. The slaughter battlefield, vast as it is, could not withstand the sheer number of players, and soon confrontations began to erupt. Most individuals resorted to direct conflict, though some opted for a more harmonious advancement. At this juncture, not far from Wu Shaochen and Wu Xin, a team adeptly eradicated bloodthirsty beasts at an astonishing speed. This team comprised solely of assassins, each equipped with top-tier gear, advanced with a ruthless efficiency, heading directly toward the location of the Wu siblings. Wu Shaochen was engaged in battle with a bloodthirsty beast significantly larger than its counterparts. A black iron-level beast, its strength surpassing that of the ordinary variety. Nevertheless, for Wu Shaochen, it was merely a matter of overpowering it. Just as the black iron-level beast was on the brink of demise, Wu Shaochen suddenly felt a sharp pain pierce his back, causing him to lose over 1,000 health points and rendering him stunned. In that fleeting moment, he was caught off guard, watching helplessly as 4 assassins, who had appeared out of nowhere, dispatched him while he was still reeling from the earlier encounter. One who spends their days hunting geese may find themselves pecked blind. Wu Shaochen sighed inwardly, a warning bell ringing in his mind. His prolonged advantage had led to a lapse in vigilance, a perilous oversight. Fortunately, this was but a black iron-level beast. Had it been of a higher tier, the consequences would have been dire. The assailants, seemingly intent on not letting the two escape, were led by a figure who signaled with a hand. Swiftly, 2 of the 3 assassins charged toward Wu Shaochen, while one advanced towards Wu Xin. Do they truly believe I am so easily subdued? Wu Shaochen was enraged. The moment his dizziness subsided, he activated his evasion skill, deftly avoiding the second control skill launched by the assassin behind him. He retaliated with a heavy strike and a weakening blow, swiftly eliminating his foe. With an attack power of 2,786, it took merely 2 skills to dispatch such a fragile assassin. At that moment, the other 2 assassins charged forward. Their fury ignited upon witnessing Wu Shaochen eliminate one of their comrades in an instant. Their daggers lunged mercilessly towards him. Wu Shaochen sidestepped one assassin's thrust, only to be struck by another's backstab, inflicting 1435 damage. The assassin furrowed his brow, perplexed. Despite boasting over 2,000 attack power and a 50-point defense penetration from the backstab, his damage output was disappointingly low, and Wu Shaochen's health bar remained virtually untouched, eliciting an unsettling feeling within him. Is that all you've got? Wu Shaochen mocked, swiftly delivering a strike that incapacitated the assassin. The adversary attempted to evade, but his speed was insufficient. A strike followed by a backstab swiftly dispatched him. The remaining assassin, witnessing the unfolding chaos, resolved to retreat. Unfortunately, before Wu Shaochen, retreat was not an option. He pursued with unmatched speed, delivering 4 strikes in a second, thus eliminating his foe, while the assassin targeting Wu Xin met a similarly grim fate at the hands of Yin Tai Lang. Amidst this turmoil, the leading assassin exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, he regarded Wu Shaochen with palpable excitement. "Chen Feng, who are you?" Wu Shaochen inquired. "Huh, I never expected it would be you, so easily defeated. I thought you were just some insignificant fish. I truly wonder how someone with your alertness could achieve the top rank in the entire server," the assassin scoffed. "Kill me? Ha, we shall see if you possess the capability," Wu Shaochen retorted, adding, "By the way, my name is Hell's Messenger." With that, he activated stealth and approached Wu Shaochen. Embodying the essence of a true assassin, unlike Wu Shaochen, who treated the class as if it were a tank. Hell's Messenger? The leader of the Gate of Hell? Quite audacious, Wu Shaochen murmured. Observing the figure ahead vanish, he made no further moves, remaining languidly poised, awaiting the impending assault. Lacking area of effect skills, he could not force the assassin out of stealth, but his confidence in his own attributes rendered him unafraid of any ambush. Hell's Messenger crept closer to Wu Shaochen, executing the approach without a whisper and without disturbing a single blade of grass. Such silence was a hallmark of a top-tier assassin, for many skilled players could discern the location of a stealthy foe through sound or environmental shifts. Few could achieve the utter silence exhibited by Hell's Messenger. However, Hell's Messenger found himself baffled. His opponent did not seem to listen for sounds or observe the surroundings, instead standing idly as if anticipating an attack. Damn it! How can such a noob achieve the top rank in the entire server? Hell's Messenger's mind was awash with frustration. He possessed a top-tier assassin talent with 100 defense penetration and exceptional skills, yet he could not comprehend where he was falling short. Chapter 95. What the hell? Chen Feng. Seeing Wu Shaochen standing there lazily with a seemingly provocative demeanor, the Hell Messenger circled behind him and delivered a stunning blow that knocked Wu Shaochen unconscious, draining over 2,800 of his health points. 40 damage reduction and over 20,000 health. The Hell Messenger exclaimed. As a top-tier expert, he could gauge his opponent's overall statistics with a single strike, yet these figures astonished him. Was this truly the data one would expect from an assassin? Despite his surprise, the esteemed expert did not relent. Seizing the opportunity while Wu was incapacitated, the Hell Messenger launched a consecutive strike, only to find that Wu's form had transformed into nothingness. Evading the attack, skills that can dispel control and evade damage. The Hell Messenger felt a pang of envy. Such abilities were undoubtedly the hallmarks of a master assassin. Having rendered himself immune to the stun and avoided the Hell Messenger's consecutive strikes, Wu Shaochen retaliated with a backstab. However, his opponent seemed to anticipate the move, sidestepping and successfully evading the attack. A prediction? Wu contemplated. Surely, the opponent's speed alone could not account for this evasion. It was evident that they had foreseen his strike. Such foresight was a feat only achievable by the most elite practitioners. Curse it! I won't allow you to predict my moves. As the opponent initiated another attack, Wu Shaochen's ire flared. He activated Shadow's 7-kill, shadows darting around the Hell Messenger in an instant. This skill was inescapable, 7 strikes within a second. The Hell Messenger fell after the third hit, with the remaining 4 strikes landing on empty air. Is that all? Such flamboyance! Wu Shaochen scoffed. In the face of absolute strength, even the most impressive maneuvers were rendered inconsequential. However, a sense of vigilance arose within him. He realized he too must hone his skills. Ding! Player Hell Messenger has been slain, earning 126 points. Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. Such a bounty of points was surprising. He knew he only had 186 points himself. Upon checking the leaderboard, he saw that the second-place player, God King, had reached 172 points, while the Hell Messenger, previously ranked 7th, had now fallen from grace. With the addition of the Hell Messenger's points, Wu Shaochen's total soared to 312 points. Indeed, killing brings swift rewards, he mused, feeling disinclined to engage in monster hunting any longer. Never mind, let us proceed, Wu Shaochen declared. Boss, how could you also fall? The Hell Vanguard incredulously remarked. Everyone was striving to reach the central location, yet it was clear that many would not succeed. As more bloodthirsty beasts emerged, numerous teams found themselves unable to advance. Wu Shaochen and Wu Xin pressed onward, encountering 2 black iron-level bloodthirsty beasts and 1 bronze-level beast along the way, worth 10 and 100 points, respectively. Throughout their journey, they encountered several other players. Adhering to his principle of non-aggression unless provoked, Wu Shaochen refrained from attacking others. However, this did not prevent others from targeting them. After all, the teams capable of reaching this point consisted of 5 members and possessed considerable strength. Seeing only the 2 siblings, it was natural for others to seize the opportunity. Yet the outcome was evident. They merely served to grant Wu Shaochen additional points without posing any real threat. At this moment, Wu Shaochen's score had reached 864 points, while the second-ranked God King had accumulated 831 points, indicating a fierce competition that compelled him to temporarily abandon his intention of allowing Wu Xin to garner points. Just then, Wu Shaochen suddenly heard the sounds of skirmish ahead. After some contemplation, he decided to investigate. Deep within the forest, a team of 5 was engaged in battle with a massive bloodthirsty beast, a formidable creature of silver rank. According to the scoring system, slaying a silver-ranked bloodthirsty beast would yield a staggering 1,000 points. Thus, if they succeeded, this team could leapfrog over the first-ranked Shen Feng and ascend to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Nan Feng, move in to provide control. Linzi, keep an eye on Xiao Bei's health. Howren, accelerate your damage output. If you run low on mana, use a potion. We need to resolve this swiftly. If we take too long, reinforcements may arrive, commanded Junlin with unwavering composure. This team consisted of Junlin's 5 companions from the same novice village as Wu Shaochen. Their capabilities were unquestionable. Facing a level 30 silver creature was challenging, but they could at least manage adequately. Junlin, this seems overly ambitious. If reinforcements arrive, we risk total annihilation, Howren remarked with a frown. Indeed, but since we have encountered it, we must at least attempt it. If reinforcements show up, we shall retreat immediately. Yunling replied calmly. Understood, Howren nodded, intensifying his attacks. However, as if fate had conspired against them, just as they reached a critical juncture in the battle, a group of 50 players appeared, charging directly at Junlin's 5 without a moment's hesitation. Retreat. Everyone fall back. Junlin ordered decisively. The 5 regrouped seamlessly, retreating without hesitation, demonstrating exceptional teamwork. Among the 50, 10 players diverted to engage, while the remaining 40 continued their assault on Junlin's team. Status restored. Engage. Junlin issued the command to fight, and the 2 sides quickly clashed. Despite the numerical disadvantage, the 5 worked harmoniously, showcasing superior skill and equipment, which allowed them to hold their ground. In fact, 3 opponents fell to Junlin and Howren's overwhelming damage output. As the battle intensified, 2 figures suddenly emerged onto the scene, an assassin and a priest, accompanied by a wolf. Their arrival momentarily halted the fray, but it soon resumed. A young man approached the duo and declared, "The pride of the world has arrived to clear the area. Leave now if you value your lives." Wu Shaochen scratched his nose, surprised to encounter the pride of the world here. It seemed that adversaries were indeed destined to cross paths. He turned to the young man and remarked, "It appears you of the pride of the world have a short memory. It hasn't been long since you last behaved yourself. Dare to insult the pride of the world? You shall pay dearly for that. Bring a team and eliminate these 2. The young man commanded without hesitation. "Boss, isn't that Shen Feng?" One of the pride of the world members stammered, having faced Shen Feng before and recognizing his voice, along with the distinctive mask and the wolf by his side, all confirming that the person before them was indeed their feared adversary. "I couldn't care less about Shen Feng." "What the hell? Shen Feng?" The young man finally reacted, hastily retreating, and the battle behind him came to a sudden halt due to a shout. Chapter 96, The Junlin Squad. The arena fell into a momentary silence, with everyone gazing in astonishment at Wu Shaochen and his companion. Meanwhile, the proud leader of the AO, Kun Xiong, wore a grim expression, lamenting his misfortune at encountering them yet again. "Who has the most points among you?" Wu Shaochen inquired directly. The members of AO, Kun Xiong, turned their gazes in unison towards their leader, which only further darkened his already troubled countenance. "Shen Feng, what are you planning to do?" The leader asked, his face paling. Nothing much. I just require your points, Wu Shaochen replied, charging towards the leader without a hint of courtesy. What are you all standing there for? Attack him. The leader shouted, but the members hesitated and did not strike. Most of them were so intimidated by Wu Shaochen's prowess that they lacked the courage to engage. Had there been hundreds of them, they might have dared to act. But with only 40 or so, they were paralyzed by fear. The AO Shirkun Xiong Guild undoubtedly had the deepest understanding of Wu Shaochen's strength. If he cannot be slain by thousands, how could they hope to overcome him with just a handful? Before long, Wu Shaochen easily subdued the leader, acquiring 244 points, which was satisfactory. Observing that the other members of AO Shirkun Xiong did not intervene, Wu Shaochen chose not to pursue further bloodshed and asked, "How is it that so many of you are gathered together? Is it permissible to form an illegal team?" After we entered, we all shared our locations, and those nearby naturally congregated to minimize casualties and expedite movement. One of the AO Shirkun Xiong members explained. "Oh, it seems AO Shirkun Xiong is quite clever," Wu Shaochen remarked. "Well, actually, that's the approach employed by all major guilds," the individual responded. "If you remain silent, no one will regard you as mute. Now quickly leave, or none of you will escape," Wu Shaochen retorted, feeling as if he had been made a fool. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of AO Shirkun Xiong fled in haste, leaving Junlin and his companions exchanging astonished glances, wondering what Qinfeng had done to instill such fear in them. Once the AO Shirkun Xiong members had departed, Junlin approached Wu Shaochen, clasping his hands respectfully. "Qinfeng, I have long admired your reputation. I did not expect to meet you here after not encountering you in the Novice Village." "Novice Village? You are also from the 8365 Novice Village?" Wu Shaochen asked. "Indeed. I am Junlin. These are my friends Haoren, Nanfeng, Xiaobei, and Linzi," Junlin introduced, and they all greeted Wu Shaochen. "Junlin? Oh, I know you. You still owe me money," Wu Shaochen suddenly declared. "Huh? When did I owe you money?" Junlin responded, bewildered. "You were the first to transition to an archer, right? If I hadn't slain the Silver Wolf King to restore the teleportation array, would you have been the first to become an archer?" Wu Shaochen explained. "Huh? Just a joke. You can keep the money. I'm interested in this creature. Would you let me have it?" Wu Shaochen asked. "There's no question of letting or not letting. It's not mine. Whoever possesses the ability claims it. Go ahead and slay it. I'll provide support, and if you need assistance, feel free to ask us." Junlin spoke directly, and then, accompanied by Haoren and others, distanced themselves, truly keeping watch for Wu Shaochen from afar. No one wishes for companions during a confrontation, and Junlin understood this thoroughly. As for assistance, he believed that the one capable of vanquishing the golden rank would naturally require no help to deal with a mere silver rank foe. Observing the others standing at a distance, Wu Shaochen nodded internally, acknowledging, "This person is commendable." He then turned his gaze towards the silver-ranked bloodthirsty beast, which possessed an attack power of 3,400 and a life force of 900,000, an exceptionally high damage output for its rank. "Ziyin, please grant me a shield." Wu Shaochen instructed Wu Ziyin, then charged forward, engaging directly. He sought a swift resolution. With an impressive damage reduction of 86, this beast had no means to retaliate. Even after the shield's duration expired, bolstered by the Underworld Pearl and Wu Ziyin's healing, along with the force field suppression and the Silver Wolf's encouragement, he steadfastly endured the onslaught. In a mere minute, the bloodthirsty beast collapsed, yielding 1,000 points to Wu Shaochen. Coupled with the points earned from defeating the master of the Invincible Legion, he now held a total of 2,108 points, significantly ahead of others. Meanwhile, Junlin and his companions, witnessing Wu Shaochen's rapid dispatch of a silver-ranked foe within such a brief span, widened their eyes in astonishment. Though aware of his strength, they had not comprehended its extraordinary magnitude. Over 800,000 damage output in just over a minute was unfathomable. Junlin dared not ponder further. He simply realized that this Wu Shaochen was far more formidable than they had imagined. Soon, Wu Shaochen approached Wu Ziyin and expressed gratitude. "Thank you all for keeping watch." Junlin chuckled wryly. "At your speed, who could possibly take anything from you?" Yet, this remark left Wu Shaochen profoundly embarrassed, as he had recently experienced being robbed. Despite ultimately vanquishing his assailant, this humiliation seemed indelible. Junlin added, "Well, since the beast has been slain, let us part ways. If convenient, let us add each other as friends. If not, consider my suggestion unspoken." "Very well." Wu Shaochen promptly sent a friend request, regarding Junlin as someone worthy of respect. After confirming their friendship, they parted ways. Despite recognizing Wu Shaochen's formidable prowess, Junlin had no intention of joining him. He held his own pride. And while his group of 5 may not rival Wu Shaoqing's exceptionalism, they certainly did not lag behind other teams. We must hasten, Wu Shaoqing mused, aware that large guilds moved in groups, undoubtedly at a quicker pace, likely consolidating points among a select few, which would accelerate their own score accumulation in the long run. After traversing for over half an hour, they had slain hundreds of ordinary bloodthirsty beasts, 5 black iron rank, 3 bronze rank, and 2 silver rank. At last, they emerged from the primal forest, revealing an expansive battlefield. This area had once been a lush forest, but due to the ravages of war, all trees had been obliterated, leaving behind a desolate battleground. Gazing upon the battlefield and the multitude of bloodthirsty beasts that roamed, Wu Shaocheng felt a shiver run down his spine. Wasn't this number a tad excessive? Upon examining the map, it became evident that the distance to the central red dot was rather considerable. To reach that destination, one must clear the path ahead. Wu Shaochen, reluctantly, continued to eliminate the obstacles, mindful not to rush recklessly. If surrounded, he could withstand the onslaught. But Wu Ziyin would certainly falter. The sheer number of bloodthirsty beasts was overwhelming, significantly hampering Wu Shaochen's progress. Before long, players emerged from various directions, and upon encountering the seemingly endless horde of bloodthirsty beasts, their trepidation was palpable. As their numbers swelled, they ceased their reckless engagements and began to coordinate, each taking responsibility for a designated area as they advanced towards the center. Chapter 97, Dreamlike Dance. Wu Shaochen, leading Wu Ziyin, pressed forward cautiously. After a few minutes, their path was obstructed by an extraordinarily large, bloodthirsty beast. Utilizing his insight skill, he discovered to his astonishment that it was a golden tier bloodthirsty beast. Goodness, there's a golden tier here? What level must the one at the center be? Wu Shaochen marveled, as he had not encountered any golden tier beasts along the way. Initially, he had presumed the red dot in the center indicated a golden tier beast, but now he realized that it must be even more formidable. He scrutinized the attributes of the golden beast before him. Bloodthirsty beast golden tier. Level 30. Health 1, 600, 000. Physical attack 5, 200. Physical defense 1, 250. Magical defense 1, 100. Movement speed 680. Skill 1, Bloodthirst, increases attack power by 20 and grants lifesteal of 20 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 2, Tear, inflicts 165 physical damage to the target and causes a bleeding effect, draining 500 health per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Skill 3, Continuous Strike, delivers 5 consecutive attacks to the target, each causing 120 physical damage, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 4, Frenzied Bite, opens its massive jaws to grip the target, preventing escape and inflicting a loss of 2,000 health per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Anticipating the arrival of others, Wu Shaochen resolved to act without hesitation. He instructed Wu Ziyin to cast a protective shield and charge forward. With his speed and attack rate heightened, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, delivering 4 rapid blows per second laden with poison. Although his skills were melee-based, and he lacked the predictive prowess of top-tier players, his movement speed exceeding 1,000 allowed him to evade attacks at the moment of activation. Should evasion prove impossible, he had an array of survival skills to mitigate the danger. As Wu Shaochen engaged the golden bloodthirsty beast, a team of over 30 stunning women appeared not far from him and Wu Ziyin. Sister Qingwu, could that bloodthirsty beast be of golden tier? Inquired a beautiful archer to a nearby priestess. Dreamlike Dance glanced in the direction indicated and responded with excitement. It should be. Let us investigate. Wait, it seems someone is already fighting it, the archer remarked, activating her eagle eye to gain a clearer view. Has anyone begun the battle so swiftly? Can you discern how many are there? Dreamlike Dance asked. 2 or perhaps 3 archers. I'm not entirely certain, the archer replied hesitantly. 2, are you sure? Dreamlike Light Dance harbored a tinge of disbelief. What I could perceive were merely 2 individuals. More accurately, 1 individual accompanied by a wolf. The archer girl suggested once more. Let's go take a look. Dreamlike Light Dance replied, her curiosity piqued. The attributes of the bloodthirsty beast had become a well-understood phenomenon among all. Its attack power was astonishingly high. They had previously struggled against a silver-level beast, and had it not been for her ample healing, they might have faltered. Now, the notion that 2 individuals could contend with a gold-level bloodthirsty beast was intriguing indeed. Soon, a group of onlookers gathered near Wu Shaochen and his companion. It was evident that only 2 were engaged in battle, and to be precise, only one was actively fighting while the other merely served as a priest. The offensive was not excessively high, yet the defense and health were extraordinarily robust, complemented by remarkable speed and attack frequency. Why, as an assassin, would he prioritize defense and health over attack? Dreamlike Light Dance mused, until she noticed, apart from the impressive damage of over 1,000 dealt 4 times a second, there was an easily overlooked white damage indicator above his head, 12,000 every second. She was utterly astonished. This must be a talent. Possessing such an ability, indeed, negated the need for stacking attack power. Little sister, as a priest, you must not become distracted. Dreamlike Light Dance gently chided Wu Xin. Since their arrival, Wu Xin had ceased to attend to Wu Shaochen. Wu Xin suddenly realized, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen was left somewhat bewildered. What did this woman mean? She arrived with a throng, yet did not attempt to seize the opportunity, instead offering him healing. At that moment, Dreamlike Light Dance led her group in another direction, leaving Wu Shaochen and Wu Xin both perplexed. Sister Light Dance, are we just leaving like this? The archer girl inquired, somewhat confused. What else should we do? Do you wish to fight for it? That is Chun Feng. Dreamlike Light Dance retorted, slightly exasperated. Indeed, it is him. I had suspected as much, but with so many of us, it is not impossible to seize it. The archer girl remarked. Surely not. His attack does not seem particularly high. It is merely faster. With you, this formidable healing priestess, he cannot possibly defeat us, she added. That is because you fail to notice the white damage amidst his 4 attacks per second, 12,000 every second. Dreamlike Light Dance asserted with gravity. Sister Light Dance, you cannot be serious. The archer girl exclaimed in disbelief. Such damage could easily eliminate any one of us, even with the presence of a formidable healer. Am I one to speak without reason? Dreamlike Light Dance shook her head. Her immediate decision to depart was to avoid misunderstandings. When others engage in battle, a crowd surrounding them would be irksome for anyone. Healing him was merely an act of goodwill. After Dreamlike Light Dance and her companions departed, Wu Shaochen swiftly vanquished the gold-level bloodthirsty beast. His toxic damage could eliminate such a beast with 6 million health in merely 2 to 3 minutes. The gold-level beast yielded 10,000 points, which Wu Shaochen and Wu Xin shared equally, each receiving 5,000 points, elevating Wu Xin to second place, while Wu Shaochen maintained a significant lead with 9,860 points. The third-ranked deity possesses merely 4,320 points. Chapter 98, Dark Gold Tier. As an increasing number of individuals entered the battlefield, the bloodthirsty beasts were being eradicated at an astonishing pace. By this point, most had encountered one another. However, those who had reached this stage were far from ordinary, united by a common goal, despite their envy for each other's points. No one had yet broken the rules to engage in combat. Wu Shaochen led Wu Xin at the forefront, with the two and their wolf companion relying on one another. Wu Shaochen forged ahead, the silver wolf trailing behind to guard their rear, while Wu Xin tended to their wounds in the middle. Even Wu Shaochen felt the weight of pressure mounting as they delved deeper. The density of bloodthirsty beasts increased, requiring them to clear dozens, if not hundreds, of these creatures with each step. After more than 10 minutes of progress, they finally approached the location marked by a red dot. Wu Shaochen discerned that at the center was not merely a bloodthirsty beast, but a colossal creature standing upright, towering at least 5 meters high, resembling the Hulk. Clutching a massive axe, it exuded an aura that sent chills down one's spine. This entity appeared formidable, Wu Shaochen mused, and decided to cast a spell of insight. Slayer, Dark Gold Tier. Level 40. Health, 5,000,000. Physical attack, 8,600. Physical defense, 3,800. Magic defense, 3,500. Movement speed, 750. Skill 1. Stomp. The giant leg forcefully strikes the ground, causing tremors and dealing 170 physical damage to all targets within a 5-meter radius, stunning them for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Skill 2. Charge. A rapid forward rush inflicts 180 physical damage on all enemies in its path, launching them into the air, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Skill 3. Axe Split. The giant axe slashes downward, dealing 200 physical damage to all targets in a straight line, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 4. Earthquake. A powerful strike to the ground with the giant axe creates seismic waves within a 10-meter radius, inflicting 120 physical damage per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. After reviewing its attributes, Wu Shaochen contemplated retreating in an open space devoid of others. He would certainly engage this dark gold creature, and given his current strength, he would not fear it. However, Under the present circumstances, fighting was not feasible. The battlefield was teeming with bloodthirsty beasts, making evasion impossible, and the numerous onlookers behind were poised to pounce. Once he cleared the nearby beasts, he was certain others would soon take notice of this formidable foe. Should he dare to attack, he would undoubtedly become the target for many, facing adversaries on all sides. Even he could not claim he would emerge unscathed, for those who reached this stage were all exceptionally skilled, with at least 20 to 30,000 individuals in this battleground. He was far from capable of contending with such a multitude of experts. Let this giant reap a wave of misfortune, Wu Shaochen thought inwardly, proceeding to act oblivious as he and Wu Ziyin continued to eliminate the surrounding bloodthirsty beasts. Half an hour later, nearly 90 ordinary bloodthirsty beasts in the battlefield had been eradicated. The few stragglers lingering in the distance were deemed unworthy of pursuit, as most had come to the startling realization that the central red dot marked a dark gold-grade creature. This revelation filled everyone with both awe and trepidation, leaving them hesitant to approach. Instead, their gazes shifted towards the remaining 3 gold-grade bloodthirsty beasts. In total, there were 4 gold-grade bloodthirsty beasts on the battlefield. Wu Shaochen had slain one, while the other 3 had appeared but remained unharmed. At this moment, a throng of players had gathered around the trio, unleashing a frenzy of attacks. The chaotic melee soon escalated into a full-scale battle, engulfing the entire battlefield. Wu Shaochen scratched his nose, bemused by the sudden eruption of conflict, pondering that the main event had yet to unfold. As he observed the intensifying clash, he led Wu Ziyin away from the fray, instructing her to stay safe outside the battlefield. He then made a beeline for the gathering players, determined to escalate the combat. Soon, he found himself near the group, ready to instigate further chaos, only to discover a reckless band daring to challenge the dark gold-grade creature. Activating his stealth, he sought to discern the audacity of these individuals, who seemed oblivious to the creature's formidable attributes. He recalled, it was level 40. It appeared that only he could perceive its stats. Yet, even without that knowledge, could they truly overlook the enormous lettering indicating its status? Just as Wu Shaochen contemplated this, the reckless players initiated their assault, launching a barrage of piercing arrows from over 80 archers, thus commencing their ill-fated endeavor. The dark gold-grade beast was stirred, charging into the throng with a powerful rush, scattering the assailants as they vanished in bursts of white light. In an instant, the beast plunged into the crowd, wreaking havoc as waves of radiant light illuminated the chaos. When the world is this? We can't fight it. Retreat. The crowd erupted into disarray, but the beast's formidable speed of 750 was far beyond their capacity to escape. Each colossal stride covered several meters, leading to the near annihilation of over 500 players, yet they had inadvertently lured the beast into the midst of their ranks. Goodness, Wu Shaochen mused, pleased that they had unwittingly facilitated his plans. As players beheld the sudden emergence of the beast, curses erupted among them. Who brought this upon us? I swear, if I find out who it was, they wish they'd never set foot in a novice village. However, their lamentations proved futile. They were compelled to engage, redirecting their ire towards the beast. Yet, its power rendered them despondent, as each skill unleashed could decimate large swathes of players. At that moment, members of the major guilds began organizing their forces to confront the beast. With the intervention of the larger guilds, the players finally managed to stabilize their ranks and commenced a counteroffensive. As the multitude succumbed to the relentless onslaught, Wu Shaochen stealthily approached one of the neglected golden creatures. The sudden arrival of the massive entity had caught the players attacking this particular golden creature off guard, resulting in their swift elimination by the creature's 2 formidable skills. At that moment, this golden being remained unprotected, while the other 2, situated at a greater distance, continued to be besieged by numerous players. Wu Shaochen executed a series of skills upon the creature before leading it away into the distance. Although the majority of the crowd was fixated on the dark golden entity, a number of players remained attentive to this golden creature, and as Wu Shaochen departed with it, several stealthily followed in his wake. However, none anticipated that Wu Shaochen could dispatch the golden creature so swiftly. Within merely 2 minutes, it lay in ruins, its pursuers still lagging behind. Yet, one individual managed to catch up prematurely. Just as the creature's health dwindled, a shadow materialized behind him, brandishing a dagger aimed for a strike. "Humph, do you dare attempt a second assault?" Wu Shaochen scoffed, refusing to repeat the same mistake. The moment the figure emerged, he deftly utilized a blink to position himself in front of the assailant, intercepting the blow. A second later, the would-be attacker fell, demonstrating the hellish emissary's keen sense of timing. he managed to exploit a fleeting opportunity amidst the onslaught of Wu Shaochen's formidable toxin damage, which exceeded 12,000 per second. Had that strike connected, it would have cost him dearly. Chapter 99, The Leaderboard. Upon witnessing his critical attack thwarted, the hellish emissary's expression soured, and he promptly retreated. However, Wu Shaochen was not one to grant such an opportunity for escape. He activated the Shadow 7 kill, and in the despairing gaze of the emissary, swiftly eliminated him, garnering 240 points and propelling his total score to an impressive 240, thereby widening the gap between him and his competitors. This fellow's score is rising rather rapidly, Wu Shaochen mused, having previously vanquished the hellish emissary, and now astonished by the swift accumulation of over 4,000 points. The battlefield was alive with action, as the other 2 golden creatures were also dispatched, leaving nearly everyone focused on the dark golden slaughterer, while some observers stood at a distance. Seizing a moment to glance at the leaderboard, he noted, first, Chun Feng, score, 27,675. Second, Divine King, score, 19,458. Third, Heartless Wind and Moon, score, 18,524. Fourth, Divine Lord, score, 8,695. Fifth, Origin, score, 8,423. Sixth, Dreamy Light Dance, score, 8,216. Seventh, Proud World, score, 8,024. Eighth, Feathered Phi, score, 7,658. 10th, Guardian, score, 7,245. It was evident that aside from Feathered Phi, the top 10 were predominantly the leaders of the major guilds. Had Wu Shaochen not slain the 2 golden creatures, it was uncertain whether he could maintain his leading position. The remaining 2 golden-level bloodthirsty beasts were likely eliminated by Divine King and Heartless Wind and Moon, accounting for their significant scores. The members of these grand guilds would surely witness a substantial surge in their points thereafter. In Wu Shaochen's mind, he mused that these individuals had yet to consolidate all the guild member scores into one person. As the time drew to a close, they would undoubtedly resort to such tactics for ranking purposes. At that juncture, Wu Shaochen could not guarantee that his current score would secure him the top position. Thus, the pivotal factor rested upon this formidable entity. Once he subdued it, his first place would remain unassailable. Moreover, if he were to share the spoils with Wu Ziyin, they would likely dominate the first and second ranks. Initially, numerous shield guards and warriors obstructed the advance of the colossal figure. However, the chaos of the battlefield, filled with various factions, led to remote spellcasters and archers recklessly casting their abilities. Many melee fighters fell not to the creature itself, but at the hands of other players, instilling a sense of trepidation among the melee combatants. Consequently, the massive being barreled through the fray, unimpeded, as the battlefield descended into disarray, even drawing those who had been observing from afar into the fray. Thanks to his impressive mobility of over 1,000, Wu Shaochen managed to avoid the fray. As long as the giant approached his vicinity, he would swiftly evade, quickly shedding any pursuers. However, others lacked his swiftness, and the number of players on the battlefield dwindled rapidly. After more than half an hour of combat, the colossal entity's life force had only been whittled down to 50, while the number of players on the battlefield had dwindled to fewer than 10,000. The leaders of many major guilds furrowed their brows, realizing that with less than half an hour remaining in the battle, the situation was untenable, and thoughts of retreat began to take root in their minds. At that moment, Dreamlike Dance spotted Wu Shaochen, who was leaning nonchalantly against a tree in the distance, observing the chaos. After conferring with her companions, she made her way towards him, arriving swiftly at his side. Upon seeing her, Wu Shaochen immediately recognized her as the enchanting priestess who had healed him earlier, her striking figure etched vividly in his memory. Dreamlike Dance regarded Wu Shaochen and proposed, "Shall we form a team? With your damage output combined with my healing, we should have a chance to take down this creature." "No need," Wu Shaochen replied nonchalantly. "I can handle it alone." Taken aback, Dreamlike Dance scrutinized him, seemingly searching for signs of boastfulness in his expression. However, all she discerned in his eyes was an air of casual confidence, as if he did not regard the relentless slaughter of countless players before him with any concern. Ultimately, she nodded and departed, choosing not to utter another word. After her departure, many gazes shifted towards Wu Shaochen. Dreamlike Dance was a notable figure, not solely for her beauty, but also as the leader of the esteemed Dream Guild, one of the top 10 guilds. Consequently, her sudden approach to converse with a male figure drew considerable attention, with some acquaintances beginning to surmise Wu Shaochen's identity. "That person is Chun Feng." Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone's gaze immediately turned towards Wu Shaochen, and many expressions shifted. Witnessing this, Wu Shaochen's lips twitched. All he desired was to remain a mere specter, yet here they were, disturbing his peace. It seemed he must henceforth distance himself from women. Shengfeng, as the foremost oracle, while everyone else is fighting fiercely, what do you mean by merely spectating? Someone questioned. Indeed, had you offered assistance sooner, perhaps the enemy would have already been vanquished, others chimed in. Wu Shaochen, amused yet irritated, retorted coldly. Whether I choose to fight or not is of no concern to you. If you wish to engage, continue. If not, kindly leave me be. Shengfeng, you may be regarded as the foremost oracle, but do you truly believe yourself above reproach? With so many guilds present, do you intend to offend each and every one of us? Do you think you can afford such enmity? A voice, cold and commanding, cut through the air, creating invisible adversaries for Wu Shaochen. You. The speaker was left speechless by the rebuke. Shengfeng, regardless of the circumstances, seeing everyone else fighting as the foremost. You should contribute your efforts, the president of the Heavenly Myth Guild interjected. Wu Shaochen rolled his eyes. Contribute? To what end? For your points? He then turned and walked deeper into the fray, adding, spare me your grandiloquent rhetoric. Your ability to win is your own merit, and if you fail, do not cast blame upon me. Damn it, this guy's insufferably arrogant. Someone fumed. As they watched Wu Shaochen retreat deeper into the arena, many exchanged glances. Yet none dared to pursue him. With their numbers dwindling, they lacked the confidence to confront him, and most guilds held no grudge against him, deeming it unnecessary to cultivate animosity. What now? They murmured amongst themselves. Let us withdraw. There is still over 20 minutes left, but this battle is futile. Chapter 100, Slaying the Dark Gold Class. The enraged Slayer seemed to possess a radar, easily locating any player remaining on the battlefield, swiftly eliminating them. Soon, nearly all players had fled the area, yet at that moment, Wu Shaochen unexpectedly re-entered the fray, leading the Slayer deeper into chaos. Someone just entered the battlefield. A voice exclaimed, who would dare enter at such a time? ISNT, that tantamount to seeking death? Unknown, I didn't catch a glimpse. Never mind, let us hide. Those from the major guilds are searching for points and clearing the area. Wu Shaochen guided the Slayer into the depths and charged directly at its massive form. He had hoped to call for Wu Ziyi's assistance, as her damage reduction shield would have been immensely beneficial, but the attack range was too great. One misstep could result in her demise. Ultimately, he had to bear the burden alone. With a 10-level difference rendering stealth ineffective, Wu Shaochen abandoned all caution. Midway through his charge, a colossal figure came barreling towards him. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the onslaught. The sheer size of their opponent amplified the area of effect of the attack, and without sufficient speed, evasion was indeed a formidable challenge. After evading the attack, Wu Shaochen swiftly charged forward, observing as the foot lifted, poised to unleash a crushing blow. He promptly delivered a stunning strike, rendering the foe unconscious, and swiftly replenished his 5 layers of poison before retreating. However, he had not ventured far when the dizziness subsided, and the enemy, now revived, swung their axe towards him. Wu Shaochen attempted to dodge, yet the skill's expansive reach proved overwhelming, causing him to lose over 9,000 health points. Unfazed, he quickly distanced himself. Before long, under the relentless assault of Wu Shaochen's formidable poison, the killer's health plummeted at an alarming rate. He sent a message to Wu Ziyi, requesting her presence, intending to share the points from this kill equally, thereby securing the rewards for the top 2 rankings. Shortly thereafter, Wu Ziyi arrived riding her silver wolf. As the killer neared defeat, a cold smile crept across Wu Shaochen's face. He instructed Wu Ziyi to cast a damage-absorbing shield upon him and boldly approached to draw the killer's attention. Moments later, the killer unleashed a powerful attack, causing the ground to tremble and revealing over a dozen stealthy assassins, who vanished in an instant. Undeterred, Wu Shaochen, bolstered by Wu Ziyi's shield, braved the killer's ultimate move without a hitch. After 3 seconds, the immense figure of the killer collapsed onto the ground, prompting a system notification. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain the ultimate killer in the battlefield, earning 50,000 points. The total points for the killer amount to 100,000, split equally between Wu Shaochen and Wu Ziyi. Ding! Congratulations! You have defeated a dark gold level killer. Your poison talent's stacking capacity increases by 1, with the current maximum stacking capacity set at 6 layers. A server-wide announcement followed. Congratulations to player Shengfeng for defeating the dark gold level killer. As the first player in the server to accomplish this feat, the system rewards you with 5,000 reputation points, 100 gold coins, and 50 free attribute points. This is a formal announcement. Although the killer did not drop equipment or experience, being a genuine dark gold level entity, the rewards were still substantial. What? The killer has been slain? How is that possible? Upon hearing the server announcement, a wave of shock washed over the populace. Everyone understood the formidable nature of the killer. Tens of thousands had failed to defeat it, yet someone had accomplished this in under 10 minutes, leaving many incredulous. This cannot stand. We all contributed to weakening the killer after investing so much time and losing countless lives. The spoils must be shared. Some voiced their dissatisfaction, feeling a profound sense of injustice. Indeed, it is only fair that no single person reaps all the rewards. Let us confront him. As the aggrieved individuals marched deeper into the battlefield in search of Chen Feng to demand answers, Dreamlike Dance shook her head and led her guild sisters away from the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, the leaders of other major guilds remained relatively composed. Although they were astonished by Wu Shaoqing's achievement in slaying the killer and envious of his points, they refrained from joining the fray, recognizing that their time would be better spent strategizing to accumulate more points. However, not all guild leaders maintained such clarity. Some coveted the points that Wu Shaoqing had amassed and followed the crowd toward the depths of the battlefield, notably the guild pride of the world. At this moment, Wu Shaochen was gazing at the leaderboard, where he firmly held the first position with over 78,000 points. Wu Ziyin secured the second place with 55,000 points, while the third-ranked Divine King had acquired over 40,000 points, having garnered more than 20,000 from other guild members. The subsequent ranks were predominantly occupied by guild leaders, who were amassing points at an astonishing rate, even pushing Yu Fei out of the top 10. This clearly illustrated the immense power of guilds in such events, a force that an individual could hardly rival. Had it not been for Wu Shaoqin's triumph over the Slayer, claiming the top spot would have been unattainable. Just then, Wu Shaoqin noticed a group of players approaching, vociferously cursing as they made their way toward him. He gestured for Wu Ziyin to leave on her silver wolf mount, while he remained steadfastly in place, awaiting their arrival. Soon, a massive throng of several thousand players stood before him, and one stepped forward, accusingly stating, "Chen Feng, you took advantage of our weakened state to steal our points. You owe us an explanation." Caught off guard by the accusation, Wu Shaoqin pointed at himself and then at them, incredulously exclaiming, "Me? Steal from you? What audacity it takes to utter such words." Another interjected, "Indeed, while we fought, you did nothing to assist. As soon as we were low on health, you swooped in to claim victory. Is there anyone as shameless as you? Chen Feng, do not assume that your strength grants you immunity from consequences. If you fail to provide us with an explanation today, you will find that we are not to be trifled with." Another voice from the crowd chimed in. "An explanation, is it? Very well, I shall oblige," Wu Shaoqin retorted, growing weary of their banter. He swiftly blinked into the crowd, his dagger ruthlessly piercing those nearby. "This Chen Feng is exceedingly arrogant. Brothers, let's eliminate him. By taking him down, his points will be ours." A voice from the crowd, belonging to Ao Shi Tianxia, incited the masses. The remnants of Ao Shi Kun Xiong, numbering only 400 to 500, dared not take the lead, preferring to hide within the crowd and rely on collective strength to vanquish Wu Shaoqin. This statement indeed ignited the flames of greed in many hearts. With over 70,000 points at stake, eliminating him would mean claiming the top spot for oneself. Chapter 101. The event concludes. "Everyone disperse. Do not cluster together," shouted the shield guard, who moved to block Wu Shaoqin's path, while mages and archers fell back to create distance. Witnessing this, Ao Shi Tianxia was compelled to step up and direct the battle. Otherwise, this group would face annihilation without the means to defeat Wu Shaoqin. Despite occasionally lacking clarity of thought, Ao Shi Tianxia, as the leader of thousands, was capable of basic battle commands. Unfortunately, this crowd did not consist solely of Ao Shi Kun Xiong members, while many recognized the need for tactical cooperation. An even greater number disregarded the orders. Their singular aim was Wu Shaoqin's points, and the pretense of theft merely served as a convenient justification. Thus, many refused to withdraw, fearing that if they did not seize the opportunity, they would leave empty-handed should Chen Feng fall to another's hand. Observing this scenario, Ao Shi Tianxia was infuriated, stamping his foot in frustration as the crowd remained obstinate. Wu Shaoqin, navigating through the throng, found it impossible to mount an effective counterattack. In the midst of the chaos, Ao Shi Tianxia uttered a curse and addressed the warriors behind him. "Send forth the shield bearers with control abilities. As long as they can restrain him, even if he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, he shall meet his demise." Quickly, a throng of shield bearers surged forward. Yet the crowd was overwhelming, and despite their efforts, they could not penetrate the ranks. Ultimately, their formation collapsed, proving more detrimental than beneficial. Ao Shirtianxia nearly resorted to violence against them, lamenting that had he known this would transpire, he would have preferred to lead the charge himself, questioning their worth. Wu Shaochen glanced at Ao Shirtianxia, noting his somewhat reckless demeanor. With over a minute remaining on his blink cooldown, he deemed it unnecessary to hasten its reduction, allowing Ao Shirtianxia to continue his antics for another minute. Soon, Wu Shaochen's blink was ready. Observing Ao Shirtianxia still directing the mages and archers of the Ao Shir Legion to attack him, a cold smirk graced his lips as he blinked directly before Ao Shirtianxia. To his surprise, Ao Shirtianxia bore a cunning expression, having anticipated this moment. He crushed a scroll in his hand, and in an instant, Wu Shaochen found himself ensnared in a pitch-black void, unable to escape. While his health dwindled at a rate of 5,000 per second, Ao Shirtianxia sneered, "I was prepared for your trickery. This hell prison scroll has been set aside just for you." He had kept it since acquiring it upon slaying a foe, anticipating this very moment. His face lit up with anticipation. Trapped within the hell prison, Wu Shaochen would lose a total of 50,000 health over 10 seconds, and Ao Shirtianxia was confident it would be sufficient to vanquish him. However, reality proved harsh. As the 10 seconds elapsed, the hell prison dissipated, revealing Wu Shaochen enscathed before him. How is this possible? Ao Shirtianxia gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief. Wu Shaochen, observing the astonishment on Ao Shirtianxia's face, let out a cold laugh. The scroll is impressive, but alas, its damage is too feeble. Had I not obtained the nether pearl, your scroll might indeed have succeeded in slaying me. However, it merely consumed a little over 300 points of nether power. Ensure his demise. Ao Shirtianxia commanded his followers. Recently, in preparation for dealing with Chen Feng, he had been acquiring control skills, and most core members had learned them. Without delay, the Ao Shir Legion surged toward Wu Shaochen, unleashing a myriad of control abilities. Witnessing this, Wu Shaochen smirked. "You made it too easy for me." Before Ao Shirtianxia could comprehend the implications of his words, Wu Shaochen unleashed the Shadow 7-kill technique. Admittedly, employing such a skill against him felt like overkill, yet provided the dual benefit of inflicting damage while evading attacks, making it the perfect choice at this moment. The outcome was evident. Ao Shirtianxia succumbed after enduring 4 strikes, proving even less resilient than the Hell Envoy. Wu Shaochen's points surged to over 100,000, a remarkable feat after vanquishing the formidable adversary. Wu Shaochen pressed onward into the throng, as an increasing number of souls transformed into ethereal white light. The crowd, sensing the impending doom, began to panic. Many realized that their strength was insufficient to contend with Chen Feng, and gradually, the first few turned to flee. This ignited a chain reaction, prompting more and more to escape. However, with Wu Shaochen's speed exceeding 1,000, their attempts to evade were futile, and he relentlessly pursued them. "Chen Feng, do you truly intend to eradicate us all?" A voice cried out in desperation. Ultimately, out of the 4,000 to 5,000 who had gathered, only a little over 3,000 managed to escape. In the span of a mere 10 minutes, Wu Shaochen had dispatched nearly 2,000 individuals. Following their demise, these lost souls took to the public channels to unleash their fury, maligning Wu Shaochen on various forums, branding him a ruthless killer who indiscriminately slaughtered, and calling for a collective uprising against him. Wu Shaochen, unfazed by the vitriol, paid them no heed. With mere minutes remaining until the event concluded, he focused on the leaderboard, awaiting the end. At that moment, he dominated the scoreboard with an impressive 11,000 points, far surpassing the second-place Wu Xin, who held 55,000 points. Meanwhile, the scores of others seemed to fluctuate, particularly that of the third-place contender, the God King, whose points steadily climbed to 51,240, trailing closely behind Wu Xin. "Who is this Feng Yiner, and how has she amassed such a score?" Someone inquired. "Are you foolish? It's evident she's allied with the great Chen Feng. I witnessed the moment Chen Feng eliminated the Slayer, and her points skyrocketed thereafter. Her name suggests she is a woman. How fortunate to be alongside the great Chen Feng. She is practically coasting to second place," another remarked with envy. "Great Chen Feng, would you mind adding another girlfriend to your collection? One who is both sweet and salty." In a secluded corner of the forest, a woman gazed at the leaderboard. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, "Xian's brother is actually Chen Feng?" Moments later, a system notification echoed in everyone's ears. "Ding! The slaughter event has concluded. We extend our gratitude for your enthusiastic participation. Rewards will be distributed based on leaderboard rankings. As the announcement resonated, all participants were teleported from the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations on achieving first place in this slaughter event. The system awards you 3 chances to draw. At that moment, Wu Xian's voice chimed beside him. Brother, I placed third and earned a drawing opportunity. Third place? Wu Shaochen paused, reopening the rewards leaderboard. He discovered that in the final moments, the God King's score had surged to 55,210, surpassing Wu Xian's. This fellow is quite cunning, Wu Shaochen mused silently. Chapter 102, Diamond Equipment. Upon reviewing the event rewards, he noted that the first place winner received 3 drawing opportunities, the second place 2, and the third one. The prize pool was a Tier 3 pool, from which one could draw diamond-level equipment or corresponding items. The 410th place received a golden treasure chest, while the 100th place was awarded a silver treasure chest. Anyone with points beyond the 100th place would receive a bronze treasure chest, but those who finished without points would receive no rewards at all. The rewards for this event are indeed substantial. Wu Shaochen mused to himself, his excitement palpable as he clicked open the lottery page, his mouth watering at the sight of the exquisite prizes displayed within. Among them, he spotted an array of impressive gear, and upon closer inspection, he indeed found diamond-tier equipment, albeit with a lamentably low probability of winning. Other enticing rewards included pet eggs, skill books, and special scrolls. Rubbing his hands together, he felt the moment of chance had arrived, ready to make his draw. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted nearby, startling Wu Shaochen and nearly causing him to click start. What on earth are you screaming about? He asked, exasperated, glancing at Wu Xian beside him. Brother, look what I drew. Wu Xian sent him a screenshot. Wu Shaochen's eyes widened in disbelief. Her luck was astonishing. Radiant Staff, level 40. Quality, diamond. Spell attack, 2600. Magic points, 1000. Healing effect, 20. Additional attributes, intelligence, 160. Spirit, 160. Constitution, 80. Bone, 80. Agility, 80. Additional skill, 1. Healing shield. Any excess healing inflicted on the target will form shield, protecting them for 1 minute or until broken. Additional skill, 2. Goddess's protection. When facing death, the user receives the goddess's protection, gaining a 2-second invincibility shield, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Wear requirement, priest. Gazing at the staff, Wu Shaochen remarked with a hint of jealousy, this must significantly disrupt the game's balance, doesn't it? Brother, isn't this incredibly valuable? Wu Xian inquired. Wu Shaochen numbly nodded. Yes, several million should not be an issue. Oh, should I sell it then? Wu Xian's eyes widened. Wu Shaochen playfully tapped her on the head. Do we lack that kind of money? It's definitely for personal use. Okay, Wu Xian replied, rubbing her head. Don't hit me there. It'll make me stupid. Wu Shaochen, dismissing her, quickly returned his gaze to the lottery page, nervously praying that if Wu Xian had drawn diamond gear on her first try, surely he could manage at least 2 in 3 attempts. He clicked start, and the wheel began to spin, his eyes glued to it. After approximately 10 seconds, it came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, you have won a premium strength fruit. What the hell? Wu Shaochen exclaimed, looking at the strength fruit in his inventory, which would increase his strength attribute by 100 points upon use. Isn't this just a waste of my lottery attempt? Not to worry, there are still 2 chances left. Wu Shaochen popped the strength fruit into his mouth, gaining 100 points, as one does not refuse a gift. He then returned his focus to the lottery interface, rubbing his hands together once more before clicking start again. 10 seconds later, ding! Congratulations, you have won a platinum tier equipment, Shadow Blade. Platinum equipment? Not too shabby, Wu Shaochen thought to himself. In truth, had it not been for Wu Xian drawing diamond gear, receiving a piece of platinum equipment would have been enough to send him into a frenzy of excitement. Alas, it was clear that without comparison, one could not truly appreciate. He hurriedly checked the equipment's attributes. Shadow Blade, level 40. Quality, platinum. Physical attack, 1800. Attack speed, 50. Critical rate, 20. Additional attributes, strength 40, constitution 40, bone 40, spirit 40, agility 40. Additional skill, Shadow Strike. Increases attack speed by 80 for 30 seconds. Cooldown of 3 minutes. Requirement, assassin. One last chance remained. Wu Shaochen fixed his gaze on the lottery interface, and, with a determined bite of his lip, clicked to begin once more. As the wheel spun rapidly, he followed its motion without blinking, aware that this was his final opportunity. Surely, he would be granted something valuable. 10 seconds later, the wheel came to a halt, the pointer landing on a skill book. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone. Consumes 200 mana points to summon an indistinguishable clone. The clone possesses 50 of the original's attributes, can attack but cannot use skills. The position can be swapped with the original every 10 seconds, and the clone will vanish if killed or after 2 minutes, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Usage requirement, assassin. With all 3 lottery attempts exhausted, Wu Shaochen felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment, tinged with regret for not obtaining diamond equipment. Nevertheless, he had secured a platinum weapon and a skill book, which was commendable. At that moment, he noticed the regional channel was in an uproar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was due to Wu Xian's acquisition of diamond equipment, which had stirred quite a commotion. It was understandable, for while others were still striving for silver gear, someone had already procured diamond equipment. This was indeed hard to accept. Wu Shaochen himself could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy towards Wu Xian. After all, the difference between diamond and platinum gear, while merely 1 tier apart, was substantial in terms of attributes. The diamond gear alone boasted 2 additional skills that platinum equipment could not hope to match. Equipping the Shadow Blade, Wu Shaochen gazed at the equipment leaderboard, which had undergone a significant transformation following this event. Naturally, Wu Xian's Radiant Staff held the top position, yet surprisingly, the second place was not occupied by Wu Shaochen's Shadow Blade, but rather a platinum weapon named Blood Soul Blade. Wu Shaochen's Shadow Blade ranked only 3rd. It was likely that the God King had also drawn platinum equipment, Wu Shaochen mused, considering he had 2 lottery attempts as well, making the acquisition of platinum gear quite probable. Moreover, a piece of dark gold equipment had emerged below, relegating Wu Shaochen's Blood Bowl belt to 5th place. The rest of the rankings were filled with newly appeared golden gear, displacing the previous equipment. Following this event, the only item remaining on the leaderboard was the Blood Bowl belt, with all others replaced. After all, with so many golden and silver chests distributed, it was only reasonable that more than 10 pieces of golden equipment would be revealed, especially since the gear from this event was all level 40, presumably calculated based on the Slayer's level. Brother, I'm logging off now. I have class tomorrow, Wu Xian remarked. Wu Shaochen nodded in response. Soon, he found himself alone. After some contemplation, he decided to clear a dungeon before retiring for the night, eager to test the Shadow Clone skill and see if it could facilitate his farming efforts. Upon reflecting on my current state, I find that despite lacking experience and equipment in this endeavor, I have successfully vanquished 480 bloodthirsty beasts and a single slayer. The immortal body has granted me an additional 481 points of vitality, bringing my total life force to an impressive 163 points. Furthermore, after consuming a strength fruit and equipping the Shadow Blade, my attack power has soared to 630 points. It is fair to assert that, even without any additional strength, few can rival my current offensive capabilities. The reward of 50 free attribute points has been entirely allocated to agility, enabling me to stack 6 layers of poison. However, my attack speed remains insufficient. I must swiftly achieve 6 strikes per second for my damage output to reach its true explosive potential.